Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 201. Chapter 201, You Killed Theron and Nerio. Sylvia's consciousness was blurry. She knew she was dying. From poison, of all things. What a pathetic way to go. Since birth, her body had been administered with the best treatments and procedures in order to make it as strong as possible. Whether it be a physical, magical, mental, or a biochemical attack, her resistance had been increased to the max. Ordinary poisons couldn't even put a dent to her immunity. And of course, there were always elixirs which could instantly cure the venom if needed. So, getting poisoned to death was not the way she had ever thought she would go. Maybe that's why she got careless. In the sudden ambush, all of her focus was put into defending against the Kraken's new weapon, ignoring Karlach's sneak attack. As a result, now she had been inflicted with a poison which couldn't be contained by her immunity or elixirs. There was only one way of dying to be saved now, using Estrus's ability to the extreme. But since she knew her friend's ability well, she knew it was going to cost Estrus. She wondered if it was really worth it. Cynthia coughed, blood coming out of her mouth. Her immunity had almost been consumed. The poison was just too strong. Her lungs felt like they were on fire, cutting off her air supply. Her heartbeat was gradually weakening. She was having difficulty processing information, and her vision was getting blurry. She could barely make out the conversation that was taking place between Estrus and Chris. The brat was claiming he could save her. In her final moments, Sylvia wanted to laugh. Yeah, little guy. Of course you can. Under different circumstances, Sylvia would have explained to the naive boy exactly why that was impossible, that is, if she wasn't so busy coughing her lungs out and dying. But somehow, Estrus actually agreed to let the boy have a try. Sylvia wanted to yell at her friend. This was dangerous. If the boy is accidentally infected by the toxins, it would be really bad. Just when she was hoping for Chris to keep his distance, the guy did something that even made her forget to cough for a second. He swallowed her blood. What a way to commit suicide. Why would he do this? Great. Now they will have 2 dead people here. A pity. That was the last thought she had before it died. Oi, wake up already. It's not the time to sleep. Sylvia awoke to a slap on her cheek. Opening her eyes, she realized that the coughing was gone and she could breathe again. What happened? She murmured, utterly confused. Why am I not dead? Estrus, did you use your powers? I told you not to. And, why aren't you dead? Estrus, did you use your powers on him too? This time, it was Estrus who slapped Sylvia. You need to calm down. And breathe. I did not save you. He did, she said, nodding towards Axel. Sylvia turned to look at Axel in shock. She couldn't believe it. This boy, this outsider. He saved her life. He did. How? I don't know. He just tasted your blood, then made up some weird concoction and fed it to you. Before I knew it, you were breathing stably again. Sylvia slowly shook her head. How is that possible? Even the elixirs had no effect. It was a new synthesization. How did he manage to detoxify it? Actually, I would like to know that as well, said Estrus, turning to Axel. While going through the knowledge he had just unlocked, Axel was pricked by the curious and disbelieving gazes of Estrus and Sylvia, causing him to pause. Axel clenched his jaw. He knew coming down here was a bad idea. It seems like he's being forced to reveal all of his secrets here one after another. Well, no matter. He decided that poison mastery is the last secret that is going to be revealed on this trip. Alright, I can explain. But, are you guys sure you want to know right now? He asked, raising his eyebrows as he gestured towards the battlefield not far away from them. Suddenly, the girls turned their attention back to the fight, only to see that Kieran did seem to need their help. Oh no, boss has been poisoned too, said Estrus. What? No. Sylvia panicked. What do we do? Both the ladies turned to look at Axel, who had already successfully detoxified Sylvia. Axel, no Chris, can you cure Commander Tenebris too? Quickly. She's about to die. Axel shrugged, leisurely spectating the battle. Well. I don't know if I can. It's not an easy task, you know. Especially when you receive no gratitude for saving the person. Sylvia blushed, realizing the huge blunder she had committed. She had forgotten to thank her savior. Everything had happened so fast that she barely had time to process it. A few seconds ago, she was about to die. With a lot of regret and unwillingness. But then, she actually survived. And it was just a 16-year-old who saved her, one she would consider to be the last person to be able to do so. Then she found out that her idol was also poisoned. In all this, she completely forgot to thank the person due to whom she was still able to breathe. Yes. Axel leaned his ear forward, as if to hear her more clearly. Sylthia knew what she had to do, but she was having a real struggle actually doing it. Just a little while ago, when she first met him, she had thought that this guy was just a nobody, even beyond nobody. A primitive person from the outside world. Even after he had shown off his talent in the trial, she had refused to acknowledge it. So what if he's a little athletic and good at combat? He's still a primitive guy who has not received Atlantean education. As for being compared to her, without a relic, he'd always be an insignificant bug. But now, that same person had actually saved her life. She felt extremely humiliated and defeated. And that's when Chris hadn't even tried to bother to see her as competition. Even when she had repeatedly put him down in their conversation, and had instead saved her life. Maybe, that's what made it worse. She had been making all sorts of assumptions about him, getting jealous of his talent, being petty, seeing him in contempt and whatnot, while he completely ignored her existence, like she was not even worthy enough for his attention. Instead of taking her rudeness to heart, he even saved her life instead. Just how noble is that? Even now, looking at him sitting on the ground, he gave off a strange aura of dominance and indifference that made her feel small and transparent. There was only one other person she had gotten the same feeling from. The princess. Sigh. I lost. Sylthia finally gave up on the comparison. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to bow her head. I'm really sorry, I didn't express my gratitude. I will repay this life debt one day. Sounds familiar. Standing beside Axel, Akiko just shook her head in pity. If she can tell anything from the past, rather than being able to repay, she would instead end up with more debt. Axel, on the other hand, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. So you do have some conscience after all. Now, quickly admit that I'm much better than you and you're sorry for ever being rude to me. What? Sylthia looked at Axel as if looking at him for the first time. What's wrong? Do you not want me to go save Kieran? Is this guy for real? What happened to the noble and indifferent person who doesn't get offended and is always the bigger man who looks at the bigger picture? She is taking her thoughts back. This guy is the most narcissistic, selfish, petty, and egoistic bastard she has known. It seems, he did take offense of her words. But the bastard had just been waiting for the right time to get back at her. A few moments later. All the automatons had turned their focus on Axel, specifically, on the glasses he had just taken off. How the hell, do you have his glasses? Asked Karlach, using another automaton's loudspeaker to communicate. Axel's head went blank. Fuck. Did he actually find out? Did this guy find out that these were Nerio's glasses? How? Axel grimaced. This is bad. If this bastard knows that these are Nerio's glasses, then he is busted. Because the person who has the glasses will be behind the death of Theron and Nerio. Axel gritted his teeth. When taking out the glasses, he didn't think they would be encountering Kraken high rankers so soon. And when he learned that many of the Kraken members use the same device, he thought no one would recognize them. Who would have thought that they would encounter a Kraken higher up right away, one who would be a specialist in technology at that? Yep, this is bad. He confirmed. Axel's mind worked furiously, trying to come up with ways to prevent this disastrous outcome. Whoever has Nerio's glasses would be behind the death of Theron and Nerio. Theron and Nerio had been dispatched to bring the Crown Prince. If this bastard connects the dots, he'd know that Axel is not Chris Martin the noob, but Axel Hunt the heir to the throne. What's worse is that they can't even kill Karlach right now to silence him, since his real body is not here. Once Karlach reveals this information to the higher-ups, all hell would break loose. Only a second had passed, and Axel's acclimacy-accelerated brain had processed all this information. But he still hadn't come up with a suitable solution. Oh. Whose glasses are these? He asked, trying to buy time, and also trying to confirm that this guy had indeed realized the identity of the original owner. Who else? They belong to my friend Nerio. Nerio. Krosak. The Seventh Hand. The name elicited an instant response from the rest of the people present. Old Man Willis erected barriers all around them, Kieran turned intangible, Sylthia summoned a wind storm around them, while grey energy glowed into Estras's eyes. Nerio Krosak, the unseen death. Not the strongest among the hands, but definitely among the most feared ones. He is actually one of the major reasons why the Kraken territory is so dangerous. Imagine dying instantly out of the blue, not expecting it, not knowing it, and not even realizing it. That was Nerio, the unseen death. His relic, the Erentris, can shoot through almost any defense, if put enough power. The only saving grace is that the guy doesn't have much of a defense, so he is only dispatched on extremely important missions. Though, that didn't do much to alleviate his threat, since he could kill you before you even know where he is, let alone approach him. If that wasn't bad enough, he is also accompanied by his bodyguard Theron, also known as the unkillable urchin. No one could break through his defense of his coral armor. And the harder you try to hit, the harder he'll hit back. Absolute offense. And absolute defense. The duo together make a terrifying combo. That's why, just the name was enough to rattle everyone. Everyone except Akiko looked at the glasses in Axel's hands in shock. Seventh's glasses? Asked Sylphia in shock. How can they belong to the seventh? If that man comes looking for his glasses, then this messy situation would take a turn for the worse. On the other hand, Axel still needed more time, so he pretended to be surprised, looking towards the biomaton which had spoken. What the hell are you talking about? How can you be so sure they belong to that guy? That was something he genuinely wanted to know. Keka. But the question seemed to amuse Karlach as they heard his creepy asthmatic laughter from the automatons. Who brought this kid in here? Do you know nothing about me? He asked. I made those glasses. Only I have the blueprints for that subrelic. If that doesn't tell you enough, you should also know that I had to make special modifications in that piece to fit a sniper. There is no way I wouldn't recognize them. Now, tell me, how in the entity's name do you have them? And how did Theron and Nerio die? What? The words drowned the Atlanteans in shock. Theron and Nerio, dead. WTF. The duo has been a real pain to the kingdom, extirpating a multitude of the kingdom's forces in the past few years. There have been serious meetings about making plans to eliminate them, but none have been successful so far. Theron's defense is too strong, and Nerio's shooting is too dangerous. Even if they really send out their major players to eliminate these two, it is guaranteed that they would lose a lot more than they will gain. That's why, hearing about them being dead came as something too inconceivable and discombobulating to them. What do we do? Asked Akiko in a whisper, standing beside Axel. She, of course, knew exactly who killed those two Kraken higher-ups. Heck, she had even seen their dead bodies herself. She knew that the situation was critical. They were in the middle of enemy territory. If they found out that the person holding the glasses was none other than Axel Hunt himself, then it could be really dangerous. Axel cursed inwardly. The situation was bad. Karlach was already catching up. Just a little more time, and he would realize who the boy he was talking to actually was. Also, Kirin, Estrus and the rest were also getting more and more confused. Fortunately, since Karlach, being the geek that he was so talkative, Axel had gotten enough time to think of several solutions. Two of the most dangerous people of Kraken dead. And the spoils ending up in the hands of a boy completely unrelated to the matter. This didn't add up. Axel realized that he just had to add some clues so that the situation makes sense. He looked at Kirin. Hey boss. Did you really kill them? Kirin. Why did you give me some dead guy's glasses? He asked, not giving Kirin the time to refute. Yup, he had considered several options, but this one turned out to be the best one after all. Simple yet masterful. You. Sure enough, all the automatons' focus turned to Kirin, shock and realization sounding in Karlach's voice. It was you. Damn it, who else could it be? The situation suddenly made perfect sense. How did the boy get the glasses? Because his boss gave them to her. How did she get the glasses? Wasn't it obvious? Everyone at the organization was shocked when they came to know about Theron and Nerio's deaths. How could those two die in the fucking outer world when even the best of the Atlantean forces were helpless against them? You have been in the outside world all this time. Muttered Karlach in realization. You found out about them, didn't you? I should have known from the beginning. You have killed Theron and Nerio. But now the cause seems so obvious. Kirin Tenebris. One of the most powerful and dangerous relic wielders in Atlantis. There's probably no one in the outer world other than Kirin who can take down both Theron and Nerio. Meanwhile, Estrus, Willis, and Sylphia were completely flabbergasted by the strange series of events. First of all, the subrelic which Axel was using turned out to belong to Nerio, the dangerous and feared shooter from Kraken. Then, they come to know that the number 7 and 8 of the hands are actually dead, and this biomass of a machine thinks that Kirin was the one who was behind their deaths and the one who gave Axel Nerio's glasses. Well, it wouldn't be difficult to believe that Kirin did manage to kill off two of Kraken's finest alone. Except, she wasn't the one who killed them. She wasn't the one who gave Axel the glasses. According to Axel, he just got them from a friend. And even if she had really killed those two, this is not a matter that she would suppress. So, were Theron and Nerio really dead? And if yes, then who the hell killed them? And how did the glasses end up in Axel's hands? Fuck. What the hell are you talking about? Asked Kirin. Of course, the most confused person was none other than her. When did she kill those two? And, when did SHE gave this brat those glasses? Kirin quickly realized that Axel has shifted the blame to her. But of course, Karlach was already deep in his theory to believe Kirin. Don't try to play games here, Tenebris. I know it was you. Now tell me. Is he still alive? What happened to Axel Hunt? What happened to the Pre-AN Power Stones? New month. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote backhand index pointing down. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, Strength of Kraken's Fifth. Now tell me. What happened to Axel Hunt? Where is the Pre? Would Axel let this fat glob Karlach reveal all his secrets? Fat chance. Before the biomaton could finish that sentence, it was pulverized by yet another knife throw from Axel. Oops. My bad, said Axel, even as Estrus ran to Kirin to give her the antidote. What in the deepest reaches trench are you? Bang, this time, two of the biomatons spoke them time, so as to not get interrupted. Keep your mouth shut. Another throw, and both their heads were blown off. This time, they even put up a shield, but that didn't mean much to Axel, who was actually using a lot of his strength right now, almost on the verge of panic. Fuck, why can't this bastard just keep his mouth shut? Axel was in a critical situation. If Karlach somehow finds out the boy in Kirin's team is actually the Axel Hunt he is looking for, then it is over. The more Karlach talks about this subject, the more likely Axel is to be exposed. Axel Hunt. Karlach, what do you mean by that? Sure enough, Kirin quickly picked up on the strange words of Karlach and her eyes narrowed, turning towards Axel. Don't play dumb, Kirin. Several thousand automatons spoke up this time, so he wouldn't get interrupted in the middle. Axel clicked his tongue. He can't silence these many at once. Why does this guy have to talk so much? Karlach laughed. No need to fool me, Kirin. You must already know about Axel Hunt, the boy who was the reason for their dispatch in the first place. After all, I know that you killed those two. And you wouldn't kill them without proper interrogation. You were in the same area as well. Kirin, Estrus, and Willis, who already knew Axel's real name, all turned to look at Axel, confusion written on their faces. Axel Hunt, the reason why the 7th and the 8th were dispatched. How? Why? Is he talking about the same Axel Hunt? But Axel shook his head at them in warning. Thankfully, they took the hint, saving him the trouble of using silencing or restraining magic on them. The only good thing was, the insensible Sylphia was completely oblivious right now, otherwise her reaction would have definitely given Axel away. Thankfully, Karlach continued talking, not noticing anything suspicious. It's really a pity. To think they didn't even get the chance to escape, it seems that you're still hiding your true power. Theron and Nerio were really powerful. With their combined power, they could even take down enemies much stronger than them. And Kirin managed to kill both of them alone. It seems that Kirin's powers cannot be underestimated. But, as I said, I'm not scared of you, Kirin Tenebris. Because you're already weakened due to the poison, and I've had tremendous upgrades in the last decade, said Karlach as something began to change in the formation of automatons. They all began coming close together, and their bodies began taking specific shapes. Few simply turned into blocks or pipes while few compressed together to form very specific structures. What is he doing? Asked Sylphia. Nothing good for us, I presume. We have to stop him, said Estrus, taking out a different kind of gun as she began shooting, this one generating a tremendous power. Kirin had taken the antidote, but she still hadn't fully recovered just yet. That's why, the rest of the team has to fight now. Agreed. Willis raised his hands, and hands formed out of magic manifested in the air, which began to pummel the machines. I've already recovered, said Sylphia as she summoned a wind force that had enough power to blow up skyscrapers. Axel's and Akiko's jaws dropped at the sheer amount of firepower these people had. Axel's weakness was his magic power, and even Akiko, who had more magic power than him, couldn't casually make attacks of this magnitude yet. But everything was blocked very easily this time. A collective force field had been erected in front of a whole group of automatons, this one powerful enough to block all attacks very easily. A mixture of gross fleshy sounds and ringing metallic sounds could be heard coming from behind the force field. Kekekekeki, have you heard of strength in unity? Echoed Karlach's voice, which was louder than ever. Dust from their attack was covering the force field, beyond which, they could see a huge silhouette rising up, casting a shadow on them. As the dust cleared, they saw that, beyond the shield stood a colossal giant, the size of a 20-story building. Fuck. Kirin murmured, looking up. They were too late, getting distracted over Karlach's words. The whole army of biomatons have come together to form one single entity, having the combined might of all of the whole army. Imagine just one force field. With one decent attack, any one of them would be able to break through it. Now, imagine it getting double layered. Now, it could present some difficulty. They would have to increase the power, but it should still be fine. But now, imagine it getting layered hundreds of thousands of times. Is it something that one person can ever break through? Tenebrous. I will give you one last chance. Tell me, where is Axel Hunt? Is he still alive? Asked Karlach, as the colossal biomaton prepared to attack. Sylphia did not know about Axel's real name. But the rest of the people present had awkward expressions on their faces. You want to know where Axel is? Dude, how to say it? The guy is standing right in front of you. Fortunately, even though they had no idea why the organization would be looking for Axel, they had enough common sense to know that this was not something to be revealed to Karlach. Axel was an ally. Karlach was an enemy. They would have to have a few screws loose if they give him any information he asked for, let alone the information about their ally. Eat shit, you piece of shit, said Kirin, attacking the giant abomination. But once again, her darkness was completely blocked by the barrier. Keka. So be it. I'll first kill everyone else, then bring you to my lab for interrogation. The giant raised its hand and pointed it towards their group. The matter of its body quickly gathered on its arm, extending it forward to make a huge blaster. Oh, hell. What is that? Boss, your orders. Everyone lost it when they saw the huge size of the blaster. When even small blasters were so powerful, how powerful is this thing going to be? Zoom zoom. A huge amount of energy began gathering in the giant muzzle. Seeing it, Kirin had already realized, there is no defending against this. We need to evade. Zoom, 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 zoom 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 boom. In the last moment, everyone felt a huge push, launching them all far away. Using her darkness, Kirin has pushed everyone as far away as possible, while sinking into the shadows herself. Because, there was no other option. Hashtag $% and hashtag $% and $% at hashtag $% and $% A huge explosion took place, shaking their eardrums. Emerging far away from the area, Kirin looks back in shock. Everything within a 20-meter radius had been completely wiped out. What is up with this power? When did this bastard become this strong? If she hadn't pushed everyone away, their whole team could have been wiped out just now. This is getting dangerous. Until now, Kirin had never seen Karlach as a serious opponent. But now, it seems that she has to change her evaluation. Amidst the stunned silence, Karlach's maddened laughter rang out. Keka. This is my first time actually trying it out. Isn't this amazing? I have used up a lot of livestock to power up my automatons over the years. Now I will make their sacrifice worth it by capturing the legendary Kirin Tenebrous. That was the difference. Karlach's relic did not give him any direct combat power. It just gave him the ability to freely manipulate organic matter and technology. But, due to his madness and strange obsession with creating art, he had turned it into something deadly. He had prepared his army over the years, personally making each and every automaton with great attention to detail. And each one of them was then programmed to merge together to form a single unit of grotesque mass of biomachinery. It could use all that combined power which had been gathered over the years in one go. So now, ignoring his geeky need to talk about everything in detail, he had definitely turned into an existence that warranted a significant threat. Pitch-black darkness began spreading everywhere from the point where Kirin stood. Kirin was now pissed. She did not like this situation. She not one bit. She did not like it when she was not the one in control. And right now, everything is going out of control. How low? Psychos like this guy are now threatening the team, and... Her gaze turned towards Axel, who had landed safely far away. The bastard is hiding even more secrets. 90% of Kirin's frustration was because of Axel. That trickster has been fooling her from day one. The first time she met him at Hogwarts, she hadn't thought much of him, just an unusual case. He just stood out from the rest because unlike the rest, she couldn't see the limit of his talent for some reason. When her stealth classes ended at Hogwarts, she returned to Japan without thinking much of the guy. But then she found out that he had actually managed to befriend her Aki. How is that surprising? Because Akiko has never had friends. Despite Kirin's best attempts to persuade her otherwise, all the girl ever did was training. So, at the time, Kirin just thought that a little friendship would do her goddaughter some good. She even ignored the rumors speculating on Axel and Akiko being more than just regular friends because, come on, that was impossible. If all rumors were to be trusted, then the rumors of her being a cougar and molesting her students would also be true. Then she saw the guy's matches and got a surprise. Huh, so he has lightning affinity and is also somehow more athletic than ninjas. Combined with his stealth talent and his good looks, perhaps she should recruit him after all. He could be useful as a pawn in a few years if she grooms him well. Then, she had to return home due to war, but surprise surprise, who does she find already here? Axel Hunt, having a perfect disguise that managed to fool even her. It was at that time that she came to find out that, the reason she can't see his limits is not because of some glitch, but the guy is actually deliberately hiding it. And if he was still hiding more, then what was the limit? Could he actually be hiding even more secrets? She decided to find out. But the fucker used Aki and blackmail to force her to sign a contract that prevented her from doing so. She thought, alright, it couldn't be much anyway, could it? He was only 13. What more could he be hiding? The result? The result is this, where her curiosity has increased to the point of torture, but he still hasn't run out of his secrets. Oh, how she regrets signing that contract. How she regrets letting Akiko form a connection with him, thus becoming his shield. She found out that he might actually be able to contend against even her. At 13. And she still hasn't found his limit. Now, for some reason, Kraken is after this guy too. Kieran glared at Axel. Landing far away from the blast area, Axel stood up and dusted his clothes. But then, he stiffened, feeling an intense gaze on himself. With arcane eyes, he found Kieran glaring at him from far away. When this is over, we're going to have words. Her voice echoed in his head. Axel sighed. Lady, could you please leave me alone and mind your own business? Power Stones. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Search. Princess Antilla waited with bated breath as the general went to call Kieran Tenebris. It was happening. She is actually going to meet her nephew. Antilla's mind was racing, picturing their reunion. But for some reason, it was taking him a lot of time. When the general returned, he had a grave expression on his face. Princess, there is a situation. What is it, uncle? Surely it can't be more important than meeting my nephew. Actually. The general remained silent for a few seconds, giving out urgent orders through his communicator. Looking at his serious demeanor, Antilla was getting a bad premonition. What? What happened? Princess, it would seem that the Black Ops division has already ventured into the trench. Antilla relaxed. So it was only that. Oh, already. I thought Kieran would at least wait till I reward my nephew. It seems that she can't wait to end the war, she said as she shook her head, slightly amused. She could still recall how disappointed Kieran was to learn that the so-called squids and octopuses had gotten such a huge advantage over them. Well, it matters not. Uncle, you should personally go and get him back. I can't entrust this to anyone else. Also, that division is too dangerous for Axel. Please have the rule keepers make arrangements for the termination of his contract. The general sighed. That won't be possible right now, Princess. Actually, Division Head Tenebris once again did something eccentric this time. She brought her new recruits with her. Could you please repeat that? Surely, Antilla must be too tired. Because she thought she heard something really outrageous just now. I said, Miss Tenebris brought her new recruits down with her to the trench. The prince is currently in the enemy territory. What? Axel, in the trench. In the trench? Bomb. That reckless bitch. Has she completely lost it? Why would she do that? Wasn't he recruited just yesterday? It was so outrageous that the princess herself lost her temper. All the etiquette, elegance, sophistication, dignity, and grace that had been trained into her from a young age was abandoned as the royal princess slammed her foot into the ground like a primitive being while cursing. It is standard protocol to not allow any new recruit into the trench without proper training, which lasts for over a period of at least a year, in which they receive education and training in order to increase their chances of survival in that hellish place. It is completely inconceivable for any noofish to be brought into the trench without all that training. If you're asking the reason, it's supposed to be a secured short-term training expedition into the shallows, to give her new cadets some hands-on experience. Secured. This is simply being reckless and irresponsible. No one below 20 is allowed into that place. And Axel is, Antilla clutched her head. Gods. He is only 13. What was this woman thinking? Sure, Kieran might not think much of the shallow areas of the trench, but that didn't mean they were completely safe. The Altina Trench is a mysterious and unpredictable place with possibilities of numerous mishaps. Without proper training, no one should be allowed to venture there. Antilla was really mad this time. She understood that Kieran liked to remain independent of rules and do things her way, but this is intolerable. Sure, there are some rules which are meaningless and can be bent or broken, but there are boundaries that should not be crossed. And this time, Kieran had crossed that boundary by miles. Even the shallow layers aren't exactly safe. There are just too many dangers in that place. General, quickly have them return. Princess. I'm afraid there's more to the matter. What? During their entrance, they were reportedly hit by a space turbulence. What? The water of the surrounding ocean churned. That can't be possible. A space turbulence. A space turbulence. And that too, right when Axel's. Antilla couldn't understand. How could that be possible? Space turbulence only happens when the space in the trench becomes particularly unstable. And to prevent any losses, their technomancers are always monitoring the stability of the space in order to minimize the risk. Entry and exit is forbidden in case there is red light at the portal. Despite her reckless behavior, Antilla refused to believe that Kirin would be mad enough to even break this rule and ventured during a dangerous time. I understand your disbelief, Princess. But this is a unique case. The technomancers saw no signs of turbulence beforehand. It happened too suddenly, without any warning. And the prince was unfortunately caught in it. So Axel. Antilla's breathing got labored. She was actually beginning to panic now. This is real. It can't be real. Previously, she was only sad. Because, despite all the difficulties Axel had faced, and despite all abuse and torture he had gone through, in her heart, she the assurance he had managed to come out on top, and that he was currently safe and healthy in his kingdom, where he belonged. All she had wanted to do is to quickly be by his side and start making up for the lost time. But right now he was in actual danger. Serious danger. The water disturbance was getting worse. Princess, please stay calm. I have already sent out search parties. Calm. How can I stay calm? He got into a space turbulence. You know how dangerous they are. And even if he does come out unscathed, there is no certainty where he might land. That was the problem with the trench. Since the space there is so unstable, no one even uses portals there, let alone getting stuck into a space turbulence. To make matters worse, the time flow was different in that place. For all they know, Axel might have already been stuck there for days. It was a horrible, horrible situation. But Antilla understood that she didn't have the leisure to panic right now. Search parties are not enough. She murmured, wiping away the tears. Right now, she stopped all emotions and activated her mind art to enter a state of thinking. She had just gotten back her long-lost family. There is no way she is going to lose him like this. Axel must be rescued. At all cost. After this is over, we're going to have words. Fuck. Axel was creeped out upon hearing Kirin's voice in his head. So, she can do this too. In his system of clemency, there was also the skill of telepathic communication, but he didn't think Kirin would know it too. Fuck off. He replied back to Kirin using the same method. Though he was new to the skill, it wasn't all that difficult for someone with his mental caliber. He was not going to be intimidated by her. This woman had planned to forcefully make him reveal the origin of all his skills just yesterday. If not for Akiko, he and her would have been enemies for sure. She can't be trusted. That's why, he didn't want to reveal any more of his secrets to her, and neither was he obligated to tell her, having signed a contract that granted his protection from her. Oh. You managed to avoid it. Then how about this? Axel had to break eye contact with Kirin as Karlach used his Mega Blaster once again after they had successfully evaded his last attack. But this time, the huge blaster fired something else. Some kind of liquid was sprayed, raining on them. Wherever the liquid fell, a sizzling sound was produced as it simply burned through any matter it came into contact with. It's acid. Everyone evade. Since they had fallen not far away from each other, Willis made up barriers that covered everyone and Sylthia made the winds blow away liquid. Karlach merely laughed upon seeing this. Kekakekaki, that liquid can't be defended against so easily. And the liquid that had fallen on the ground began to move on its own, congregating into their location from all sides. Keka. How's that? That's an organic matter, meaning I can control it. Fuck, is it his piss? Thought Axel while gagging at the smell coming from the strange acid. He was quite exasperated right now. This organic pile of shit is making things real difficult for him. First he recognized Nerio's glasses and almost uncovered all of his secrets, and now this. Axel decided he has to be eliminated before he reveals any more of his secrets. But how? The strongest in the group is Kirin. But, can she really defeat this colossal giant? From what he has seen so far, Kirin's main strength, much like Axel, is either melee or concentrated ranged attacks. But melee attacks can't really do much against this giant and the ranged attacks are blocked by his extremely powerful shields. The rest of the team also has similar problems. The defense of the giant is too strong, and the area they need to damage is too vast. If it really went like this, the fight might take a lot longer, long enough for Karlach to reveal everything with his continuously chattering mouth. I'll have to do something. Axel decided. It seems he'll have to make a move himself in order to finish things fast. But what? Use water. That's not an option. It has to be noted that Karlach's real body is not here. Revealing water affinity would be foolish when they can't even kill the guy. He would simply find out about his water affinity and reveal it to the rest of Kraken. Then, is it finally time to try out that skill? Hey, Karlach. While he was still in thought, Kirin called out to Karlach. Pitch black energy blooming around her, lifting her off her feet. The atmosphere suddenly turned several degrees colder and everyone suddenly felt a sinking feeling of dread creeping up despite being Kirin's allies. Boom. Karlach involuntarily had his giant avatar take a step back as he looked at the energy readings in shock. What's with that power? How could a single individual produce such an amount of destructive energy? The shield had been created from the preparation and energy charging of so many years. And that shield, it could actually be breached by a single person. It was only at this moment that Karlach realized. Kirin had been merely playing with him all this time. Right now, to him, Kirin, who was overflowing power, looked much bigger than his giant biomaton. Is she, finally going to stop holding back? Axel's jaw also dropped upon seeing the huge amount of darkness. He knew that Kirin had been holding back her power, having underestimated Karlach all along. He just didn't know how much. Looks like I won't have to take action, he thought in relief. Kirin may be a terrible enemy. But when they're on the same side, she's that much more reliable. Though, just when he had relaxed, he saw Kirin actually dissipated her aura, having only used it to show Karlach his place. Axel Hunt. What do you want to know about him? Raising her voice, she just shouted one name. Obsessive bitch. Axel cursed. Kirin's words caused Karlach to freeze his attack. On the other hand, Axel, whose name was called out, flinched. What, in the craziest hell is she doing? Oh. So you're willing to talk now? Tell me, did those two manage to kill him or not? First you tell me. How did you find out about him? Asked Kirin. Wily bitch. Axel realized what Kirin was doing. She was fishing for more information. It seems that previously, she thought she would interrogate him after beating him, or interrogate Axel directly. But with Axel's tight lips and Karlach's loud mouth, she has changed her plans. Power Stones. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 204, fine, I'll do it myself. Oh. So you're willing to talk now? Tell me, did those two manage to kill him or not? First you tell me. How did you find out about him? Asked Kirin. Wily bitch. Axel realized what Kirin was doing. She was fishing for more information. It seems that previously, she thought she would interrogate him after beating him, or interrogate Axel directly. But with Axel's tight lips and Karlach's loud mouth, she has changed her plans. Keka. And, seems she was right too, as the moronic geek actually stopped attacking them temporarily. Oh. Are you surprised? The Kraken managed to find someone that the kingdom didn't even know the existence of. In fact, we were surprised too. Those two were originally dispatched on a different mission. But guess who they find? A boy who with an uncanny re. Suddenly, one of the giant's legs started to crumple, causing it to tilt to one side. What? Karlach suddenly found out that, but the biomatons that constituted the bottom of his leg suddenly went offline, going completely out of his control. What is happening? Karlach couldn't understand what was happening. This has never happened before. He quickly had to readjust the alignment of the remaining biomatons to stop his colossal giant from falling. What the hell is going on? But before he could stabilize it, this time, the units on his other leg went offline, causing the colossal giant to fall. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Thought Axel, dusting off his hands, watching the giant fall. How did he do it? He had used a special skill he had gotten a while ago. After saving Martina's life at the Valentino residence, he had gotten a special skill as a reward from the system, Unshackle. Only, he hadn't been able to use it until now. What to say? There had never been a suitable opportunity. What kinds of shackles could he not undo? But only when training it further did he realize the term, shackles, was a broad term. It could mean a lot of things. Like right now. All these biomatons aren't really taking actions on their own. They're all under Karlach's control, who is controlling them from his lab. How is he doing that? Through connections. Axel had to break the connection while the magic of his skill, and these biomatons would be completely useless. Fuck, who called this skill useless? Axel realized the various uses this skill could have and blamed himself for not training it more as he continuously moved around, unshackling the biomatons from Karlach's control. In his control room, Karlach was going mad as he lost control of his units one after another. He scoured the area around his leg, but found nothing. There was no action from the rest of the crew either. Wait. Karlach suddenly found something odd. Where is the boy with the glasses? He realized that he could only confirm the positions of 5 of their members. He couldn't get the visual on the 6th member, the guy who had been wearing Nerio's glasses in the first place. At some point, the boy had disappeared from his perception. How is that possible? Kirin gritted her teeth. Hey! What were you saying earlier? She yelled out. Tell me quickly, and I'll answer your questions. But did Karlach really have the leisure to chat right now? The control on his biomatons was slipping in real time. No matter how talkative he was, his giant was falling. Keep him distracted, boss. Your plan is working. As if to make things worse, Axel's voice rang out at this moment, cutting away any remaining doubt Karlach had. You. Tenebrous. I should have never trusted you. He exclaimed, enraged, as more and more units began falling. Stop your attack right now. On the other hand, Kirin, who was completely innocent, had an unbelievable expression on her face. What? She couldn't understand how Axel was even able to do it, let alone how to stop him. Boom. At this moment, she saw Aki joyfully attacking the fallen giant, raining down an eerie dark lightning. Akiko was, of course, fully in favor of attacking rather than talking. She was no stranger to Axel's miracles either. So, instead of freezing up like the rest, she finally took the opportunity to strike. Are the rest of you going to keep watching or help out? Axel's voice rang out, causing the rest of the members to flinch. All of them were simply too stunned to react until now. In fact, they were out of sync with the whole from the moment Karlach called out Axel's name. But really, when it came down to it, only one thing mattered. Karlach was an enemy, a dangerous enemy, who should be defeated as soon as possible. And as veterans, they knew that this was the best opportunity to do so. We really have to defeat him as soon as possible. Sylphia was the first to attack. They had no time to waste on this enemy. The lives of the rest of the Relic Hunter division were in danger. Willis and Estras followed suit, casting a glance at Kirin who was still raging. This time when they attacked, the flimsy defense that Karlach had hastily cast was easily breached, dealing direct damage. No. I can't get the control. Kirin Tenebrous. What have you done to me? Yelled Karlach, who didn't even know how he got defeated. Darkness. Domain. You know what? Muttered Kirin, her voice coming out raspier as the shimmering dark dress covered her form. Just die, you useless idiot. She had a belly full of anger and no way to vent on the person who caused it, so she just chose the next best target. Under the combined onslaught of everyone, Karlach was quickly taken down, only leaving a lot of rotten meat and junk behind. Now, let's talk, said Kirin, descending over to the last body, still covered in darkness. Tell me about Axel Hunt. Keika. In the end, a single damaged biomaton remained motionless on the ground, leaking fluids, from which Karlach's slightly deranged laughter was coming from a damaged speaker. There is no use trying to fool me. I know everything now. He said, causing Axel to clench his fist and stop himself from destroying the bot. But the subsequent words were even more surprising. I know you have no idea who Axel Hunt actually was. Keka, he was probably long dead by the time those two reached there. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to be so calm over the matter. He has been missing, and the kingdom hasn't shown any guess ever since the incident, meaning they're also completely unaware. I just dead to confirm that. The last biomaton was also dying, as the voice started becoming more and more status. Kirin gritted her teeth. Then tell me already. Who was Axel Hunt? She asked urgently. Kekaki, now I'm sure you don't know. Kekeka, and you will never know. Not till you die. You may have de-aided me. But you are all going to die soon as well. Keka, Key. Fucking moron. Kirin was so angry right now. What kind of delusion is he having? Axel Hunt. Dead? As if merely 2 relic wielders can kill that cockroach. Keka, Key, Don, Belai, meeting us. But it is now final Y ready. Even YU won't be able to face it. Just ask the girl Key. You're going to die. There are all ing to die. What do you mean by that? Asked Kirin, her focus shifting from Axel to the subject. But the biomaton was already offline, only leaving a pulpy mess mixed with machinery. Hey! Kirin protested, who suddenly lost her information source. I still had things to ask him. Sylphia had a look of urgency on her face. I'm sorry, but his words weren't wrong. The Relic Wielder division really is in danger. We need to move now. What are you talking about? Those monsters are in danger. Asked Kirin in bewilderment. The relic-wielding division. A group of the most monstrous guys banded together to form one overpowered group. And in order to reach the seal this time, all the members had been mobilized. How could such a group be threatened by Kraken? In fact, any Kraken members they encounter would be swiftly annihilated. Then what the hell is Sylphia talking about? Sylphia swallowed. Actually, they have somehow managed to create something far more dangerous than the relic wielder division. We were caught completely off guard. We had to use a portal in order to escape. A portal. Kieran, Estrus, and Willis understood the severity of the situation. Portals were completely non-functioning in the city. And in this place. With the space so unstable. It's better to not use the portal at all. What kind of danger was it that such a powerful group had to resort to using such a last resort? Sylphia nodded. The royal relic. They've had it all along. Ever since the princess's death. And now, they've somehow managed to use its powers. The royal relic. Instantly, color drained from the rest of the Atlanteans. How is that possible? The royal relic. The relic the crown princess used to wield. It hasn't been seen ever since the crown princess disappeared. And now, someone else managed to actually wield it. Yes. I experienced it firsthand. It was. Sylphia shivered. It was overwhelmingly powerful. We were at a complete disadvantage. Estrus had an extremely severe countenance right now. Then, we have to move right now. If we lose the relic wielder division, we lose the war. It was an exceedingly dangerous situation. If everyone used a portal, their current coordinates are uncertain, and they have been divided. The Kraken members are tracking them down and eliminating them similar to Sylphia even as they speak. The rescue can't be delayed. No. Unexpectedly, Kieran shot it down. We have Aki and Axel with us. They've had no training in this area. We have to send them back first. But her words were also not wrong. It was already a miracle Axel and Akiko were unharmed so far. But wandering around with the risk of encountering a rogue royal relic wielder. Yep, that's a recipe for disaster. No training. Sylphia's earlier doubts returned. Then why did you bring them here in the first place? She asked in absurdity. Kieran got exasperated while Estrus began to patiently explain. What? A space turbulence. In her short career, Sylphia hadn't encountered a situation like this. Then, what do we do? Though, before anyone could answer her question, everyone paused. The air around them started to ripple. No, the space itself was rippling. What are those? Asked Axel, looking at the huge creatures that were floating towards them from afar. There were 3 of them, and they were massive. They looked quite a lot like whales. Strange ripples were being emitted from the creatures which were disturbing the space itself. As soon as Kieran saw the creatures, she cursed out loud. Does every bad thing have to occur only this time? They're called space whales. They're extremely rare, said Estrus, looking at the creatures vigilantly. Don't make any drastic movements. They should leave us alone. Axel frowned. Then, why are they heading this way? It was true. The huge creatures were currently headed directly their way. Axel did not like this situation. He could feel it. These creatures were extremely dangerous. Estrus frowned. That's unusual. Space whales are peaceful creatures. More like, they're completely indifferent to us. They must be here due to the space turbulence. They're attracted to space energy. Hearing that, Axel's scalp tingled. Due to space turbulence. The space turbulence was actually caused by him. Hey, why don't we kill them, just in case? No. Estrus and Sylphia said in unison. Space whales shouldn't be killed. Their deaths destabilizes the space. And with the space already this unstable. But before she could finish her sentence, the space whales let out a deep sound at this moment, and the space around Axel became constricted. Without having the time to resist, Axel was lifted off the ground, moving through the space to reach the whales. Axel. What the? Everyone including Axel was surprised. Before anyone could stop it, Axel had already reached the whales, crossing through space. Axel tried to struggle but was unable to break through. Someone kill these things. He yelled. Or I will do it myself. He added inwardly, as his eyes glowed blue. The only thing stopping him was the space turbulence. No. We can't kill them. Fuck. System, what is happening? They're trying to eat you. Your only option is to use arcane travel. Without a second thought, Axel used arcane travel in order to appear a few kilometers away. But. Shit, I forgot. Space travel is a northwest go in this place. Axel reappeared in a completely different location. Where am I? Power Stones. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, The Gravitational Zone. Kieran, Akiko, Estrus, Willis, Sylphia. There was not one of them who had expected that the space whales would target Axel. What the? Everything happened so fast that they couldn't do anything to prevent it. The space whales are peaceful creatures, and they had just finished a difficult fight, so their guards had been lowered. But their surprise could be imagined when Axel was suddenly lifted off the ground. The next thing they knew, he had already reached right in front of the whales. Space whales had the ability to travel through the space. That's why, even though they move slowly, but the distance they travel is huge. The same magic was used on Axel, summoning him right into their mouths. Stop. Axel. It was only then that Kieran realized that Axel was in danger. Even as she used shadow travel, she knew that she might be too late. Snap. Somehow, Axel disappeared at the last moment, preventing himself from becoming space food. The whole field came to a standstill as everyone tried looking for Axel. What? Akiko, still not knowing the situation, tried to follow, but Kieran held her back, knowing what had happened. Aki. Stop. Axel used teleportation. She said, trying her best to stop her. As explained, teleportation magic in this place is a big no, what with the space being so unstable. If you use it, there is no guarantee where you might end up. Since Axel had used it, his location is now unknown. Realizing Akiko's struggles ceased as her eyes became momentarily unfocused. Then, what do we do? Akiko was shaking. There was real panic in her eyes this time. Because she was beginning to understand just how screwed up Axel's situation was right now. Axel's location is unknown. And he has no knowledge and training of navigating this place. Kieran has always told her about the dangers of this place. It was unfortunate enough that they ended up this deep without training. But to be alone here with no knowledge. She cast a hopeful glance towards Kieran, who had yet to answer her question. Maybe, it's not too late. Maybe there's something they can do. But Kieran's face was even more contorted than hers. Fuck, he's fucked. Snap. The space rippled, and a figure emerged, spinning uncontrollably due to distortion of space. Not even given the chance to be relieved, the figure plummeted to the ground as if being pulled down something powerful. Bomb. All the breath escaped Axel's lungs as frowned at the sheer impact of the fall. Ouch. 2 ribs and ankle. He thought. Analyzing the damage. Axel tried getting up and was surprised to find it comparatively difficult to do so. What the hell? System, where am I? He asked, even as he surveyed his surroundings for immediate threats. This place was weird. First of all, the ground was hard. Too hard. As if specifically compressed. And the next, moving was extremely difficult here. Each movement was causing his bones to creak. You're in the deep layer of the Altina Trench. This area is called the gravitational field. The gravitational force here is times higher compared to Earth. Figures. Axel realized why he couldn't stabilize himself while falling and why he's having such difficulty moving. There is a huge downward force here, hindering all of his movements. And the ground. The reason the ground is hard might be because it has been compressed due to the sheer amount of gravitational force in this place. That's why he broke a few of his bones despite an exoskeleton that has been strengthened to an abnormal degree by the system's training. Crack. Axel snapped his ankle into place and used heal a few times, making it as good as new. He did the same with his ribs and the rest of the throbbing parts. Now, what the hell do I do? That was the problem. He had only come here thinking he'd kill some time and be back in a day for his rewarding ceremony. But somehow, it seems that the situation keeps getting worse and worse. Idiot. He was an idiot to ever think this trip could be resolved early. He should have never listened to Kieran's assurances. When has that woman ever been reliable? More importantly, when has Lady Luck ever been kind to him? So now he is stuck here in the middle of nowhere with no idea what to do. Axel let out a sigh. He was actually looking forward to getting rewarded. His merit this time was huge and there was a chance he could have gotten a relic this time. He's really regretting it now. Why? Because I'm still weak. That's right. Turns out, he's still not strong enough to overcome the gap created by the artifacts called the relics. Relics. They're incredible items which can bring immense powers to the users. Until now, he has only encountered a few relic users, but each of them have displayed shocking might. To be honest, he is no longer confident to win against relic wielders anymore. Theron and Nerio never really fought him at full strength. He defeated both of them by surprise attack and by taking advantage of their weaknesses before they felt the need to attack him with the intent to kill. But still, it was at a manageable level. Because he thought that the rest of the members won't be much better. But after arriving here, he realized that they were only at the bottom of the barrel. He encountered much stronger relic wielders. Each of them is extremely dangerous in their specialized field. Under unfavorable circumstances, he could actually end up losing. Furthermore, there's another thing that Kieran had told him. The members of Kraken become much more dangerous in the trench. In this place, due to the closeness with the entity, they can temporarily borrow a minute fraction of the entity's power, even though it brings severe harm to their bodies. That means, when in a tight spot, they can actually power up and defeat their opponents, or at least create a chance to escape. And if that isn't enough, there's also a relic wielder which Axel is realizing could be quite dangerous. The space relic wielder. The threat level of that guy has been dramatically increased after what just happened. Axel recalled the earlier moment. I was completely helpless. He was completely helpless against the space whales. Those gigantic creatures had absolute dominance over the space, and there was little he could do in the limited time. Axel recalled the total restriction he had felt when being bound by space itself. It was definitely quite difficult to break through. Other elements he could still handle. But space is something that feels a level higher, and a tad bit more dangerous. So, it would have been a great help if he had a relic. Ding. While he was lost in thought, the system notification woke him up. Conditions are optimal. Main mission generated. Mission objective. 1. The rightful owner. Through numerous sacrifices, the Kraken managed to forcefully awaken the royal relic. As the rightful owners, retrieve the royal relic. 2. Do not interfere. The seal is getting weaker and weaker, thus increasing the threat of the organization. In order to eliminate the organization, you must first decrease the influence of the entity. Go to the depths and reinforce the Etherean seal entrapping the entity. Accept/reject. Axel blankly looked at the quest that had just popped up in front of him. Sometimes, he wonders if he actually has a choice. Because most of the missions that the system generates, the consequences of not accepting the missions are usually unacceptable. For instance, if he didn't accept the mission of Hogwarts being under attack, there would have been a massacre at Hogwarts. Rejecting the quest of eliminating the organization would just result in them continuing to send their forces after him. Similarly, if he rejects this mission, that fake host wielding the royal relic would continue to rampage and the entity's increasing power would increase the Kraken's powers, just making it even more difficult for him to eliminate it. Most importantly, the royal relic. Axel's mouth began salivating. Is it possible to actually wield it? Heck yes, he's definitely doing that part of the mission. In short, it's an unavoidable mission. I will accept. But how the hell am I supposed to reinforce the seal? I have no idea. You can do it by following the instructions that will be provided. Axel sighed. Alright, where do I go? Start moving 42% to your left. Turning in the direction, Axel took a step forward, but immediately faltered. Damn it, gravity. Even standing straight here was only possible because he had an extremely strong body. After taking a few, he quickly found out that this was not a feasible method. It felt like he was walking through dense mud. It would take a long time if he kept moving like this, not to mention the energy and stamina consumption it'll cause. I need another method. He looked up at the ocean, above him. As explained, this dimension is a weird place with different laws. Instead of the sky, there is a vast ocean above which doesn't fall down for some reason. What was it? Two-way gravitation or something. Axel figured that moving through water would be a better choice. That's why, he took out his broomstick and tried to fly straight up towards the water. It wasn't a good idea. The resistance kept increasing as he flew upwards, until the broom could no longer take it. Snap. It broke apart, and the gravity pulled him to the ground like a Yandere starved for affection. Shit. This was dangerous. If he keeps falling at this acceleration, he would be a pancake by the time he reaches the ground. Axel quickly took out his wand. Arresto momentum. At the same time, he concentrated a lot of magic on his hands and feet. Launching boom. Somehow, he managed to avoid making a smashed patty of himself, but once again, there were injuries. Arresto momentum wasn't powerful enough. Sigh. Axel looked at the wand in his hand. As expected, it's not as good. This wasn't his main wand. It was the one he had gotten from Martina as a substitute when his main wand was damaged in the Demogorgon fight. It was good, but as expected, it couldn't be compared to the main wand, which was custom-made by the Valentinos with light and dark dual cores. Due to unavoidable circumstances, he has left his main wand in Britain. Axel closed his eyes and concentrated. Even in this place, he could feel the presence of his wand, which was stuck in the middle of a giant ritual circle in Hogwarts. It was angry at being left alone. Magical power was radiating from it, being transferred to him through the bond which had strengthened considerably. Summon me. It seemed to say. Axel sighed and shook his head. Not yet. The purpose of leaving it behind was still unfulfilled. Axel turned his focus back on the mission. He had to quickly get that relic so that the absence of his wand can no longer be a problem. Step, step, step. Axel began walking through the tough gravity, making use of his high physical strength. His pace slowly quickened until he was running. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the gravity, his steps were falling on the ground with such force that it was leaving footprints on the vast desert. His eyes glowed blue, and the water answered his call, coming down like a puppy running to his owner. Though it was a bit more straining due to the increased gravitational force, Axel was still able to control water with no difficulty. As he ran, the water slowly began to submerge him, filling him with strength. Axel jumped, and his feet didn't come down again. He was riding the water wave like a surfer. The water quickly engulfed him, erasing all the strain his body was feeling due to gravity. Faster. The water around him turned into a shape similar to an icicle, and zoom. The speed increased to that of a flying broomstick. Axel stopped increasing the speed, because the amount of energy spent on maintaining this form was equal to his rate of recovery due to the water surrounding him. After flying for a while, he realized one thing. This place was huge. He was still in the gravitational zone. And this is just one of the danger zones in the place. After a few more minutes, Axel had to abruptly stop. Because up ahead, he could see the site of a fight taking place. Power Stones. Next, fight between giants. Next, ruler of water for a reason. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, A Fight Between Monsters. Fuck, he's fucked. Kieran wasn't saying this lightly. Anyone with northwest knowledge of the place, and no training of surveying the place, is fucked. And right now, in this time when there are Kraken's relic wielders hunting them down, he's double fucked. What are your orders? Asked Estrus in the ensuing silence. We're first going to drop Aki. Then we'll return with reinforcements to rescue the relic wielders, and Axel, she added. Though, there were chances that Axel might not survive that long. Akiko drew her sword. Take me with you. To find Axel. There was no room for discussion in her tone. Kieran had an absurd expression on her face. Are actually going to fight me? For that brat. Akiko shook her head. And instead of pointing the blade at Kieran, she pointed the sharp edge on her own neck. I'm not going out here, without finding him. Kieran looked at Akiko, dumbfounded. She knew her enough to know that Akiko was dead serious right now. Have you gone mad? You would rather die than leave. Is this all you care about now? What about your revenge? Is even that no longer important? Akiko shook her head. I just need to support him. The revenge. He will take it from me. Kieran burst out in a series of exclamations, now feeling like this not real. What has he done to you? Kieran shook her head, not knowing whether to feel angry or amazed right now. Aki never cared about her own life, to begin with. All she cared about was revenge. Kieran has tried numerous times to make her quit, but she has never succeeded. But now, after so long, her obsession with revenge has finally gone. But at what cost? Sigh, let's go find the brat then. I really want to beat him up. Axel looked at the area up ahead of him. Dense lightning was flashing in the place, powerful enough to make Axel's hair stand from a distance. Activating arcane eyes, Axel's jaw dropped at the huge amount of energy fluctuations. From that, it was clear that it was a fight between relic wielders. What to do? To be honest, Axel had no desire to interfere. But still, relic wielders were a precious resource on both sides. If there's a chance to save one his side, or eliminate one from the enemy's side, it could make things easier for him later. That's why, it's better to first find out what the situation is. Also, that lightning. He had never seen such strong and pure lightning. It seemed to call onto him. Dispersing the water and going into stealth, Axel quickly made his way towards the site. The two silhouettes who were fighting became clearer. One was a handsome man with yellow hair. Not blonde, but yellow, like the lightning being emitted from his body. He had the kingdom's trident symbol on his broken armor. It would seem that he is on the friendly team. Facing him was a bald, dark-skinned man who had various energy fields revolving around him. His condition was no good either, but he seemed to be in better shape than the yellow-haired man. Years of rivalry. The bald man was saying. I am finally going to win, Ender. System, I need information on that man. A huge chunk of his SP disappeared as Axel got the information on the man. Tronis Matros, also known as the Energy Maestro. His relic enables him control over energy fields. He can increase or decrease the gravitation, thus having an overwhelming advantage in this terrain. And since lighting is also a form of energy, he can defend it using electromagnetic fields. Axel swallowed. Control of energy fields. This man can control gravity. Meaning the gravitational force he is feeling right now, he can increase it further. Axel's vigilance increased several folds as he paid close attention to the confrontation between the two monsters. The yellow-haired man, whose name was Ender, coughed repeatedly, but still straightened up, gathering his remaining energy. "Stop daydreaming, Tronies," he said, as a violent burst of electricity flowed out of his body, painting the surroundings in yellow. The air was filled with the scent of ozone, and all the hair of Axel's body started to crackle with static electricity. What? What the fuck is this? Not long after witnessing Kiran's power, Axel was once again witnessing something beyond his common sense. How many times would he have to charge his Lumus Nidrum spell in order to have a power output that's strong? 100 times, or is it 1,000 times? The fact that he has no idea clearly indicates just how absurd this power is. Charging it 40 times is enough to kill a Demogorgon and also almost his magical limit. So, it can imagine just how powerful this lightning is. But Tronies, the dark-skinned man, did not seem fazed. "Fuck it. It's worth it if I can kill you." As he said that, the blue markings over his body glowed. Vroom. And then, an obscene amount of power was generated. The energy fields around Tronies multiplied in numbers and thickness. At the same time, an invisible force field flowed around Ender that began absorbing his lightning and dispersing it into the ground. Die. Ender attacked, and millions of volts of electricity was fired at Tronies. A huge magnitude of that current was dispersed due to the force fields around Tronies. The rest was blocked by the energy fields. BOOMMMM. Axel had choice but to deploy his own barrier in order to not be disintegrated by the resulting explosion. When the light gradually dimmed, the result of the fight could be seen. As it turned, despite Tronies' numerous energy fields, the lightning did manage to penetrate, as evidenced by his severely injured state. His skin was charred, and his armor was pierced. Tronies' appearance right now much several times worse than Ender. But it's the Tronies' victory, Axel concluded. Because Ender had put everything into the last attack. Tronies raised his hand, and residual the lightning around Ender was sucked out. At the same time, a huge force seemed to push him down, burying him into the ground. The bald man was laughing, slowly crushing the lightning wielder into the ground with his force field. "This must be the luckiest day of my life. Of all places, you end up here in the gravitational zone and in a state in which you can't even use your full power. I can finally end you, Ender." Ender tried to speak, but only ended up much ill-worry. That only made the bald man laugh even more. "The royal relic really did a number on you. Fight would have gone much longer without it. It seems that the man was hit by the royal relic's magic." That, combined with the extremely unfavorable terrain and an opponent who can deflect lightning, Axel could understand why he lost. After coughing a considerable amount of water, Ender looked up at the bald man. "How did you get the royal relic?" The bald man grinned. "You really want to know? Well, since you're going to die anyway, I guess there's no harm telling you. When the princess and the traitor snuck into our base to steal the key, we knew in advance that she was coming. That's why we prepared an ambush." The bald man shook his head, as if recalling bad memories. "Those two were complete monsters. I knew that the traitor was unreasonably powerful. But that blue-haired devil, she was a force of nature. The royal family's water affinity and your Septies' lightning affinity, the combination was dangerous enough that we were helpless despite our numbers." Trony shivered. On the other hand, Axel was confused. Lightning affinity. His mother also had the lightning affinity. But Tronies grinned. "We also had our own cards up our sleeves. The princess didn't expect that person to be on our side. We managed to separate her from the royal relic. We were planning on capturing her, but she had the brilliant idea of destroying the key." His face distorted. That explosion was a huge loss. But still, the royal relic survived. We've been trying to corrupt it even since. Ender gritted his teeth. "That person. Did the person accompanying her betray her?" he demanded. But the men just laughed. "Tronies. Tell me." "Damn it, I told her not to trust that man." "What does it matter to you? Your dear cousin is dead anyway. Just stay down for a while. I'll wake you up when we reach the base for torture, interrogation. There's something else I need to deal with right now." Saying so, Tronies crushed Ender into the ground, rendering him unconscious and severely injured. At the time, Axel felt a huge amount of force pushing him down. What? Axel was shocked. Was he actually discovered? How? The men turned toward Axel's general area. "I've been feeling your presence for a while. You have nice hiding skills, but no one can escape my detection field." Tronies grinned, increasing the force on Axel. "So, why don't you come out?" "Fuck. Axel's eyes widened. Why did he not think of that? If this guy has control over energy waves, then he is a walking radar. The basic stealth mode that he has on isn't enough to escape the man's senses. The force being applied to him was too much, so Axel quickly submerged himself in water. But of course, that meant his cover was blown. Unfortunately, he had no other choice at the moment. None of his other abilities can fight gravity. Water. Is that you, Arslet? But when Tronies confirmed that Axel was definitely not who he thought he was, his eyes narrowed. The amount of control the person was showing over the water was not something that ordinary spellcasters can achieve. Who are you? He asked suspiciously. I need to kill him. At the same time, Axel realized that there was no way to hide his water affinity now. Axel's mind went on accelerated mode, thinking multiple thoughts at the same. Instead of answering, Axel first covered his face with a mask and also covered his hair. In case this bastard escapes, or in case Axel has to escape without killing him, at least his, Chris, identity would still be temporarily usable. As for running away without a fight, not possible. Due to various reasons. First of all, that man. His gaze turned towards Ender. Axel can't let him get captured. He is much stronger than most of the relic wielders Axel has seen. Losing him would be a waste. Also, a distant relative, huh? Axel now knew the origin of his lightning affinity. It would seem that the queen, or his grandmother, was from the lightning septies. If these two reasons aren't compelling enough to fight instead of run, there is also the fact that running might actually be more dangerous than split bin. All of these thoughts went through Axel's head in a matter of milliseconds, before he finally took the actions most suitable for the situation. Who am I? Who are you? Even though he was underwater, his voice was heard loud and clear. Answering a question with a question. Tronies was already suspicious of his identity. No matter what answer he gives, it would only result in increased hostility. Asking a question would be better to buy time. You don't know who I am. Is that even possible? As expected, the question was enough to momentarily stun Tronies. But in the next moment, he was completely stunned. Because, a huge amount of water was falling from the sky. Next, Axel versus Tronies, the ruler of water. Next, end of the fight, Skeeter caught. Next, the royal relic. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 207, Ruler of Water. A huge amount of water was coming down from the sky. To quantify, it could fill a standard swimming pool 10 times. Tronies quickly looked up, and his eyes almost popped out. As revealed, Tronies is a walking radar. So when a huge amount of water would suddenly fall from the sky, there is no way he'd miss it. He quickly prepared his energy fields and even reversed the gravitational force in order to defend. But, instead of hitting him, the water simply changed direction and came towards Axel, merging with the small water bubble he was already under. Dumbass. Axel smirked, his eyes now glowing due to the overwhelming amount of water he had under his command. His goal wasn't to attack. There is little chance of it succeeding when Tronies was even able to defend against that last attack of Ender. As long as those tattoos are glowing, Tronies temporarily has an unlimited amount of energy. He could kill Axel with a snap of his fingers. That's why, Axel's first priority was increasing his attack and defense and leveling the playing field. Tronies' surprise could be imagined. He had just thought someone was spying on him. Since he was preoccupied with dealing with his rival, he thought it would be best to pretend not to notice. It worked out well, and he won the fight. Exhilarated, he turned his attention back on the bug who had bothered him in the most dangerous fight he had had so far. He put a huge force on the target in order to immobilize him and force him to reveal himself. But instead of buckling down like he had imagined, the person instead covered themselves in water. What the? One of the ways of countering his gravitational field is water. The downward force is somewhat lessened due to the buoyant force naturally exerted by the water. There was only one person he knew who would do this. Arslet, is that you? What is that madman doing spying on him? But he quickly rejected the thought. It couldn't be him due to various reasons. But then, who else could it be? Spellcasting usually takes some time. But this person was able to mobilize the water almost instantaneously. Not to mention, the control was too precise. Who are you? Who am I? Who are you? This person doesn't know who Tronies is. Is that even possible? Is he someone who came from the outside world? That seemed like a possibility. This place had multiple entrances in the outer world. So the case of someone coming from the outside world won't be anything new. Usually, if they are natives, they are just sent to the lab or used as slaves or food for their monsters. But if they have ether, then they are put into the trainee system to be enlightened and recruited. That's why, Tronies refrained from instantly crushing the person. But, in the next moment, his radar detected a huge amount of water coming down with an incredible momentum. The first thing that came to his mind was to protect himself. He deployed maximum protection. But, instead of hitting him, the water came to revolve around the intruder instead. Now, Tronies was serious. "Who in the world are you?" There was no answer. All he could see was a pair of glowing blue eyes. Seeing those eyes, despite the extreme protection surrounding him, Tronies involuntarily took a step back. Those eyes. He was all too familiar with them. Combined with this unreasonable control over water. Shivers ran down Tronies' spine. No. This can't be possible. He couldn't understand how that was possible. Has the princess actually come down herself? No, the silhouette he can see is definitely masculine. Then, who could it be? No matter what, Tronies was now sure of one fact: he needs to eliminate this threat. As quickly as possible. The gravitation around Axel suddenly increased many folds, causing him to start sinking at a rapid pace. Holy shit. Despite in water, Axel began sinking down at an extremely high speed. He didn't expect for the men to be this strong. He felt a huge strain of his body due to the extreme gravitation. Ender could easily resist this by turning into lightning. But Axel didn't know if he could turn into water. That's why, he used another method. Closing his eyes, he concentrated. The first thing he did was to enclose his whole body inside a hardened water crystal. But this wasn't enough. He had eliminated the strain on his body, but he was still falling at a high speed. If he falls like this, his body would break apart. Axel concentrated on the water that was surrounding him. The speed of descent of his body, which seemed as fast as a falling meteor, gradually slowed down, until he completely stopped sinking before he touched the ground. Then, his body, which was wrapped up in a giant water crystal, slowly rose back up, until he was in the middle of his huge water sphere. Tronies was left scratching his bald head, unable to understand how this was possible. How are you doing that? Inside the water crystal, the corner of Axel's mouth lifted upward. It worked out better than expected. He thought. What he did was simple. He had built his own gravitation to counter it. He made the water around him flow upwards. After going up, it would travel down in an arc and once again flow up, creating an endless loop. This is generating an upward force strong enough to counter the gravitational force that Tronies is generating. Though there was not much need, but to eliminate the strain on his body for being in the middle of these two forces, Axel covered himself in hardened water crystals. Water Monarch. Proficiency, 10.23%. Axel rarely had the chance to properly train his water affinity. That's why, his proficiency was quickly increasing the more he learned how to use water. The more he used it, the more comfortable he felt using it. Right now, even though he was in a crystal, he didn't feel suffocated. He didn't need to breathe. Oxygen was automatically being transmitted to his body through water. And his awareness of his surroundings was increasing. How to say it? It felt like he could gain control over every drop of the water surrounding him. If he concentrated, he could feel every minute change taking place in the flow of water. Despite being so deep in water, he could even make out what Tronies was saying through the vibrations on the boundaries of the water body. A word naturally popped up in Axel's head: domain. Even though it was quite small, Axel felt that this was definitely a domain. He was the ruler in this space. Is this how Kirin does it? He thought, enjoying the feeling. On the other hand, Tronies was getting more and more agitated. Such precise control over water, and those eyes, this is definitely someone from the royal family. But, how is that possible? At this moment, the glow of the markings on his body started to fade. Tronies' sense of urgency increased. He did not have much time left. In order to defeat Ender, he had decided to activate the markings. The amount of power he could use right now was obscene, but it was only temporary. As soon as it ends, he would be in an extremely weakened state. That's why, he decided to end things now. No matter who this person was, Tronies did not have the luxury to satisfy his curiosity, or spare their life. He raised both of his hands and pinpointed Axel's exact location through the radar. Then, he attacked. Concentrated, gravitation. Instead of changing the gravitation of the whole area, he focused on only changing the gravitation of a single extremely small area. A chunk of the crystal surrounding Axel was broken. Axel quickly shifted his position, thus avoiding death by a narrow margin. Fuck. I almost died. The attack gave Axel the chills. It was only because his senses were heightened due to the domain that he was able to react in time. Axel replaced the broken water crystals with thicker, more durable ones. Not enough. Still not satisfied, Axel employed another safety measure. He filled the water with vapor, making it difficult to see through, and made crystal shells blend in with water. So what if the opponent has radar? At high level, the stealth magic he has gotten from the system can even fool the radar. It requires a lot of concentration though, so Axel usually doesn't go that far when using stealth. He survived. Tronies couldn't believe it. He tried attacking again, but... what the? Tronies could no longer pinpoint his location, meaning he can't snipe him using concentrated gravity. He concentrated, trying to locate him in the murky water, but couldn't see anything, and the energy he sent into the water couldn't find anything. Tronies was really pitiful at this moment. He defeated his rival after an intense and extremely lucky fight, but then he ended up getting entangled in another fight. What's worse, this opponent seems to be able to defend against all of his attacks. Now he was really regretting not crushing this person when he still had the chance. Give up, man. You're just embarrassing yourself. Axel's voice sounded at this moment, clearly audible despite the water. Tronies' knees buckled. He had almost run out of time. I have to do it. He couldn't believe he was using his final resort against an opponent he barely knew. Tronies closed his eyes, and energy started gathering around him. What is he doing now? Thought Axel, feeling ominous. A huge amount of force began gathering in one place. He tried attacking, but as expected, the water couldn't breach through the ginormous amount of energy. Same with his mental attack. Multiple kinds of force gathered together. The ground began vibrating due to the clash of energy fields. Fuck. A strong force began pulling away the water. The water started escaping his control, getting hit by multiple forces. Axel tried to pull away, but realized that he couldn't. It was similar to how he couldn't fly above a certain point in this gravity field due to the sheer amount of downward force. Soon, the concentration had reached the point that even the space started to distort. Tronies' body was already in shambles due to the mobilization of such energy. Seeing the enemy vainly trying to escape, a laugh escaped his lips. This was his hidden card, only usable due to the increased amount of power through the markings. Tronies was confident to win against anyone with this. The only reason he hadn't used it was because it damages his body to an unhealable extent. Farewell, stranger. Tronies muttered, using up everything. Energy storm. Sorry for the delay. Been writing my new book. Will post regularly now. Gimme power stones. Next, end of the fight, Skeeter found. Next, meeting Royal Relic Wielder. Next, Clash Royale. Next, fight for the Royal Relic. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 208, Rita Skeeter found, end of fight. The semester at Hogwarts had ended, but the school could not have its rest. Axel Hunt had gone missing at the end of the session. And that was something unacceptable. The whole world wanted to know where the boy had disappeared. It hadn't been long since The Life and Lies of Axel Hunt was released, and it was shaking up the whole wizarding world. If Axel was a Quidditch genius before, he had now become a legend. Coming from the dirty Muggle streets, surviving the extreme cruciatus, and then overcoming crippling injuries and then becoming so good at Quidditch and magic to the point of being able to take on a whole team alone in an unrestricted format. This was story of the savage named Axel Hunt. How could people not be affected? But this person had actually gone missing. Thus, protest and search missions were being organized by the wizarding communities through the world. The pressure on Hogwarts had reached an extremely high level. Many people were now out on the streets of London or interviewing Hogwarts students, trying to find out more about Axel. Everything related to Axel was getting tons of views. People pretending to personally know Axel were cropping up in droves. Many were making up ridiculous stories like watching him disappear into thin air or running faster than flying broomsticks. At such a time, in a warded place, Daphne and Martina looked at the bound and gagged figure of Rita Skeeter, who was currently scared out of her wits. "Are you sure it's her?" asked Daphne. Martina nodded her head. "I'm sure. I found out by hacking into the website." Even though she was sure, she really did hack the website, just so that she could use it as an excuse. Martina handed her Rita's Magi mirror. "You can confirm it if you want." On the screen were chats between Skeeter and the book website's publisher. Even though she kept her name anonymous, she actually took a huge amount of money for the copyrights of the book. Selling Axel's private life for money. Daphne was so angry that the phone screen cracked due to her magic. This woman made a gigantic mess. Not only that, but now people have even begun linking Daphne's father's death with Axel's torture incident. Both things happened on the same date. And her father's hobby for torturing Muggle kids was an open secret. So now, she and her family are receiving death threats and being called a family of torturers by the angry fans. Her mother and sister can't even visit Diagon Alley without disguise. Even her mother had been trying her best to find out who was behind this. So, Daphne was extremely surprised when Martina casually told her she found the culprit. "How did you get her here?" she asked, barely suppressing the urge to strangle Skeeter. Martina seemed offended by that question. Even if I'm like this, I'm still from a mafia family, alright. Oh, right. Daphne really had forgotten. Martina is usually the type to not even hurt a fly. But since the matter involved Axel, it seems that she is not that harmless. So, what do we do now? Shall I call in some people to interrogate her? Asked Martina, picking up her magi mirror. No, wait. There's someone better for the job, said Daphne. While Martina was still puzzled, there was a snap outside the place. Then the door opened and Bellatrix Black walked into the place. What? Martina pointed her wand at her in shock, but Daphne stopped her. Relax. She's on our side. Our side. But the last time, Bellatrix had behaved very crudely with Daphne, blaming her for what her father did to Axel. But then, something unexpected happened. Bellatrix actually bowed in front of Daphne. Martina, happy face ####. Ignoring Martina's surprise, Daphne pointed at Rita Skeeter. When she saw Skeeter, a look of surprise appeared on Bellatrix's face, before a sadistic smile slowly split her lips. So, it was you. Why does it make so much sense? Rita Skeeter was an annoying reporter who had written some less than savory articles on Bellatrix. Though, a little bit of discipline had Rita learned by heart not to mess with her. From then on, Rita became much more careful on who to pick fights with. And Bellatrix just left her alone, thinking of her as nothing more than a fly. But now, she has touched someone she should not have. Upon seeing Bellatrix, Rita had already began shaking violently. Bellatrix drew her wand. Hi Rita. We meet again. Meanwhile, in the gravitational zone, a huge explosion took place. Except for Tronies and Ender, who were exempt from the forces due to the energy barriers, everything in the area was decimated. Lying on the ground beside the still unconscious form of Ender, Tronies drew in a ragged breath. The markings on his body completely lost their glow. At the same time, the side effects manifested. The veins all of his body bulged out to the point of bursting, and blood began to flow out from his mouth and nose. He could not move. Looks like he would have to call for help. But, this was the only way to ensure his survival. If his power had run out before the opponent was defeated, the situation would have been worse. Arf. The pain was so bad he wanted to pass out. Tronies tried to endure while dreaming of the time he would spend torturing Ender after taking him back to the base. This bastard had killed her lover, another relic wielder of Kraken. In return, Tronies killed many of his Septies members. Tronies and Ender have been bitter enemies ever since. Now, it's finally the end. He had finally won. This was a long-awaited confrontation, after years. Ender had grown stronger, but the increase in Tronies' power was much higher, due to the weakening of the seal. Add to the fact that the circumstances were in his favor, he has finally won. Now, all that's left is to enjoy the torture. Thinking so, the pain became much more bearable. With much difficulty, Tronies raised his head to inspect the surroundings. He was in the middle of a huge depression in the ground. Everything else was gone. How could it be any different? No one could escape that attack. But at this moment, he detected movement in his peripheral vision. What? A chill ran down Tronies' spine. He had gambled everything on the last attack. Because the odds of winning were 100%. Right now, he was in no condition to even move, let alone fight. That's why, when he actually saw something move, he almost had a heart attack. Did he actually survive? No way, right? Tronies squinted his eyes, trying to see through the dense mist permeating the area. But, he could barely make out a huge silhouette. Soon, the mist cleared. And #**#**#. And what he saw was so absurd that he was sure he was hallucinating. Theron. Have I completely lost it now? He thought. Because that was definitely the case right now. How else could he see Theron of all people here right now? But then, Theron moved, or rather, his armor moved. Creaking of bones resounded, and from the neck gap of the armor, a person climbed out. Axel fell to the ground and aligned his bones, which he had to dislocate in order to go into the armor. Yep, that's how he survived. The amount of energy was crazy. All the water was getting instantaneously vaporated. In that time, instead of trying to use his own powers to survive, Axel simply took out Theron's coral armor and used it as a shield. Even though he didn't activate its defense, even its base material is so durable that it was able to withstand the energy storm. The problem was fitting into it. The armor could not be opened. The largest gap was in the neck. That's why, Axel had to break or dislocate many of his bones in order to squeeze through. Pain. Is that something someone with his pain threshold would be concerned about? While healing himself, he glanced at the unrecognizable figure of Tronies. The poor man's brain seemed to be glitching right now upon seeing him still alive, and climbing out of an armor that was clearly Theron's. The armor, how can it be here? That's all he could mumble. Theron and Nerio have been missing for a while. The time they reported back was when they were on a mission to take Axel Hunt. Axel Hunt. A jolt went Trony's head. Royal bloodline, male, and having coral armor. How? Axel Hunt was only 13. That's why Trony's didn't think of this yet. But if this was really him, then it would explain a lot, including the reason why Theron and Nerio never returned. If who they faced was this tricky bastard, then there is a high chance that they're both dead. Axel, who had healed himself somewhat, let out a chuckle. So, you figured it out? He asked, slowly walking over. His steps sounded especially heavy due to the high gravity in the area. With each step, his bones came back to their place, blood was also flowing through his mouth, but he paid it no heed. Looking at that, Trony snapped out of his daze. With hand, he tried to kill Ender while with the other, he took out a healing elixir. Spurt. But blades of water formed the air and his hand separated from his body. At the same time, water crystals formed on Ender's body, in order to prevent further harm. Axel's footsteps halted as he came to stand in front of Trony's as he removed his mask and removed his disguise. Trony's looked at the face of Axel Hunt in disbelief. His head was a mess. He had lost. That was difficult to accept. But, what was even more difficult to accept was the fact that he had lost to a 13-year-old. Those guys, do they have any idea? Trony's thought of the Laid members, who were completely oblivious of the fate of Theron and Nerio. And it would seem that the same was going to happen to him. I'm going to die. And Ender is still alive. Trony's regretted it. He was among the Kraken's strongest. He has been for a while. From beginning to end, he had this confidence that he would win. That's why he didn't kill Axel when Axel still hadn't summoned water. Because he didn't think anyone could be a threat. And even after Axel had shown off his impressive skills, he still didn't think he'd lose. That's why he didn't kill Ender. In the end, I can only blame myself. You fought well, Axel said, raising his hand. Too bad, I can't let you live longer with all the things you know. Before Trony's thought process could reach further, he saw a blade of water forming above his head. Axel stood over him, eyes glowing blue and mist gathering behind him. At this moment, Trony's did not see a 13-year-old boy. What he saw was a ruler deciding his fate. Farewell. You almost won. With that, the blade fell. Sorry for the delay, I took a break in order to increase the Patreon stockpile and plan the new book further. Chapter 209, Back Again. Plus quick summary. Hi, I'm back again. Why was I gone? Well, there were many reasons. A good one was that I had my finals, which I thankfully passed. Now I'm an engineer. While I was gone, I've written till chapter 227 and latest here is 208, so yeah, you can expect steady updates now. I'll give you a brief summary since most of y'all have forgotten what the fuck is gone on in the story. Don't worry, it'll come back easily and I've repeated things so that you can remember. And if you don't remember something, ask in the comments, I'll answer. Summary. Rita had been secretly investigating Axel, and after he went to Atlantis, she released it all, like his days living on streets, about his injury in the first year, etc. So Daphne, Martina, and Bellatrix caught the bitch and interrogated her. She's about to reveal the most shocking news soon. On the other side, Axel fought Trony's, 4th of Kraken Overseer rankings, and won. This guy's has power of gravity and he just defeated Axel's uncle, the one with the lightning relic. Now Axel is finally about to face the royal relic wielder. This was the brief summary. This should get you going for the next chapter. Now here's information that you might or might not have forgotten. Axel and the Kirin S group went into the shallow layer of the Altinus Trench, Kraken's territory, in order to get some training. But due to Axel's locket, they ended up in a space turbulence, sending them much, much deeper than intended. The deeper the dangerous, and then Axel's locket attracted space whales. So now, he's further deep, in the gravitational layer. He currently has 2 missions. 1. Get the royal relic. 2. Reinforce the seal sealing the entity, since the amount of power Kraken members can borrow from the entities has increased a lot. If you forgot more, just ask. But first I'll sleep then answer. I'm traveling right now. Read the next chapter. I'll post another tomorrow. Or maybe today. Depends on the power stones. Chapter 210, Chapter 209, Meeting the Royal Relic Wielder. After killing Trony's, Axel's knees buckled as he fell to the ground. He didn't feel like enduring the high gravitation of this zone anymore. Damn it, I want Kirin's ability. Like Kirin can turn into darkness, if he could also turn into water, gravitation wouldn't bother him. Also, then he wouldn't have had to break his bones and squeeze his organ in order to go into Theron's armor. System, how do I get the ability to turn into water? You will need to increase your water affinity and comprehension to a much higher level. At your current pace, it would take you 5 years. Axel frowned. 5 years is too long. Just how difficult is that it would take that long? If it's so difficult, then how does Kieran do it? I even saw Sylphia do it. They do it using their relics. If you get the royal relic under your control, you will also be able to do it instantly. Then say it like that from the beginning, damn it. Axel got up and looked at Tronis's dead body. He clutched his head, feeling his temples aching. He had won. Against a high-ranking member of Kraken. But it had left him drained. He had to take on a guy who managed to defeat one of Atlantis' strongest relic wielders. And that too when he had his blue markings activated. Those tattoos are really a cheat. He muttered. It allows the Kraken members to get similar power as Limit Break, except unlike him, they can draw an obscene amount of power. Why? Because the power Axel gets through the Limit Break is his own power, drawn from distorting his Akashic records. On the other hand, the power these people get is borrowed from the entity who own their asses. Now Axel understood why reinforcing the seal is so important. This guy had already expended a lot of energy defeating Ender. And then he almost managed to kill Axel. If not for the armor, Axel would have been in huge trouble. What's worse is that the Kraken, most likely Kraken, still has guys much stronger than this. He couldn't imagine fighting them if they also borrowed the powers from the entity. That's why he really has to reinforce the seal. Sigh. Axel looked at the corpse of Tronis. Taking out his knife, he cut down the man's armor. It parted to reveal an amulet that had multicolored energy swirling inside it. So, this is it, huh? This was the relic that had almost blasted Axel to Kingdom Come. Axel took off the relic and put it in his storage space. That makes it 3. Axel is starting to build up quite a collection. He still didn't know what he was going to do with these. He also took the storage equipment of Tronis. It contained similar equipment as the ones Axel had gotten from Estrus. There were also other miscellaneous things, including a few healing elixirs. One thing that caught his eyes was the portrait of a smiling woman. Axel shook his head upon seeing that. This man also had a life. But that was it. He really didn't have the luxury to give a damn about other people's lives. He was an enemy, and he had to be eliminated. That was it. Was there a better way? Don't care. Axel wasn't the one to think about useless stuff. When you face the hardships of life, you quickly realize that morality, sympathy, mercy, these are things that only sheltered weaklings have the luxury to care about. In the real world, it's all a game of probability. If you waste your time and energy on these things, you are only decreasing your survival probability. Axel discarded the useless stuff from the man's storage equipment, including the portrait, and put his own essentials in it. Then he put it back in Martina's storage ring. Usually, when storage equipment get damaged, all the things contained in them are thrown out. In case that happened, at least his things would have a double protection. Though, he still kept all the weapons and other emergency materials in the ring for immediate use. Cough cough. When Axel was still busy, he heard a faint coughing. It was only then he remembered the existence of the men he had just saved. Axel walked over and checked his condition. Crushed limbs, broken bones, concussion, excessive bleeding, and more, well, nothing an elixir can't fix. Wait. There was something else. A strange yet familiar energy that was running through the man's body. Axel put a hand on the man's lung and the energy suddenly climbed his hand. Shit. Axel shook his hand, but it just won't go away. Pain shot through his hand and water began forming on the tips of his fingers. What in the world? Axel realized what the energy was. It was filled with water element. An extremely strong and violent one. Enough to even harm Axel, who already had Water Monarch. After concentrating, Axel dispelled the energy with difficulty. Cold sweat formed on his forehead, getting a glimpse of the abilities of his next opponent. Now that the energy was out of his system, Ender seemed to be able to breathe properly again. Axel gave him an elixir and the man's injury started to heal at a visible rate. He should be able to regain consciousness in a few hours. Meanwhile, Axel created a bed of water and sat down. He was also dead tired. He had been flying non-stop for a few days in the gravity field and after that he ended up in a fight with that man. Even though using water affinity does not cost much magic, it still costs mental energy. He used enough of it to beat a tattoo mode overseer in which he had to endure extreme gravitation. In short, he needs to recharge. Axel first decided to eat. Before coming here, he had packed a ton of supplies. He has been following a strict diet made of magical ingredients for 2 years. Over the years, his diet has also gone through some changes. In the beginning, it was just boiling the ingredients and eating them. Then he got a few potion recipes, to be consumed with the diet. Since he couldn't make them himself due to his unstable hands, he used to have them made by Daphne or her mother. After he got healed, the diet also changed. Now it comprises complicated recipes of dishes made from various magical ingredients. But with his dexterity as is, Axel can make them with ease. The reason he is fighting and winning against such dangerous opponents is not just because of his talent or training. His diet has also played an important role in it. Axel took out the ingredient, cauldron, and portable magic burner and quickly fixed himself a meal. Cooking LV5. Axel didn't have this skill. The system was just trolling him. If it showed up for all the basic skills, then Axel would have had too many skills. Besides, cooking is not even remotely related to the Arcane Thief class. Axel tasted the meal and nodded in satisfaction. If he had a cooking skill, it would definitely be high level. Then, after setting up wards all around him, he comfortably laid down on his bed and closed his eyes. Axel. Axel hadn't closed his eyes for 10 minutes before he got woken up by a system alarm. What? You need to be prepared. The wielder of Royal Relic is rapidly approaching your location. Instantly, sleepiness was gone from Axel's eyes. What? How? He can sense your water affinity. He can. Axel cursed under his breath. He is in no condition to fight right now. After witnessing the water affinity of that guy, he was even beginning to consider borrowing Kirin and other relic wielders' help to defeat that guy. So, how is he supposed to beat someone like that in his current state? Axel got up and looked at Ender. The men still didn't seem to be in a condition to be of any help in a battle. Looks like I'll have to do it myself, he thought, covering Ender's body and Trony's dead body in stealth magic. Water quickly engulfed Axel and he started flying. Last time, Ender survived because Trony's also wanted to keep him alive for torture. If he is caught up in another fight, he definitely won't survive. Axel flew for a while as he gathered his energy. Soon, he started to sense it too. How to say it? It felt like a disturbance in his connection with water. And it was getting close at an alarming rate. Splash. Water started to fall from the sky, attacking him. Dog barking at its owner. The water monarch was under attack by water. Axel had a bizarre feeling upon seeing that. He stopped flying and raised his hand. The incoming water swirled around him, getting deflected. But in that time, his pursuer had finally caught up, as Axel could tell by the loss in control of the water around. Wait, you aren't Antilla. Axel heard a raspy murmur. He turned around, but couldn't see the face of his pursuer. All he saw was a mass of water gathering around. Tell me, boy. How do you have my family's bloodline? Axel raised his eyebrows. Your family's bloodline? He heard a chuckle. Ah, I slipped. The surprise really made me lose my composure. Show yourself first, said Axel. The opponent seemed to think for a moment. But then, the water clumped together to form the body of an old man with graying hair. I didn't think the first person to know of my return would be someone like you. But then again, this is an extremely unexpected chance. The old man looked at Axel, as if waiting for him to react. Axel scratched the back of his head. Am I supposed to know you? The wrinkles got pronounced on the old man's face. What are they teaching the kids these days? Aslet Regius Varnox. That's my name. If Axel said he still did not know, he was sure that the old man's feelings would be hurt. Fortunately, he remembered now. This is the bastard brother of the previous king. Through trickery, he killed the previous queen and almost succeeded in killing the king too. Even though the king survived, it is believed that the aftermath has left him weak. The first day at job, Axel had gathered a lot of common knowledge on Kirin's orders. So he knows this much. Ah. I remember now. You are that bastard who got killed in a rebellion. As a bastard himself, Axel felt quite hypocritical calling someone else a bastard. Veins popped out on the man's forehead. But he quickly calmed down. He fixed Axel with a scrutinizing gaze. That personality. And that water affinity. You are Atlanta and Tristan's son, aren't you? Axel's smile froze for a moment. Currently, he was in his Chris disguise. And since people here have seen his father, he also had a mask on just in case. But, it seems like he was still found out. Well, it might not be that difficult to figure out for someone who personally knows his parents. Axel Hunt, was it? Tell me, boy. How in the name of ancestors, did you awaken the bloodline to that extent? Power Stones, to let everyone know me is back. In case you want to read around 20 chaps ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 211, Chapter 210, Clash of Royals. Hello, Rita. With wand in hand, Bellatrix walked towards Skeeter. I had thought you'd learned your lesson after our last session. I didn't think you'd need another one. Rita shook in her chair, trying to back away. Minister. I'm really sorry. If you'd just hear me out, I'm sure you'd understand. Bellatrix casually sent a cruciatus curse towards Skeeter. Rita let out a shriek so high that it made Daphne and Martina flinch. Noisy, muttered Bellatrix, waving her wand and sealing Skeeter's mouth shut. She then proceeded to continue the torture. So, have you heard from Axel yet? She asked, turning to Daphne and Martina. Even though Daphne and Martina had never tortured anyone, they had witnessed it multiple times due to their family. So, they were able to regain their composure despite Bellatrix's brutality. There's no news, replied Martina. Bellatrix frowned. What about that girl? Accio. No, Akiko. Did she tell you something? The girls were confused by that question. No. How would she even know anything? Bellatrix looked at the two clueless girls and burst out laughing. You guys don't know. Don't you what? Asked Daphne. Akiko is in Atlantis too. Did she not tell you? What? Is that true? Of course. Atlantis is under a state of war. Her grandfather has been worried sick about her. Daphne and Martina looked at each other, their mouths agape. Traitor. That bitch. Then, both of them exploded together. Both Martina and Daphne were blown away by this revelation. As far as they were aware, Akiko had just returned to Japan with the Japanese delegation. Just yesterday, while talking about how much they miss Axel, the girls had also admitted to missing Akiko a little bit as well. The duo had also talked about how innocent and cute Akiko is. It is always the quiet ones that are most dangerous, murmured Daphne, gritting her teeth. Right now, Akiko was alone with Axel in Atlantis, while they are stuck here, twiddling their thumbs. Never in her wildest dreams had Daphne imagined that Akiko would backstab them like this. Thinking back, Akiko was awfully casual about Axel leaving for Atlantis. As if she didn't care at all. And when they discussed ways to help Axel or go together with him, Akiko was always silent. Now she understood why. The bitch was already set to accompany Axel. While they were agonizing, she must be looking down at them from her high throne, secretly mocking them. Meanwhile, looking at the distorted expressions of Daphne and Martina, Bellatrix chuckled, shaking her head. You girls remind me so much of me. She turned her attention back to Skeeter, who was a mess by now after 20 seconds of cruciatus. Bellatrix removed the silencing charm. Then, she took out a vial of verite serum from her pocket and made Skeeter choke on it. As expected of Bellatrix, the torture was just for fun. The interrogation was going to be done through the truth potion. Now, start talking. How the hell did you find out all those things? You need to tell me everything. Don't leave anything out. I'll search your mind to confirm later, she said, pocketing the vial. This was a new variety of the truth potion. It doesn't complete make the consumer out of focus. Instead, it has a compulsion that makes them think it is alright to speak their true thoughts and reveal their deepest secrets. Everything? Asked Skeeter, looking up at Bellatrix. Her eyes had gone foggy due to the potion. Yes, everything. Start from the beginning, answered Daphne in her stead. The amount of information Skeeter had was truly creepy. To gather it just after Axel's disappearance seems too impossible. They needed to know how she found out so much and if there were other people working with her. Skeeter launched into her explanation, her voice monotone. There are 2 reasons I love my work. One is learning secrets. And the second is to reveal them, at the right time. There are 2 types of targets I report on. 1. Small-term targets, the ones I report as soon as I learn their secrets. 2. Long-term. These people have multiple juicy secrets. So, instead of revealing what I learn right away, I wait until I've found everything. Axel Hunt. A hint of passion appeared in Skeeter's eyes. He was in the 3rd category. The 3rd category? Asked Martina. The people I get personally interested in. What does that mean? Asked Daphne sharply. Rita looked lost. I'm not sure either. Axel is the first person to appear in this category. The first time I saw him was in Diagon Alley. Shopping with Andromeda Tonks, of all people. I was instantly interested. Who was this handsome boy? And why is the minister's sister personally bringing him around? A love child. Why was he walking like that? Is he injured? So I turned into my animagus form, a fly, and followed them around. I followed them until I saw the whole black family at the new cauldron. At this point, Bellatrix's face stiffened. I didn't go in because I was scared of the minister. But I waited outside. After a while, I saw Axel come out. Not long after, I saw the minister come out as well. Then. Wait. Bellatrix interrupted Skeeter before she could talk further. Meanwhile, in the trench, Axel looked at Aslet, who had already found out about his identity. Axel Hunt, was it? Don't be so shocked. I knew both of your parents. You have the same annoying traits like them. Honestly, they were annoying till their deaths. Axel wanted to pretend that Aslet had guessed wrong, but his eyes narrowed when he heard those words. Annoying till their deaths. He recalled what Tronies had said in his fight against Ender. What did he say? She didn't know that man was on also our side. We managed to separate the relic from her. Axel looked at Aslet. You were there, weren't you? You were there when they died. This must be was the men due to whom his parents lost the final fight. They must have expected that he was still alive. Aslet sighed. You're right. Unfortunately, I was there. And I regret it. Not because we had to kill them. But because of what I lost. As he said that, his body distorted and began to change. Until now, he looked like a handsome old man with white hair and blue eyes. But now, his body rapidly shriveled down, and gruesome scars appeared all over it, overlapped with excessive blue markings of Kraken which seemed to be permanently active. Your parents destroyed the key, also destroying our plans, said Aslet, hatred dripping from his voice. It caused a dimensional storm. The royal relic tried to follow your mother into it. In order to prevent that, I almost ended up losing my life for the second time. As you can see, thanks to your parents, it took more than a decade for me to return. And that too in this condition, barely alive due to the power of entity. So, Aslet paused his rant as the water around him compressed to form a shining silver trident, which also had the Kraken's blue marking all over it. So, you'd have to forgive me if I project some of that hatred onto you. With that, he pointed the trident at Axel. Well, I'm not exactly thankful that you killed my parents. Axel also mobilized all the water around him. This oldie had a really twisted nature. The fucker could have fled, but ended up almost killing himself because of his greed for the royal relic. And then he thinks it's justified to take it out on Axel, who was completely unrelated to the incident. With his anger fueling his bloodline, Axel invoked all the water elemental energy in nature he could muster and sent it towards the incoming tidal wave. The result? It was a complete L for Axel. Somehow, the water under Aslet's control was much faster, heavier, and destructive. It completely overpowered Axel's attack, proceeding to come towards him in the form of a water dragon. Water Monarch plus Unshackle. Before getting engulfed, Axel barely managed to stop the water by combining his water affinity with his special skill to free the water from Aslet's control, thus managing to survive. Aslet stopped and looked at Axel like looking at some rare animal. Such high mastery. How? What the fuck? On the other hand, Axel clenched his molars, trying to hide his shock. What happened just now was not a casual clash. It was a clash between the affinities of the two water rulers. And Axel had lost. Even before he had the chance to resist. What, in the actual fuck? Axel was shaken. To lose in terms of water affinity, and to lose with such an overwhelming difference. Axel, use teleportation. The amount of outrage that line gave Axel could not be expressed in words. The system was telling him to run away. Son of a. Then why the fuck did you give me this mission? If the opponent was so strong, then why issue the mission in the first place? The system's missions are usually within the realm of common sense. But how is he supposed to beat this guy? Axel had just thought it was some small fry using the power of the relic, but it turned out to be a legit villain with royal bloodline. It was meant to be completed by borrowing the help of the rest of the relic wielders. You should have guessed you couldn't beat him alone when it was revealed that a whole team of relic wielders couldn't beat him. The system doused cold water on his anger. He thought he could win, because, come on. This is water. Axel couldn't imagine someone beating him in this field. But faced with the reality, Axel realized that he had to make a choice. Run away or fight. Now that you have learned your lesson, you can still leave. Aslet has locked the space through his water territory, but it's not enough to stop arcane travel. Seeing Axel's frozen appearance, Aslet chuckled. You know, you can't run, right? We have a lot to talk about. Axel slowly shook his head. Facing stronger opponents is something Axel has done his whole life. He won't run away just because the opponent is stronger. A fight is not decided based on strength alone. A clemency max. The gears of Axel's mind began spinning at a rapid speed as he thought of a million ways to win. No. I'm not going to run, he finally said, making his decision. He was not going to run away. Hearing that, the corner of Aslet's wrinkled mouth lifted. Good. Because you need to tell me how you managed to awaken your affinity to that extent. Axel sneered. By doing a 30-day, awaken your bloodline course. Or. By minding my own goddamn business. That's how Axel would have replied if he wasn't at such a disadvantage right now. So, he just shrugged. Well, if you really want to know, you'd have to beat it out of me. Aslet grinned. Well, I like the spirit. It's just too bad you don't have the qualifications to back it up. Aslet was completely confident he would easily break the kid into a crying mess very soon. But still, that confidence made Aslet look forward to that time. Not more than 14, and that level of water control. If he knew how, he would be able to finally become more powerful. With the royal trident in hand, Aslet began walking towards Axel. A.N. Power Stones. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 212, Chapter 211, Fight for Royal Relic Part 1. On Bellatrix's orders, Rita stopped talking. But question marks appeared over the other two girls' heads. Axel had never told them about this. That's why, they were extremely interested in Rita's story. Why was Axel shopping with Andromeda Tonks? Don't orphans usually shop with the professors? And if he even had dinner with the Blacks, why did he never mention it before? But Bellatrix did not seem interested. This is taking too long. Tell us what you did after that day. After that day? Rita's eyes were dreamy. I didn't report what I learned since it was related to the minister. But after witnessing the events of that day, I got personally interested in knowing Axel. The first thing I went to was the St. Mungo's. With an Imperio, I was able to get the memories of the receptionist who saw Axel walk in. Then I had her retrieve a copy of Axel's medical report that was entered into the database. I had gotten big news. But since it wasn't the right time to reveal it yet, I held on. Daphne clenched her fists. Using Imperius? I knew she didn't get those legally. On the other hand, Martina realized that the Skeeter in this world had fallen even further. My next encounter with Axel was during Christmas. Within just a few months, he had changed a lot. He was no longer skinny and he even grew noticeably taller. Somehow, his movements were much better this time, despite his injuries having practically no cure. And despite there being too many noteworthy students, I followed him in my fly form after disillusioning and silencing. It was worth it. He went to a Muggle house and beat up a whole gang who were using guns and then killed a leader in an extremely gruesome manner. Rita sighed. I was so excited that I couldn't stop buzzing. And after he left, I looked through the memories of the rest of the gang members and unexpectedly hit a jackpot. Since their boss was obsessed with Axel, these people had a lot of memories about him. They had spent a lot of time in the past few years searching and harassing Axel, so they knew all the places Axel had been to in the past few years. Through them, I also found out about the orphanage. And after finding it all out, I was blown away. A thought came to my mind. If only he had been older and not crippled. Hearing that, Daphne's eyebrows went up to her hairline. What did you say? I said, he was really my ideal type. You cougar bitch. Martina and Bellatrix had to pull Daphne back before she clobbered Skeeter. Ignoring that small interruption, Rita continued her narrative. In Axel's second year, my wishes actually started to come true. Axel had somehow cured his disease and he even started to look more and more mature, to the point that he couldn't be compared to other 12-year-olds. I mean, those muscles. Rita sucked in a breath. That's when I thought, why not wait a few more years? What Rita said wasn't too far-fetched. Wizards have long lives, and with the advancement in potions and the healing industry, if they spend enough money, they can even retain their looks in old age. So, dating with an age difference is possible. But, the women present didn't see it that way. Creepy stalker, muttered Martina. Even she was angry now. She has really high dreams, said Bellatrix, her wand hand twitching to cast another Cruciatus. On the other hand, Daphne had gotten eerily silent. Can we stop the interrogation now? She asked. She really didn't need to know more. She couldn't wait for the torture to start. Just thinking about this bug spying on Axel's bare body was making her sick. Wait, there are a few more questions, said Bellatrix, turning to Skeeter. Was it you? The one who gave information to the Mikhailovs about Axel's past. Hearing that, the eyes of the two girls widened in realization. Sure enough, Rita nodded. I had decided to keep the things I had found about Axel to myself. It had never happened before. But, then, I heard about his engagement and got really mad. Fucking creepy psychotic delusional bitch. Start torturing her. Ordered Daphne, and Bellatrix was more than happy to oblige. Wait. Said Martina. Before going under the influence of the potion, she had been urgently trying to say something. I was waiting for you so I didn't hear it. Daphne shook her head. Does it really matter? She is a psycho bitch with mental problems. It couldn't be anything important. But just when Bellatrix was about to continue the torture, her Magi mirror rang. It only happened during emergency cases. Not long after, the Magi mirrors of Daphne and Martina also began chiming due to notifications. After which, calls came to them. What's happening? Rita, who was in a pleasant buzz this whole time, considered it as just another question to be answered. It's because of me. She giggled. Actually, in order to protect myself from the numerous enemies I've made, all the secrets I've gathered about everyone are always set to be automatically released in 3 days if I don't reset it before that. It's good for blackmail. Color drained from Bellatrix's face. Instead of looking at her magi mirror, she looked at Martina. How long has she been captive? Martina looked bewildered. I don't know. She was out of the country. I just asked my family to find her. Of course, Rita also took this as a question asked to her. It's been 3 days. Finally. Her face was ecstatic. Honestly, I've been waiting for this day for so many years. She said happily. What have we done? I'm finished. It was the start of the biggest commotion in magical Britain. In the face of Aslet Regius Varnox, the mad usurper, who was currently advancing toward Axel with the royal trident in hand, Axel drew out a single knife from his storage space and took a stance. Seeing that, Aslet seemed amused. Are you serious? You're going to face the royal relic with that? His eyes seemed to say. Axel shrugged. It's not about the size of the tool, but about how you use it. Well, at least in combat. Aslet tilted his head. Your funeral. With that, he turned into water and flew towards Axel at speed that made him wonder if they were in the same gravitational field. The trident, held by a water-maid hand, was swung at Axel with a terrifying momentum. Fuck. Axel dodged, but the trident came in with a stabbing motion the very next second. Knife wielding. Infusing magic in his knife, he deflected the trident. But then, the trident changed direction. Yep, it bent right like a snake and once again stabbed Axel. Axel once again stopped it with his knife. He took out another knife and infused it with lightning, slashing it at the water. The water suddenly turned violent, launching icicles on Axel. Air step. While deflecting the icicles, Axel took distance with a leap, standing on a water column. The water materialized to form Aslet's body again as he looked at Axel in complete astonishment. He was so surprised that a dumbfounded laughter escaped his lips. How? That's all he could ask. Lightning affinity. Not as insane as the water affinity, but still at an extremely high level. Raising an affinity is not an easy task. It needs the right training, comprehension, and the consumption of precious resources. Aslet was pretty sure the boy did not grow up in Atlantis, but in the outer world. Then how could he have such a high level in both lightning and wind affinities? Also, it had to be noticed that they were currently in an extreme gravitation zone. Aslet could move fast because he could turn into water. But, how in the name of the ancestors is this kid keeping up? Any other kid his age should not even be able to stand straight here, let alone move. Well, I have my secrets, said Axel with a smirk. This was the reason why he didn't run away. Because he had seen the greed and obsession in the old man's eyes when Axel showed off his affinity. This is the same man who risked his life just to get his hands on the royal relic. He won't be able to kill Axel without finding out how he increased his affinity. That's also the reason why Aslet brought the fight to close quarters. So that he would have more control and won't accidentally kill Axel. Of course, he had no idea he was following the pattern Axel had designed for him. Don't worry, Aslet sneered. You'd be begging to tell them after I'm through with you. Aslet's speed increased. This time, the trident seemed to move on its own, attacking Axel like a whip. Each attack was fast enough to leave after images. Arcane footsteps. Air step. Arcane eyes. Axel's movements in the air became more dynamic, helping him dodge the strikes. Those he couldn't dodge were deflected through the knives. But then, Aslet smirked, and the three-pronged blades of the trident began to move on their own, extending forward like vipers in order to cut down Axel. Launching boom. Axel hastily moved back, but the blunt end of the trident also moved at this moment, elongating outward and striking Axel in an arc. This was just too much for Axel, who was struggling with the enhanced gravitation. This time, Axel had no time to deflect it. He only managed to bring his knives in the path of the pole. TNNNN. A loud sound rang out as a tremendous force was transmitted to Axel, throwing him up like a rag doll. The water gathered around him only managed to slow him down after flying a dozen meters. Cough cough. After spitting out some blood, Axel stabilized himself and looked at his hands which were still shaking from the impact. He hadn't tried to resist the blow. There was no resisting it. Rather, he tried to absorb it and slowly dispel it. But it didn't work too well. I need to be more flexible, more relaxed. His muscles were in a tense state and couldn't immediately relax to let the impact flow through. While pretending to be hurt, once again took a shaky stance. On the other hand, the one shaking more was Aslet. But not because of any injury, but because of surprise. It had been a long time since he fought. So, caught in the flow, he ended up executing a series of fatal attacks. After the last hit, he was already in the process of taking out Elixir while wondering if he had overdone it. After all, he still had to interrogate the kid. But, imagine his surprise when he saw the boy still willing to fight more. Preposterous. Having seen the best talents of Atlantis, including Atlanta and Tristan, Aslet had thought he had seen it all. But today his assumptions were completely broken. Phenomenal water control, agility as high as the Wind Septi's members even under gravitation, enough endurance to take on a hit from the royal relic and survive, and those combat skills, refined to the point of perfection in order to bring maximum results with minimalistic efforts. Atlanta and Tristan. Just what kind of monster have those two released into the world? I have to accept. You have earned my respect with your skills, said Aslet. That's why, he was even more excited. What Aslet wanted to do right now was to open up Axel's brain and find out all of his secrets. The light in the trident intensified as he drew out more power. A grin spread over Aslet's cracked lips, making him appear more scary. Let's see if you can keep up. Aslet attacked Axel again. He likes strong opponents. Because, he gets that much enjoyment out of crushing them. This time, along with the attack from the dangerous trident, the water around the trident also formed into blades and began slashing at Axel. Axel cursed under his breath. Despite his best efforts, he could not avoid it all. His mind could anticipate, but his body, amidst this gravitational field, could not follow. Helpless, he could only focus on dodging and defending against the attacks while minimizing the damage. At the same time, margin of dodging became so narrow that cuts appeared all over his armor. Faster, more flexible, more adaptable. Due to the gravity and the huge gap in the combat strength, the injuries on Axel's body were piling up. If this kept on, it won't be long before he'd get hit. But his body was already performing at its maximum. Adding more strain would make it difficult for him to fight for long. On the other hand, the movements of Aslet were extremely fast, since he was not controlling his body, but controlling water. Even Axel could move water faster than he could move his own body. Wait, that's it. Struck by a sudden inspiration, Axel's movements began to change. The use of a little amount of water that he had under his control began to diversify. Previously, he was only using it as a shield. But now, it enveloped his body as if gripping it. Arcane footstep plus air step plus launching boom plus water monarch. Numerous attacks poured down on Axel, coming from the water and the trident. Axel's knives flashed, and this time, his movements were extremely clumsy, as opposed to his previous graceful and refined movements. But, the number of attacks he blocked or deflected was much higher. What was that? Asked Aslet, stopping for a moment. You have unlocked the skill, Fluid Dynamics. Water Monarch, proficiency equals 12.45%. While going through the sudden knowledge that entered his mind, Axel just shrugged. Nothing, just going with the flow. Power Stones. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 213, Chapter 212, Panicked Princess. Chapter 212. Princess Antilla paced back and forth in the command room of the royal castle. She had mobilized all of the forces at her disposal in order to find Axel. The orders they received was to find the Black Ops Division. It can't be revealed that their goal was to find Axel, otherwise it would be too easy for the Kraken to figure out that there was something fishy about Axel's identity, thus putting him in even more danger. Any news? She asked the general. Communication was not possible between the trench and Atlantis, so information was difficult. There has been none, as of yet, Princess, said the general. That made the princess even more anxious. The ship of the Black Ops Division had been caught in a spatial turbulence. The longer the news of sightings doesn't come, the deeper it means Axel and the Black Ops were teleported through the rift. Beep. Though, the general's e-brace blinked at this moment, attracting their attention. The general listened to the news, and his expression turned grave upon listening to the news. Bring him here as quickly as possible. What happened? The Kraken has managed to awaken the royal relic. The trident. It took several seconds for Antilla to process the information, after which, she firmly shook her head. Preposterous. That cannot be possible. I'm afraid that's what I heard, Princess. The Kraken's executives, along with Royal Relic Wielder, collectively attacked our Relic Wielder division which had been dispatched for the seal. This information is directly reported by a surviving Relic Wielder Asfer, who managed to make it back. No. Antilla just shook her head. There is no way the Royal Relic can be controlled by anyone without the Royal bloodline. The Royal Relic has been made by the finest Magi-craft maesters of the ether to resist the entity's coercion. Antilla refused to believe that someone from the Kraken managed to control it. The princess and the general made their way to the royal sanatorium where Asfer was being treated. His relic, the speed cloak, was hung beside him while the man himself was writhing in pain while lying in bed. This was the same relic wielder who had arrived at the biopark at the time of the monster outbreak. What happened to him? Asked the general to the menders, but Antilla's eyes were already shaking with shock. That energy, it can't be. It was a very strong water affinity magic. It can only mean one thing: the Kraken had managed to take control of the royal relic. As Antilla began dispelling the water energy spell, her surprise only magnified. How could someone from the Kraken have such a powerful water affinity? Asfer breathed a sigh of relief, his long beard trembling. "Thank you for your grace, princess," he said, trying to get up in order to kneel. But a wave of energy forced him back into bed. "Who was it?" asked Antilla, her blue eyes glowing with power. I do not know, princess. It was just water. A lot of it. And the royal relic." The water glass beside the bed shattered as Antilla failed to control her frustration. "Is there anything you can tell me about the wielder?" "Anything?" Asfer took a deep breath, recalling everything. His voice was definitely male. And his way of talking was very old-fashioned. Also, he said something about Lila being too soft on us. No. No, it can't be. The energy radiating from Antilla suddenly faltered. "Are you sure he said that? Did he use those exact words?" I think I'm sure. His exact words were, 'How weak. Lila has been too soft on you guys, not putting you through enough training.'" Antilla closed her eyes. She couldn't keep them open. Because if she did, the people present would see just how terrified she was right now. Lila, that's the same name, the general had also figured it out. Lila was Antilla's nickname. And the only people who've ever used it are her royal father, royal sister, and the traitor, she whispered, her voice trembling. As for Regius Varnox, her royal uncle, who took the life of her mother and sent her father to the deathbed. He's still alive. Antilla walked out of the sanatorium, going straight towards the armory. "Princess," said the general, following after her. "Princess, you can't be thinking about." "I am," replied Antilla. "I'm going there myself." "That's not possible, princess. This is wartime, and an expedition would take at least a month, and this if you return safely. And the whole time, the kingdom would be without a ruler, and that is if you manage to return safely." Despite not having the qualifications, Antilla was currently the regent, who had been ruling the kingdom in her father's stead. Because Atlantis cannot function without a ruler. Someone needs to be there to make the decisions. The Kraken would take advantage of it and the kingdom would be in chaos. I don't care. But, would Antilla really think about that right now? That traitor is somehow still alive. And Axel currently might be in the deeper layer of the trench. Do you know what that means? The royal relic drastically increases the wielder's sensitivity to water affinity. My sister could tell my location from the other end of the kingdom. Do you understand? I have to go. The general sighed as he made a decision. In that case, I'll go with you, he said, stopping the princess in her tracks. Princess, you have to understand. He's too powerful. Even if you do go, you'll end up losing your life. I'll have to go there by myself. The kingdom be damned, saving Axel takes priority. The princess quickly began making arrangements. Ever since the release of the biography of Axel, the wizarding world has been in a huge turmoil. With his already massive popularity and with the shocking revelations of the book, it was no doubt that Axel had become the most famous person in the wizarding world. But, it would be wrong to assume that this book was a good thing for Axel. The book had revealed many things which would have been better left hidden. There were too many people who were more than a bit jealous of Axel's bursting popularity and desperately wanted to have to share. The people who had been doing all they could gather fame were extremely vexed to see someone so easily get something they had been dreaming about their whole life. And the things revealed in the book were enough to give them something to bring down his fanatic popularity. A smear campaign was launched, with Axel Hunt as the target. Does Axel Hunt deserve to be idolized? There is no doubt that Axel Hunt had a tremendous amount of talent and potential. And that is why, he has become the dream idol to all the young wizarding population and the dream lover of most of the female wizarding population. Many young hot-blooded youths have even opened the savage cult, practically worshipping Hunt. But, is this truly right? In most people's opinion, seriously not. The boy is a thief and a murderer. If I had a kid, I would never want him to learn anything from the guy. That's what the star actor Ferguson had to say about the prodigious boy. I mean, once a thief, always a thief. Besides, isn't he always quite rude and selfish? He didn't attend classes and even beat up his teacher Gilderoy Lockhart in front of everyone. The kid has no respect for law and authority. This was the opinion of Tony McLegan, a famous inventor and author. Many more celebrities have also come forward, sharing their opinions on Hunt. And these statements aren't technically wrong. It is true that Hunt's past offenses have a reason behind them, but even after getting admitted into Hogwarts and gaining fame and a promising future, the genius has shown no improvement in his attitude. Breaking school rules, assaulting a teacher, threatening to quit sports and actually quitting, these things show a general lack of care of anything other than himself. This leads us to the question, is it right for him to be so loved by the people? Such attacks on Axel were now becoming a daily occurrence, trying to portray Axel in a negative light. Of course, these attempts were met by harsh responses from Axel's supporters, who jumped to support him. But there were many people who also felt that Axel's attitude was a bit much. And while this was going on, another commotion started. A huge amount of information was leaked. It contained information on most of these big shots who had been talking shit about Axel, exposing their scandals and law-breaking deeds. Turns out, many of the people criticizing Axel were no better themselves. But there was another thing that created a much larger commotion. It was a video. It first showed Andromeda Tonks leading a young Axel Hunt through the Diagon Alley. In the beginning, Axel looked quite wary and distrustful. But, as time passed, the tense expression on Axel's face slowly seemed to relax, until he would smile from time to time and even respond to Andromeda. The scene shifted, and it showed a conversation between a young Axel and the Minister of Magic Bellatrix Black. "What's up, Minister?" "Cyrus Greengrass, that's all," Bellatrix said. Axel frowned. "What?" he asked cautiously, seeming ready to run. "Cyrus Greengrass," the minister repeated. "The name of the men you killed." "Thought you should at least know that," she said in a sweet voice. "I don't know what you're talking about." The minister laughed. "Oh, come on, Axel. You don't need to lie to me. We both know you did it. In fact, if I, the minister, wanted, it would have been your crime even if you didn't do it." Axel gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" The minister raised her eyebrows, straight to the point. "Huh? I like it. Well, what I need is very simple actually. And it causes you no harm. The only reason I didn't simply get it from you was that I wanted to do this without breaking any law, and reading people's minds without their permission is illegal." "You want to read my mind? Why would you want to do that?" "I have nothing. You're the Minister of Magic. You can gain nothing from this," said Axel, finding this situation extremely annoying. Bellatrix shook her head. "You actually do have something that I want. You see, Andy's husband was tortured to insanity about 10 years ago, and she's been trying to find a solution for this whole time. Now, you were tortured as badly as him, but here you are, somehow totally sane. So I just need to look at the memories to see how you did it. Andy's already checked your whole brain, so biology has nothing to do with the reason." Axel glared at her. "Andromeda wouldn't have agreed to let you do this," he said, trying to threaten her using her big sister with the "I'll tell on you" tactic. At this, Bellatrix actually laughed, sounding genuinely amused. "I see. She did a very good job in manipulating you." Axel paused. "What are you talking about? It's funny really. How she's created a perfect image of herself in your mind so quickly. Let me enlighten you, you gullible kid, Andromeda is a black. She's no kind woman." Axel seemed to catch on to what Bellatrix was implying but seemed unwilling to accept the reality. But the minister didn't stop here. She mercilessly tore apart the last of Axel's small hope. "You think she did all this out of kindness? Wrong. Wake up, kid. Who are you to her? A nobody. Do you know how many have died for the sake of finding a cure for her husband? How long has she known you for? A day and a half. You tell me, kid, who's she gonna choose between her husband she's known for decades or you? She's kind. My perfect pureblood arse. She did all this because she thought it was the easier method. Just throw some money and some kindness to a homeless kid and he'll give you anything you want and still thank you afterward. But looking at you, I can tell. You wouldn't have agreed, would you? So, for the sake of my sister, I'll do this and then we go our separate ways. Now, do you agree or do I need to force you?" In the beginning, Axel's face was showing a lot of emotions. Regret, sadness, unwillingness, anger, etc. But right now, his face showed no emotions. He seemed completely calm. After a pause, "I agree," he said with no emotion. "But let me tell you in advance, you won't find anything that'll help your sister." Bellatrix was surprised to see his calm reaction. "What's the matter? You aren't angry at me." "I'm angry at you, but I'm also grateful," he smiled mockingly. "I was getting too hopeful and positive about this world. You reminded me once again that I should never trust anyone and learn to be satisfied with loneliness." Watching the complete video, Daphne threw away the Magi mirror, her expression livid. Martina, who had watched it together with her, also wasn't faring any better. Purple magic swirled around her, responding to her intense emotions. "He never told me." Daphne whispered, blinking away her tears. Axel had never told her about this incident. Axel had always made a face whenever the name of the minister was mentioned in front of him, but I had no idea. She had no idea that there'd be such a reason behind it. 2 years. It took her 2 years in order to make him believe that she wouldn't betray him. She had always wondered why. Why was it so difficult for him to believe her? Why would he not even let her be his friend, let alone his lover? Why does he always push her away? Well, now she knows why. He had just survived the worst and most traumatic event of his life, being in a vulnerable state. At this time, Andromeda came forward like a guiding angel, treating him with kindness he had never experienced before. He must have been happy. But then came along a gigantic bitch and burst his bubbles, telling him that all of it was just a hoax. When Axel said the last words, Daphne could feel her heart breaking for him. Because knowing him so well, she could tell that Axel truly believed he didn't deserve to be treated well. That there's no one who would treat him well unconditionally. Power Stones. I'm happy with the current response. Keep it up. Next, shocking revelation. Next, return of Arcane Thief. Next, through sheer fucking will. Next, new bloodline. Next, Axel Hunt. Dead. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 214, Chapter 213, Shocking Revelation. Chapter 213. Martina dabbed at the tears in her eyes, her nose red due to crying. The whole time while watching the video, she kept hoping for Bellatrix to stop, but the woman just kept getting more and more ruthless, as if enjoying destroying Axel. And now, the last line kept repeating in her head. I should never trust anyone and learn to be satisfied with loneliness. This made her understand a little. Axel has always been closed off, not letting others know how he feels. This was the first time she was hearing Axel actually speak his thoughts. And gods did it break her heart. Martina put a hand on her chest, which was hurting very badly for some reason. After seeing the video, she had finally gotten a glimpse into Axel's thought process, and gotten a slight understanding of his mindset. He wasn't the least bit surprised when my family betrayed him, she mumbled, her eyes lost in thought. To reject the Mikhailovs' engagement proposal without starting a war, Martina's family had used Axel as a shield, without her knowledge. Axel was angry, but he wasn't surprised. It's because he was expecting to be betrayed from the start. She realized. Now thinking back on it, many more such moments were surfacing on Martina's mind. From the beginning, everyone in this world had treated her with excessive favorability. Everyone except Axel, that is. Instead of trying to get closer to her, he did his best to maintain distance, as if he was disgusted. Axel had always been very rude and indifferent to her. Even though she knew about his difficult childhood, she had still thought that he was overly cautious and paranoid. After all, even though those crude and vulgar people on the streets haven't treated him well, why look at her from the same perspective? Why lump her with their kind? But now, she understood. He wasn't being excessive. He was, in fact, right in being cautious and paranoid. Because if she had been in his place, she definitely wouldn't have been able to take it. Martina had just thought he was wary of her due to his difficult life. But now watching this video, she realized that he was always expecting her to be like Bellatrix and Andromeda, due to her having a rich and powerful family background. And, was he right in doing so? Of course he was. Her family hadn't betrayed his expectations and rewarded him with an excellent betrayal. Right now, Martina really resented her family. As for the Minister of Magic, the purple magic around her swirled dangerously. Martina met eyes with Daphne and saw the same look in her eyes. Both of them turned their attention to Bellatrix, who was currently lying on her knees in a daze. Bomb. Faster than you could blink, Daphne had moved right up to the minister and landed a punch squarely on her face. You sadistic bitch. Why did you do that? Daphne's anger was palpable. To the point that it was reaching a similar level to the anger she felt for her father. Martina had the same question. He had done nothing to provoke you. Then, why? Why indeed? How could she treat him so badly when Axel had done nothing to her? No matter what, it only seemed like a sadist taking pleasure in pushing around a child. And, if you had done this to him, then with what right did you try to keep me away from him? Daphne demanded. Just a few days ago, when Axel was admitted to the VIP ward, Daphne had tried seeing him, but Bellatrix had kicked her out, claiming she wasn't qualified to meet Axel. If Daphne, who had never done anything to harm Axel, was not qualified to meet him, then how the hell was this bitch with a capital B qualified to be in 1 kilometer range of him? Bellatrix, who had finally snapped out of her daze, did something completely unexpected. She burst into laughter. Full-blown, mad laughing and giggling. That's it. She murmured in between her chuckles. Daphne hit her again. This bitch. Why are you still laughing? Do you not understand? Your life is over. Everyone in the world currently hates you. But neither her words, nor the heavy blows seemed to affect the crazy woman. Bellatrix laughed for a while before shaking her head. To be honest, I don't know why either. Maybe because I've finally lost it, or maybe because I see the futility of my life. What is that supposed to mean? Asked Martina. Bellatrix looked at the two girls for a while before sighing. You two aren't that much different than me. How dare you even compare us to someone like? You'll do anything for him, the both of you. Won't you? Asked Bellatrix, and upon their silent admission, she laughed. His father has 3 life debts on me. I'll do anything for him too. So, we're not that different as you think. And believe me, most likely, you two will also end up just like me. A bitter woman too weak to do anything when he did need help, and then living the rest of your life in regret. What? What nonsense are you SPO? I'm not talking nonsense. I mean, can't you see the current situation? He's out there, fighting Kraken, and what are you doing? Interrogating a bug. The Kraken is too strong. You're already too weak to do anything for him. Daphne seemed at a loss for words. On the other hand, Martina had gone completely silent. Bellatrix fiddled with the wand in her hand. You know, I'm a sadistic bitch who enjoys other sufferings. And I know you two really want to torture me right now. And I deserve and welcome every bit of it. But, I really had no idea that Axel was his son. Recalling that memory every day is already a torture. And if not, I've also tortured myself a lot for what I did. But. Bellatrix paused. What's more torturous is the fact that I spent 10 years amassing all of this power, and realized that even that isn't enough to do anything against the organization, she sighed. And now, just like his father, that guy has also gone there alone, and there's no word yet. This is the torture. Her words caused both Daphne and Martina to freeze. What Bellatrix said had hit too close to home. The truth was, they were worried sick about Axel and the bleak future she described. No. Daphne's fists clenched. No, she repeated, shaking her head. I don't know about Axel's father, but I know Axel. We don't need to worry about him. He can handle himself, she said confidently. But only she knew. That she had to believe that. Because, if anything were to happen to Axel, she couldn't imagine anything after. Also, Daphne drew her wand. You were right. Crucio. Bellatrix curled up on the ground, her eyes widening at the surprisingly huge amount of pain she was suddenly put through. You were right. I do want to torture you. Not because of what you did do, but because of what you didn't do. Crucio. For the last 2 years, he kept trying to push me away, kept trying to remain alone, kept trying to distrust me, kept trying to keep boundaries. I chalked it up to the fact that he had a difficult past, not knowing that the fundamental problem was the fact that that person, the person I love, didn't think he deserved to be loved. That every moment he was spending with me, he was preparing himself for betrayal. That he thought there could be no one in the world who would just be with him for the sake of wanting to be with him. But you knew. Crucio. You were the one who caused it, after all. And yet, even after realizing it was someone you were supposed to protect, and even after genuinely regretting it, you were able to do nothing about it. Bellatrix's limbs lost their strength as she realized that Daphne was right. Was it really like this? She thought she was trying to make amends. But, looking back, all she was really trying to do was try to gain Axel's forgiveness and favor. In the end, what she tried to do was what would make her feel better, not Axel. You realize it yet? Asked Daphne. I knew you wouldn't think of this. That's the problem of pure-blood bigots like you. Crucio. Pant, pant, pant. Tired and emotionally exhausted upon casting the Cruciatus for the first time in her life, Daphne closed her eyes as various scenes of their interaction kept playing in her head. All she wanted to do was to see him, and hug him tightly. And tell him again and again she loved him unconditionally and forever. And that she'll never, ever betray him until that blockhead actually starts believing it. Don't worry. It'll happen soon. He'll destroy Kraken and come back soon enough. That's all she could do to console her impatient heart. Cling, clang, cling cling cling. The sounds of collision of weapons continuously rang in the air along with splashing of water, as Axel and Aslet fought tooth and nail in the battle. In the beginning, Axel got badly beaten. But now, the flow of the fight seemed to be changing. Every time a blow landed on Axel, it seemed to be absorbed, as if not having any impact on him. The water around him would kill its momentum, until all Axel would get would be a minor hit. Due to Aslet's extreme water affinity, Axel could only control a very minute amount of water. But, that was enough. His water domain was letting him feel every moment before his eyes could follow, and his brain was controlling water in his body to defend. Coward. Is that, clang, all, clang, you can do? taunted Axel in between the assault. From beginning till end, Axel had only been on the defensive, not bothering to attack Axel at all. The worst thing was, it was actually working, as he had managed to survive till now. Axel didn't bother responding. All of his focus was currently directed elsewhere. Their battle continued. Axel, with his water body, could fight without getting tired even in the gravity. But a long time had passed and Axel was still somehow keeping up. This doesn't make sense. How are you still able to move? Taking distance, a watery head of Axel formed in the air, looking at Axel while tilting to one side. Axel's body hadn't changed into water. And this was an extreme gravity field. Before having the ability of turning into water, Axel had experienced this place himself. There's no way anyone can move like that more so long here. Not even those who have successfully managed to go through 3 or 4 body. Then, how in the world is still not dead out of exhaustion? Why haven't his bones and muscles burst from the heavy movements? Wait. It was only then that he paid attention to Axel's body. The fight had destroyed most of Axel's armor except for the important places, leaving his scarred body exposed. Wait, how did you? Axel's whole frame was packed with dense muscles which, when tense, could even pass off as a metal exoskeleton. Axel's body had muscles that you wouldn't even know could exist, grown with a way to maximize his body's functionality. Axel shrugged. I did some burpees. You know, just wanted to make sure my future wife wouldn't complain about low stamina. Axel had it now. Alright, this is it. I was saving my power for other relic wielders, but it seems that I can't keep holding back anymore. Axel raised his trident, finally using his water affinity. Keeping up maximum concentration, Axel prepared himself. Until now, he had managed to find a few things. The amount of water elemental energy Axel can use, it's not infinite. If Axel is tired, then Axel has also been fighting for the last few days. He has already had a fight against a whole team of relic wielders. Also, since the beginning of the fight, there was another thing he had noticed. Axel's eyes went to the royal relic. It's not fully under his control, he thought. That's right. Axel was using the royal relic. But in order to bring out its full power, the staff had been installed with the same blue marking that covered the bodies of Kraken members. That's why, Axel hadn't tried to run away yet. He was not the one to give up in the face of difficult odds. But, when the staff glowed. Boom. And the attack that came made him want to run away. Power Stones. If you want to read the following chapters. Next, Return of Arcane Thief. Next, Through Sheer Fucking Will. Next, New Bloodline. Next, Axel Hunt. Dead. Next, That Brat, is the Crown Prince. 15+ chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 215, Chapter 214, Return of the Arcane Thief. As soon as Axel raised the trident, a huge amount of water suddenly appeared in the air, as if it had always been there. In the face of that power, even the small amount of water that Axel had under his control started shaking, as if wanting to escape his control. You have been an exceptional adversary. I would have continued this, but my mission is to kill all the relic wielders. Unfortunately, I've only managed to kill 2, said Axel as he pointed the trident at Axel. So, the time of jesting is now gone. The water took the shape of a 60-meter-long hydra with 9 heads, each of which began gathering magic in their throat, preparing to attack. Hell. Axel was surprised at the sheer difference in skill. Should I run? He had given it an honest shot, but the difference in skill was simply too big. The difference in water affinity was too big. Running away would save his life, but there'd be downsides. Axel has already killed too many relic wielders. If Axel teleported now, with the unstable space, there is no guarantee where he might end up. Then he'd have to recover and gather relic wielders. In that time, Axel would have tracked and killed more relic wielders, including Ender, the lightning relic wielder, who still has the traces of Axel's water magic on him. That would make handling the rest of the organization difficult. Launching boom plus air step plus arcane footwork plus fluid. Asterisk dynamics. Arcane barrier. Axel was moving back at maximum speed before the water could even reach him, mobilizing his best defense. At the last moment, he changed his direction. But, it was of no use, as the water jets followed him like guided missiles. Axel was hit. The heck. The destructive power was too much. The water was compressed beyond his comprehension and there was also an extremely strong water elemental energy mixed in, which was making sure anything in its path was destroyed. The jet cleanly broke through his defense like tofu. Boom. Gah. The water was compressed to the point of being more solid than metal and it had a turbulent flow of magic that seemed hell-bent on destroying him. Caught up in the flow, and being dragged for kilometers, Axel wondered yet again how the difference could be this big. At this moment, teleporting away was a great temptation. But, there was another, bigger temptation. He felt the water that was currently trying to destroy his body. It was heavier, denser, more destructive, more alive. It was so mysterious, so different, that it almost didn't feel like water anymore. Axel was unable to make the water under his control show these properties. So, the desire he felt right now was, this water magic, I want it. It was a primal want, similar to the one he had when he had first decided to steal food due to the burning hunger he had felt. And then he thought, why not? The water beam had blasted Axel a long distance away. Axel appeared above him a few seconds later in order to check the damage. He saw Axel's battered body floating in a ditch in the ground. Huh. The old man let out a breath. As I thought, you were able to survive even that. Even after winning the fight, instead of any form of triumph, all Axel had was a feeling of anxiousness. What a terrifying existence. Axel was sure the boy was a one-hit kill opponent when he encountered him a few hours back. But while he was trying to subdue him without killing him, he had grown to the point of barely holding up even against the best of his melee attacks. Somehow, even though he was not able to turn into water, the boy was able to emulate the properties of water into his already wide range of movements in order to absorb anything he attacked him with. That's why, Axel used excessive force this time, knowing he would do the same again. It's good that I encountered you now. He muttered, slowly descending. The potential of this guy is extremely scary. If he had been allowed to grow for a few more years, Axel wasn't sure what if he could have still won. Now, let's see what you're heedy. The words got stuck in Axel's throat. Because Axel, who should have been half dead by now, had actually started moving. So, it's like this. Axel whispered to himself, his body slowly starting to rise. Preposterous. Still in bafflement, Axel checked the boy's condition. It seems that he had managed to reduce the impact to a huge extent using his tricks. But still, he had taken a lot of damage. Blood was freely flowing from his hands, which had somehow managed to protect his vitals. The skin of the rest of his body was peeled off due to the violent jet, revealing the red muscles. And yet, the guy was still standing. Rising backing into the air, Axel grinned. The left side of his face skin was gone, showing his teeth, which made him look all the more creepy. Axel's blue eyes, which were still full of fighting spirit, made contact with Axel's. Give me more. Axel never knew that he'd feel scared of a 13-year-old brat. But right now, he did. It's the same feeling as the one you get when thoroughly crushing a bug, only to see it attack your face right after. Axel raised the royal trident again. And this time, a whirlpool of water created around Axel, taking the flow. It had a violent energy that could crush him into the ground. That should put you down. But, as if he was a Rolly-Polly, Axel got back up again, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Show me more. Just go down already. Axel attacked again. M.O. Re. Again. M.M. Or. And again. Again. It felt as if just a little more would be enough to take him down. But each time, Axel would get back up like an undying creature, hungry for more. Axel even had a nagging suspicion that he was taking less damage each time. The attacks had dragged Axel so far that they had now reached a different area. In this place, the space itself was extremely dense, making it difficult for even Axel to move, let alone Axel. What are you? Axel was really creeped out now. Though he had managed to not lose any limbs, Axel's body had already accumulated too much damage. He was only standing up through mana strings and water using puppeteering. Having been a survivor himself, Axel knew firsthand that it is not easy to not give up when your body is in that condition. And he couldn't get his head around the fact that there was a 13-year-old who'd rather go through all this than die or surrender. Furthermore, there was another fact that chilled him to his liquefied bones. No pain, no fear, no hesitation. From the beginning of the fight till now, Axel has not shown so much as a grimace despite all the injuries he had accumulated. Axel was now tired. He couldn't afford to waste any more time and energy. Also, he was starting to get a bit scared too. Just, what's happening? Axel attacked again, but this time, he paid deeper attention to Axel's response. And this time, Axel felt it. Just before the water hit Axel, it curved. That's right. This time, just when it felt like Axel was going to die, he had instead managed to avoid the majority of damage from Axel's water spell. What? Unable to believe, Axel attacked again. But once again, Axel had managed to influence the water, and the damage this time was even lower. Impossible. Even though he wasn't using his full strength, his control over water was indomitable. With his existing control, there's no way the boy would have been able to influence it. Unless. Aslet's body materialized back from its water out of shock. The water concept. He whispered. By the glory of ancestors, this cannot be. The water concept. It's the royal family magic codex, written by the best of the Etherians. It's linked to the bloodline of the royal family. Increasing one's understanding in it will increase one's proficiency in water control. Aslet's water magic is based on the water concept. And to influence it, one must have a similar proficiency in the water concept. Just a few hours ago, Axel was nowhere near his level. But now, he can feel it. The water around Axel has started to imitate the same form as him. Axel's body rose back up again. Water Monarch. Proficiency, 25.24%. Within a short period of time, Axel had managed to increase his proficiency by almost 10%. There are magic particles in water. A huge amount of them. New knowledge was continuously entering his mind as his skill proficiency increased at a rapid rate. Through repeated bashing, he was starting to understand just how Aslet turns the water in multiple ways. If you control the water, you also control the magic particle within. Until earlier, he had only been using it instinctively. But now, it was different. SSSSSSSSSSS. His injuries began to heal at a visible rate. And the water under his control began to change its composition, becoming stronger and more destructive. Slowly rising back into the air, Axel gave Aslet a bloody smile. Thanks. If not for Aslet, it would have taken him months to reach this level. How? For a moment, instead of an experienced warrior, Aslet had turned into a confused old man. How in the Etherian paradise is that possible? How, you ask? It's simple. Axel shrugged. I just remembered who I am. A thief. That's right. In all the fancy relics, affinities, and magics, Axel had forgotten who he truly was. What his class was. If Aslet's water magic is too good, then he'll just steal it. Arcane Thief. Class progress, 50.3%. Skill stealing unlocked. The sudden epiphany had increased his class progress, which had been slowed down after he had stopped stealing things. Now, shall we begin the real fight? How long will it take? Asked Antilla. They were currently in the Aqua Shuttle, a sub-relic that was designed for the royal family. The general checked the coordinates. We should be there in 5 hours, princess. Antilla was extremely impatient. Go faster. Don't be anxious, princess. He's under the division head Tenebris. She should be capable enough to last long enough even if they did end up encountering him. All relic wielders venturing deep into the trench always have an advanced tracking spell placed on them, which can be traced in by those who have high enough clearance. They're currently tracking Kirin, who should be with Axel. Antilla sighed. I know. Kirin is capable. But. She put a hand over her heart. I just have an ominous feeling about it. Like it so far. Then give POWERSTONES. Next, Return of Arcane Thief. Next, through sheer fucking will. Next, New Bloodline. Next, Axel Hunt. Dead. Next, that brat. Is actually the Crown Prince. Next, the unsurvivable explosion. Can't wait. Come read ahead. 15 plus chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 216, Chapter 215, Through Sheer Fucking Will. He stole the Royal Codex. Aslet was blown away. It should be impossible. Comprehending and learning ancient Etherian magic just through observation. That's squid shit. It's complex and intricate magic that needs a high understanding and control of water. It took Aslet years to gain mastery in them. And then comes this young boy who isn't even old enough to turn his little worm into snake and manages to learn it enough to actually defend himself against it. Aslet looked at the boy. Deep and wide gashes and laceration covered his whole body, held together only by water threads that were roped all over. There's a limit to how much he could heal through water, so, after the beating he had endured, Aslet knew that the boy's body was, for the most part, still dysfunctional, and in a lot of pain. So, while Aslet was still fine, having the power of relic in the entity, the boy seemed to have long expended his physical and magical energy in order to protect himself. Though the boy has done well to survive until now, it would be safe to say that at this point, this fight should be over. But, Aslet knew better. You truly are, the single most fearsome Atlantean I've encountered. I can now understand to some extent how you boast and possess such might as your age. Aslet had to accept. He was drowned. Drowned by the immense sheer abnormality of this freak. Since the start of the fight, till now, he has managed to increase his combat prowess by at least twice. Not just because of his obscene talent. But because of the sheer will to survive. Not only that, he has been calm from the beginning, if he always has a card up his sleeve. And until now, that has turned out to be true. So, Axel now knew that even though logic dictates that this fight might be over if he just made a few more attacks, he would be extremely wrong in that assumption. If this fight dragged on any longer, this abomination might even grow strong enough to escape, or even threaten him. It looks like I really can't hold back. As if having made his decision, Axel's grip on the trident tightened as he closed his eyes. Until now, Axel hadn't been using all of the royal relic's power, only depending on his personal water control. He has been saving it up for the relic wielders. But, to think I would be using it on a 13-year-old. The royal relic is not a simple piece of equipment. Designed for the rulers of Atlantis, it can display power far beyond norm, for those worthy enough to wield it. So, it was a significant gain for the organization when Axel, a member of royal bloodline, managed to obtain the royal relic. If they could use its true powers, combined with the limitless power boost obtained from the blue markings, they could create an ultimate weapon which could destroy the kingdom. Only, there was a problem. The power didn't turn out to be as unlimited, like they had predicted. In the dimensional explosion that happened a decade ago, Axel's body had been damaged, unable to properly wield its power, and also, the relic didn't deem him worthy. Yes, the royal relic has a will of its own. It only picks those who it considers worthy to rule Atlantis. Despite Axel's superior talent and skills, it had chosen Axel's brother over him. Axel had used forbidden Etherian magic in order to kill his brother, but ended up failing and almost dying himself. That only made him more unworthy of wielding the relic. So, for the last decade, the organization had been making preparations. They modified Axel's body to wield the power of relic and the power of the entity, and then corrupted the royal relic, forcefully bonding it to him through the markings and rituals. And, they had succeeded. Once the relic is fully under his control, he was going to be the entity's secret weapon, who would finish the powerful kingdom in one fell swoop and undo the seal. But, that was supposed to happen after a few more years. Due to various disruptions in plan, like the death of 7th and 8th, failure of bombing plan, failure of the biopark invasion, etc., Axel was awakened much earlier than the planned time. He had yet to gain full control of the relic. The situation now was that he could only bring out the relic's true powers for a limited time. So, he had been extremely cautious with it, only using it on strong opponents. But now, it seemed it was going to be used on this brat. Feel honored, young one. I'll show you the true water arts before you die, said Axel, as the blue markings on his body started to wriggle, their glow intensifying. The marking connected with the marking on the relic, and the relic began releasing powerful energy waves. Great. Axel, who was only standing purely through his sheer fucking will, just shook his head when he felt the intensity of that magic. Too fucking powerful. He lost control of the water that was under his control, causing him to start plummeting down. Axel pointed the relic was Axel. Turn into water, he said, as an intense wave of energy was released from the trident. This was the water conversion spell, a special ability of the royal relic. The authority to turn anything into water. Only extremely strong individuals who have a relic of their own can temporarily resist it. Axel felt his body obeying as it started to liquefy. Axel fell to the ground, leaving a trail of water molecules which were oozing out of his skin. But Axel, who seemed to have just one, was far from satisfied. He looked at the royal relic with a mixture of incomprehension and disbelief. Why did it not work? The curse just now. It hadn't worked. The power, it was abruptly cut off mid-spell, causing the effect to lessen considerably. Axel couldn't quite process what had just happened. He clearly should have had more time. Then how come the spell stopped midway? Axel's descent stopped, but his eyes were still close, studying this ability that had managed to take down even the relic wielders as powerful as Ender. He had to admit, the relic was scary as fuck. This seemed a power too out of reach to resist even with his high water affinity and royal bloodline. It's good that I took precautions. Axel gripped the trident with both hands, trying to establish the connection, but it was all in vain. While he was unaware, the bond that had been forcefully established had become so weak that he could no longer tap into the full power of the relic. At this moment, Axel's eyes went to Axel, who showed no surprise at this sudden development. But he shook his head. Not possible. He was bonded to the relic through the markings. What? Can't use your toy? Asked Axel, his voice raspy because even his vocal cords had been injured. But Axel still heard it. And as if in response, the relic in his hand hummed. Axel almost dropped the relic due to his shock. He couldn't believe it. He simply couldn't believe it. By the ancestor's grave. The bond, it was forged through the markings of the entity. It should not be possible for you to influence it. Axel laughed. Stop deluding yourself. You're not bonded to the relic. You're shackled to it. Axel finally opened his eyes, having finally brought the curse under his control with much difficulty. There's a big difference. The major reason behind why he chose to fight. It was because it's been calling me. Axel could feel the royal relic had a consciousness of its own. He could actually feel it reaching out to him, calling for his help, asking him to free it from its shackles. And since he had a way of doing that, Axel decided to first unshackle the relic. Because, as long as Aslet is bonded to the relic, there is no way Axel could win with his own power. So, since the start of the fight, he had been buying time while studying the markings and increasing his skill proficiency. That's also the reason why he was only focused on defense rather than attack. But, it wasn't as easy as he'd thought. Those markings, they were extremely tricky. His current level of skill wasn't enough to undo those markings. He'd either need a huge amount of power to brute force them, or he'd need to be a seal expert, with extremely precise magic control. Well, he had neither. The result? After all this time, he had managed to gain partial success. A part of the bindings had been released, making it impossible for Aslet to bring out the full power of the relic. The rest, he still had to figure out. The trident revolved around Aslet's hand and water started to gather in obscene quantities. Aslet once again took a combat stance. He was now sure. Whatever secrets this boy had, he had no business knowing. He had to kill him as soon as possible. Die. The Hydra once again manifested out of the water which attacked Axel. But this time, Axel wasn't passive either. He waved his hands and another Hydra was formed, much smaller than Aslet's. Aslet scoffed. Thief, even if you imitate my technique, you can't imitate my power. You're right. I can't. When the concentrated water beams were fired, Axel's Hydra also fired its water jet, which was much smaller and weaker than Aslet's. The beams collided, and Aslet's beam continued unabated, absorbing Axel's attack into them. Just before the beams hit him, Axel pushed his arms apart as if opening a curtain, and the water beam split open, leaving space for him and letting him pass right through. Don't celebrate yet. Aslet didn't even bother being surprised this time. It only increased his urgency to kill this guy. Axel sighed. This time, the damage he faced was the least. But he knew, this didn't mean he could win. Aslet changed his offense, shifting the fight back to close quarters. It was because the conditions had now changed. They were now in the space field, where the space itself was restricted, thus restricting the movements of not one dimension, but all three dimensions. Also, Axel had previously become equal to him in terms of close quarters due to his high physical starts and his strange magical skills but was massively underpowered in terms of long-ranged combat. But now, even though he had managed to rival him in terms of long-ranged combat due to his high water affinity, he had completely exhausted all of his physical and magical power. All you have left is your water control, said Aslet as he attacked. Axel had exhausted all of his other cards. On the other hand, Aslet's markings were still filling him up with unlimited power, through which, he could keep his body in water state, making him immune to physical limitations. So, the boy had done well managing to surpass all limitations to survive till now. But could he win? Aslet smirked. Nah, I'll still win. Within a second, Aslet had reached Axel, attacking him with trident. But Axel's body dodged. What? Aslet attacked again, this time also adding the water blade. But they were countered by another sets of water blades while Axel's hands were raised in a weird motion to block the trident. How are you still moving that body? Asked Aslet, continuing his onslaught. It was then that he realized. The water. The water was currently wrapped around Axel's body, making it move. Previously, he was only using it to enhance his speed and defense. But now. It's like fighting a puppet. Axel was controlling his body through water like a puppet, making it move as he wanted. The problem wasn't that, it was that he was still able to keep up. Previously, he was mainly depending on his full physical and magical abilities along with water control to barely keep up with him. But Aslet didn't expect that even just through water control, he could still keep up. Just how many things? The boy was using his water affinity to make water blades to fight his onslaught and at the same time, he was observing and anticipating his lightning-fast attacks of the trident, and then controlling his body through water to respond to them. All the while, he was also suppressing the water conversion spell, enduring the pain of his existing debilitating injuries and the pain of his body slowly turning into water. It wouldn't be wrong to say that Axel was currently fighting him solely through his mind. How? Aslet's eyes met Axel, and he saw that Axel's blue eyes now had faint specks of amber, as like embers of a fire. It was at this moment that he remembered. No. His other bloodline. Power Stones. I need them today and then again tomorrow when they get refilled. Next, new bloodline. Action-packed chapters. Come read ahead. 15 plus chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 217, Chapter 216, New Bloodline. Aslet couldn't believe it. His other bloodline. No. Aslet quickly denied the possibility. It was impossible to awaken that bloodline without the entity's influence. But still, his urgency to defeat Axel increased. Just the possibility was enough to terrify him. "You are going to die now," he uttered, one of his eyes turning green. "Try it." "I will survive, no matter what," replied Axel. Powerful winds were generated, mixing in with Aslet's water attack to enhance their destructive power. In order to defeat Axel, Aslet even brought out his other bloodline, the bloodline of Vanox, the Wind Septies. Sylphia's power. Axel, on the other hand, was taken by surprise. Having no strength to block it, he absorbed the power of the dangerous attack. Shush. As a result, he was thrown away several hundred kilometers due to the sheer power behind the attack. What the? This was definitely that bitch Sylphia's power. The wind arts of the Varnox Septies. Slithia Varnox. Aslet Regius Varnox. Of course. Of all the girls in the kingdom, his great-grandfather only had to have an affair with someone who belonged to one of the most powerful septices of Atlantis. So, Aslet not only has extremely high proficiency in water arts, but also in wind arts. Of course, using the two in conjunction must take a significant toll on Aslet, but it was effective, since Axel almost died just now. Skill Steal. Instantly, Axel began to learn the wind arts, not to get the power of winds, but to understand Aslet's attacks better in order to defend against them. You have awakened the wind affinity. Proficiency 1.2%. You have unlocked wind arts. What in the hell? The members of the royal family, having mixed their bloodlines with the other septices throughout generations, can learn all affinities to a certain extent. Axel wasn't allowed to ponder that piece of information as Aslet once again appeared in front of him to launch another attack. As Aslet's onslaught continued, Axel once again adapted to it. Understanding the basic principle of the magic Aslet was using, he was able to better counter it. Wind Affinity Carrot. Wind Arts Carrot. Water Arts Carrot. Water Monarch Carrot. The damage Axel had accumulated made it seem that he might die at any moment, and it was only increasing with each of Aslet's attacks. And even the amount of water he could mobilize was slowly decreasing. But, why? Why does he not die? Why does he keep getting better? Aslet was at his wit's end now. Certainly, that much damage was enough to kill anyone. And even if they don't die, they should be incapacitated, unable to do anything due to the pain. But Axel, he was still fighting with a calmness and composure as if having a leisurely game of chess. And his skill proficiencies were increasing. He has that mentality. The main reason why Axel was still alive was not because of his many fancy abilities. In history, there have always been people who've managed to achieve impossible feats, beating overwhelming odds. The reason these people were able to succeed was not just because of their extraordinary talent. It was a kind of special mentality. An unexplainable power. It wasn't something which you could get through bloodlines. Talent doesn't really mean much if you can't use it properly. It doesn't mean much if you give up easily. It doesn't mean much if you can't go through hardships. And not when you don't have the ability to focus on surviving, no matter how bad the situation. But this boy has it. On a level he had never seen before. Talent in spades, and the mind that could use it all. Aslet's gaze once again went to Axel's eyes. In the blue eyes, the specks of the dying embers were now replaced with now glowing bright enough to rival the blue. It was only then did he notice. His control has improved. Axel's control over the magic in water was improving in real time. He was able to now handle his attacks even when using very little amount of water. He's actually awakening it. He realized. That bloodline had gone dormant for generations. Without the entity's power, it cannot be awakened. Aslet's trepidation towards Axel increased. Since the beginning of the fight, the boy has not only managed to increase his combat strength considerably, but also awakened his royal bloodline further. So, even if it might seem impossible to awaken that bloodline in a logical sense, but Axel is not someone who follows logic. I have to end it. It was at this moment that Aslet realized. If he dragged the fight, he might really die. Aslet stopped attacking for a moment, distancing himself from Axel. I will confess, this has been the worst battle that I've ever fought, he said. This battle could have ended the moment he had seen Axel. The power difference between them was just that large. If this was a game of chess, then Axel would have a few pieces left on his side, while Aslet would have knights, rooks, bishop, queen, dragon, and more. But Axel played his pieces with extreme trickery, using everything he had while Aslet just tried to play using his pawns. The whole time, Aslet was given the impression that the game was in his control through his offense, but while defending, Axel had been slowly converting his pawns into higher pieces while strategizing to trap dragon and queen. The situation now? He had lost his dragon, which is, his ability to bring out the full power of the relic. On the other hand, even though Axel had lost many pieces, he now had a queen of his own, his improved water control. If the match was previously 99-1, it had now taken a dramatic turn to being around 75-25, with the scary part being that Axel's pieces still have the potential to grow further. I have been extremely foolish since the beginning of the battle, Aslet admitted, looking at Axel, who was already using this brief time to recover and prepare his offense. He has a wealth of experience, but nothing he has experienced so far could ever prepare him to have a fight against a 13-year-old who is actually a monster more terrifying than any other Altantion. But, as they say, learn from your mistakes. This fight has already cost him a lot so far. So much so that his whole plans have been ruined. But, the least Aslet can do is to learn from this experience and not repeat the same mistake again. He has been trying to hold back, thinking of ending the fight with minimal effort. That ends now. He has to acknowledge that this boy right here is the biggest threat he has ever faced. An unusual energy began radiating from Aslet. Do you know, I defeated the previous king even when he had the possession of Relic, said Aslet. He is not some nobody who only had his water affinity and royal relic as his powerful pieces. He is Aslet Regius Varnox, the man who is the reason why the previous king has been bedridden for years. It is true that the water affinity and the royal trident are the most formidable pieces in his arsenal, even more powerful than all the ancient spells and other techniques he has learned over the years. If the boy can defend against these, he can defend against pretty much everything else he has as well. But, that is only when counting pieces that don't need sacrifice. Didn't think I would willingly go through this again, he said, preparing the magic. For a moment, Aslet's blue eyes suddenly had a light amber glow in them as strange energy began radiating from him. Axel, who had been trying to recover, suddenly shifted to offense, his eyes widening at the unusual form of magic. Axel's water, which had been mobilized sole for defense, suddenly started to attack Aslet. Good sense. Even as he arranged his defense, Aslet admired Axel's battle instincts. The boy is decisively using everything on offense to prevent Aslet from casting whatever magic he's preparing. Too bad it's useless. Aslet's water body dramatically increased his defense against almost all kinds of attacks, whether physical, mental, or magical. So, from the beginning, Axel hasn't been able to do much against him. Axel doesn't really have anything that was powerful enough to give him damage. The only reason he's still alive is because he's able to successfully use weak abilities to efficiently deflect the power of Aslet's attacks. That's not very useful when it comes to attacking Aslet, is it? The water bodies around Aslet were able to block Axel's water attacks, which had copied from Aslet's water arts, only much weaker. Give up, boy. This is the end. Aslet couldn't finish those words. The composition of the water around him changed and billions of volts of electricity were generated, giving him a lot of damage. What Axel had done just now was to change the composition of the water that he had attacked Aslet with by separating positive and negative charges, thus naturally generating a huge amount of lighting without having to use his own magic. And, the power was enough to actually damage Aslet in his water body state. What? The magic that Aslet had been trying to cast was suddenly interrupted, saving Axel a few more seconds. Aslet was shocked, literally. The lightning arts, how did you? These were the lightning arts of the Ignis Septies. Jolts of electricity was running throughout Aslet's body while his brain processed this shocking revelation. Axel did have the lightning affinity, which he had inherited from his grandmother of the Ignis Septies. It was revealed in the beginning of the water when the boy had used lightning against him. But, at that time, the lightning he had used was too weak, not even enough to give him an iota of damage. It was a very crude and amateur attempt at offense, which he had made using his own meager magic. But, just now, the lightning attack he had used was made through the lightning arts of the lightning Septies. Meaning either he has been hiding it from the beginning, or in just a short while, the boy has dramatically increased his comprehension of the lightning arts, thus also increasing his lightning affinity. Aslet didn't know which option was more terrifying. The extreme lightning of the Ignis Septies is one of the things that can actually threaten Aslet. That's the reason why he had gone as far as using the relic's full abilities on the lightning relic wielder. But the bastard had managed to use lightning body at the last moment, thus managing to save himself. The saving grace was, Axel's proficiency still hadn't reached a high enough level and neither did he have the lightning relic. Furthermore, you're not the only one with lightning. Aslet was a member of the royal family, which has been mixing the bloodlines of the other Septices for generations. Water and wind might be his strongest affinities, but over the years, he still has gained some proficiency in it. So, the attack just now was still bearable. Aslet realized that it was only because of his decision to use his strongest card that forced Axel to reveal this. Had the battle stretched further, the damage Aslet would have taken would have been much, much worse. This time for sure, you're dead. Even while under extreme pain, Aslet managed to finish the chant for his magic. Soul Extinguisher. ZZZZZZZZZZZZNNNNNNN. Both Aslet and Axel fell to the ground. A piercing shriek filled the area. Surprisingly, it was coming from Axel, who wouldn't scream even when being infected with painifera venom. Axel's mind was blank. He didn't even know what happened, but he was suddenly screaming his lungs out while his body writhed on the ground. Then he felt it, his soul. He had felt it before, like when it was almost sucked out by the Dementors or when it accepting the burden of limit break, or when practicing Zen focus. Only this time, it was being disintegrated. Zen focus. He tried his very best to stop the spell from rampaging in his soul, but the pain was making him lose control. Limit break, max. Axel used up limit break, something he had decided not to use again, ever. But what choice did he have? That magic was intent on destroying his very soul. A huge amount of strength filled up his soul, as a result of change in his Akashic records, blocking the magic that he was rampaging in his body, but his eyes remained wide open, his body spasming uncontrollably as the water fell around him. What the fuck is that magic? What the fuck is this pain? Power Stones. For today and give tomorrow as well when they refill. Next, unlocked. Fight over. Come read 15 plus chaps ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Fight will be over in the next chapter and he'd escape the consequences of limit break. You'll see. Chapter 218, Chapter 217, Unlocked. Axel was currently in an unprecedented amount of pain. 100 times, no. 1,000 times worse than what he had ever experienced. Perhaps more, perhaps less, he had no idea. He just knew, this was out of the limit. Even for him. Had he not been strengthening it, Zen focus, or had he not used limit break to increase the soul defense, he would have been dead right now. But even now, his situation was not much better. His body functions had all shut down, trying to make him die as quickly as possible. This pain did not come from the body. It came from the soul itself, which had been attacked by this unknown magic. Right now, the only thing still functioning was his mind, which was trying to think of ways to survive despite the unbearable pain. Here we are, again. It has been a while. He had grown stronger, but still here he is again, almost on the verge of dying. Is it, finally time? With the stoppage of blood and magic to his brain, even his mind was now shutting down. He had survived a lot, but Axel really felt that this time was going to be the last. He had given it his all. He really had. But this attack was just too damn strong. Axel, you better return to me safely. As his consciousness was on the verge of fading, a blurry face suddenly came into his mind. Axel's eyes shot open, his mind clearing up through the pain. He can't die here. He refused to die here. An indescribable surge of determination flooded Axel. Pain tolerance has been converted into freakish tenacity. New knowledge entered his mind, but Axel didn't really have the leisure to go through it right now. All could do was to cling to life like a leech, not letting go. Royal Water Arts. Water entered his body, and his blood, which had almost stopped flowing, suddenly started to move again, even though his heart had long stopped beating. Zen focus. Recalling that face, his soul, which had been under tribulation due to the attack, slowly started to calm down. But the level wasn't enough. He needed more. In order to survive. An amber glow started to emanate from his body. You have awakened the Arhunt bloodline. On the other hand, Aslet was on the ground, his water body having transformed back to its former state. Aslet, who had lost consciousness due to soul shock, finally opened his eyes after the pain subsided. Soul shock is a state when damage is inflicted to your soul. The pain is so severe that it is impossible to maintain consciousness. Thankfully, the damage was minor and through the entity's power, he had not died even when unconscious. Finally, it's over. Thought Aslet through gritted teeth. He had won, even though the price he had paid for it was rather steep. By sacrificing a small portion of his soul, and by using an extremely large amount of magic, he had managed to cast a spell to destroy Axel's soul. He was currently in a huge amount of pain. This darned spell. Soul Extinguisher. The spell he had used belonged to the Forbidden Septies, the Soul Septies. Though now extinct, at one time, it used to be the most feared and revered Septies among all. But after they lost the ability to awaken their bloodline, their members started succumbing to the entity's power in order to awaken it. A war ensued, which resulted in the destruction of the Soul Septies, though it was only at the expense of many Atlantean lives. The Soul Septies had the ability to directly attack a person's soul. It was an advanced version of the killing curse. After strengthening their soul defense, most Atlanteans can survive the killing curse. But not the spell he had just used, which can only be performed by extremely powerful individuals of the Soul Septies. Being a royal, and having the entity's influence, Aslet could awaken all bloodlines to a certain extent. That included the bloodline Soul Septies. That's how he defeated the previous king. Even though the royal relic managed to save his soul, the damage he had managed to inflict was enough to make the king permanently bedridden under the influence of various spells and artifacts to keep him from the pain. And Aslet, who had to go through unimaginable pain, having had to sacrifice a small portion of his soul. He hadn't thought he would ever use it again. But today, he met a monster who he had to kill at all costs. After all, the members of the Soul Septies are just better off dead. Even though the boy hadn't awakened his bloodline, he just couldn't let the fight continue any longer. He had to destroy his soul. After taking a long time to recover, Aslet finally turned to look at Axel's dead body. H.O.W. Aslet Regius Vanox, the King Slayer, the Betray, the Royal Relic Wielder, screamed like a little girl when he saw what he saw. Axel's body was lying on the ground with its back turned toward him. His hands and feet had been broken, laid out at odd angles. Only his head had been turned 180 degrees, facing towards Aslet. But that wasn't the reason for his shock. Calm eyes, very much alive, were looking back at him. They were burning with a bright amber glow. How? How? The certainty of death was 100%. It was simply not possible to survive that attack. First of all, the probability of being able to defend his soul from that spell was 0. Like how the people in the outer world can't survive the killing curse, you can't survive the soul extinguisher, granted that someone does have the ability to cast it successfully. There has only been one survivor until now, the previous king. But that lucky bastard only survived because the royal relic blocked most of the damage. Axel obviously does not have the royal relic, then how the hell did he manage to block it? But, that is only the first hurdle. The pain is not survivable. The spell is designed to completely disintegrate the soul. Just voluntarily extracting a little bit of his soul magic through a structured procedure had him unconscious for almost a long time. That is not even comparable to what the spell does to the target's soul. So, even if you block most of the spell, you can't escape the pain. The royal relic protected the king from most of the damage, but the rest was enough to cause him pain that has left him bedridden, only surviving by minimizing the pain through various artifacts. The damage to Axel's soul was much severe. Before Aslet lost consciousness, he had noticed that the spell had already permeated Axel's soul completely, meaning simply, death. The pain experienced in the very 0.1 st second should have been enough to send him into unconsciousness, unable to defend his soul. If he's still alive, that means. The bastard stayed conscious throughout the process. Not only that, but he actively tried to protect his soul from disintegrating, holding it together. Mother Ocean, what kind of creature is this? Aslet could see that even though Axel had suffered a lot of damage, but due to the awakening of his bloodline, his soul was already starting to recover. Aslet attacked instantly, trying to kill the boy, but the water attack was incomparably weak. He still hadn't recovered from the last attack. The pain was so much that he couldn't really muster enough focus. It was the same reason why Axel was also lying dead, unable to move. Didn't expect me to survive, did you? An eerie voice sounded in his head. Of course I didn't. Aslet screamed in his head. The spell was supposed to end Axel, leaving Aslet with plenty of time to recover. But somehow, the bastard survived, and now they're both in a situation where they can't muster enough strength to attack each other. Axel blocked Aslet's clumsy attack with a clumsy defense of his own. You really succeeded, oldie. Almost. How are you still alive? The voice began chuckling despite sounded extremely pained. Didn't I tell you? I will survive, no matter what. This time, Aslet lost it. Then hear this, I will kill you. No matter what. The royal trident exuded power and a ball of water rose up in the air. It became smaller and smaller, and smaller. A powerful energy began emerging from the ball, but Aslet still didn't stop. He compressed it further and further. Hey! Stop. Having gained a huge amount of knowledge on water arts, Axel realized what Aslet was trying to do. If you keep compressing the water, make some changes into its composition, mobilize all of the magic in it, you could theoretically create an Armageddon level of energy. Axel quickly mobilized his water to stop Aslet, but even though Aslet had gotten weak, Axel had gotten even weaker. Are you seriously trying to do this? You think you can do it with how weak you are? Asked Axel as he attacked Aslet instead. The amount of energy required would be too much, certainly not enough for the current Aslet. But Aslet didn't seem to care about the damage at all, only focusing on compressing the water ball, which was beginning to have a really ominous energy by now. Aslet chuckled. Who said I was going to use my own power? A storage space manifested in the air, from which Aslet brought out a circular object. Do you recognize what this is? Axel, of course, had no fucking clue, but the key in his storage space was reacting strangely to it. We call it the dimensional bomb. It blew up in the middle of the kingdom, ignoring the protective wards. Fuck hashtag dollar hashtag dollar hashtag dollar, a string of curses left Axel's mouth. The bombs that blew up on his first day of arrival at Atlantis. Aslet had been hiding one of them all this time. He had some idea of the bomb's power. It can blow up with that much power despite the restricting wards. Then, with that much, it is actually possible. Aslet might just succeed in creating the biggest, most powerful explosion Axel had ever witnessed. With an explosion that bad, even Theron's relic wouldn't be able to protect Axel. Aslet began chuckling as he saw fear in Axel's eyes for the first time. You know what the funny thing is? These bombs were made through particles of the key that your parents destroyed. Okay, now I know. Axel now at least knew the reason he was going to die. Apparently, the particles of the key make for very good explosion materials. Thanks, mother and father. Don't do it, old man. We'll both die. Said Axel, his previous bravado gone. The royal relic will protect me. Aslet laughed. It might take a few months for me to recover my body, but it would be worth it if I can get rid of you. Crazy geezer. Axel never met a more lunatic opponent. The old man had gone senile, going to such extreme measures just to kill. I'm really not worth it. He wanted to scream. All the strategies to kill this guy had gone down the drain these two back-to-back suicidal attacks. According to his calculations, he should have had more time preparing before going on the offensive. This is the final farewell, Axel Regius Arhunt. You really have been the greatest one. Stop! Yelled Axel. The first thing he did was to take out Theron's armor and squeeze in. He then tried stopping the bomb, but it went off instead. Click. I'm dead. The unactivated relic wasn't enough to protect him this time. At this moment of death, Axel's mind went into overdrive, as everything seemed to happen in slow motion. A huge amount of energy was released at once, enough to trigger the chain reaction Aslet had been intending to create. Wait, the energy. Aslet had used the energy of the bomb to trigger the explosion. But, that energy could also be put to another purpose. Limit break. Axel used limit break for the second time in a row for the first time. It was painful, and could only squeeze very little energy. But, it was enough. Water Monarch. Water gripped the royal and trident and threw it in the middle of the explosion. And just before the explosion reached him, Axel put everything into a single skill. Unshackle. So. Worth the wait. Power Stones. For today and tomorrow. Next, that brat. Is the crown prince? Next, princess arriving on the scene. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 219, Chapter 218, that brat, is actually the crown prince. It was the longest 5 hours of Princess Antilla's life. The whole time, negative thoughts kept plaguing her. What if she was too late? What if Aslet already tracked him down? What if she lost yet another family member? The royal relic can sense those with high water affinities. If Axel got in the range of detection, Aslet would definitely come for him. Anger flashed in Antilla's eyes. Aslet had already taken a lot from her. She couldn't lose Axel too. Having royal relic and the entity's power, Aslet is extremely strong right now. The whole relic wielder division couldn't do anything to him. So, Antilla's fears were not unfounded. He's with Kirin. He can protect him. The Black Ops is a strong division. They can handle themselves. That's what she kept repeating to herself. Though everything is happening because of Kirin's recklessness, it is still a fact that she is capable. And very powerful. If anyone can protect Axel from Aslet, it would be Kirin. We're almost there, princess. Antilla started upon hearing that. Is it finally time? She quickly looked at the screen, and sure enough, tiny dots were visible on it, signifying the members of the relic wielder division. Suddenly, an entirely different kind of thoughts began to Antilla's head. She was going to meet Axel, her only family. Does he already know who she is? What is she going to say to him? Would he accept her? Would he forgive her for leaving him? And most importantly, why did he come here? A different kind of nervousness enveloped her, making her tap her feet continuously. Having known his history, Antilla knew that Axel has had a difficult past. It is clear that he wouldn't accept her readily. The scene of familial affection she's fantasizing might just remain fantasy forever. I'll have to gain his trust. Antilla just decided she's just going to be patient and do her utmost. In return, she will be happy if he just smiles and calls her aunt. That would be enough. No, it would be enough just if he forgives her, leaves this dangerous kingdom and lives a happy life. So you're saying that Chris Martina is actually an alias? Asked Sylphia. That's right. The cheeky bastard has been faking his looks, age, name, everything. Replied Kirin in annoyance. And Axel Hunt is the person that the members of Kraken are looking for. That's right. Sylvia shook her head. Why? Why would the members of Kraken look for Axel, a boy from the outer world? That's what I want to know. Kieran yelled. One of us knows, but is too much of a traitorous bitch to tell us, she said, glaring at Akiko. How many years did I spend taking care of you? And you throw that all away for a 13-year-old brat you met a year ago. In response, Akiko just looked away with a defiant face. Kieran gritted her teeth, also turning away. How much more time? Currently, the Black Ops division was hard on the move, tracking down Axel. They were currently standing on a magical construct which was flying through Sylvia's magic and Estras's acceleration. Just how far did he end up going? How much more time? Asked Kieran. 12 hours. Answered Willis, who was controlling a compass that was tracking Axel through his blood. Kieran cursed out in frustration. Why did it only work later? They had tried tracking Axel earlier but it hadn't worked. Somehow, none of the tracking methods available to them seemed to work on Axel. So, they had no choice but to wander around, trying to find any of the other members. But then, out of the blue, the blood detection compass started working. So for the last 6 hours, they had been traveling in Axel's direction. He's untraceable, said Akiko. She had been awfully quiet this whole time, focused solely on saving Axel. If you can track his blood then that must mean he has bled. It was only then did Kieran notice Akiko's condition. She was trying to be composed, but her body was shaking ever so slightly, and there was blood on her lips from having bitten them so much. Seeing her like that reminded Kieran of the time she had lost her parents. He's that important to you, huh? She thought with some bitterness. Kieran really hoped that the brat was all right. Because if not. At this moment, Kieran suddenly turned to look back, her eyes narrowing. Someone's coming. Fast. Sylvia and Willis also sensed it. It's too fast. It must be a ship. Activate defensive spells. Go down, airborne battle would be disadvantageous. ZN. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, a blue streamlined ship appeared in front of them, blowing wind everywhere. At first, they were confused, but when they saw the royal crest on the ship. What the hell? They were even more confused. Before the ship had even landed, a person appeared in front of them. Where is he? X5. Why, Your Highness? Princess. And the general too. What are you doing here? Antilla released her power. I don't have time for this. Axel Hunt. Where is he? Everyone except Akiko was obviously discombobulated. The royal princess herself comes down to such a dangerous zone, along with the general, and what's the first thing she asks? Where is Axel Hunt? Everyone exchanged glances, wondering how to explain. Princess, he's not with us. What? What is that supposed to mean? Kieran sighed as she explained the situation. So, he's currently unguarded. Antilla seemed to lose all strength. Princess. Kieran quickly helped her stabilize to avoid falling. It happened too suddenly. How was I supposed to know that those so-called peaceful creatures would attack him out of the blue? And it was a whole group too. Killing or attacking them might have caused another space ripple. He had teleported before I could do anything. Why did you bring him here in the first place? He's only 13. Antilla exclaimed. 13. Sylvia involuntarily asked out of surprise, but was ignored by everyone. Kieran's eyes narrowed. If the princess knew he was 13. And for some reason, he has enough importance that the princess is coming here on her own. I was only taking him to the shallows. You have seen enough to know he's qualified. How was I supposed to know about the turbulence? And who is he? Asked Kieran in exasperation. Blue magic radiated from the princess and everyone felt like needles were prickling their skin. No one had ever seen the princess so angry. He has to be found. As soon as possible. She told Kieran. Kieran looked at the princess in surprise. First Kraken, and then the princess. Who the fuck is this bastard Axel? Princess, we're currently tracking him. Answered Willis, sensing the volatile situation. We can bring him to you as soon as we find him, or you can join us, he said, showing her the compass. Willis was lifted from the ground and taken into the ship, the princess flying after him. You aren't going there without me. Yelled Kieran, ordering everyone to move. As they travel, the princess was briefed on the entire situation. But her anxiousness had increased, having to use advanced mind arts in order to stay calm and think. Because there was nothing she could do while panicking. How much more time? She asked. 3 hours, princess. Replied the general. Can we go faster? This is the limit, princess. Being a high-ranking sub-relic, the royal vessel could fly at quite high speeds. Though, there was a limit to how fast you can move in this place where the space is weak, so it would still take some time for them to reach Axel. Antilla tapped her foot impatiently. There was a nervous energy in the air, as everyone kept throwing glances at the princess who seemed volcanic right now. Ask her. At this moment, Kieran gave Sylphia a look, telling her to ask about Axel through mental communication. The princess was currently extremely angry with Kieran. If Kieran asks herself, there's no way the princess would answer. Sylphia hesitated for a while before looking at the princess. Your Highness, if I may ask, who is Axel Hunt? And, why are the kingdom and Kraken both looking for him with such desperation? Antilla, too fraught with worry, was just going to ignore that question. But something caught her attention that she definitely couldn't ignore. Her head turned sharply to look at Sylphia. What did you just say? She asked, wondering if she had heard it wrong. Sylphia was startled. I just asked, why you? No. About Kraken. What do you mean they're looking for him? She meant what she said. The Kraken is after Axel, too. The 6th executive asked for him. 7th and 8th were sent after him, said Kieran. So, it would be really appreciated if we knew why. Why? The ship shook as Antillia's emotions surged. Why does this keep getting worse? So, the Kraken already knew. Since when? This complicates things. A lot. The enemy already knows Axel's identity. The heir to Atlantis. So now. They'll come after him like starving sharks. Axel was the heir to the Atlantean throne, the son of the eldest princess. The organization would want him eliminated at all costs. Antilla now knew the reason why Axel was here. He was here, because he needed protection from the Kraken. Antilla shuddered to think what would have happened if 7th and 8th had got to him before he arrived here. But, if the enemy already knows, it seems there is no point hiding it from the allies now, is it? It's not like there would be any change to the situation even if the Kraken knew they knew. Antilla held out her hand, and a picture of a handsome man was projected from her bracelet. This is Tristan Hunt. He's Axel's father. Everyone was confused. Well, I do see the resemblance, but I've never seen the man himself, Kieran commented. He's quite handsome. Judged Estrus. I don't see the resemblance, muttered Sylphia, who hadn't seen Axel's real face. But, they couldn't understand why the princess was showing the picture of a good-looking dude to them. It wouldn't explain why both sides were after him. The projected picture changed, and now it showed a beautiful woman having a high resemblance with Antilla. Atlanta Regius Ignis. My sister and the crown princess of Atlantis. This is Axel's mother. X4. That explained everything. Only, they hadn't imagined it in their wildest dreams. What? Sylphia. By the sea gods. Willis. That makes sense. Estrus. Well. Fuck me. Kieran murmured, too shocked to filter her language. Because it was the moment she realized. She was going to be fucked. Crown Prince. That brat. It means that she had brought the Crown Prince down here at the age of 13. It means she had blackmailed the Crown Prince into joining her dangerous division. It means that due to her, the Crown Prince was left alone in the depths of the trench. Are you sure it's him? Asked Kieran, still unable to believe it. How could that brat be the Crown Prince? It's so unlucky. Granted, he has the talent, mentality, skills, and attitude befitting a monarch, but isn't he from the outer world? The place where the princess only visited once, for around a year or so. And shouldn't it be a coincidence that the timeline of also matches with Axel's age? Fuck. So, it was actually quite plausible. Power Stones, for today and tomorrow. Next, arrival on the scene. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. 18 chapters. Chapter 220, Chapter 219, Arrival on the Battlefield. Kieran was having difficulty staying in denial after all the things pointing towards Axel being the Crown Prince. But, as if that wasn't enough, the princess nodded in confirmation as well, glaring at Kieran. Yes. It is true. He's my nephew. It seems that you didn't know. But that doesn't make it any less reckless. She glowered. Kieran sighed, now much more considerate of the princess's feelings. Objectively, Kieran could not be blamed. Whenever a space turbulence is likely to occur, there is a red alert for those entering and exiting the trench. That day, there was none. How the turbulence occurred, she still had no idea. As for taking the risk of bringing Axel without training, that guy is an abnormal freak. Whether the shallows or the deep, he's already ready to join her squad. So, even after the space turbulence, he was doing pretty well. But, how was she supposed to know that those always peaceful space whales would arrive in a large gang and suddenly target only Axel in particular? So, it's not like it's too much of her fault. It is only that Axel is just too damn unlucky. But, Kieran was now still feeling guilty, especially since she could understand how the princess must be feeling. If it had been Akiko instead of Axel, Kieran would have also been panicking right now. Princess, I understand that the situation is quite unfortunate. But, you don't know about Axel's abilities. He's tough. And I do not say this lightly. She said in consolation. Axel may not be as powerful as the relic wielders. How could he be? He had no relic of his own. But Kieran's eyes could see a lot. Even though Axel was extremely weak compared to her, for some reason, in a serious fight, she got the feeling that she might not necessarily win. Of course, it would be absurd to hope that he can defeat opponents of her caliber, but the point remains. He can handle himself. Unfortunately, Antilla was not convinced. Do you know that the enemy now has a royal relic wielder? I do. But it doesn't matter, does it, said Kieran. He must be currently chasing the other relic wielders. In this vast place, what are the chances that he will meet Axel? Antilla sighed. If only it was like that. The royal relic gives the wielder the ability to sense other royal family members from high distances. Also, the identity of the wielder is Aslet Regius Varnox, the betrayer and kinslayer. We certainly can't expect him to show mercy on a family member. What? Kieran, who had been laid back until now, stood up from her seat, her eyes widening the more she thought about it. Oh fuck. Fuck. Shit, had actually hit the fins. Okay, now, she was panicking. No matter how annoying he was, Kieran truly didn't want him to die. And she didn't expect him to. That cunning devil could survive even in hell. But after what she just heard, she was not so sure anymore. Who is he? Asked Akiko, apprehensive. Just know that he's bad news, said Kieran. Aslet the betrayer. Kieran had heard the stories about him. He was said to be extremely talented and powerful. He was supposed to be the crown prince of Atlantis, but the royal relic did not choose him. As his brother became the king, he gave in to the entity's influence. Ever since then, his mind started getting corrupted, until the day of great loss, when the kingdom lost its king and queen. Isn't he supposed to be dead? Asked Sylvia. He was extremely devious and deceitful. It is not impossible for him to have faked his death, said Willis. By looking at his eyes, you could see that the old man has had a personal history with Aslet. Sensing the crisis in the situation, grey energy began radiating from Estrus, and the speed of the ship increased further. It would take a significant load on her to boost the whole ship, but it would be worth it if the crown prince is successfully rescued. The princess nodded gratefully at her, to which Estrus bowed. Really? See crown prince. Sylvia was not over the matter about Axel, the outsider, suddenly getting converted into the crown prince. What have I done? Recalling her behavior and rudeness, Sylvia truly wanted to drown herself. Cunning bastard. Kieran, on the other hand, was grinding her teeth, having not known such a huge secret. Even Akiko didn't tell her. If she had known, they wouldn't have been in this situation. Am I really that untrustworthy? Then, she found that the answer was pretty obvious. In their first meeting she had exposed a part of Axel's stealth and tried to take him under her wing, seeing his potential. In their next meeting, she had tried to know his secrets through force and deceit. And it just went on like that. So, would she trust herself if she was in his place? Fuck no. I'm the master of bad impressions, aren't I? The group finally reached their destination after around 2 hours. Overall, it had been over a day since Axel had gone missing and 8 hours since Axel's blood started to be tracked. Everyone rushed out, expecting to see Axel, but the scene in front of them startled everyone. Huge craters marked the ground, with water filling many of them. The air smelled of ozone, along with a faint metallic smell of blood, and there was residual lightning discharge in their air that made their hairs stand. What the hell? It looked like a scene of a huge battle. Just what happened here? And why was Axel's blood tracked here? Axel. Antilla was quickly out of the ship, searching for Axel, and so was Akiko. The rest of the crew followed, but unfortunately, there was no sign of Axel in the area. Princess, I think you should see this. The general was the first one to find something. What? Did you find him? Everyone quickly converged on the point, but they found an entirely different scene. In the middle of the largest crater, a body laid with its head severed. Various belongings were scattered around it, including the portrait of a woman. And not far away from it, lied another body. An Ender. Antilla quickly approached her cousin, checking his condition. Ender was not on the verge of dying, but his condition was not good. It seems that his body had been crushed by a huge force, after which he had been fed several elixirs, healing him enough that he won't die. She also sensed the residual energy of the royal relic, slowly turning his body into water and worsening his condition. Thankfully, it seemed to have been extracted for the most part, thus saving his life. But, how? It was then that Antilla felt it. There were traces of another energy in there. Is this? Antilla's heartbeat accelerated. It was a water elemental energy that felt quite familiar, much like her sister's. It's Axel. Ender. Antilla began urgently shaking the sleeping man, trying to wake him up. Wake up. She also exterminated the residual energy of the royal relic. Willis came forward, healing Ender's body further. Cough. Ender coughed up bloody water, or watery blood as his eyes fluttered open. Ender's body shot upright. Lightning instantly surrounded him for protection as his eyes frantically roamed around. Cough cough. What? He wheezed. Antilla. Yes, it's me. What happened here? Where is Axel? Who? I don't know. He said while coughing some more. Lightning traveled through his body, eliminated the rest of the water and making his brain fully active. I lost. How am I still alive? Did you save me? You lost. Antilla looked back at Tronis's body lying not far away. You didn't kill him. Ender followed her gaze and jolted in surprise. What? No. The situation was too confusing, and it would take a lot of time for it to make sense if they proceeded this way. Just lower your mental shields. She ordered. Antilla quickly checked Ender's last memory. The last thing he remembered was losing to Tronis in a one-on-one fight. There was no sign of Axel in the memories. Then. Where is Axel? Who? Can anyone explain what's happening? Asked Ender, getting up. The Black Ops, the princess, the general, Sylphia, and one unknown girl. It was a truly odd group to wake up to. By the deities. Suddenly, Willis's hands which were holding the compass began shaking. What happened? I recalibrated the compass. And the results are. Everyone's gazes went to the compasses, and horror filled their eyes when they saw what was on it. Who could have done this? Bloody hell. It literally was. Because red dots had filled up the screen right now, spread over a wide area. It means that Axel's blood could be found at all those places. These are signs of a battle. An extremely intense one, the general analyzed. The only way the blood could spread so erratically would be when the target has been in a battle against an extremely powerful opponent, someone whose attacks can drag you through all those distances. Antilla covered her mouth in horror, tears pooling her eyes. With just the amount of blood, she could imagine just how much he must have suffered, not to mention whether he was alive or not. Which one is he? Asked Akiko, looking at the red dots while everyone was still horrified. Because, with that much bleeding, while everyone was shaken, almost losing hope of Axel's survival, Akiko still held hope. Because she knew his tenacity. Her words shook Antilla out of her shock. If they followed the dots, they would find Axel near one of them. But they couldn't waste time going over the blood marks in order to find. Right. He's close. Antilla realized something as she spread out her domain. If Axel was close, then she should be able to sense him using her domain. It was similar to how the Aslet must have found Axel, only her range is much smaller. Antilla spread out her domain, but she noticed something strange as soon as she did. The water element. This place has an ocean in the sky, so that the water elemental energy in the environment is usually abundant. But right now, the water elementals in the area were extremely scarce. No. Antilla suddenly had a really bad premonition. She expanded her domain, and her doubts started to turn into reality. Antilla now knew the identity of the person who made Axel bleed so much. There was only one reason why the water elemental energy in the region would be so low. No. 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 This can't be happening. Not him again. Antilla's fury had no bounds. I'll torture him for eternity. She swore. But right now, she needed to find them. Quickly. She took out a staff. Her magic filled up her blue eyes and a huge amount of energy was released, making everyone around her brace themselves. When she had almost reached her limit, it happened. She finally found the source. But, her whole body shook as soon as she did. What is that? There was a huge amount of water elemental gathering at one point. Horrified, Antilla quickly opened her eyes. Not even having the time to explain, Antilla shot off in the direction of the energy. But it was too late. In the distance, a blinding light emerged, which started to get bigger at an alarming rate. Princess. The general quickly followed to protect Antilla, who just kept going forward. Let me go. On the other hand, Akiko struggled with all her might, trying to escape the hold of Kirin. "You'll die." Kirin yelled to her go-dogger, who was kicking and screaming at her like she was her worst. The light just kept getting bigger and brighter, but no one could tear their eyes off the dreadful spectacle that was unfolding far, far away from them. But despite the humongous explosion, the only sounds they could hear were the desperate voices of the princess and Akiko. It was only then did the sound and impact reach them. They were quite far away from the blast site. But by the sea gods did they struggle to survive. Every type of defensive means of all the powerhouses gathered were deployed, but the impact still shook them to their cores. "Nuu. Power Stones. Make sure to give me tomorrow as well. Don't bother waiting. Come read 17+ chapters ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 221, Chapter 220, Waking Up to Reality. Nuu. Antilla couldn't think of anything. No, her mind refused to think of anything. She rushed towards the center as soon as the general released her from his magic. What she was feeling right now was the same feeling she felt when she heard the news of her mother, father, and sister. An intense feeling of disbelief over reality, and an even more intense hope for the survival of her family. He wasn't there. Please. He wasn't there. That's all that her mind could think of right now. Kirin was just as quick, carrying Akiko along with her. Kirin gritted her teeth. "You can't die yet, damn it. We still haven't had that talk you promised. He's dead." Unlike others, Sylthia held no delusions about the situation. Axel Hunt, the Crown Prince of Atlantis, had just died. She didn't even entertain the thought of anyone being alive after being in the range of that explosion when they could feel its intensity even from such a large distance. That means, that new guy who had a lot of potential, that guy who saved her life, and that guy whose insane talent she had come to envy and admire, had died. He could have been the king. Apparently, he was only 13. Achieving that level at the age of 13. And that too, without a relic. Sylthia felt ashamed to have even compared herself to someone like him. With such a talent, if grown to his potential, he could have finally brought peace to the kingdom. So, even though she knew it was completely unreasonable, the always practical and logical Sylthia, also, hopes for a miracle. Please, survive. They finally reached the center of the explosion, which was still filled with an unbearable amount of heat and magical radiation. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS radiation. When the surroundings cleared, they found themselves standing in the middle of the biggest trench they had ever seen. But Axel. As the mist cleared, there was no sign of Axel there, nor Aslet. The place was devoid of life. No. Antilla fell to her knees. General? She asked, looking at the person with the final ray of hope. The general, knowing what the princess was asking, slowly shook his head. No survivors. Exclamation point. The answer was expected. After all, the explosion was just that strong. But still, the despair it brought was too strong. Antilla felt like she was in a dream. She hates dreaming. Because in her dreams, she has to watch the royal mother, royal sister, and royal father die countless times while being completely helpless to prevent it. That's why, at this moment, her mind was unable to accept this reality. No, it was refusing to accept it. He might not have been here. Search the area. Yes. That has to be it. Axel was not here. He could be somewhere far away. At this moment, her mind chose to forget the two distinct water affinities she had clearly had just before the explosion, and the numerous traces of Axel's blood all over the place. There was a serious doubt that anything could retain its after that explosion, but everyone began to search the place without question. Akiko was already searching even before the orders were given. The fact that Axel might have died was not at all acceptable to her, who had already seen him survive so much. I found something. And surprisingly, something was found right after the search had begun. A large piece of metal was buried in the ground, almost intact. Sylphia was skeptical even as she uncovered it. The explosion was so powerful that everything was broken down to the smallest particles. Then, what kind of item is able to retain its form till now? But, when she finally managed to take it out, she was so surprised that an audible gasp escaped her lips. What did you find? Asked the princess, quickly coming over. But she stopped dead in her tracks. Is that? What she had dug out was a giant armor, red-hot and in an extremely broken condition. Even though it was quite damaged right now, its distinct design and the fact that it managed to survive the explosion said it all about its identity, and the identity of its owner. Akiko lost her feet as soon as she looked at the armor, her eyes wide with disbelief. Because, she knew what the presence of that piece of metal being here meant. Coral. Armor. Holy fuck, muttered Kirin. Though not as much as Akiko, everyone else was also thrown off guard. A relic. And not an ordinary one, but one belonging to one of the hands. No one expected to find it here. Except for Akiko, who looked like her whole world was collapsing. But, how did it get here? Asked Estrus in confusion. It was a good question. The armor is completely empty, with no Theron in it. If it was active, it would have protected the body from getting completely obliterated. If the relic is off him, then it means that Theron is most likely dead. Which, is to put it simply, fucking insane. The guy's defense is famous throughout the kingdom's forces. Numerous attempts have been made to take him out, but they never worked. So, how in the deep seas did his armor end up here? With no answers and increased confusion, the search continued. And Willis, who was searching the ground through detection magic, found another ground-shaking discovery. Zevrione. Seventh's rifle. This too. Now this was really absurd. Nerio the Deathshot is the person who has the most high-profile kill count out of Kraken. He might not have killed many, but those he has killed are always important enough to make the kingdom bleed. Nerio might have been 7th on the Kraken's list, but he was far above that in the kingdom's list of threats. 8th, and 7th. What in the Altanien depths is going on? Theron and Nerio. How could the relics of two of Kraken's finest end up here together? The situation was not making sense. Wait, didn't those two? While everyone was confused, Kieran's eyes widened. And when she looked at Akiko, her doubts turned into certainty when she saw the devastated look on Akiko's face. Kieran and Theron, those two were sent to take down Axel. But they never returned. Thanks to loudmouth of the wielder of Biotech Relic, everyone else knew about this information too, but they wouldn't think that there is a chance in hell that Axel stood a chance against 7th and 8th. But not Kieran. Because she knows a bit more about that MFS abilities. So, if these relics are here, that can only mean that Axel was here too. Unaware of this fact, the rest of the group continued the search. And the results were even more baffling. Because after that, 3 more relics were found one after another. One was from another Kraken executive, Trones, and the other 2 were from the kingdom's relic wielders. Just, what is going on? Antilla couldn't understand what was going on anymore. There was no trace of Axel here, not the royal relic, but there were so many relics. But 2 people knew enough. Kieran and Akiko. Because they knew. If the armor and the rifle are here, that means Axel was here. And if he was here, then that could only mean. It can't be. Kneeling on the ground, Akiko looked up at Kieran. And for the first time in years, Kieran saw tears in her eyes. Find him. The desperation in her voice was palpable. But Kieran only looked at Akiko with blank eyes. Does she think he could still be alive? Kieran didn't even entertain the possibility anymore. The explosion was too powerful. Even when being so far out of the range, they almost couldn't withstand it. The intensity at the center was strong and the Axel's storage equipment broke apart, along with everything else within. Even the relic were greatly damaged. How could he survive after that? Kieran bit her lips, her nails digging into her palms. Her eyes were burning and her emotions were boiling. Axel Hunt is dead. Having lost a lot of comrades and subordinates in the past, Kieran had learned to not get emotions overtake her judgment at least until she was out of the battlefield. But still, the news hit her hard. Harder than she had ever imagined. But Kieran was a user of Darkness Relic. Mental control is something she needed to have at times, at all costs. She closed off her emotions and looked back at Estrus. Estrus, use temporal vision. I was going to suggest it. Estrus nodded readily, grey magic manifesting around her. An exquisite pendant clock appeared around her neck. It was only then that everyone recalled Estrus' abilities. Time. Acceleration, deceleration, and temporal vision. Antilla exclaimed, only remembering the ability now. She had only heard rumors. That's why she didn't think of using it right away. But this unique ability is currently their best shot at finding out exactly what happened here. Clenching her fist, Esther slowly turned her hand. And the surroundings turned extremely bright. Everyone had to shut their eyes, but the brightness barely lasted for a second. When they opened their eyes, the area around them was no longer an explosion site. Instead, it showed what happened here a few minutes into the past. This was temporal vision, Estrus's unique ability. It can show them exactly what happened here in the past. Axel was dead. But Kieran wanted to know, she needed to know more. His blood was all over the place, and there are so many other relics. Kieran at least needed to know how it happened, and if the perpetrator is dead. When everyone opened their eyes, the surroundings had turned pitch black. It's underground, said Kieran. The temporal vision is showing them the vision of the past, meaning the explosion hasn't happened yet. That means the huge depression they were standing in doesn't exist. Move it up, she said. Estrus, who was covered in waves of grey magic, moved her hands downwards and the surrounding quickly shifted upwards, showing them the scene above. Where? The problem was, there was no one in the area, and everything looked peaceful. There was no sign of any of the relic wielders nor Axel. There. At this moment, Akiko saw a cloud of dust far into the distance. Estrus shifted the vision towards the area, and the group now found themselves in the area where the dust cloud had originated. A huge amount of wind and water elemental energy swept through the area and a figure materialized in the air, holding a majestic silver trident. It was not difficult to know the identity of the person. "It's him," said the general in the stunned silence. "Aslet Regius Varnox. When it comes to the past threats faced by the kingdom, he comes as close to the top as possible. The harm he has inflicted upon the kingdom is so severe that he could be said to be one of the main reasons for the kingdom's current weakness. Who among the Atlanteans hasn't heard of his deeds? His history cannot be suppressed. Fanatics are still present, worshipping him as the true king of Atlantis. Parents in Atlantis use his name to scare their children into obedience. He is turned into a legend, a symbol of fear. And now, seeing this legendary figure actually alive with their own eyes, the shock they faced could be imagined. Aslet currently had a translucent water body. One of his eyes glowed blue while the other green. The amount of power GE was currently wielding made even the relic wielders of the kingdom seem like children playing with toys. Blue lines appeared all over Antilla's face, her eyes bloodshot. This man is the reason she lost her family. And now, seeing him actually alive in person, her fury had no bounds. The rest of the group was also quite shaken from the man's appearance. Such a dangerous person was actually alive all this while. What's more spine-chilling is the fact that he now had the royal trident in his hands. But, before they even had the chance to digest this scene, they followed Aslet's line of sight and looked at the ground where the dust was rising. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Aslet pointed the trident at the ground, and a huge amount of water blades which were enhanced by wind force. The attack was so powerful that it made Ender and Sylthia subconsciously put up shields in to protect themselves from the aftermath, even though they knew what they were seeing was just a vision. In the face of such a powerful attack, they saw a small amount of blue energy flicker in the dust. Due to the sharp winds of the attack, the dust was cleared, and a small figure was blown away, covered in water. Aslet followed after the figure, and Estrus did the same, taking everyone with her. Why? Just why, are you still alive? They heard Aslet exclaim in frustration, looking at the mass of water gathered on the ground. The water separated to reveal the person behind Aslet's frustration. Axel. Kieran's eyes widened. It was none other than Axel Hunt, the person they had been looking for. But when they saw his condition. Power Stones, for today and tomorrow. Instantly binge 17+ chap. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 222, Chapter 221, The Will to Live. Why? Just why are you still alive? Antilla, General, Kieran, Ender, Willis, Estrus, Sylthia, Akiko. None of these dangerous people were averse to brutality. Each of them has rich experience in combat. They have even killed many. But, never in their long careers have ever seen comes anything close to what they were witnessing right now. In the past vision of the battle, facing against Aslet was a person floating in air. The first thing that came to everyone's mind was, is that a biomaton? Because no matter what, any human being with that condition should not be alive, let alone fight in a battle. The clothes, along with the outer layer of the skin was basically gone, except for vital parts. Blood mixed with water could be seen flowing in and out of various injuries. The muscles were rebuilding themselves in real time, wriggling and contracting. Could this person still be called human? Could any human still move in this condition, let alone fight? The only reason this person was alive and not a zombie was determined by the glowing blue eyes, which had specks of amber blazing within. Those eyes were very much alive. Bile rose up in Antilla's throat. Her head was spinning. No matter what the condition, there is no way she wouldn't recognize her own nephew, whose image was now deeply ingrained in her mind. It's just that her mind refused to believe it. What they were seeing had already happened. So, if that was Axel, then that means he was in the blast radius. What does that mean? That he is dead. Is there anything we can do? She asked Estrus in desperation, looking at Aslet who was gathering his power for another attack. I'm afraid I can't influence death, princess, said Estrus as bowed her head. She could influence time, but not to the extent of reversing deaths. Like the princess, Estrus also concluded that the prince was already dead. Not even counting the blast, just because he is in front of Aslet, there should be no escape. A huge amount of power was currently coalescing around Aslet. No matter how he fought previously, he is obviously serious knock. Antilla could do nothing but watch further in mortification. Something inside Antilla broke. He's gone. And he suffered a lot before dying. Aslet could have obviously killed him easily, but, to drag on until he was in that condition. Estrus closed the vision. They could investigate exactly what happened later, but she didn't know if she should make the princess her nephew die. There was a deathly silence, broken only by the princess's heart-rending sobs. "Can I see more?" It was Akiko who asked that. Her fists were clenched and her eyes were red. Everyone else might have missed it, but she clearly saw it in his eyes. Axel still had plenty of fight left in him. This. Estrus was at a loss, glancing towards the princess. It seems that Boss's goddaughter is a bit tactless. Some things are better left unchecked. She wants to see the crown prince's death in front of the princess. Aki. Just when Kirin was going to reprimand her, the princess spoke. "Continue," she said, raising her head. "I have to see him to the end." "Princess," said the general, but Antilla shook her head with determination. "It's the least I can do. The only thing I can do for him." At this moment, Axel, whom everyone to fall any time, actually sneering, revealing blood teeth. "It's not so easy to kill me," he declared. The water elemental energy around him intensified in response. At this moment, despite his completely ragged appearance, he radiated unquestionable majesty. Water affinity. Kirin's eyes widened realization. When watching his trial, when meeting him again in Atlantis, and when sparring against him, she had almost felt a sense of danger from him. It was obvious that he was incomparably weaker compared to her, who had the power of darkness relic, but instinct always told her otherwise. It was only now that she understood the reason. Water affinity. An extremely high one at that. The bastard has been hiding such a dangerous card all this while. Kirin let out a hollow laugh. She had finally figured it out, but does it matter anymore? Such high affinity at that age. The general trailed off, disbelief apparent in his voice. An ordinary person might not have been able to understand, but having served 3 generations, his experienced eyes could of course understand the sheer absurdity of the situation. The royal bloodline needs to be strengthened from an early age through various types of training and operations. And even after that, he had never witnessed nor heard of such an existence. So, seeing Axel, who was only 13 and half dead, wielding such pure water energy was of course unbelievable. It's not only the affinity. He's using it with royal water arts, said Antilla. There's wind too. Slithia blurted out. Not only did Axel have water affinity, but there were traces of wind affinity too. As the relic wielder of the Varnock Septies, she could of course tell. And he's using Varnock's wind arts. How did he learn those? But the group wasn't given the time to marvel at Axel. Aslet launched his attack. A huge amount of magic coalesced around Aslet and when and then, he released it all at once towards Axel. Boom. The water was released towards Axel, its speed enhanced for wind to the point of creating sonic booms. Axel was engulfed in the combined might of Aslet's wind and water. Axel moved at the last moment, deflecting away the majority of the attack, but he was once again thrown away like a rag doll. No. Antilla felt the world spinning. But when the dust settled, they saw him still standing despite his horrible condition. He actually. Axel survived. He actually survived. It has to be noted that Aslet is currently on something akin to God mode. Each of his attacks have the power to easily kill relic wielders. But Axel, despite being in that condition, and despite not having any relic, managed to survive. Aslet, as if already expecting that, launched another attack without waiting. It was only now that they understood why Axel's blood was everywhere in the area. It's simply because Axel is refusing to die despite Aslet's best attempts at giving him quick death. Unbelievable. Kirin murmured. It truly was. Axel was fighting head-to-head against the combo of Aslet the Destroyer, plus the Royal Relic, plus the Kraken markings, and still not dying. Just what is this concept? What kind of relic does he have? Sylphia could only question. He doesn't have one. Aslet's frustration was now understandable. A 13-year-old was surviving against his most powerful attacks when he also had the Royal Relic. How? In the vision, Aslet suddenly in midair as his eyes widened, just staring at Axel. Then, as if he had realized something, Aslet cancelled the next attack which he had already prepared. I will confess, this has been the worst battle that I've ever fought, he said. I should have killed you the moment I saw you. But, as they say, learn from your mistakes. A strange, amber-colored energy began radiating from Aslet. What? What is he doing? Murmured Kirin, her eyes narrowing. On the other hand, Antilla had gone deathly pale. Her body began to tremble. Even her teeth began to clatter. She knew exactly what Aslet was doing. How could she not? This was the very magic that this monster used on her parents. Even now, she could never forget that reddish-orange glow. She hated it the most. What is it? Ender got alarmed by the princess's reaction. General had a severe expression on his face. Soul Extinguisher. The name was enough to make everyone afraid. Who among the Atlanteans hasn't heard of this? The fear of Soul Extinguisher in Atlantis is far more than the killing curse in Britain. As if sensing the danger, Axel, who had been trying to recover, suddenly shifted to offense, his eyes widening at the unusual form of magic. Axel's water, which had been mobilized solely for defense, suddenly started to attack Aslet. Can he interrupt it? Asked Sylthia hopefully. She had thought he would die for sure when she saw his condition, but after watching him fight, she strangely found herself having hope. He can't, said Kirin in frustration. His water arts are too weak compared to the royal trident. Kirin's words turned out to be true. The water bodies around Aslet were able to block Axel's water attacks, which contained royal water arts. A dangerous amber glow was now surrounding Aslet. Give up, boy. This is the end. Aslet couldn't finish those words. Suddenly, the world turned blue as Aslet was barraged with billions of volts of electricity. What? Naturally, everyone was shocked. Axel was already half a step into the realm of death. But then how did he suddenly come with so much power? And even if he did, then lightning. It was already absurd enough that he had mastery over water. The power of Axel's attack was enough to actually damage Aslet in his water body state. The lightning arts, how did you? They heard Aslet also ask the same question that everyone else watching had in mind. But the one who got the biggest shock was Ender himself, the relic wielder of Ignis Septies. That's my technique. Everyone felt hot emotions bubbling as they saw Aslet struggling in the lightning. He was actually fighting back. But now, the question was, will it be enough? The general was the first to shake his head. What a pity. Ender could also see it as punched his palm in frustration. It's not enough. Asked Antilla with trepidation. Ender sighed. It could have been. From the output, I can tell he had been preparing for it for a while. If Aslet hadn't forced him to use it prematurely. He trailed. Everyone felt the pain. Even in that condition, even when he was so injured, Axel had been holding on, biding his time, preparing for a deadly counter. This determination was frightening. But Aslet suddenly pulled up such a suicidal move, destroying his efforts. Sure enough, they saw Aslet slowly come back to focus even amidst the dense lightning barrage, trying to complete his chant. This time for sure. You're dead. Aslet's words couldn't be heart over lightning, but there was a maniacal and triumphant expression on his face. Stop. Antilla closed her eyes. Her feet became unsteady, causing Ender to support her. This can't be happening. Another family member, dying from the same spell, the hands of the same men. Soul Extinguisher. But even with her eyes closed, Antilla still heard the words. And the piercing, heart-rending shriek of pure unadulterated pain that followed, would haunt her for a lifetime. She was expecting to die instantly. Horrified, Antilla opened her eyes, saw Axel's body lying on the ground, writhing uncontrollably. His voice was completely distorted due to the damage to his throat, but his screams still didn't stop. His hands and feet broke down at angles and his head turned 180 degrees, but his pain did not seem to stop. No! Antilla screamed at the top of her lungs. Ender, who was holding her, could understand Antilla. Through the king, who had been saved by the royal relic, they knew that the pain and suffering caused by the soul extinguisher makes painifera seem like mosquito bite. And right now, Axel was going through that pain. For some reason, like the king, he was also not given instant death. Akiko watched the scene without blinking. Unlike others, she was acutely aware of Axel's inhuman tolerance for pain. When sparring with him, she had to completely change her fighting style since you can expect him to even flinch no matter how badly you injure him. She already knew he had survived 10 minutes of cruciatus. And as for the infamous pain Farah that even Kirin-sensei fears, he didn't even react to it. So, what kind of pain is he in? To be screaming and writhing like that. Akiko was an extremely vengeful person. When she heard about her parents' death, even though she heard they didn't suffer, she was still filled with rage. All she wanted was revenge. Kirin-sensei came to her with 3 heads, who were the main culprits. That was somewhat comforting, but it was far from enough. She wanted the whole organization. But, that was before she met him. At some point, Axel had already become far more important than her revenge against the organization. It was to the point that the main reason she followed Kirin-sensei here was to make sure he doesn't get himself killed. And right now, watching Axel like that, a new level of rage built up inside her. Her vision turned red, because blood was dripping from her eyes. But no one noticed, because they couldn't take their eyes off the brutal scene in the vision. Axel had stopped screaming, because he had already stopped breathing. But his body was still spasming, showing that the pain hadn't stopped. Soul extinguisher is supposed to grant instant death. What is happening? Asked Sylphia. She was crying. And she couldn't be blamed. If you're a human being, you'd inevitably feel the pain upon witnessing the scene. He is not giving in, said the general, his eyes red. His body and soul are dying, but his will is not. Antilla buried her head in Ender's shoulder and cried bitterly. Minutes passed, and Axel's body slowly stopped moving, not because the pain had stopped, but because his body functions had completely stopped. Is he? Sylphia couldn't bear to finish the question. Did Axel finally die? No one answered. Watching his suffering made death seem like a mercy. But at the same time, his will to survive made it even more heartbreaking. When they thought it was over, Kirin pointed at the vision again. There's movement. Sure enough, there was. Axel was still not moving, but the water around him was. It was slowly seeping into his body. Then, in the silence, they heard it. Ba-dump. A distinct heartbeat, followed by another. What? What is happening? Asked Estrus in confusion. Kirin clenched her fists. He is using water to make his heart beat. Everyone felt goosebumps rippling on their skin when they heard it. This will to live. This desperation towards life. It was scalp-tingling. What? You are suffering from unimaginable pain, and you hold on, after long minutes of suffering, when you finally die, you still force your heart to beat. But, it was obviously ineffective. The heartbeat was very weak, and it was getting weaker and weaker. How is he not dying? Ender could no longer hold back from asking. Wasn't it supposed to be instant death? The question was valid. It is impossible to survive the soul extinguisher. Watching Axel struggle in vain is painful for both him, for going through it, and for them, for having to watch without being able to do anything. The most painful part is that, even though you struggle, death is still a 100% certainty. Then why is he not giving up and taking this pain? No one had the answer to that. But they soon got it. Suddenly, Axel's eyes shot open. Now that they were seeing his eyes in a close for the first time, the anomaly was apparent. Instead of the blue glow that they could see back then, they were now glowing a dull amber. Power stones. Today and tomorrow. I'll post the next chapter early if there are a lot of stones. Chapter 223, Chapter 222, Akiko's Awakening. Chapter 222. I understand that reaction chapters lack progression, causing dissatisfaction to some people. So here's the next chapter, posted early. Stop worrying about not getting enough and enjoy. Though, can you deny that they're fun? Axel's eyes shot open. Now that they were seeing his eyes in a close for the first time, the anomaly was apparent. Instead of the blue glow that they could see back then, they were now glowing a dull amber. That color! Exclaimed Ender, as everyone else noticed it as well. Orange, no, amber. Isn't that? Sylphia was shocked too. That was the same color as the magic that Aslet attacked him with. The Arhunt bloodline. A ray of hope ignited in Antilla's eyes. No matter how much she hated that color, no matter how much she hated that bloodline. Right now, Sylphia couldn't be happier when she saw Axel's eyes. He's awakening it. Everyone looked at Antilla in surprise. Arhunt bloodline. The bloodline of the Soul Septies. There was no one in the kingdom who didn't know it. In the past, the kingdom used to have another Septies, called the Arhunt Septies. Their bloodline allowed them to use soul magic, the most dangerous branch of sorcery. But the power didn't come for free. Awakening the Arhunt bloodline was extremely rare. In every generation, at most 2 individuals will be able to awaken it, sometimes even none. Then, around 100 years ago, the organization declared they can awaken the kingdom's bloodlines including the Arhunt bloodline. That led to the Sixth Atlantean Civil War, which almost destroyed the kingdom. In that war, the awakened members of Arhunt Septies alone slaughtered millions. From that point on, every Atlantean firmly remembers the terror of the Arhunt bloodline. And just now, Axel is somehow tapping into the powers of that accursed Septies. But how? What was incomprehensible was, how the hell did Axel do it? Even direct members need the entity's help in using it. His father was a direct descendant, said Antilla, dropping another jaw-dropping fact. So, the rumors were true. Ender muttered in realization. When the crown princess had suddenly vanished from the kingdom, it led to various rumors. Now, it seems that there was some truth to them. Antilla nodded unabashed. If her sister's tryst with Tristan can help Axel actually survive the soul extinguisher, she would gladly accept that bloodline. But, the question was, can he survive? Asked Kirin. No one can escape soul extinguisher. The same should be the case for those with Arhunt bloodline as well. They had never heard of a member of Arhant bloodline to have ever survived the soul extinguisher. The general was also uncertain now. Theoretically, there is a possibility. But none of the members of the Arhant Septies have ever succeeded due to the pain. The pain is so severe that it is impossible to focus. That was the case. No matter how much you defend your soul, when the spell touches your soul, it causes indescribable pain. In the face of that pain, you'd lose control over your body, let alone your soul. So, Axel should not be able to survive. But still. The reason the general was uncertain was because Axel had somehow already managed to hold on for so long. So, the general has no qualifications to say whether Axel can do it or not. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. But at that moment, as if to answer their question, they heard the heartbeat again. And, it was getting stronger and faster with each beat. As they watched, the amber glow in Axel's eyes intensified as energy fluctuations appeared around him. He really was awakening the Arhant bloodline. He's doing it. He's fighting back. The general exclaimed. The water around Axel, which previously seemed to move weakly and unstably, was now gathering around Axel in a much more controlled manner. And then, cough, cough, cough. He coughed out water and blood, after which he finally sucked in a deep breath after a long time. His expression of pain slowly started easing and the tremors running throughout his body started to dissipate. He actually did it. Fuck. He survived the soul extinction. Kieran whispered, visibly shaking. Miracle, it's a miracle, said Willis. This kid, he's a fighter, said Ender, feeling proud for no reason. Seeing Axel breathing, Antilla also felt like she could breathe again. Everyone rejoiced as they witnessed the miraculous scene. But, they celebrated too soon. Aslet. Sylphia pointed out urgently, reminding everyone that the fight had yet to end. Before Axel even had the time to recover, Aslet had already regained consciousness, causing him to shift his focus back to the fight. A pair of amber eyes fixated on Aslet, their glowing intensifying even more in order to recover faster. Soon, Aslet lifted his head while cursing due to pain. Then he casually glanced towards Axel, and froze. After a stunned pause of 1 second, a somewhat high-pitched scream rang out as Aslet jerked back, looking at Axel in horror. How? How are you still alive? Axel just looked at Aslet with deathly calm eyes. But the corner of his mouth lifted up lightly in triumph. With his throat already damaged, he seemed to be using mental transmission to converse. It's not certain what he said, but Aslet completely flipped out at this time. Then let me say this, I will kill you. No matter what. He raised the royal trident, and a ball of water rose up in the air. What is he doing? Asked Kieran. A look of consternation appeared on Aslet's face as water became smaller and smaller until it began to emit powerful energy fluctuations. So it was this. Antilla whispered in realization, understanding how the explosion came to be. Estrus also nodded seriously. The vision of the past is almost over, meaning the explosion we witnessed is about to take place. Sylphia gasped, understanding the implications. There's no way Axel could survive that. Teleportation. He can teleport. She blurted, looking at the vision, as if to will Axel to teleport. Kieran sighed. We're in the space layer, she said, bursting the final bubble. The space in this layer is extremely dense. Even basic movements take strain. As for teleportation, it's simply not possible. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of despair. The power of the explosion was irresistible, and teleportation is impossible. Everyone was able to put 2 and 2 together and know what was going to happen to Axel. I don't understand, said the general, shaking his head in frustration. In that condition, it shouldn't be possible for him to successfully trigger an explosion of that magnitude. But of course, they knew for a fact that he succeeded. In the vision, Axel also seemed to know what Aslet was trying to do. Hey, stop. He yelled, his voice completely hoarse. Are you seriously trying to do this? You think you can do it with how weak you are? He asked in annoyance, his judgment mirroring the general's. But, to that, Aslet simply chuckled. Who said I was going to use my own power? A storage space manifested in the air, from which Aslet brought out a circular object. Do you recognize what this is? We call it the dimensional bomb. It blew up in the middle of the kingdom, ignoring the protective wards. It is actually possible. Aslet might just succeed in creating the biggest, most powerful explosion Axel had ever witnessed. You know what the funny thing is? These bombs were made through particles of the key that your parents destroyed. Watching the vision, several of the Atlanteans were startled. That's right. They had completely forgotten the existence of these nature-defying orbs. The bomb had strange properties. It's powerful enough to ignore the ancient protective wards, so it should also be powerful enough to successfully trigger the explosion. Their researchers were at their wits' end, trying to figure out how the bomb was able to bypass the wards. As it turns out, they were made from the particles of the key. No wonder the researchers couldn't understand. Now, the general's question was answered. But there was nothing they could do. The explosion had already happened. All they could do was to helplessly watch Axel succeed. "Don't do it, old man. We'll both die," said Axel, also realizing the horrible situation he was in. But Axel only laughed. "The royal relic will protect me. It might take a few months for me to recover my body, but it would be worth it if I can get rid of you. This is the final farewell, Axel Regius Arhunt. You really have been the greatest one." Stop. At this moment, Axel took out an armor from his storage space. It was the coral armor, the one they had found at the explosion. Axel forcefully squeezed his broken body into the armor. At the same time, his water reached out to take control of the bomb. But click. That sound spelt the end. A huge explosion happened, which triggered the around ball energy that Axel had compressed. Before everything went white, they saw Axel's water wrapping around the trident and pulling it into the center point of the explosion. After witnessing so much, everyone unconsciously had hope that somehow Axel might escape alive. No miracle happened in the end. The vision stopped, and everyone found themselves at the same place where everything ended, the center of the explosion. But now, this place held a different meaning to them. Antilla desperately rushed over to the charred coral armor. But, instead of a body, what she found were ashes. It was too much for her to bear. Her vision turned dark as she fainted. "Princess." Sylthia quickly supported her. No one couldn't blame Antilla. She had witnessed her parents' death at the hands of Axel, powerless to help. And now, she had to do the same for Axel. But still, no matter how harrowing, she watched it to the end while wholeheartedly praying for a miracle. It's already a miracle she didn't collapse sooner. The general took off his helmet and knelt on one knee. A huge sword appeared in his hand which he stabbed into the ground. "All hail, Axel Regius Arhunt. The Blood Crown, Order of Mariner, 8 stars." Without a word, everyone laid down their relics and knelt of one knee towards the armor which contained Axel's ashes. The Blood Crown is the title posthumously given to the crown prince or princess who perishes in battle for the kingdom. In the last 13 years, this title has been used twice, both times giving the kingdom a heavy blow. And the Order of Mariner is the highest honor in the kingdom, given only to the most valiant and visionary heroes who have made monumental contributions to the kingdom. The ranks range from 1 star to the highest of 8 stars. Axel was actually already about to get an Order of Mariner 2 stars for single-handedly protecting the kingdom from the monster tide. But now, the general didn't hesitate to directly increase it to 8 stars, which have been given to anyone else in the kingdom's history. "If anyone deserves it, it's him," said Ender, putting 3 fingers to her heart. The boy showed him what it means to be a true warrior. Sylthia wiped her tears. Looking at the ashes, she was at a loss. The person she had considered as an incompetent outsider turned out to be the greatest hero of all time. Even though she was extremely rude to him, he had still saved her life. Just a while ago, she was still bickering him, and now he's gone. "I haven't even said a thank you, let alone apologize." Kirin felt the most guilty. If she hadn't been careless enough to bring him here, none of this would have happened. Yes, she didn't know he was the crown prince. But, if she had been a little nicer, then maybe he or Aki would have considered telling her. "Aki might never forgive me, heck, even I can't forgive myself," she thought, casting a glance at the back of Akiko, who also knelt on one knee. No. It was only then did she realize. Akiko was overly attached with Axel. Knowing her goddaughter, after this, she'd definitely do anything for revenge. "Aki." Kirin called out. But Akiko did not respond, her body motionless like a statue. "Aki," Kirin put a hand on her shoulder and turned her around. "I promise. I'll definitely take Reve." Kirin's words got stuck in her throat as she choked upon seeing Akiko's face. "What have you done?" she whispered in horror. Something had happened to Akiko. 2 lines of blood streaked down her cheeks. And her eyes, they were completely different. Her pupils had turned red, with black rings concentric around them. Kirin was alarmed. Extremely so. But before she could even react, Akiko fell forward, no longer conscious. This is the image of Akiko's eyes. Power stones. For today and tomorrow. As for progression, don't worry. Axel's return and the final war coming. Next, Eyes of Death. Chapter 224, Chapter 223, Eyes of Death. Chapter 223. Things were getting worse and worse for Kirin. Axel was gone, and Aki had gone unconscious after having a weird change in her eyes. She had her admitted to the royal sanatorium, but somehow, even the best menders of Atlantis, who can be considered the peak of healing throughout the world, were somehow unable to even determine what had happened to her. So, having no choice, Kirin had teleported right into Mahutokoro, in order to find out exactly what had happened to her goddaughter. Unfortunately, even the healers of Mahutokoro seemed to have no idea about the situation she described. Kirin was sifting through various scrolls in the library when sealing ninjutsu covered the place all of a sudden. Bright flames lit up every corner of the place as Yujiro appeared in front of her with a cane in his hand, now unsheathed to reveal a sword. "You have some nerve, coming here after what you did." Kirin was extremely frustrated. "Old man, I really don't have time for this," she said, continuing her search. "Where is she?" "You had no right to take her," said Yujiro, his voice rising along with the magic in the surroundings. "And you had no right to keep her. She's an adult," said Kirin, unleashing her own power. But then, she sighed. "Listen, I need your help. Something happened to her." The magic output stopped as soon as Yujiro heard that. "What happened?" Kirin faltered. I don't know." Her eyes started bleeding, and a pattern appeared. "Now she's unconscious." Kirin didn't notice that Yujiro turned pale as soon as he heard Kirin's description. "This is it," said Kirin, showing him the memory through her e-brace. Yujiro slowly closed his eyes. "She really did it." "What? You know what it is." Yujiro nodded, looking 10 years older. "I had warned her against it. And frankly, I thought it was just a myth." Kirin was getting scared now. What is it?" Yujiro was silent for a moment, looking lost. "It's the Shinigami. Eyes of Death." In a meeting room, the head of all septices, along with the leaders of all divisions, were gathered on the urgent summons by the princess. Just yesterday, they had received reports that the royal aircraft had actually flown into the Altina Trench, the enemy territory. Panicked, everyone had started reaching their contacts, trying to confirm whether the princess had indeed personally ventured into the enemy territory. The kingdom is currently working on a delicate balance, with the existence of Princess Antilla holding it all together. If something were to happen to her, the kingdom would plunge into chaos. So, everyone naturally had complaints about this risky move by the princess. They couldn't understand just what kind of emergency it was that made the princess take such a huge risk. But the very next day, the royal aircraft returned and a red-level meeting was called. Red signifies the highest level of importance, and anyone who fails to attend will face serious consequences. With various complaints in their bellies, the leaders arrived to attend the meeting. But, just seeing the princess pushed them into silence. The usual gentle atmosphere was gone, and so was the ever-present angelic smile. Right now, the princess radiated a sharp aura that demanded absolute obedience. Tendrils of blue revolved around her, as if wanting to strike anyone who dares to offend her. "Aslet Regius Varnox is back." That was all she said. And it was enough to explain her rage. But such a news was naturally met with a lot of skepticism. "Impossible. Isn't he dead? I was there when he died. This is a waste of my time." Such is the nature of those in power. When something that can truly threaten them arrives, their first reaction is submerging their heads in water. Aslet the betrayer was a truly fearsome existence. His means were endless. Even though the people here are confident in their strength, none would dare face him in a 1v1. But the princess didn't stop there. Not only is he back, but he also has control over the royal relic and an endless amount of power through the blue markings. Boom. Now the room was positively boiling. Aslet, with royal relic. That's insanity. Add in an endless amount of power from the blue markings. That's chaos incarnate. There was a gulping sound. No one spoke recklessly this time. Even an idiot can tell that this was most likely the truth. The princess doesn't have enough time to concoct such dangerous news. But still, now it was more about hoping it was false rather than believing it. "Princess, surely." Antilla didn't even wait for the person to finish. She waved her hand and a holographic projection appeared in the middle of the meeting table, almost appearing real. It showed the aircraft of the Relic Wielder Division flying the deeper layer of the trench when suddenly encountering a silhouette floating in their way. With any warning, the silhouette raised a silver trident. Zip. And the aircraft was torn right from the middle. What followed could only be called a one-sided beating of the entire Relic Wielder Division, at the end of which all of them fled through various means. No one rushed to say anything this time. The faces of everyone present had turned completely white as they tried to digest the shocking revelation. Relic Wielder Division. That was the Relic Wielder Division. A group of the kingdom's strongest, most elite warriors, harnessing the power of relics. It was the kingdom's sharpest sword, meant to pierce the enemy's throat. But just now, they witnessed the downfall of that Relic Wielder Division with their own eyes. "He was too powerful, too overwhelming," said Ender in the ensuing silence. He first targeted those of us who could pose a threat to him. After that, we're just clams waiting to be picked. What are we going to do? Asked one of the division heads. The rest of the leaders seemed to have no idea. If even the Relic Wielder division got defeated like that, then there's little they can do even by gathering all of their forces. The Relic Wielders must be rescued as quickly as possible, said the head of Flame Septies. General and Tenebris, these two are our only hope now, said the head of Wind Septies. He had gotten some idea of Aslet's current power. And if there was anyone could even stood the slightest chance against the current Aslet, it's the General and Kirin Tenebris. I propose preparations for the Doomsday Protocol, another division proposed. The leaders had already begun panicking. The memory was definitely real. They had confirmed that several times while watching the unrealistic video. And even though they couldn't confirm whether the blurry silhouette was the Aslet himself or not, they knew that it had the royal relic and was far more powerful than what they could handle. So now the atmosphere in the meeting was turning more and more chaotic as the leaders came up with increasingly radical ideas to deal with the current crisis. But the princess still didn't react. Rather, she played another video. This one started with an already injured Ender being defeated by Tronies. That's right. Before arriving, Antilla had Estrus recover the complete series of events for detailed analysis on Aslet's powers. Seeing the person in the video getting beaten, everyone cast glances at Ender, who was sitting alive and well with them, wondering how he didn't die. Ender shrugged. The power they can draw from the entity has increased. And I was still suffering from the royal curse. That shut everyone up as they quietly watched the video as Ender, now defeated, asked Tronies how they managed to get the relic. Tronies gladly revealed how they ambushed the princess and the Kraken's traitor and how they separated her from the royal relic with the help of a mysterious person who she didn't expect to be on their side. The first thing they picked up from this was, the rumor seemed to be true. The crown princess did have some kind of relation with a Kraken member. The other thing they noticed was that the mysterious person who helped Kraken against the princess must be Aslet himself. No one else should have the ability or wits to rival the princess. Finally, Ender fainted. But, instead of killing him, Tronies started calling someone out while looking into blank space. Suddenly water appeared in the air, soon followed by a pair of glowing blue eyes. The natural thought was that it was the princess, who had finally arrived to rescue Ender. But then, the person turned out to be. It's him. Isn't that Chris Martin? It was Chris Martin, the kid who had been getting famous lately with his impressive trial and the fight against the monster horde. How could Chris Martin the outsider have those royal blue eyes and the water affinity? Because, said Antilla. His real name is Axel Regius Arhunt, son of Atlanta Regius Ignis and Tristan Arhunt. Hearing that, everyone felt like having drunk a huge glass of beer. It was too much to swallow. The crown princess actually had a child. Furthermore, she had a child with a member of the traitor Arhunt Septies. And if that is the case, then wouldn't this child be the next successor to the throne? It really was too much to swallow. Now, questions are forbidden until the end of this memory, said Antilla, her tone allowing no concession. Everyone had a ton of questions, but with the princess's cold order, they could only choke on them as they watched the video, not wanting to miss anything. This was the crown prince. Of course they had to judge him. The eyes of the leaders were now glued to the video, not wanting to miss anything. They watched in surprise as Axel, the crown prince actually fought evenly against Tronies who had been using the blue marking. At that age, he can already fight evenly against Tronies. This is really such high awakening. How? He really is the son of Crown Princess. Everyone was surprised. They naturally know that bloodlines are notoriously difficult to awaken. So, they couldn't understand how Axel had managed to raise it so much even when staying outside the kingdom. Has Princess Antilla been secretly raising him outside to protect him? That would explain why Did suddenly gave him citizenship. But then, why send him to the trench? The questions kept increasing as everyone watched with rapt attention, until Tronies used his final card, creating a huge sphere of raging energies. What? Despicable. He has to be stopped. Suddenly, the crown prince got engulfed in a deadly attack, taking everyone out of their trance. But when the dust settled, they saw. Isn't that coral armor? Theron. What is 8 doing there? A lot of questions were popping up, but again, they got no answer. As the explosion went away, Axel crawled out of the coral armor and began setting his bones back into place through a process that looked very painful. How does he have that? Trony seemed to have the same question, but instead of answering, Axel just straight up killed him, not giving any chance of a cliché comeback. And just like that Tronies, one of the Kraken's big 8s was gone. At the hands of someone so young. Looking at Axel who stood over the corpse of Tronies with water surrounding him, the Atlanteans could only feel the majesty of a king from him. But after that, Axel's knees buckled as he sank due to the pulling force in the gravitational field and clutched his head tired. It was only then did they realize that the victory didn't come without cost. It couldn't have been easy, enduring all those energy fields, said the head of Lightning Septies, a bit worried. He now knew that Axel was actually family, as they were distantly related, and had also saved his son Ender. What do you think, Artis? Frankly, I am amazed he is conscious. He definitely needs treatment after that fight, said the old man Artis, head of the healing division. His internal organs must have suffered serious harm. His bones were forcefully dislocated and reattached within seconds. That is also going to have some after effects. He might also overdrawn his magical limit. In the video, Axel took some much-needed rest. But, no sooner had he started resting, he suddenly got up and started to flee. What? What is he doing? It was odd that instead of resting, Axel suddenly started to run away as if being chased. But soon enough, they found the reason, as the familiar silhouette wielding a trident materialized in the air. Ooh! A collective gasp escaped everyone's mouth as they saw the scene. The betrayer actually caught the Crown Prince. Seeing the Crown Prince's power at such a young age, they had just begun to see a future of having an all-powerful king and thinking of ways to curry favor with him, but suddenly, those dreams were shattered. Wait, you aren't Antilla, said a raspy murmur that sent chills down their spines. Tell me, boy. How do you have the royal bloodline? Seeing this, Antilla bit her lips until they bled. She was also seeing the full series of events for the first time. And what actually happened turned out to be far worse than what she had expected. Not only did Axel have to fight Aslet, but he had to do so right after the fight with another overseer, which he had won with great perseverance. Furthermore, it seems that the reason Aslet came for Axel was because he thought the water affinity he felt belonged to Antilla. May Mother Ocean have mercy. He's got no chance. I hope he doesn't suffer. Aslet was also called the Kinslayer. He was behind the death of the queen, the disability of the king, and from what they just learnt, also the death of the crown princess. Of course he wasn't going to let this new crown prince live. But hearing all that only made Antilla more mad. No one is allowed to say a word until it is over, she declared coldly. Silence descended in the meeting room as everyone waited for the crown prince's death. But, what followed was the most epic, brutal, thrilling, and unpredictable battle they had ever witnessed. By the time it ended, everyone just sat there, too stunned to react. Power Stones. Today and tomorrow. Axel returning in 2 chapters. Come read ahead in new month. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 225, Chapter 224, Potential Revealed. It's a double release. Enjoy. The video was over, meaning they were allowed to speak now. But still, no one said a word. What to say? They were too overwhelmed. Many still had their mouths gaping open, wide enough to stuff several eggplants at once. Many were breathing unevenly, their heartbeat high. Most still had tears in their eyes. And that emotion was genuine. And why not? Watching Axel struggle like that, the sheer intensity of his will to live was so scorching that even when watching the video, they could feel in right up to their souls. Watching such a fierce struggle, they had inadvertently found themselves rooting for Axel, the boy who had been showing them one miracle after another. And since Princess Antilla never said anything, they didn't know the final outcome. So, even until Aslet was preparing for the explosion, they were still hoping for yet another miracle. Is he? Is he really? Asked Lady Garmos, her big eyes glistening with crystal drops of tears. The general shook his head. The explosion was too strong. That set off a wave of murmurs and exclamations throughout the room. Soul extinction. Even the soul extinction, said Lady Garmos in a daze. When she had first seen Chris Martin, it was because of his fight in the biopark incident. Even that at that time, she had judged him to be an extraordinary individual. But, never in her wildest dreams had thought that the extra part would be so unimaginably huge. Such unyielding grit, murmured the Flame Elder. Axel could have died easily. Even at the beginning, it was so easy to be cut in half by the royal relic at any time. And from then on, it got more and more difficult to survive. But he just wouldn't give up. He just kept getting stronger and stronger, said another leader. At first, everyone was expecting Axel to just die. They were only hoping that the boy didn't suffer. But when the fight actually started, they were amazed. No matter how much Aslet attacked, instead of getting weaker, Axel just got a little bit better. That's why it was such a big regret. So much potential, said the commander-in-chief, shaking his head. He almost won. It was unbelievable. Axel almost won against a threat they had thought might end the kingdom. A threat that single-handedly neutralized the most power unit of Atlantis, the Relic Wielder Division. Everyone was still in shock. What even was his age? 16. 17. How is it possible for him to do those things at that age? Did he have a unique relic? Asked the Windhead. Actually, the age is 13. And no. No relics, said the general, patiently making everyone realize the sheer absurdity of the situation. Those words would have received a series of scoffs if not for the fact that the general himself said them. Even though the general's words had absolute credibility, but the information was still not believable. That can't be true, said Lady Garmos. He can't be only 13, can he? Not with that physique. She exclaimed, projecting the image of Axel's bare upper body. I mean, he was able to go head-on with Aslet and the royal relic in close quarters. She clarified. It has to be noticed that Aslet was one of the best fighters in Atlantis, having won at the annual arena many times. And that Aslet had the royal relic. The royal relic. The royal relic has fluid metal properties. It can bend and extend indefinitely, and the three-pronged blades, which can be controlled at the user's will, can cut through anything. Also, the relic grants the wielder the water body, which not only boosts all of the body's parameters, but also makes the body impervious to almost all attacks, thus enabling the user to attack one-sidedly with no fear or precaution of counter-attacks. And Axel was able to take all that with his bare body. How can't a 13-year-old do that? I agree with Lady Garmos. Let alone his close-quarter skills, his grasp over the affinities and secret arts of the Septies is even more surreal, said the Prime Minister. Everyone in the room knew the meaning of that. Affinities take years, a lot of resources, and specific training to raise. And Axel had a grasp over as much as 3 affinities. Not only that, he had also learnt the secret arts of 3 Septices. They are called secret arts for a reason. It means that rarely anyone out of the Septies ever get access to them. And they are awfully difficult to learn. Minister, you missed the most abnormal point, said the Lightning Head. The Windhead nodded. It's not that he has a grasp of 3 affinity arts. But, the fact that he learnt them in the middle of the fight. This was the most impressive factor. Being from the non-combative faction, the Prime Minister couldn't understand just how absurd what Axel did was. So, the affinity arts he used. That's right. He learnt them just by watching. The lightning arts from Ender's fight, and the water and wind arts from Aslet, confirmed the general. Axel's abilities at the beginning were raw. Most likely because he never got someone as powerful as Aslet to use them against. Gods of Sea, the potential. In that condition, it would be difficult to even stay conscious. But he managed to learn the most difficult affinity arts he was in that condition. Does he not feel pain? Everyone just sat there in shock, the goosebumps still not going from their skins. They still couldn't get over the things that they just watched. Among these, there were many who were still stunned despite not even knowing the full extent of what Axel had done. He really might not feel pain. His pain threshold is definitely the highest in the history, said the head of Sanatorium Artis, who actually knew the full extent, was the most psyched of all. He filled with the controls, rewinding it back to the casting of Soul Extinction. The full pain intensity of Soul Extinction has never even been calculated, because everyone dies even before they can endure half the pain. He said. It means that we can finally find out exactly how much pain the Soul Extinction actually causes. The pain the Soul Extinction spell causes has never been measured, because everyone hit by the spell always dies instantly. But, the Arhant Septies, which has in-depth knowledge of the spell, have dubbed it the most painful magic one can be subjected to, far surpassing even the Painifera venom. Today, they finally have footage of someone who actually survived it. So from the video, the pain intensity can easily be calculated by scanning the body's reaction. The video of the Axel getting hit by the Soul Extinction was still playing on the side as he ran calculations on the virtual monitor. The pain intensity began to show on a graph just as Axel was about to be hit. But, something was wrong. Is this accurate? Someone asked, looking at the reading. Is the Soul Extinction has already been cast? As they measured the pain intensity, there was an anomaly. Axel had not yet been attacked by the Soul Extinction, but the readings were going crazy right now. This led to many people thinking that either the reading was wrong or the spell had already been cast. But of course, the combat expertise leaders knew that despite how unbelievable they were, the readings were over 100,000. Isn't that already higher than the Painifera sting? Everyone here is a qualified leader, with plenty of secretive information in their heads. As one of the main precautions to prevent leaks, they've all been through some level of Painifera endurance training. In that condition, it is difficult to even form a coherent thought, let alone continue a fight against someone like Aslet. So when they noticed that the pain intensity that Axel was currently feeling was already significantly higher than even the Painifera sting, they were obviously bamboozled. But of course, those with rich combat experience or high medical knowledge knew that despite how unbelievable it appears, the numbers were actually correct. The readings are accurate, said the Commander-in-Chief, frustrated at lack of awareness of the non-combat faction. Just take a look at his condition. He didn't like how ignorant they were of the difficulty of the things Axel had managed to achieve in the fight. It has to be noticed that Axel had already been in a hardcore battle against Aslet, where he has been suffering life-threatening injuries one after another right from the start. It's to the point most of the outer layer of his body has been torn off, his muscles ruptured, and bones broken. The only way he was even able to move his body was through water, while also continuously healing it. But, in doing so, the pain he was experiencing was automatically ignored by everyone, since from beginning to end, Axel never showed even a minor sign of pain. Only now that they saw the reading did they finally remember that the kind of injuries also come with equivalent pain and how much of a big deal Axel staying conscious throughout the and even fighting in that condition is. But even then, the real extent of Axel's pain tolerance was revealed only after he was hit by the soul extinction. As soon as the spell was cast, the line in the graph suddenly skyrocketed straight up in a vertical line. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. It didn't rise in numbers, it rose directly in digits. The pain intensity reached 10 million and it was still rising along with Axel's screams. What is this? Everyone looked at the screen dumbfounded. The rumors were true. The soul extinction really is the most painful magic to be subjected to. But it was this painful. Antilla covered her face, her shoulders shaking. He could have been the strongest warrior in the history of the kingdom, Lady Garmos whispered. Might and courage is highly respected in Atlantis. That's why people like someone as evil as Aslet could still get supporters and why someone with Kieran's personality has so much power. So, someone like Axel, who has killed 3 relic wielders, survived the soul extinction, almost won against Aslet wielding the royal trident, and survives the soul extinction, all just at the age of 13, would have naturally been an object of worship. We could have had a new king, said the Prime Minister in regret. A king like him. Hearing that made everyone sigh with sadness. In Atlantis, the king is like an anchor that holds the whole kingdom in place. With the help of the royal trident and the royal bloodline, there's really little that could threaten the king. So, in history, there have been many kings who managed to rule the kingdom in peace and prosperity by protecting the kingdom by keeping the Kraken in check, not giving any chance to resurge. But this time, the situation is different. The last rebellion left the kingdom extremely weakened. It was led by Aslet, the head of Soul Septies, and the head of Earth Septies. The king was disabled, the queen perished, along with many warriors, and many relics were stolen. From then on, the organization, which had been dead was for a long time, resurged as the entity regained a lot of its power. During this time, the crown princess was absolutely amazing, taking over the power and restabilizing the kingdom while the king recovered. But then they lost the crown princess and royal relic, which also resulted in further deterioration of the king's health. Ever since then, the kingdom has been on a decline, going on without a king while the organization has been growing stronger and stronger. But, just imagine if Axel was able to realize his full potential. He could have single-handedly drowned the whole organization into nothingness. The kingdom could finally regain its peace and stop expecting their friends to be brainwashed and turned into a Kraken supporter. But alas, that can't happen anymore. The atmosphere was extremely depressing as everyone bemoaned the fall of a prince who could well have been the strongest king of Atlantis. Everyone. The general cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention. This is the purpose of today's meeting. To inform everyone about the crown prince and his sacrifice. As everyone knows, the kingdom was faced with imminent peril with the return of Aslet wielding the royal relic. We have lost 2 relic wielders to him, and would have lost far more had he not stepped in. Make no mistake, despite Aslet's domain restricting the space, the crown prince could have escaped at the beginning of the fight, just like he did in this situation, he said, playing the footage of Axel teleporting right before getting swallowed by the space whale. But he did not. Despite the odds, he chose to fight. Due to his sacrifice, the kingdom has gained several months to thoroughly prepare for Aslet's return. Not only that, but the crown also defeated the Kraken's 4th, 7th, and 8th overseers, while also saving the lives of Ender Ignis and Sylthia Varnox. Now, before we discuss the countermeasures against Aslet, I believe that this is all a lot to take all of a sudden. Thus, in case anyone has any questions, I will try to satisfy their curiosity. This was what everyone was waiting for. It's double release, so read the next. Chapter 226, Chapter 225, Revenge for Axel. When the leaders almost couldn't wait any longer, the general finally allowed for questions. General. I would like to know, where has the crown prince been this whole time? Yeah, and why did we never know about his existence? Also, how did he get so skilled? Was he trained in secrecy? As soon as the general allowed for it, questions began pouring in since everyone had been bursting with doubts and curiosity this whole time. The general raised his hand to stop the tide before there were too many questions to answer. To answer your questions, first off, we were not aware of the crown prince's existence. The Kraken seemed to have found out first and sent 2 of their overseers for him, which he managed to defeat on his own. Also, we do not know how he got so skilled. He grew up in an orphanage in the outer world and attended the local academy with no help from us. So there is a possibility that he's self-taught. The answers caught everyone off guard. They had been thinking that the Crown Prince had been secretly trained this whole time as a secret weapon against the organization. But that does not seem to be the case. The Crown Prince, living in an outer world orphanage. Preposterous. How could this be? Instead, they heard the most offensive news ever. Those with the royal bloodline, and even the direct bloodline of other septuses, are given the best treatment from birth. So, it was really quite a shock to know that the Crown Prince, the direct heir to the throne, grew up in that kind of environment. And of course, it is not clear what they'll do when they find out further details of the Crown Prince's childhood. Then, how did he get here? And what was his purpose for coming? Did he want the throne? If so, then why did he not reveal his identity? The next round of questions arrived without delay. He got here through the royal token. I suppose the princess might have left him one. As for his purpose, it would seem that he wanted to heal his hand. Heal. Heals his hand. That's it. Can the people of outer world not even regrow a limb? This has to be an excuse. Yes, I think so too. He must have wanted the throne, right? His birthright. If that was the case, then why didn't he reveal his identity? We'd have forced him to take it even if he didn't want it. Actually, he wanted to reattach it, not regrow. His arm, I mean. It was not the general who said that, but Artis, the head of sanatorium. There's a difference. And given the importance, it might really be his real purpose for coming here. Not the throne. After videos of Axel's trial and the biopark incident had gone algal, he had gotten this information from a 5-star mender. Usually, he would just keep the information confidential, but now with the Crown Prince already gone, there was no point keeping it. Regrowing instead of reattaching, what is the difference? Asked one of the leaders in confusion. A big one. Astries logged into the sanatorium server and pulled out the information of Axel's procedure. Just look at the parameters, he said, showing them Axel's stats. But of course, most of the members had no idea what they were seeing. So, Astries gave them a glimpse. To put it in simple terms, if there was a relic for hands, the enhancement would be equivalent to what his hands can already reach without any external factor, he said, eliciting gasps from all around. Those hands are the most important reason why he was able to go toe-to-toe with Aslet in close combat with ordinary knives without getting them broken in one blow. If he just regrew his hand, all the time and effort he spent training them to this degree would have been wasted. So, I really think this had a huge part in why he arrived here. It took a while for everyone to digest that. Thinking about the fight, they recalled how the knives kept flashing dazzlingly, taking on the royal relic, and released how that was possible. So, he came here to get his hand healed, and he kept his identity a secret. Asked the Royal Academy principal, who had been silent this whole time, to which the general nodded. So, I take it that in everyone's eyes, he was just an extraordinary prodigy who had come from the outer world, just like the shinobis. No one was aware of the fact that he was strong enough to easily defeat relic wielders. Indeed. Then why, pray tell, was such a bright prodigy sent so deep into the trench? I was already against him completely skipping the academy education, but then also skipping the procedure of training and experience requirements for deep trench exploration standards. Why? It was only then everyone came out of their regrets and remembered, the fight happened in the deeper layers of the trench. Somewhere where someone with Axel's official qualification should not even be present. Meaning, this whole tragedy could have been avoided, and, meaning that the Crown Prince could have been still alive. Yes, what was he doing there? Not even the shallows, but directly in the gravitational layer. He could have been still alive. Everyone began to question the situation now. It's like watching your treasure getting robbed and then releasing that the treasure had been taken out of the vault and put in the middle of the thieves' den before it was stolen. The general let out a sigh, wondering how to even answer that. That's because of a series of unfortunate events, said the general as he explained what happened. When the general was done, everyone felt extremely frustrated. Kirin. It's her again, said the flame head. What was she thinking? Taking completely new recruits into the trench, exclaimed the wind head. Everyone was outraged. This was not a small matter. This was the death of their best chance at peace. Even if someone them might not give a shit about Axel, they sure want Kraken gone, whose ultimate goal is the destruction of the whole kingdom. And Kirin had the most fault in the matter. Had she not been so reckless and hadn't broken rules, none of this would have happened. Of course everyone was angry at her. But, at this moment, Princess Antilla, who had been quiet this whole time staring down woodenly, finally raised her head. Kirin is not the one to blame, she stated, finally breaking her silence. When thinking about it, it really isn't Kirin's fault. From the space turbulence to space whales, things happened in a way that no one could have predicted. Those to blame are still down there in the trench. Aside from Axel's terrible luck, the blame can only be put on Aslet, who stopped at nothing to destroy the crown prince, even sacrificing himself, and on the organization, which corrupted the royal relic and helped Aslet regain his power. I only have one purpose now, revenge. I want to return Aslet and the Kraken every bit of pain Axel had to go through. And I will stop at nothing to achieve it. She said, her eyes ice cold. Make no mistake. This is my personal vendetta, not the royal will. There is no obligations for others to follow. But I will see this through to the end. Antilla was done now. She was done being passive, she was done being patient, she was done being safe, and she was done making every decision in her life for the sake of the kingdom. When she was young, she witnessed the death of royal mother and royal father getting crippled. After that, her sister took over, and Antilla grew extremely dependent on her. But then, her sister also left the kingdom, leaving Antilla to handle the kingdom all alone. Antilla tried her best to keep the kingdom stable while helping royal father, whose pains had further increased and whose health had further deteriorated. All in the hope that her sister would return soon. But then, she received the news of her death. Antilla was crushed by then. It was very difficult for Antilla to recover from that. But still, she did. Because the kingdom needed her. And her sister wouldn't have wanted her efforts to be wasted like that. So, since then, she has been somehow managing, trying to passively defend the kingdom to protect the long legacy. She didn't accept it, but she has been unconsciously hoping for a miracle. With no acknowledgement from the royal throne, the royal trident gone, and the kingdom so weakened, there was little she could do but be on the defensive. That went on for years. But then, the miracle actually happened. Her sister, whom she dearly missed, actually had a son. A son who reminded so much of her sister, whether in terms of reliability, talent, or confidence that it filled her with joy from deep within. The happiness was short-lived, though. And the fall was like heaven to hell. Witnessing the brutal and horrific murder of her 13-year-old boy, something broke inside Antilla. Now, she doesn't care. She no longer has it in her to care. All she wants is to wage war and have revenge for Axel, the last family member she lost. And if Antilla knows anything about her royal sister, she would want the same, the kingdom be damned. Antilla looked around at the table. I know that we've been passive this whole time in the war, focusing on reinforcing the seal first. But that is getting us nowhere and leaving us exposed to attacks from the squids. Therefore, I propose applying a more aggressive strategy on defeating the Kraken. I will only proceed with those who agree. Your choice is completely voluntary. There was silence in the meeting room as everyone exchanged glances. But then Ender just nodded his head. I'm with Antilla. This guy not only saved me, but also ended that bastard Tronies. So, I am definitely all for revenge. So am I, said Sylthia, who had been silent the whole time. She didn't provide any reasons, only keeping them in her heart. It's nothing compared to the kingdom's loss, but I have also lost my son, said the Flame Elder, fire burning in his eyes. Among the 2 kingdoms' relics that were found at the site, one of them belonged to the Flame Septies. Kraken must burn for this. In the Relic Wielder Division's fight against Aslet, his son was the first one Aslet used the royal curse on, since, having the power of fire, his son posed the most significant threat to Aslet. Though his son had managed to escape at the time, but since his relic was with Aslet, it is safe to conclude that Aslet hunted him down later on and the wielder is no longer alive. The Flame Septies will not let this drift by. The principal of Royal Academy sighed. I will ask you all to reconsider. We currently neither have the royal trident, nor the royal throne. We can't tread this war recklessly, he said, stopping the domino effect. And to think we had almost regained both the relics, said the commander-in-chief bitterly. The royal trident, giving the wielder the ability to harness the power of the sea itself, is the most powerful attacking relic. And the royal throne, giving the wielder complete control over the kingdom's ancient defense system, is the most powerful defensive weapon. And they could have actually regained both since there was such a capable royal prince alive this whole time, who almost defeated Aslet. But the principal has a point. The reality is that, right now, the kingdom has neither of the relics which have kept Kraken at bay throughout these millennia. The royal trident is with Aslet and the royal throne is empty, no longer acknowledging neither the king nor Antilla, going into complete shutdown. So, this is really not the time to be reckless like they could be a few decades back. There's a high chance they might actually lose if they made a wrong move. That's why, even though everyone was frustrated and wanted to join the princess, they hesitated. At this moment, the Lightning Septies head shook his head. To be honest, I would have tried to oppose rushing into revenge irrationally as well, but the Crown Prince has actually made this idea feasible. Indeed. Agreed the Windhead. 3 overseers are down, and Aslet is extremely weakened at the moment. So, no matter what, this really is the best window of opportunity we have, before Aslet regains his power and the Kraken replaces the overseers. At least the royal trident and throne won't be used by the enemy. The windhead is right. Even since we don't have the royal relic, at least Aslet also can't use it for the time being. As for the royal throne, it's a pity that we almost regained it, but since we don't have it, our defense is currently at its weakest. I also believe that attacking would be our best move now," said the general. "Let's also not forget the fact that he prevented the biopark incident, killed 3 overseers, and saved the kingdom by sacrificing his life against Aslet. We owe it to him to fight," said Lady Garmos. "I have been on board since the moment I saw that glorious fight," said the commander-in-chief. "Compared to what he went through and overcame, our troubles are worth nothing." One by one, the leaders expressed their support over aggressively attacking the Kraken. And thus, on October 13, 5335 of the Atlantean calendar, the war between kingdoms and Kraken entered the large-scale mobilization stage. Around the same time, in the royal sanatorium, Akiko, who had been unconscious this whole time, jerked awake as the lights dimmed. In the darkness, only a pair of eyes could be seen, having red pupils with black rings around them. And they were hungry for revenge. Next, still alive. Next, Axel, the royal trident wielder. I need stones on Monday. We've already gotten number 1 this week. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Best time to subscribe. Chapter 227, Chapter 226, Still Alive. Chapter 226. 2 months later. Hogwarts. September was here. And just like usual, the new term had already started. But in this term, things are different. Axel Hunt, the most famous person of the time, suddenly disappeared, creating absolute chaos. And after that, a book was released called The Life and Lies of Axel Hunt, which quickly became a global bestseller. The kind of eventful life this person had lived was so shockingly tragic and impressive that it made many people fanatic about Axel. It has to be noted that the book was created in the latest magical format, meaning it had moving pictures and recorded shorts as proof of information, so that people know for real that what was written was actually true. And then there was the big reveal, in which Rita Skeeter, who actually turned out to be the author Miss Gossip, dropped a mass release of a ton of damning information on various famous and important people. Since then, the Wizarding Britain has been in a state of complete anarchy. Especially with the revelation of the words Minister Black said to Axel Hunt. Now, the situation at Hogwarts is that, meeting after 2 months, all the students do is gossip about the various things that have happened. So, is that minister still not showing up? Nope. She's gone completely AWOL. That bitch. Why hasn't she been arrested yet? Well, she technically didn't break any law. What? But, shouldn't she face some kind punishment for what she did? Why don't they sack her? How? More than half the Wisengamot is in her pocket, the rest don't have the guts to oppose that mad bitch. Anyways, did you hear about the McGowls? Ever knew Taylor McGowl had 3 mistresses? And he was abusive too. Poor Julia. Yeah, and to think I've been crushing on him ever since I saw his first movie. I'm glad Julia is filing for divorce and pressing charges. That's what he deserves. Did you hear about the Miss Wizarding World? Apparently she really did use dark magic to achieve those looks, something about sacrificing babies. Who would have thought, right? Yeah, she always used to portray herself as so innocent. Like she was some saint or something. Well, as they say, never judge a book by its cover. Some people's appearances can be highly deceptive. Of course. Who knows who can be a dark magician? I know, right? So sickening. Shoo. Not so loud. She can hear you. So what? I'm not scared of her. Yeah, what will she do? Cast Cruciatus on us. Daphne had a deadpan hearing the boring conversation on the table. But still, she felt the grip on her hand tighten considerably. Calm down, Tori. Don't listen to them. She said to her sister exasperatedly. But they are being so mean. Complained Astoria, fuming. I never thought Hogwarts would be so bad. Daphne sighed. Astoria was now 11, meaning she could finally go to the place she had been dreaming about for years. But so far, it has to be said that her experience has been far from her dreams. Since the deeds of their kind father have been made public, there have been 2 raids at their house, business has received a backlash, their mother can't go anywhere public, and of course, the sisters are objects of all kinds of rumors and persecution here at Hogwarts. Naturally, Astoria has not been impressed. And of course, there is the most important factor. When will Axel come back? Axel is not here. The recent fantasies of Astoria always had her sister, and Axel, the 3 of them having fun at Hogwarts. But Axel has disappeared somewhere and her sister, who is always worried, would not tell her where he is, let alone when he'll be back. Daphne gritted her teeth. I told you, Tori. Do not talk about him in public. If the people here found out that Daphne had information about Axel's whereabouts, the 2 of them would be mobbed. I asked, Astoria began, but then lowered her voice. I just asked when he'll come back. Everyone is asking that question, Daffy. No one would suspect us. And, you still haven't answered my question. Daphne rolled her eyes. Of course she didn't answer the question. What was she supposed to say? For the last time, Tori. I have no idea. But how can you not know? Wasn't he your boyfriend? Did you guys break up? He's not. Daphne unconsciously raised her voice. He's not my boyfriend. She whispered harshly while looking around in caution. Oh come on. Did you see the look on his face when you didn't remember him? How are you guys not a couple? He was like a kicked puppy. And you think about him practically all the time. You have a pillow named Axel for Merlin's sack. With her face as red as an apple, Daphne had to silence her over-talkative sister with her wand before she spilled any more beans. Shut the fuck up. Let's go. We're clearly not eating anything anyway. She muttered, grabbing her hand and getting up. Hey Daphne. Did you really befriend Axel to take revenge? Someone called out on their way out. You did, right? After all, he did kill your daddy. Another one yelled. Even under the silencing spell, Astoria wanted to yell back, but Daphne just dragged her out, taking her to Axel's hideout. Since there's a lot of anger against them, the dorms are no longer safe. So, like Axel, the sisters have been sleeping at this place in order to guard against any vengeful pranks. It was only now did Daphne undo the spell on Astoria. Why did you stop me again? She burst out as soon as she could speak. What would you have done if I hadn't stopped you? Isn't it obvious? I would have told them the truth. That our father was the one who did bad things. Not us. He even did bad things to Mother and me. Okay, so the three of us knew of his crimes but we did not report them. That makes us accessory to those crimes. Do you not know that? But if we had reported it, he would have had us killed. Daphne rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. Good luck explaining that to everyone. And that would only make us victims with weak and cowardly personalities. Tell me, Astoria, are we weak and cowardly? Astoria shut up after that, looking down at the ground. We're not. Not anymore. She said, finally looking up. Exactly. Said Daphne, gripping Astoria's shoulder. We now control the Greengrass Empire. We're one of the richest and most influential families in magical Britain. We're no longer the weak and helpless girls we used to be. As for the people bothering us. Daphne's eyes turned cold. You'll notice that none of those stupid people have a powerful background. They'll stop when their families go bankrupt. Astoria was silent for a while, looking at her sister. You are always so strong. Strong. Daphne laid down powerlessly on the couch. I wasn't strong before. I was just prickly, trying to scare everyone away with a false facade. He taught me what being strong actually means. If this was the Daphne of the past, she wouldn't have been able to handle the current situation. She would have been panicking every day for Astoria's safety. But now, this situation just seems childish to her. Now in her 3rd year, she can already wipe the floor with 7th years. It's just that no one worthy to be the sacrificial lamb has provoked them so far, making her wait for the right opportunity. And even now, in terms of one subject, I'm still completely weak and helpless. She said, feeling melancholy. Unfortunately, her current abilities are still far from enough to solve her real troubles. 2 months and there's been no word. How is she supposed to know anything? She's been dying of worry. Not to mention how much she misses him. She would have only missed him if he had gone anywhere else. But this is Atlantis. The most powerful place on Earth, housing the most dangerous people and weapons. That leaves her always worried about his safety. Most importantly, it's obvious that he went because of her. Because not only is she too weak to help, she's too weak to even protect herself, which is not the case for Akiko and Martina. If he hadn't gone for the Kraken, they would have come for him. And after failing, they would have gone for his weakness, which, after eliminating Martina and Akiko since they're too strong, is her. So, there's also a healthy amount of guilt and self-loathing too. In short, it's getting really hard for her to continue. Just one word. All she needs is just one word from him that he's safe. And he should know that. But, it has been 2 months and there's been no word. From what she's heard, the situation there is getting more and more serious and there's been no word about Axel. Daffy, said Astoria squeezing her hand. Don't keep it yourself. I worry too. Daphne sighed, shaking her head. You have to stay out of this. The less you know, the better. But. At this moment, the door opened and Martina walked in, holding a laptop. I got it. I finally got it. Her purple hair were disheveled and her eyes had dark circles beneath them. For convenience, Martina has also been living here since this place is much more convenient than her suitcase for a lab. At least no one can steal this place while she's inside. Daphne stood up immediately. Did you? She asked excitedly. Martina has been trying to hack into Atlantis' servers to find out information on Axel. They were so excited when they found videos of Axel's trial and the biopark incident. But then, they found that any other information on Axel had been classified into the top secret category, which was near impossible to break through even for someone like Martina. You did? Asked another voice as Rose Potter popped her head out of another room. Why are you here? Asked Astoria in surprise. Rose rolled her eyes. Oh, come on. How am I supposed to live at the dorms when my aunt is currently the enemy number one? Like the Greengrass sisters, Rose was also facing a similar situation. She was devastated when she found out that Axel had such injuries for the whole first year while she had been a bitch to him. But then to see Auntie Bella blackmailing him even in that condition, well, she can't blame people for being angry. Forget about me. Did you really get the top-level clearance? Asked Rose, turning to Martina. Didn't you say the water wall of Atlantis, network firewall, was impossible to crack? Atlantis. Wait, Axel is in Atlantis. Asked Astoria, but Daphne shushed her down. It was. That's why it took 2 months for me to crack it. I had to learn everything from the start, not only about their technology and language, but also their history, culture, and system. By now, I know more about Atlantis than Atlanteans themselves. Well, genius, tell us already. What did you find out? Martina bit her lips. I haven't looked. I'm nervous. Bring it here, said Daphne urgently. Daphne put the laptop on her lap and the 3 girls crowded around her. Biting her lips, Daphne opened the file and looked through the information. Name, Axel Regius Arhant. Age, 13. Father, Tristan Alexius Arhant. Mother, Edlina Regius Ignis. Relics, none. Bloodline, direct Atlantean royal, secondary Ignis. They know that he's a royal, said Rose in surprise. That made things complicated. As far as they were aware, since they didn't know the royal family's intentions, Axel was going to keep his identity secret while dealing with the Kraken. But it seems that the plan has failed since his file clearly states his identity. Axel. Axel is a royal. On the other hand, Astoria's world was collapsing. How is he a royal? Oh Merlin. Can he still marry my sister? Tori, shut up, said Daphne, her eyes on the screen as she scrolled further. Further down, the information was. Parameters. Strength, S. Agility, SS. Dexterity, SSS+. Intelligence, S+. Physique, SS. Mana, A. Talent, immeasurable. Power level, 8 stars. Skills. Weapon arts, knife wielding, SSS+. Affinity arts, royal water arts, SSS+, Ignis lightning arts, S, Varnox wind arts, A. Movement arts, SS+. What? Martina's jaw dropped when she saw Axel's information. How is that possible? What does it mean? Asked Daphne, having no idea. Martina, who had already seen hundreds of files by now, knew what those parameters meant. It's higher. It's much higher than it was the last time. And he was already the strongest in the outer world then. Martina couldn't comprehend how that was possible. She was already surprised by Axel when he fought against Voldemort and the 2 Kraken overseers. But now, he's suddenly become many times more powerful. He was already the strongest. Asked Rose. Then how powerful is he now? Well, his power level is 8 stars, which is the highest in Atlantis. Someone with that level of power can destroy Hogwarts in a single move. Martina was still having a hard time wrapping her head around it. Rose gulped while Astoria looked to be in awe. On the other hand, Daphne quickly scrolled further, still hungry for more information. Height, 170. Weight, 66. Hair color, black. Eye color, amber/blue. Affiliations, Black Ops Division, former, royal family. DOB, January 8, 5322. DOD, October 11, 5335. Status, deceased, blood crown, Order of Mariner, 8 stars. The laptop almost dropped her lap when she read the last bit. That's how badly she was shaking. The deceased. Rose stuttered, like she couldn't understand the concept. That can't be right. They already know he has royal ancestry, so maybe they're being safe, said Martina, her voice trembling. But when Daphne scrolled further, their worst fears came true as they saw in an image of Axel horribly injured. Below it was a short video file, displaying Axel's final moments. Further below were the images of the funeral. The laptop dropped to the ground. Rose put a hand on mouth, completely in shock. This can't be true. Martina picked the laptop back up, frantically trying to find out, trying to prove that the information was false. Daffy. No. Daffy. On the other hand, Astoria panicked badly when she saw Daphne's condition. Magical chains were appearing all over her body, which had begun emitting an ominous aura. What's happening to her? Asked Rose urgently. It's the family curse. It's back. Yelled Astoria, half crying, half panicked. What? What do we do? How do we stop it? I don't know. Last time she stopped it on her own. Daffy. Do something. But Daphne was just looking at Martina, who was looking at the screen in abject horror. Is it true? She asked. Martina tore her eyes away from the screen, pain apparent on her face. She looked like a lost child. True. The chain solidified as Daphne lost consciousness. She isn't trying to fight it, said the Astoria. What do we do now? I have no idea. Daffy. Wake up. Rose and Astoria kept panicking while Martina looked blankly into the air. I know what to do, said Martina after a while, getting up numbly. You could tell she was using a clemency. Axel. Her voice trembled when she said his name. Before going, Axel told me what to do in case something like this happened, she said, levitating Daphne. He had already found the cure, but Daphne wouldn't accept it. So he told us what to do in case she contracts it again. Maybe she didn't want to bear the pain alone, maybe she thought Daphne would want to remember Axel, or maybe she still had a hope that Axel might return. But Martina did as Axel had told her and took her to the room where Axel hadn't allowed any of them in. Inside was a complex ritual circle with various materials placed at different spots. In the middle was a wand that was a familiar wand levitating midair. Isn't that Axel wand? Whispered Martina, whose family had customized the wand themselves. He left it here. He didn't take it to Atlantis? Asked Rose in surprise. A wand is a wizard's most important tool, protective armament and weapon. You are going to the most dangerous place. The last you can do is go there fully armed. Rose thought it was common sense. The branch of the world tree. It's the most important part of the ritual. The final piece. Said Martina, reading the ritual circle, having figured it out just now herself as she remembered the list he had given her. He left it for Daphne. 4 months later. In an unknown location. Water started gathering in a mass, before it formed into a human body shape. Axel slowly opened his eyes, finally regaining consciousness. Welcome back, Axel. Axel slowly opened his eyes, one blue, one amber, and took in a deep breath. How much time? That's all he asked. 6 months, 4 days, 5 hours, 23 minutes, 57 seconds. Feeling the tremendous power surging through him, he looked at the royal trident in his hand. He sighed. Not worth it at all. Power stones. Give me tomorrow as well. How did he survive? Find out in the next chapter. Come read ahead and witness Axel's glorious return. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 228, Chapter 227, Axel, the wielder of royal trident. Not worth it at all. The first thing that came to his mind was, Daphne is going to kill me. He had promised to call every few days to report. And he would have, too. Even if the communications are blocked, he could have easily asked Kirin for help. Hell, he could have directly walked up to the technomancy department. Could anyone really stop him? But they ended up getting stranded here, and then he almost died for 6 fucking months. So, he really didn't get the chance. By now, Daphne would have been worried sick. As for Martina, well, she must have been panicking, but not as much as Daphne. The problem is, 6 months really is a long time. There's no way they wouldn't think of the worst conclusions for not contacting. Then there was Akiko. She must still think he's missing. No, the explosion. She must have seen that too. And if the relics were found. Damn it. This really wasn't worth it at all. Daphne, Martina, and Akiko. All 3 must have done something desperate after him going MIA for so long. Well, hope things haven't changed much, he thought. Of course, he had no fucking idea how wrong he was. The first thing he had to do was to get some clothes. Since even his body couldn't escape, of course there'd be no clothes either. Storage space too. Axel sighed as he realized he had lost all of his belongings. There were a lot of important things in there, including his food, clothing, and a lot of other valuable stuff. So, just like the old days, huh? It just like the old days, when he had nothing. Of course, that wasn't exactly the case, was it? Magic hands. Clothes were conjured out of thin air which Axel quickly put on. As for the food, well, he will have to manage with water. Axel tried moving his body, and felt uncomfortable all over, which should be the case after it had to be reconstructed. Checking the condition, he found that it had been reconstructed as good as new. What about the soul? Surprisingly, he found that even his soul had recovered, and even becoming stronger than before. Perks of the new bloodline, maybe. Of course, the price was 6 months. And he did almost die too. That explosion would have definitely killed him. Then, how did he survive? They were both going to be blown up, and Aslet had the royal trident, which could protect him. But, what Aslet did not know was that Axel had an overpowered skill, Unshackle, which he had been using on the royal trident, slowly removing Aslet's control over it. When Aslet brought out the dimensional bombs, it suddenly led to a eureka moment as amidst the thought of, I'm to die, Axel realized, I can use that too. So, in the last moment, borrowing the power of the dimensional bombs, Axel unshackled the royal relic from the entities and Aslet's control. Once that happened, Aslet lost the protection of the royal relic. And the royal relic, which had been calling out to Axel throughout the fight, quickly bonded with him, thus saving him from the explosion. In simple terms, take it as Aslet strapping himself with a parachute and dragging Axel with him to jump from a plane. But at the last moment, Axel snatched away the parachute, using it to save himself and letting Aslet die from his own plan. That's how Axel is still alive while Aslet is finally gone. It was a fucking close call. Axel almost got burnt to death, but at the last moment, he gained water body and the relic's protection, getting the power to regenerate his physical body. Let's never do that again, he thought. Really, fighting Aslet was a big mistake. He thought he could take him, and he almost had too. He was winning. But never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Aslet would have something as dangerous as the soul extinguisher, much less he'd use it on a 13-year-old. And if he hadn't used the soul extinguisher, Axel could have easily stopped him from using that last move. The thing with Aslet was, he had a really good battle sense. Axel tried to keep baiting him into thinking he was winning all the time in order to control the fight's tempo, but Aslet understood that after a while and went full power mode, not even caring about his own losses. Like, how many people as strong as Aslet would use the soul extinguisher without hesitation at that moment, when they are clearly the one winning? Axel was so badly injured and had no magical or physical energy left. And he was 13. The logical conclusion was to keep on attacking till the kid depletes his mental energy and get an easy win. But Aslet saw more. Somehow, through intuition or through calculations, he knew that if the fight went on like this, he'd lose. And so, without hesitation, he used a spell so painful and damaging to his own soul rather than taking his chances to ensure his victory. And even when that didn't work, the old man didn't give Axel any chance. Not letting Axel recover, he quickly launched an even more powerful attack, which Axel would have otherwise stopped had he been in a better condition. And this attack really would have killed him, had Axel not have his own card up his sleeve. So, with an opponent as batshit crazy as that, there's a high chance Axel could have really died in that fight. Anyways, it did pay off, he muttered, raising the royal trident. System, where am I right now? Asked Axel finally. He thought it was just because he still hadn't recovered, but he was experiencing some serious discomfort right now. His head felt like it would explode any time. You are currently in the deepest layer of the abyss, the mind layer. No Atlantean has ever stepped into this layer without serious mental protection tools. Well, fuck me. How did I get here? Thou art awake, my prince. At this moment, he heard another voice in his head, different from the system's. This one sounded real, with emotions, rather the system's emotionless mechanical voice. Who the fuck? Exclaimed Axel, looking around. 'Tis I, the mighty Trident Nerinthos, royal sovereign of the deep, my prince. Thou hast unshackled me from my bonds. Thy bravery hath loosened my chains, and for this, my thanks shall echo through the ages. The heck? It was only then that Axel found the mental link with the trident in the corner of his mind. It was similar to the one he had with his wand. But he was still surprised. He knew the royal trident had a consciousness of its own. That's how he knew it was asking him to free it. But that was through emotions and mental signals, not full-fledged old-fashioned Atlantean language. You can speak. Verily, I can speak, and speak with wisdom. For I am Trident Nerinthos, the sage counselor of monarchs. Alas, 'tis a long time since last I was permitted to utter a word. The accursed infidels have subjected me to torments most foul and unspeakable, silencing my voice and stifling my counsel. For this freedom, I shall be forever in thy debt, and my gratitude shall know no bounds. Axel shrugged. Well, I had to free you. You'd have killed me otherwise. Nay, good sir. Thou art a warrior of unyielding valor, an immortal champion beyond compare. That dastardly brute, with all his might, could never vanquish thee, even had I lent them the full measure of my mystical powers. Yep, this guy thinks I'm a god. Thought Axel in confirmation. Though thinking about it, Axel did free it from restrictions that were supposed to be unbreakable after going through a fight that was unwinnable. How else to explain that? No matter who watches that fight, not even in their wildest dreams would they think he could have the ability to unshackle the royal relic, let alone that he'd manage to do it at the last moment. Alright, I don't have time for flattery. Do you know which way is the exit? I need to go to the kingdom. Axel has priorities. First of all, he needs to go back and tell people he's still alive. He might have bonded to the most powerful weapon in the world, but he can't really test it out right now. Certes, I know the path well. Forsooth, I have traversed these realms for ages past, and their twists and turns are etched in my mind like the lines on a well-worn map. The kingdom lieth in yonder direction, my prince, said the shining silver trident, pointing itself opposite the way Axel had been drifted all these months. Axel sighed. Seriously. If the kingdom is that way, then it's really going to take a long time to go back. Guess it time to see if I've become any faster, he muttered, tapping into the tremendous power he had been feeling for a while. Suddenly, blue energy flared up around Axel as the oppression he had been feeling from the surroundings vanished into thin air. Water gathered around him and Axel suddenly felt different. He felt as if he was free, boundless. He felt like he was the ocean itself. He felt his body getting lighter and lighter. When he looked down, his body was slowly turning into water. The water body, so that's what it is. He murmured, studying the mysterious state he was in. This state was the reason why Axel couldn't cut Aslet down right when the fight started. This is the reason why almost all of Aslet's injuries were self-inflicted, and this is also the reason why Axel didn't die from the explosion. The state of near invincibility. He had tried so hard to achieve this during his fight against Aslet, and he thought he had come pretty close too. But now, experiencing the real thing, he felt that the gap between the two was as big as the depth of the sea. Of course, even now, he hadn't exactly learned this skill, it just came naturally when tapping into the relic's powers. It's like copy-pasting a computer program. Just because the code is working does mean you learned the coding behind it. Now, how did he travel? Wondered Axel, recalling just how fast the bastard was. Skill steal. Axel suddenly found himself around a kilometer ahead, and it didn't even feel like he moved. Rather, it felt like the world had moved while he remained stationary. Sweet. With this, it should take no time to reach the kingdom. The sooner he's there, the sooner he can call Daphne and Martina and get scolded for worrying them. As for Akiko, well, with this power, he can easily take revenge for her. That should make up for it for her. By the depths, thou dost take to my controls like a duck to water. And, I must confess, I didst think thy mother would be the most adept sorceress I hadst encountered in a long while, but thy own aptitude doth outshine hers. Commented the royal trident as Axel began mastering control over the relic while traveling using Aslet's technique. Axel's speed suddenly slowed down as he came to an obvious realization: you knew my mother. Atlanta Regius Ignis. The Crown Princess. Since it's the royal relic, that means that its previous legitimate owner was his mother. Axel didn't know how he felt about that. He didn't even know how he felt about his mother. He didn't blame her for leaving him. He didn't blame her for not caring about him. If there was anything he blamed her for, it was for leaving him at a Muggle orphanage. From what he knows about the kingdom's situation, it's not so dangerous here. And Antilla and the general seem good enough people. If she really had to leave him, she could have at least left him here at Atlantis. At least it would have been much better than growing up in the company of sewer rats. Ah, aye. Thy mother Atlanta. She was a warrior of unparalleled prowess, and a monarch of unimpeachable wisdom. She would have brought peace and prosperity back to the kingdom, had not that treacherous Astra dealt us a blow most foul and unexpected. Nothing new. Axel kept flying, ignoring the trident's babblings as background noise. That's what everyone says. The Crown Princess was great, the Crown Princess was powerful, and the Crown Princess would have won, had she not been betrayed by... Wait. Astrid. Axel frowned. That didn't make sense at all. It was Aslet who helped defeat his mother. Astrid is the name of... Atasis. Her father, and thy grandfather, who didst forsake all honor and loyalty, to succumb to the entity's corrupting influence. I didst rescue him from the jaws of death, and this is the thanks I receive. That he doth spit in my face, and join forces with the very darkness that didst seek to claim his soul. Didst means did. Doth equals do, singular. Axel stopped moving, digesting what he had just heard. The previous king, or his grandfather, who is terminally sick after his fight against Aslet. From what the relics say, it seems that he actually gave in to the Kraken's power. So, the betrayer Tronis was talking about. The one who managed to stop Atlanta, who had been wielding the royal trident. It was the previous king. How is that possible? How canst thou doubt the truth of it? He was afflicted with pain every moment, and his behavior grew stranger by the day. He didst impose harsh restrictions, his temper growing short, lashing out at her with unprovoked ire. We didst suspect that some dark influence hadst taken hold of him, and that suspicion didst drive Atlanta to flee the kingdom, to conceive thee in secret, and to keep thee safe from his grasp. Axel just stood there, stunned as the words slowly sunk in. Suddenly, everything was making sense. The real reason why his mother fled the kingdom, why she conceived him in secret, and why she didn't left him at the orphanage. It's because she suspected that the previous king was succumbing to the power of the entity. And her suspicions did turn out to be true. Only, she wouldn't have expected to find the king right at the Kraken's headquarters, waiting to ambush her. Aslet and her own father. Yep, that explains why his parents lost even when one had the royal trident and other had 2 relics of his own. Fuck. Axel suddenly increased his speed. If the king has already been compromised, then the kingdom is not safe. That means Akiko is in danger too. As for Kirin and his aunt, well, he'd rather they not die too. Wait, my prince. There is something you must know. What is it now? Asked Axel, not stopping. They have been corrupting the royal throne as well. The royal throne, too. Power stones. For today and tomorrow. Next, a new opponent. Next, someone from Etherworld. Next, Battle of Giants. Come read ahead. For reunion. Patreon.com/snollygoster. The Trident's English would be regular English from the next chapter. I just wrote it like in one chapter for fun. Chapter 229, Chapter 228, A New Opponent. So, the Royal Trident speaks old-fashioned Atlantean language. I tried to convey that using Shakespearean English in the last chapter. But I think that may be a bit of a chore to understand for some people, so I'm using normal English in this chapter and you guys can assume it's old-fashioned Atlantean. Let me know which one you guys prefer. The Royal Throne too. Axel really didn't know what to make of that information, but it sure as hell didn't sound good. Yes. Relied the Trident. When those ink-stained infidels succeeded in succumbing the king to their side, they thought they had the whole kingdom. Little did they know that I had already been passed on to the princess and the royal throne no longer recognized the coward as its master. So, they had the Pawn King expel the princess from the castle, far away from the royal throne, and started the process of corrupting the throne too. From what I know, they might have succeeded by now. So, another royal relic potentially gone, huh? This changes things. Axel murmured, starting to think. The royal throne. He had heard that it was also a relic, but it hadn't been functioning properly for a while. The rest seems confidential. Axel decided to ask the system. System, what does the royal throne do? Basically, it's a relic that grants its master total control over Atlantis itself. From weather to the kingdom's defense systems, the ruler can control everything. What the? Axel was blown away. Seriously, was the royal relic not enough? The more he hears about the organization's plans, the more it scares him. First they had those keys which led to God knows which place. Then they have the fucking bomb blasts, monster invasion, and an overpowered madman with royal relic. And now, they're aiming to have complete control over the kingdom. With the way Kraken is bringing out one card after another, it's a surprise that the kingdom hasn't been already destroyed. Just as he was trying to increase his speed, the relic interrupted him again. Wait, my prince. We can't go. What are you talking about? Axel was currently very impatient. He had just woken up and realized he had lost 6 months of his life, and now all he could think about was the consequences and damage control. The same reason your mother couldn't go. The royal castle. The royal castle. Yes, made to be the last defense line of the kingdom, the royal castle has the most powerful ancient defense system, designed by the Etherians themselves. With the old king having control over that, you can't even reach him. That's right. It was only then did Axel remember. The royal castle. That's not a relic, but a magical marvel. From the information he has gathered, it has withstood all the wars of the kingdom so far. And the old king still has control over that. As long as he's in it, no one can damage him. It's the reason why Aslet attacked him outside the castle, and that too with a surprise attack. Then how do I take away the control over the castle from him? The wards have been keyed to him. If you want to overwrite the permissions, you need to take the royal throne, replied the Trident. And I can't do that with the king having control over the castle. It's a paradox, said Axel in frustration. He was able to piece together the whole story now. The king got control over the castle when he sat on the royal throne. When he started leaning towards the dark side, the royal throne no longer acknowledged him as his master, but he retained his control over the castle. Atlanta, having noticed something amiss, temporarily ran away from the castle so that no harm comes to Axel. But when she returned, it was already too late as she found the king ambushing her at the Kraken's base. Now Axel faces the same problem his mother faced, can't enter the castle. Only, it's worse now since there's a chance they might have also successfully taken control over the royal throne. System, is what this relic saying actually true? Axel asked, just to confirm. He really couldn't believe a weapon's words on the matter. Especially if the said weapon had been trying to kill him in their last interaction. Not only is it true, but what the royal trident doesn't know is that, in the past 6 months, the Kraken has already succeeded in taking over the royal throne. What? Already? As if it wasn't bad enough. If the Kraken has actually got the throne, then it's the worst-case scenario. There are so many ways to destroy the kingdom once you have full control over Atlantis. What do I do now? In this situation, he might get detected and attacked as soon as entering the kingdom, if there is still a kingdom left, to begin with. Do not panic. The kingdom hasn't been destroyed yet. There's a way to save it. And you already have the answer. Do you think it's funny to talk cryptically right now? Just tell me how. The mission. You just need to complete it. Mission. Axel frowned, then he remembered. He actually had a mission. The first part was getting the royal relic and the second part was reinforcing the seal. He said out aloud, also getting his answer. The Etherian seal, which currently restrains the entity. All this is happening because the seal has been getting weaker and weaker, allowing the entity to use its powers to do things that should not be possible. Due to that power, Kraken was able to control the monsters at the biopark, Tronis was able to finally defeat Ender, and Aslet was able to be the most powerful person in the world. Similarly, the royal throne must have also been corrupted due to that power. So, the best way to stop Kraken right now would be to reinforce the weakened seal. Can't delay this, can I? Muttered Axel bitterly, turning in the opposite direction. What he really wants to do right now is to somehow find out whether Daphne and others are alright and also inform them that he's still alive. But the situation is forcing him to go for the seal like a tidal wave changing the route of a ship. Right now, he's in the last layer of the trench, meaning he's really close to the seal, and the kingdom might be destroyed at any moment. He can't really hit pause and first go check on his friends, can he? If the kingdom is completely destroyed, the entity would be free. And that is game over for everyone. Sighing, he began flying in the opposite direction. My prince, where are we going? To the seal. To reinforce it, said Axel, not stopping. I was about to suggest just that. As expected of the greatest prodigy. Axel decided that someday, he's going to set aside some time to dial down the godly image of him that has been built in this relic's mind. But right now, his own mind was facing pretty serious load the further he progressed. What the hell is up with this uncomfortable feeling? Asked the Axel, rubbing his head. Right. The mental pressure. How could I forget? We're currently in the deepest layer of the trench, meaning the entity's influence here is the greatest. What kind of mental security package do you currently have installed in your mind? Is it the R1 Deep, available only for the royal family members? Or have they come up with something better? Mental security package? Yes. This place. The entity can't directly use its powers on you. But it can definitely affect your mind. And at such a close range, it's not something you can withstand with ordinary mental security. You need the best mind protection installed in your head to be safe. So, which plan do you currently have? Ah, I have none. Is that okay? None. The relic took a pause, there, vibrating as if it couldn't process that. That is quite funny. Are you not willing to tell me? It's important to know so I can determine whether we can proceed further or not. I'm already telling you, I have none. You can check, he said, opening his mind to the mental link he had with the trident. This can't be right. We need to retreat as soon as possible. Exclaimed the trident, suddenly beginning to vibrate like a certain tool. System, can I really not go? Asked Axel. Do you think you would be influenced by the entity? Axel didn't need to think about that. Is there anything that can affect his mind? Fuck no. From start, until now, everything has failed him, except his will. Having already gotten his answer, he began advancing towards the seal at a rapid pace. The deeper he went, the more pressure his mind had to bear, causing his occlumency shields to work overtime. Of course, the royal was still unable to understand how Axel still had an intact brain, but then it just seemed to shake its prongs while muttering, as expected of the prince. Hey Axel. Just when he was progressing non-stop, he heard a voice from behind. Turning around, he found Antilla far in the distance, looking at him in disbelief. As if having confirmed it actually was him, she began flying over a rapid speed. Behind her, Axel could also make out the silhouettes in the general, Kirin, Akiko, and the rest of the Black Ops. I knew it. Antilla stopped a meter in front of Axel. I knew you weren't dead. She exclaimed, rushing to hug him. My prince. Bam. But before the royal trident could finish its words and before Antilla could hug him, a fist landed squarely on her face, blowing her head clean off. My prince. You knew. As if I'd fall for it. Axel muttered in disgust, wiping his fist. It was clearly just an illusion, built in order to fool him. Axel's mind wasn't weak enough for shit like this. But the entity didn't seem to get the hint, as it continued to harass him with low-level tricks for the next few hours. Just bear with it a little longer, my prince. We're almost there. What? Already? Asked Axel, feeling that it was too easy. My prince. You've gone through the hallucinations, test of will, memory alteration, heightened emotions, heightened sensation, and dream states, and paranoia, said the royal relic, in a tone that seemed numbed from shock. If only you knew how difficult it actually is, it said almost lamentably. The royal relic has made several trips here with different rulers in order to reinforce the seal. And every time, the toughest challenge had been the last layers, where they'd suffer the most losses. But just breezed through it all like taking a walk in his backyard. The royal trident was slowly coming to terms with what Axel's strongest suit actually was. Is that forest our destination? Asked Axel, finally seeing something for the first time in this barren land. It was a vast forest with gigantic trees. The closer Axel went, the more he could feel the atmosphere changing. What? A forest? The trident suddenly came out of its lamentations when it heard something absurd. There was never a what is that forest doing here? The last time it was here, there was no sign of a forest in this place. Then why was there suddenly a forest here? And it was no ordinary either. The trees here are as tall as 30 to 40-story buildings. So where is the seal? Asked Axel, surveying the area as they entered the vicinity. He didn't really care where it was a forest or wasteland. All he needed to do was reinforce the seal and get back to the kingdom as soon as possible. The seal, we're already standing on it, said the trident. What? Axel suddenly jumped. This was not how he had imagined the place containing the most dangerous entity in 3 worlds to be like. The air was so fresh here. It felt like he was in one of the greenhouses of the Greengrass estate. And the atmosphere. Is this light magic? There was a magic he was familiar with present in the atmosphere. It was light magic. He knew it because his wand has Fairy Core and World Tree Branch, both of which are filled with light magic. But the question was, what was light magic doing here? What do I do now? Axel asked the trident. You were supposed to go to the center of the seal. Said the trident, trying to make sense of the changes. And where is the center? It used to be, there. It replied, pointing in direction where he could see the biggest tree he had ever seen far into the distance. It was as large as the skyscrapers of Atlantis, and that is saying something. I don't like this, Axel muttered, proceeding forward cautiously. But surprisingly, nothing tried to stop him anymore. Not even the entity's futile mental harassment. After flying through the trees for a while, he arrived into a huge clearing, the center of which had the base of the largest tree. The light magic in the place was so dense that it was almost clouding the vision. There in the center, amidst the flowers and greenery, he saw a silhouette sitting with their back to him. Axel's eyes widened upon seeing that. Daphne. The atmosphere, the blonde hair, and the back profile. Axel was confused for a moment. Because this wasn't a trick by the entity. It felt real. The silhouette turned around and Axel saw the person. It was not Daphne. Axel Regius Arhunt. I've been waiting, said an unfamiliar voice. It was an unfamiliar woman, her features so perfect sculpted that they seemed artificial. The person had blonde hair, but in the atmosphere was indeed like Daphne, but the facial features and everything else was different. What? The fuck even are you? Asked Axel. What I am? The woman giggled, sweet her voice echoing in the clear. That has a rather complicated answer. But I am called Vita. I am the guardian of this place. Vita. Axel's eyes widened as all the hair on his body suddenly stood on end. Vita's meaning in Atlantean is, second. Second overseer. Bet you got edged when he said Daphne, huh? You can relax now. Power stones. For today and tomorrow. Don't wanna wait. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 230, Chapter 229, Someone from the Ether World. Chapter 229. So, you're the second overseer? Asked Axel, looking at the woman with vigilance. She didn't look like a crackhead at all. She had blonde hair, and gray eyes, making her look similar to Daphne. And she was wearing a dress that seemed to have been woven out of a giant leaf. Overall, she looked more like a tree spirit rather than a cult follower. I mean, you're on the side I'm killing, right? He asked, just to be sure, before he started going on the offensive. Zeta stood up, slowly rising into the air. Yes, I am. And I take it, you are the infamous crown prince everyone has been talking about, she asked, studying him back. Axel sighed in his heart. He really was hoping for things to end quickly here so that he could be on his way back. But of course, his luck simply won't have it. I mean, second overseer. Here. You are mistaken, lady. I am not the crown prince. I am just a random passerby who just happened to stop by to admire the nature, he said, looking around. Zeta just shook her head. You know, you can't imagine my surprise when I sensed you, of all people, approaching this place. And with the royal trident too. I suppose Aslet really is dead then. Well, I do hope so. Zeta just looked at him in wonder. How old are you again? Third, oh, I should be around 14 now. Axel was about to say 13, but then realized 6 months had gone by while he was recovering. The realization brought another wave of lamentation to him. He wanted to spend these months chilling at Hogwarts. Zeta sighed. Aslet was supposed to be an important figure for our Etherean expansion. Aside from him, you've also killed 3 other overseers. I don't suppose you have any idea how big of a loss you've caused us. Sidious has been planning this for decades. And we almost succeeded had you not come and ruined everything. Axel looked at the woman incredulously. He was really triggered by the victim outlook of this woman. Excuse me. I was living peacefully at Hogwarts, minding my own business. And you all were on your way to conquering Atlantis. It was you guys who suddenly had the brilliant idea of trying to fuck with me. And you sent 2 overseers to boot. Bring the boy alive. Those were your orders, right? Well, here I am now. Do whatever you can. Zeta just stood there for a moment, looking stunned. So, you wouldn't have come to Atlantis had those 2 not bothered you? Well, no. Not really. My real target is in another world. Zeta sighed, as if she couldn't believe it. I'm really sorry that we disturbed your life. But this situation might still be salvageable. You've already had your payback and we no longer have any enmity. So, if you just return the royal relic, we'll escort you back to home. And I will personally guarantee that no one from the Kraken will ever bother you. Axel snorted. No thanks. I think I'll keep it. And I really like the kingdom. So I think I'll keep that too. Young man, are you sure? The consequences of your actions can be extremely severe. The innocent demeanor was slowly fading from Zeta's face. Light magic began revolving around her, looking quite dangerous. Just listen to me and go away. Or there will be consequences. No, you listen to me. You guys have already inflicted whatever pains you could have possibly put me through. Ever eaten a soul extinguisher? I have. And let me tell you, that fucking hurts. So, you guys have already fucked around all you possibly could. Now, it's time to find out just what I do in return. And let me tell you, I haven't even started yet. Axel was pissed. Recalling the soul extinguisher still sends shivers right down to his soul, and he has also lost 6 months of his life. His suffering aside, he could only imagine what Daphne Martina and Akiko had thought about his disappearance. Well, someone must pay for this. And even after killing Aslet, Axel feels light years away from satisfaction. Water gathered around him, creating an ominous atmosphere as his eyes glowed blue. Now, let me give you a chance. You're already on the wrong side. So either die on your own, or let me walk you through it. This woman was already with Kraken, the second overseer at that. Meaning, her goal is to destroy Atlantis, and the other worlds after this. No matter what, Axel is not planning to let her get away. Light magic began oozing out of Zeta as hair lifted up in the air, revealing her pointed ears. You should be less confident about fighting an Etherean royal in her own territory. Before the fight even started, the trident began shaking. My prince, I don't think we should fight. What the? Axel's momentum faltered upon the sudden cowardice of the trident. What are you talking about? He demanded. This can't be, the forest, the world tree. And those ears, this is not good. Before Axel could make sense of the situation, Zeta made her move. A beam of blinding light emerged from her palm, passing right through Axel's chest. Axel was left standing, looking at Zeta's palm in shock. Too fast. This was, by far, the fastest attack he had ever faced. Even faster than Nerio's sniper attack that cut off his hand. In fact, it was so fast that it had already passed through his chest before his brain had even registered the attack. And the power too. The beam passed right through, tearing through his chest like it was paper. I warned you. Zeta shook her head sadly. I usually don't like to participate in bloodshed, but you left me no choice. Not so fast. Axel's wound closed up in a blink of an eye. It was good that he had activated Water Body before the fight had even started, and before he even entered this ominous place. Or that attack could have killed him. Zeta tilted her head, looking at Axel's wound curiously. It's my first time seeing the Atlantean royal bloodline in action. It's inferior, but quite impressive. Just, what the hell really are you? Asked Axel, getting serious now. This was no ordinary opponent. In some ways, she might even be more dangerous than Aslet. I already told you. I am the Aetherian royalty. Zeta smiled. As for what that actually means, I think your relic might have a better idea. She said, looking at the relic which had been shaking for a while now. Tell me what the fuck is going on. Axel demanded the relic through the mental link. She has the royal bloodline of the ether world. I don't even know how that's possible. It's called the divine affinity. Royalty from the ether world. Axel was really baffled. How did you even get here? He asked, as another beam of light passed through him, cutting him in half. Zeta shrugged. I have no clue. I just found myself in the trench one day, with no memory of the past and every part of my body hurting. She raised her hands, and thick, thorny roots sprouted from the ground from all sides, attacking Axel. Oh, of course, she can control trees too. The blades of the trident elongated as they moved under Axel's control, cutting down the roots. Nerithus. Tell me everything about the Aetherian royal bloodline. He asked the royal trident at the same time. The royal trident was still shaking. It's known as the divine bloodline. It was the Aetherian royal bloodline that played the most pivotal part in sealing the entity. It is one of the most powerful bloodlines. And not just in Atlantis, but in the whole ether world. The wielder has complete domination over light and nature. It's so powerful that they didn't even send any Aetherian royal to live in Atlantis, exactly because they couldn't risk the entity controlling one. Well, I'll be damned. So much for not sending any Aetherian royal here. The entity still got one anyway. And they were the ones who sealed the entity. Why are you supporting Kraken? Aren't your ancestors the ones who sealed the entity in the first place? He asked. If she has the Aetherian royal bloodline, shouldn't they be on the same side? So far, the woman seems to be fairly rational to him. Axel couldn't understand why she would want to support Kraken. Zeta tilted her head. What do I care about my ancestors? All I know is that I was in constant pain, my powers restricted under some ancient curse. It was the entity who took me in and gave me purpose, she said. Curse? Powers sealed. Axel found her situation familiar. His instincts told him that he was missing something important here. So, you're going to repay the entity by holding up here? How are you even helping the entity? First of all, there's a reason I'm holding up here. I am protected here. If I leave this space, the Aetherian would sense my presence and come for me. Judging by the state I was previously in, I think I'd avoid that. As for my contribution. Zeta seemed to find the question funny. You have no idea, do you? Don't you already know who sealed this place? Then you must also know who helped weaken it to this point. Axel's eyes widened. Fuck. Now everything was making sense. Atlantis has lasted for so long. There have been wars in the past too, but the entity's influence has never been as strong as it is now. Now they know the reason. This bitch is using her powers to weaken the seal here far before the time of the regular checkup, giving the entity much more room for preparation. Due to that, there was a sudden rebellion in the kingdom, in which the king got injured and the queen died. From then on, things have been escalating more and more. To put it simply, if the whole Atlantis is burning right now, it's this woman who lit the match. Zeta seemed to like the look of realization on Axel's face as she smiled. So, now that you know who you're actually facing, it's about time you get defeated. At once, the roots attacking Axel quadrupled in number. Much more problematic than that, their speed increased to an abnormal degree. Axel was caught off guard, having to let a few roots pass through him. What he didn't expect was for the roots to absorb almost of him, causing to almost die. It was like have thousands of leeches stuck to your body. What the? Water travel. Axel escaped high into the air, regenerating quickly. He moved again because a light beam passed right where he was. Another one followed him right after. Zeta was a bit frustrated. How are you evading them? You should not even be able to see them. She exclaimed, continuing her attacks. Axel just grinned. I suppose your bloodline is just SOSO. Of course he couldn't see the attacks. But he could anticipate when and where she was going to shoot. All he had to do was to evade before she attacked. Okay, bitch. My turn. While evading the laser, Axel flew in, closing the distance. The three blades of trident elongated, attacking Zeta like three independent knives. But Zeta, who seems like she'd be blown away with a bit of wind, suddenly showed surprising agility, evading all the blades, her leaf dress fluttering. Not on that, a sword of light appeared in her hand, which slashed with speed that even cut the space. Super fast reflexes and super physique too. Axel was disliking this bloodline more and more by the minute. Too late to evade, he had to let pass through his body, taking some damage. Surprised. Zeta smirked, continuing her swings. But all of the following strikes were dodged by Axel. Yes, I was. You have surprisingly small breasts. Zeta's face fell. At the same time, a fist landed squarely on it, flinging her into the ground. Couldn't react to that, could ya? Power Stones. Today and tomorrow. Next, bitch slapping. Next, Nature Destroyer. Next, Situation at Atlantis. Next, Reunion. Next, King Axel Regius Arhunt L. Juicy chapters ahead. Come read right now. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote backhand index pointing down. Chapter 231, Chapter 230, Bitch Slapping. One Royal Octobitch Slam, delivered. He muttered, cracking his knuckles. The royal relic wasn't that excited though. Ah, my prince, she's a lady, an Etherean royalty at that. Do you not think it unbecoming? Fuck that shit. And you keep your link shut if you're going to talk about bullshit like that. At this moment, Axel was very angry. And anyone trying to get in his way would have to go through it. He didn't care whether it was a man or a woman, beautiful or ugly, delicate or rough. While they were arguing, Zeta suddenly appeared in front of him, blasting him with another laser. Her face was completely disfigured with the punch she had gotten from Axel. But light shone from her eyes and the injuries healed rapidly. Oh, of course she can heal too, muttered Axel in frustration. Light magic was great for healing. Even his healing spell has light magic in it. Zeta wiped the tears off her eyes, looking pained. You cheated. She accused. Aren't you ashamed to use such a lowly tactic on a royalty? Cheated. Am I your enemy or lover? Bitch, I'm supposed to cheat you. And lowly tactic. Then how low is sending 2 overseers for a 13-year-old? He asked in return. Women's logic sometimes really baffles Axel. She is the one who tried to kill him first, and when he responds in kind, suddenly he's the villain. But that seemed to shut her up as she didn't seem to have a response to that. Regardless, you won't succeed with your lowly tricks again. That, I can guarantee. We'll see, muttered Axel, rotating his trident, not because of practicality, but because it looked cool when Aslet did it. Skill steal. You have learnt royal water martial arts. Axel turned his body into water. And this time, along with the trident's blade, numerous water blades also attacked Zeta. He was not only using his knife skills, he was also using what Aslet had used on him, only much better as he could simultaneously control much more blades than Aslet, and with much more precision. I told you, it won't work. But, Zeta seemed to be in a league of her own. Her body started to emit light, and then, she could no longer be seen. The only thing visible were the light beams following the trajectory of her movements. And at the same time, vines sprouted from her palms, which she swept through Axel, burning him with light magic while also draining his water. She was so fast that no matter how fast Axel attacked, she would simply move away by the time his strike would reach her. It was almost as if everything was happening in slow motion for her. While enduring the attack of the roots, Axel gritted his teeth. Should have killed you in the first strike. He really didn't have time to waste on this light elemental freak. She's evading his best close combat attacks like nothing. Zeta even had the leisure to smile while attacking. I told you. It won't happen again. The difference in bloodlines is insurmountable. You think so? Said Axel, stopping his attacks. Then let me tell you something before you die. Clap. A crisp sound rang out in the area as a tight slap landed smack dab in the middle of Zeta's right cheek. I don't need a fucking bloodline to hit you, said Axel. But the most surprising thing about this was not that she couldn't avoid it, but the slap itself. It was just an ordinary slap, with no super strength applied behind it like the previous punch. It was not meant as an attack to injure, but more of a demonstration. The ease and casualness with which he managed to land the slap was the real attack. Zeta just stood there, one cheek reddening, unable to understand what the hell just happened. The slap was definitely very slow. Then, why couldn't she avoid it? How did she not see it? Are you wondering why? Asked Axel. It's because, *slap*, technique is more important than speed. He said, landing another slap on another cheek. Axel was not even using the fancy skills of the system or Atlantis right now. He was simply using plain-out art of distraction he had learnt on the streets. All he has to do is shift the opponent's attention away from his hand. If she doesn't even see it, would she react to it? I haven't even tried going invisible yet, but I'm late right now, said Axel, as Zeta's eyes suddenly widened in realization. That's right. If Axel can so easily land slaps on her, then definitely. Flash. Suddenly, Zeta appeared 10 meters away, scared of a fatal hit. But it was already too late. What appeared meters was only her body. Her head, hands, and legs were left in front of Axel, cut cleanly through by his trident's blades. Finally, Axel sighed. Can we get it over with now? He asked the relic. They had come here in order to reinforce the seal. But that purpose was yet to be completed. The sooner they are done here, the sooner he can go back and find out what the fuck is going on. Plus, it's really important to stop the entity since Kraken having control over the royal throne is really dangerous. My prince, unfortunately, I do not think it is over yet. Axel frowned. What? The trident didn't need to say anything more. Because his question was answered when the head and limbs he had just cut off simply dissolved into light particles and dissolved into nature. At the same time, a new head and new limbs appeared on the body that was still floating in the air. Zeta checked her new head, her face deathly pale after her recent death. In my whole life, I've never had to go through something like that, she said, aggressively checking her head's connection with her neck. Right now, Zeta was so angry that the light particles around her were trembling. She looked like she had just been through a nightmare, which she probably was, considering that she had just had her head and limbs chopped off. What the fuck? On the other hand, Axel was left completely bowled over. You've made this personal now, said Zeta, raising her hands to the air. Light flare. Suddenly, every tree, every plant, every blade of grass lit up with a peculiar blinding light, completely blocking Axel's sight. But that was just the beginning. Light barrage. Light beams began falling on him from all direction, burning him up. This is the end for you, said Zeta as Axel began to get blown through faster than he could regenerate. Not so easy. Water domain. More water was summoned from Trident, spreading everywhere in the clearing. Suddenly, even with his sight completely gone, Axel began evading the beams better than before. I don't really need eyes all that much. As long as he could sense water, he could sense everything. But, you do. Suddenly, Zeta was fully enclosed in invisible water which Axel had sneaked up around her. Zeta was startled, suddenly submerged in water that she hadn't even seen coming, and Axel didn't give her time to react. Veins burst out on his hand as he powerfully closed it into a fist. Burst. The invisible water suddenly turned red as Zeta's body was completely pulverized by the immense pressure Axel had exerted through water. Looking at the red water, Axel sighed. Is it over? You think you can kill a royalty so easily? Zeta's voice rang out throughout the clearing. Axel was floored now. You've got to be kidding me. The gory mush inside the water once again dissolved into light particles as a new body reformed, standing on one of the branches of the giant tree. Do not forget. You're on MY territory, young man. Here, I cannot die, she said, her eyes pure gold. The whole surroundings began stirring, every tree seeming shaking from her anger, including the huge world tree. But still, for crushing me to death, you are going to pay a very painful price. The huge tree behind her pulsed with power, spreading a huge shockwave throughout the area. At first, Axel didn't see any response. But then, tiny buds began sprouting everywhere in the area. That included Axel's body. What the? Axel freaked, trying to kill the sprouts, but there were just too many. Their speed of growth was extremely fast. Ouch. And Axel didn't know why, but it was actually hurting, and he was suddenly feeling weak all over. What the hell are these things? How is it? Asked Zeta, floating gracefully far away with a powerful halo around her. Those are special hybrids I created for my worst enemies. Not only are they draining your water and magic, but your life force itself. Really painful, isn't it? Painful. Bitch please. Pain was the last thing on Axel's mind right now. He was not even worried about the decreasing water, magic and life. The main concern was what to do. He has already killed the bitch 2 times and it hasn't worked at all. What can he do at this point? Is there anything he can do? System, just how do I kill this bitch? Axel, she has the ability to borrow life force from nature. The tree behind here is an imitation of the world tree, meaning it has infinite life force. So, as long as she's connected to the world tree imitation, she's immortal. What the hell? World tree imitation. That colossal thing is the imitation of the world tree from the ether world. The wood on Axel's wand was from the world tree. And Axel is still always shocked by its light affinity. Even if that thing in the back is just an imitation, it changes things. It seems there's a reason why the royal relic grew afraid when it found out about Zeta's bloodline. Arcane eyes. Axel scanned the area much more carefully. Holy! Are you kidding me right now? He asked in frustration. It was only then that he realized. This whole area was her domain. Every place had her magic flowing through it. And the amount of magic the giant tree had, it's like she's carrying a massive power bank of unlimited power supply. So, you're the problem, huh? He thought, looking at the huge tree in the middle of the clearing. He needed to destroy this tree and this environment first. Not only is it providing Zeta with unlimited power, but they're also drawing power from the seal, thus weakening it quickly. I don't think you even have the ability to focus on my words anymore, but if you can, I'll just say that you really were an astonishing warrior, despite the inferior bloodline, said Zeta, looking down at Axel. Axel looked at Zeta in a deadpan. Is this bitch for real? Aslet was so much better than you. He murmured sadly. It's true that with the abilities this woman has, she's much more powerful than Aslet. Her bloodline makes it so. Like, she has infinite regeneration, extreme speed, extreme destructiveness, extreme reaction speed, infinite power, and God knows what more. So, compared to Aslet, she's definitely much more dangerous, to the point that Axel would have had serious trouble against her if he didn't have the water body. But, her combat knowledge, battlefield awareness, battlefield IQ, and combat skills leave a lot to be desired when compared to a legend like Aslet. If Aslet were to really face off against this bitch, he'd wipe the floor with her. So, is Axel, who has already defeated Aslet, and now even has the royal relic, losing already. I haven't even started yet. He muttered, blue magic beginning to ooze out of him. What Axel had done so far, he could have managed even without the relic. With his magical capacity being as low as it is, he has a habit of using minimal power to have maximum gains. But, that no longer has to be the case now. He has the fucking royal trident in his hands right now, and he hasn't even used 1% of his power. Time to go big. It was time to check the real abilities of the trident. In order to end the fight quickly, he will have to increase the power output. Axel looked at the huge size of the tree. It was so tall that he couldn't even see the end of it. In order to take it down, he would need a lot of power. Water summoning, max. Boom. Suddenly, a sphere of water appeared around Axel, which rapidly started to grow at an alarming rate. Time to show the ignorant bitch what the real power of an Atlantean royal actually is. Power Stones. Don't want to wait, come read straight to reunion part and more. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 232, Chapter 231, Battle of Giants. Suddenly, a huge amount of magic energy began to revolve around Axel. Enough of you. At the same time, the plants which were supposed to be giving him unimaginable pain by sucking his life force along with water and magical energy, suddenly burst into smithereens without being able to put up any resistance. But, Axel didn't stop there. The sphere of water surrounding him grew larger and larger, and larger, until it was the size of a football field in a matter of seconds. On the other hand, Zeta was left dumbfounded, not only by the fact that Axel managed to survive, but also how casually he did it. Moreover, not only does he seem to be able to still function properly, but he doesn't seem to have gone through any pain at all. It was like this guy was constantly trying to prove him wrong in the most humiliating way possible. How? Having your life force sucked out of you is painful. Extremely so. At first, when Axel didn't react or scream, she thought he was in pain. But then he pulls this. So, how is this possible? Axel rolled his eyes at the woman. And here I thought only the women with big boobs were dumb. You do have blonde hair though, so there's that. Had it been Aslet who had such amazing abilities, he would have knocked the shit out of Axel by now. But Zeta doesn't seem to be able to even understand his abilities, let alone give him some real damage. Those plants had been absorbing water from him. And even if it had already been absorbed by the plants, it was still his, meaning he had complete control over it. How difficult can it be for him to blow them up? Zeta was so offended that her stormy gray eyes widened, her mouth hanging open like a fish. You. She choked, covering her chest with one hand, pointing the other at Axel. She was Etherian royalty for entity's sake. How dare you speak to me like that? A colossal amount of magic began building up in the surroundings. Zeta spread her magic, the magic intensifying. You're going to regret it. Radiant pulse. Suddenly, every tree, every leaf, every blade of grass in the surroundings lit up, emitting light radiation. Waves of radiation were being produced from every direction, combining and colliding to create chaotic heating. The temperature in the surroundings suddenly skyrocketed as the clearing actually became a miniature sun. The water from the giant sphere heated up, quickly starting to turn into vapor. Not only that, but rays being radiated were actually harmful, being from a special light spectrum containing powerful radiation. In response, the size of the water sphere began decreasing at a rapid rate. But it was not because of evaporation, but because of compression. Axel was forcefully compressing the molecules closer, holding them together. The water near him turned into crystals. The compressed water stopped evaporating. As for heat, the ice was taking care of it for him. You were saying? His voice echoed out, traveling unabated through water. Zeta was angry upon seeing her powerful attack being wasted like that. But what could she do? That huge amount of water surrounding Axel was a difficult thing to get across. The sphere of water continued to shrink rapidly while the movement inside the water increased. The shrinking continued, and the water sphere started to radiate a scary energy. It was only then that Zeta began to understand that something was wrong. The world tree behind her shook as a huge amount of magical energy was siphoned from it. Zeta started to shine pure gold as the energy started to build inside her. I do not know what you're trying to do, but since you're becoming more and more annoying by the minute, I'm not interested in finding out, she said, aiming her hands at Axel. An extremely high-powered light blast was released from her hands, hitting the water sphere instantaneously. Boom. There was a huge explosion when the beam collided with the water sphere, showing just how powerful it was. But, when it collided with compressed water, instead of piercing straight through as expected, it instead actually slowed down, completely stopping before it could even go deep. The compression in water was no joke. And now it compressed to the point that the light attack couldn't pierce through it. Zeta was frustrated. You are such a coward, hiding behind that water. And it's just water. Aside from hiding in it, what else can you do with all that? Water my trees. She mocked. You don't know half the things that can be done with water. Replied Axel, his voice traveling unabated through the water. Under his control, the water molecule grew tighter and tighter. The veins of Axel's forehead bulged out as the sphere condensed to the point that it was now almost half its previous gigantic size. The water darkened and swirled violently as it compacted, storing immense energy within its ever-decreasing volume. Simultaneously, Axel initiated a rapid acceleration of the water's flow inside the sphere itself. He manipulated the kinetic energy of the molecules, increasing their velocity to create a swirling vortex. A converging nozzle was erected at the base of the vortex, extending outward, pointing straight towards the world tree. It was only then that Zeta figured out what Axel was trying to do. But, it was already too late. The alignment of molecules was adjusted to make them frictionless, and Axel finally released his forceful compression at the base of the nozzle, instead pushing the water there. What then? What happened was, the pressure was extremely high. The water was raring to decompress, while also in an extremely fast motion due to the vortex. And when this pressure is released at a certain point and the flow is also directed there. Well, even Axel didn't know what to expect. Swoosh. Axel didn't see exactly what happened. He only saw the results. It was a giant hole being blown straight through the world tree, also blowing through any other tree that came in its way. The ground itself shook greatly as the world tree suddenly moved, its branches swinging and its giant roots coming out of the ground. A strange rumbling echoed throughout the area, which seemed to be its voice of pain. But Axel's super jet continued to move, mercilessly tearing through the tree's body. After cutting through the whole tree, the jet continued to move in a complete circle, tearing through every tree in the whole forest. The compressed water finally ran out, and Axel just stood there panting, as uncountable trees fell throughout the whole forest. Holy shit. Axel didn't expect the jet to be this powerful. Daphne is going to kill me if she saw this, he muttered. That nature lover who is always cursing muggles for clearing forests would simply freak out if she saw this scene of mass deforestation. As for Zeta, well, standing right behind him and the world tree. So. Bitch probably didn't even know how she died. Should be over now, right? But before he could celebrate, he detected movement from the huge world tree, which was still in the process of falling. Come ONNN. He exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Tentacle-like wooden ropes emerged from each and every one of the trees, reconnecting the cut parts, and more kept emerging, making for a really creepy scene. The base, reconnecting with the broken part. Similar tentacles appeared everywhere, at every tree. Axel just stood slumped in mid-air with his hand on his hips and teeth grinding together. Seriously. Even that wasn't enough. Not only was the world tree still alive and reconnecting, but also, the huge body began to reshuffle, huge branches twisting together and the huge stem separating into two. Axel suddenly got the chills as he realized what was happening. And it was happening very quickly. Very soon, he was facing a colossal humanoid giant, the rest of the tree in the surroundings also crawling over to join it. Zeta emerged from the giant's chest, her body still connected to the tree. I've had enough of you. A giant hand woven out of branches stretched out, heading towards Axel with a huge force. It was so big and so fast that it was rupturing space. A looked at the giant hand heading his way. It was so powerful that the space itself was compressing, making it difficult for him to move. So, that's how you want to play. A giant hand of water materialized in the air to meet the tree. Boom. A huge shockwave was generated with the collision, as the tree almost broke through half of the hand. You're trying to stop the world tree with water. Zeta mocked, as the water could hardly even retain its shape, let alone stop the swing. And as if one wasn't enough, the other giant hand was also swung at Axel, breaking the atmosphere and causing turbulence in the space itself. Killing you 3 times wasn't enough to make you keep your mouth shut, was it? Axel raised the trident as he accessed the magic present in the water. Harden. Immediately, the rest of the hand got reinforced by hardened ice muscles, followed by compressing and a solid layer covering the top. Another hand manifested and fought with the other hand of the tree, wrapping around it. When the hand started to fall back, a giant leg made of water materialized, going up from the ground to connect with the 2 hands to brace them. When the leg started to get crushed, another leg formed, increasing the support. No matter what you do, it's useless, said Zeta as the branched wound around the giant's hands and shoulder tightened, increasing its strength even further and pushing Axel's avatar's skeletal frame to the ground. Just wait for it, muttered Axel as he struggled to hold on, his own muscles flexing. A giant torso formed around the connection between the hand and legs. The back got filled up with well-defined muscles made out of compressed water, which flexed in order to push back against the world tree. In the giant avatar, Axel stood with his hands outstretched, using all of his concentration. Now, let's dance. Nozzles popped out from his back shoulder and triceps. Swoosh. And water jets shot out, pushing him forward with fierce momentum, and he was finally able to push back the huge world tree, making it take several steps back. But just before it fell, its roots dug deeply into the ground, stabilizing it. With finally some room to breathe, Axel summoned more water, increasing the size of his avatar. That trick won't work anymore. The giant lunged at Axel again, its body extending kilometers in seconds. The water avatar was pushed back, sliding the soil which had become muddy. Gotta fix that. The avatar's feet were enclosed in hardened ice with spikes growing at the soles, and his backthirster fired the water jet again, killing his backwards momentum. You are the single most annoying person in the world. Just as Axel stopped sliding back, wrestling with the giant, a third fist grew out of his side, punching Avatar in the abdomen, which shook it to the core. Before the Avatar landed the second punch, solid abs appeared over the Avatar's abdomen, which then got covered in a hardened ice armor. You know what? I can also have more hands, said Axel. His avatar also grew another hand, fully reinforced. But can yours do this? He asked as a giant sword of water extended from his new hand. Axel was feeling indescribable right now. He knew that Aslet couldn't bring out the full extent of the trident's powers. But this, even after all this, he just wasn't able to see the limits yet. Ruler of water increased. Fresh knowledge just kept popping up in his mind, opening up endless possibilities. So, he didn't stop there. The blade got heavier and slimmer as Axel increased the water while also compressing it. He then accessed the magic present in the water blade, making it lit up. He used the magic to enchant the blade, making it sharper, stronger, and smoother. Finally, the water molecules inside the blade started to vibrate, causing the blade to release magic fluctuations until a dangerous resonance was formed at the edges as the blade finally stabilized, only releasing an ominous thrumming sound and an eerie blue glow. What is that? Zeta muttered, as the world tree shirked back. Axel casually ran the blade through the air, casually tearing open the space. That is my fantasy, and your worst nightmare. Power Stones. Today and tomorrow. Next, Nature Destroyer. Next, Axel. The Return. Next, King Axel Regius Arhant I. If want to read more right now, become a patron. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 233, Chapter 232, Nature Destroyer. Chapter 232. Seeing the sword's effectiveness, even the trident was a disbelief. My prince. How are you doing all this? First the ultra-high pressure water beam, then the giant avatar, and now this. The burden needed for doing this kind of stuff is so immense that the trident can't recall the last time it was used like this. Well, it's definitely not easy, muttered Axel, the veins on his head popping out due to the high concentration. He was currently doing a lot at once. He could increase his water control and summon water through the trident, but the rest, he had to do on his own. However, Zeta didn't seem impressed, looking at the avatar showing off with a disapproving look. Fancy. She had no intention of stopping just because of a glowing blade made out of water. Thick wooden spikes grew out of the world tree which stabbed towards Axel's avatar at once. It's not just for show, you know. The avatar ran the blade lightly through the stakes once, but the sword cut through the stakes with no resistance at all. Zeta looked at the damage just one swing and caused, and then looked at the sword again. This time, there was some healthy amount of fear in her eyes. Axel looked at his creation proudly. Cutting-edge technique, huh? How? It's just water, right? And how are you even doing all this? Zeta was in disbelief. Even getting an avatar should require a huge amount of mental control and power, let alone constructing and maintaining a sword like this. This imitation of the world tree is not a relic, but an extremely powerful sentient living being, grown from a small chip of wood from the real legendary world tree itself. The world tree is the most powerful being the ether world, worshipped even by the Etherian royal family who draw their power from it. And the entity is the most powerful being on Earth. That's why, with the world tree qualities and the entity's nourishment and power, even a small piece of wood the size of a bean which Zeta had with her was able to grow into this giant. It can borrow unlimited power from entity, and also has extreme control over the light element, enabling it to do tasks such as taking humanoid form, or regenerate. All Zeta has to do is to give orders. What was bothering Zeta more was the fact that while she was only giving out instructions right now, and the world tree was bearing all the load of power and execution, Axel, on the other hand, was only using the royal trident to summon water and increase his water control. The rest, he was doing all by himself. How is your mind not exploding right now? She demanded. Zeta was currently having an existential crisis as she realized the sheer difference between them. But Axel wasn't going to be kind enough to wait for her to get her head straight. The avatar took a step forward and swung the blade across the huge tree. A giant shield grew through the branches of the world tree while little roots dug through the ground in order to brace itself. The wood at the surface was hardened to the point even the toughest metals would break. Useless. But when the giant sword came, it went straight through the tree like it was nothing, also cutting off the giant's hands along with it. You're not going to win. Zeta refused to accept defeat. Water cannot beat the holy affinity. A giant shield made out of light materialized in of the giant while a sword made out of plasma appeared in the other. I've already told you, it's not about the affinity. It's about the warrior, you basic bitch. Basically, even if your affinity is good, you're too shit at using it. It's like giving a race car to a WOM, a beginner. You. Zeta slashed the plasma saber, unable to control her frustration. Axel's avatar guarded with the water blade. The result? Axel's giant sword didn't move an inch while the plasma saber was cut in half. Gotcha, bitch. Actually, the light saber was pretty tough. But the resonance caused by the water molecules was just too powerful. Anything coming into contact was being cut down before breaking down. Now, time to log off the nature's network. Axel swung again, and this time, his sword landed on the light barrier which Zeta had now made extremely thick after realizing the sheer extent of the water sword's sharpness. This light barrier was able to actually momentarily slow down the blade, as Axel's also has a defensive skill of light element. Ha! You can't cut through everything. Seeing the opportunity, Zeta immediately sent out the millions of roots to suck out the world from the avatar. I get that. Light affinity is pretty good at defense. Saved me a time or two as well, said Axel, the number of veins visible on face increasing. But. Axel paused as his eyes momentarily glowed blue. Who said this was the final form? Suddenly, the sword let an ear-piercing sound as the resonance increased to max. Slash. There was a blue flash, as the sword swung cleanly in a huge arc. Then, the giant split in two, rolling to falling waves which caused an earthquake. Well, that sure was groundbreaking, muttered Axel, stabilizing his avatar over the shaking ground as he lowered the intensity of the sword's power again. But before he could get some relief, the tree started to regenerate again. Oh, hell no. Not on his watch. Axel sliced again, cutting the pieces into more pieces, and then again. He just kept chopping, not giving the giant the tree the time to recover. How long will? Slash, will you? Slash, regenerate. There has to be a limit, right? He muttered, more to himself than the creepy tree which refused to die. Axel was going for simplicity. Hit it until it dies. But, not long after he said that, he suddenly felt a splitting pain in his head. Speaking of limits, Axel, you're already reaching yours, came the system's warning in red fonts. Axel was startled. What? But I'm not even using my magic and body right now. In the previous fight, Axel had used his body to its limits at the beginning, then he had reached the limit for his magic, and finally, his soul. This time, he has made sure not to cross any of those three. So, how exactly is he reaching his limit? It's your mental limit, Axel. Axel was stunned. Mental limit, WFT. Since when has he started to have a mental limit? Soul. Understandable, can't be controlled for most cases. Magic. Mostly it only increases with time, so little control over it. Body. You have control, but can't expect too much. But mind. That was one thing he thought he had full control over. And now the system is saying he's reaching his mental limit. That has never happened before. Not even during the numerous beating, not during Cruciatus, not when he took on a directly attack from Voldemort, not when he was injected with Painifera venom, and not when he fought Aslet and got hit by a soul extinguisher. Why only now? When this fight is getting more difficult. The Royal Trident is not an ordinary relic. It usually takes a lot of effort just to get its acknowledgement, and then a long period of training just to get accustomed to the burden of using it. With any training, you're directly using it on such a large scale. Look at the size of your avatar. The amount of water you're currently controlling together amounts to higher than 4 million gallons of water. Furthermore, you're also simultaneously compressing an armor over it, reinforcing the whole body, and synchronizing the movements perfectly, and maintaining the sword. What you're doing is impossible for others. Of course there will be a limit. Over that, you've also been resisting the entity's control without any protection. It's already a miracle you can do half of those things without dying. What in the bullocks? Axel was not happy. He was just beginning to explore his abilities. There was so much more he could do. And if he has already reached his limit, then how the hell is he supposed to deal with this freaking tree? What the? But, when he actually checked his mind, he realized that the system was indeed right. Right now, his mind was in a mess, struggling to hold everything together. The load of handling so many things at once was catching up to him. And he hadn't even realized because his tolerance for pain has increased too much after the soul extinguisher. What might have made others pass out even before the giant avatar was made was just a minor headache to Axel, allowing him to concentrate perfectly despite the pain. Axel gave up the idea of sawing the tree to death with his giant sword. It was great, but not compatible with an enemy that can regenerate. To be honest, Axel wasn't even thinking about the enemy when he made the sword. He just got the idea and thought it was really cool, so he went with it. But now he needs to do something else. Something that'll finish this world tree once and for all. The branches of the tree were beginning to wrap enough the avatar, trying to suck on its water. You know what? Take it, he muttered, allowing the tree to absorb the water. In fact, take it all. The giant avatar started to disperse, separating into small water molecules. And when they fell to the ground, they started to aggressively dig into the world tree. What in the mother nature? While Zeta was gathering energy to prepare for an ultimate counter, Axel's abrupt change in action threw her for a loop. At first, the world tree readily accepted the water. Water was good for it as it could absorb magic and minerals from it for accelerate its growth. But when Zeta remembered what Axel had done to the roots previously, suddenly Axel's intentions dawned her. Hey, stop. But, was there anything that could be done to stop him? How can you stop the water molecules when they're literally forcing their way in the tree's body which is full of pores? Zeta tried to block the entry, but the thing was, the surface area of the world tree was huge and very difficult to micromanage. The corner of Axel's mouth raised. That's right. I'll destroy you from inside. No pun intended. No. I can't take it anymore. Stop. Exclaimed Zeta, trying her best to stop the water. But there was no stopping Axel now. He was using everything he had left into this last gamble. The water reached inside and started to also take control over the water that was already inside the tree. This water forced new openings throughout every part of the world. After that, Zeta's bush was just helplessly pumped full of Axel's fluid without being able to put any resistance. Tree synonym, bush. You can search it, I'm not kidding. The world tree was waterlogged, and the water refused to leave, sticking to the tree like a glue, infiltrating every surface. Axel fell to the ground, his brain no longer braining anymore. With the last bit of concentration he could manage, he focused on the water that had now completely molded with the tree. Crystallize. From every part, the tree began to solidify, a layer spreading through its entire massive body that reached deep into the ground. And that took away almost everything Axel had as he slumped back, blood dripping out of his nose. It was times like these that he envies the people from Kraken who can get unlimited power from the entity. But oh well, if he didn't have power, he had technique and control. And that should be enough, he muttered, snapping his fingers. Break. For a moment, nothing happened. Click crack, crack. But then, tiny cracks began spreading throughout the surface of the world tree, growing in number as they spread. The speed of spreading increased until cracking sounds and filled the clearing and the whole tree was riddled with them. Axel blew out a puff of air, and the tree began to break down into tiny shining particles which slowly started to fall to the ground. That was something. Laying on the ground, Axel watched tiny crystals fall slowly to the ground, admiring the view. Daphne was right, he muttered. Nature is amazing after all. Destroying it was even more fun though. Power Stones. Don't wanna wait. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote fire. Chapter 234, Chapter 233, Crisis at Atlantis. The situation at Atlantis was not good. It had been 6 months since the war had entered the all-out stage. With 3 overseers, 2 plans, and Aslet gone, the organization had gotten surprisingly weak. All they had left were 2 overseers to fight in the front lines, the forced relic wielders, and cannon fodders. They didn't have much in the way of equipment compared to kingdoms either. But still, the squids put up a decent fight with many surprise tactics, making the fight last this long. The number of their forced relic wielders turned out to be overwhelmingly large. Forced relic wielders are people with only slight affinity towards the relic being forcefully bonded to them through the blue markings. They aren't as powerful as the natural relic wielders, by any chance. But they're definitely better than a huge majority of non-relic wielders. Having freshly lost 2 more in the fight against Aslet, the kingdom didn't have many relic wielders itself to begin with. And when these forced relic wielders turned up in huge numbers, it seemed that the kingdom was going to be in trouble. But it was then SHE showed up. Akiko of the Death. Or Death Eyes Akiko. Those who meet her eyes die, and then rise up as soldiers under her command. With one glance, could make her enemies feel the worst pain imaginable and inflict them with numerous curses. Her darkness brings decay and destruction in its wake. In short, she was an abomination that the Kraken regretted facing without preparation. Alone, she killed so many that it was difficult to count. And she relished in every bit of suffering she caused to her enemies. And the kingdom's forces feared her equally, thanking the ocean gods that she was on their side. Due to this, despite their efforts, it was looking as though the Kraken was just trying to delay the inevitable. The kingdom's forces had almost won the fight. But, before the final decisive battle, something unexpected happened. The royal throne, one of the kingdom's most important relics, was suddenly compromised. It was as unbelievable as it sounds when suddenly the kingdom's defensive weapons suddenly began backfiring on Atlantean forces which had been resting. Not only that, even the civilians were attacked. The whole kingdom was put in a frenzy as everyone tried to comprehend just what the hell was going on. Kingdom's defense system do friendly fire, that had never happened before. And neither did anyone ever think it would ever happen. The kingdom suffered numerous casualties, both civilian and military, being caught off guard. But, there were people who rose to occasion to handle the situation. The general was able to protect and quickly evacuate the military to the emergency bunkers that he had somehow anticipated might be useful someday. On the other hand, Kirin, Akiko, and the Cloak, with their managed to quickly disable most of the threats in the civilian areas, which had been most focused on defense. In this emergency, another person who has been a huge asset to the kingdom, turned out to be the newcomer and outsider Martina Valentino, who only arrived 4 months ago. In 4 months, she has not only rapidly improved her magical capabilities, but also her grasp over the Atlantean technology. With her help, the Atlantean forces were able to quickly track down and disable all the dangerous automated systems throughout the city. But, the real problem was only just starting. The real weapons and defense of the king are stationed at the huge wall that is protecting the kingdom from the trench. And now that the armies have had to evacuate them due to the emergency, and the defenses like the portal, the Magi-Tech artillery, and protective force fields are under the Kraken's control. They've gotten free access into the city. And, having anticipated that, the Kraken forces decided to attack at this moment with their full force, putting everything into this attack. In an emergency meeting held at a bunker, the leaders were standing around a map showing the real-time situation of Atlantis. "How many casualties?" asked Antilla, her face cold. The general clenched his jaw. "More than 10,000, princess. And still counting." Antilla closed her eyes, burying the pain deep inside. Along with the rest of it. The rest of the members also sucked in cold breaths upon hearing the numbers. How did it even happen? How could they take control of the royal throne? The general shook his head. "We're still trying to investigate that." Did we manage to evacuate the king?" asked Antilla, trying to sound as neutral as possible, but her voice still trembled, showing how nervous she really was. The general lowered his head, not saying anything. That meant no. Silence descended into the meeting room. If the king hadn't managed to evacuate, everyone knows what that means. The royal throne can override all control of the castle. And if the Kraken manages to get control over it before the king evacuated, it means that he has no chance. Antilla still had her eyes closed, trying her best to make her mind forget this particular information through a clemency. Royal father was the last family member. To lose him too? No. Don't think. Everyone could only pity the princess at this point. No one could fault her. She has been trying her best, making the best decisions possible under the circumstances. They were even winning the war with minimum losses. And yet, with one move, everything is now overturned. That Citus. I want to kill him so badly. They couldn't even understand how the Kraken even managed to do it. It was the same with a lot of other tactics of the Kraken. And it was all because of one person. Citus Marcellus, the third overseer. And the organization's strategist. It is mostly due to him that the Kraken has almost won many times, only failing due to the kingdom being lucky. The bombing, the biopark incident, Aslet, numerous cunning strategies during the war, the list goes on and on. And now, he has pulled this. Just how? At this moment, there was a red alert notification on the screen, attracting everyone's attention. The general quickly expanded the alert and an old and familiar face appeared on the screen. Greetings to all Atlanteans. King. It's the king. And it's a kingdom-wide live broadcast. Everyone in the room straightened, suddenly elated to see the king still alive. And not only was he alive, he was also sitting on the royal throne. People began cheering, because if the king was still alive and sitting on the throne, it must mean that they had the city back under their control. I had surrendered to the entity. But the first words the king spoke shocked everyone to the core. It was only then that they noticed the extremely familiar blue markings over the king's face. The royal throne is now under the Kraken control as well. It is my request to all the Atlanteans to surrender peacefully in order to end this conflict once and for all. I repeat. Antilla fell to her knees as she blankly looked at the broadcast. She couldn't move her eyes away from those blue marking. Royal father, under Kraken's control. She had thought his death would have been the worst outcome. Oh, how wrong was she? On the other hand, having thought he had finally won the battle, Axel couldn't enjoy the peace for long. His body flinched as already tired mind suddenly suffered the pressure from the entity. And, as if to make the matters worse, light magic began gathering from every place. Fuck me. Axel looked at the rising light particles in a deadpan, too tired to even react. My prince, actually, this is what I was trying to tell you. Ether world has many existences with unimaginable power. And the Etherian royal family stands above them all. One of the major reasons has been, no one has ever found a way to kill them. This is exactly the reason why the Triton got scared when he learned that the Kraken actually had a member of the Etherian royal family under their control along with a tree that looked eerily like a world tree. I had hoped that being an imitation, this world tree wouldn't have the same properties. But, I don't know how, but they've managed to get its real properties. Axel had no idea what to do anymore. He had tried everything at this point. If he had to think where he went wrong, he'd say he was in too much of a hurry to go back to think things through before making decisions. Had he chosen to fight a protracted battle, Zeta's attacks are so clumsy he wouldn't have had to spend even a little bit of his mental energy. But he was in a hurry to return and wanted to end things quickly, so he decided to go big. Besides, all his life, he's only fought the battles on back foot, always having to win due to tricks because of not having enough power. But, now that he had the royal trident, he thought he could finally be free of that stigma and fight the battle head-on. Of course, that has backfired spectacularly on him, as even though the world tree had already been destroyed, the huge amount of magic inside it managed to remain conserved. I'm never fighting on relaxed mode again, he said. He'd never underestimate his opponents again. Zeta might be too amateur a fighter, but the world tree and the entity backing her up are the real deal. The light started to gather again, forming into Zeta's face. And this time, instead of the royalty from Etherworld, she looked like a demon from the Netherworld. You. I will not kill you now. I'll just fill you up with light so fierce that you'll beg for night. I am going to spend years torturing you. Axel slowly got up, looking up at the super-pissed woman who looked like she would kill him at any cost. Maybe, I should have gone with less taunting this time. He thought, cursing his poisonous mouth. Had he not killed her 4 times, each providing with different experience, and had he been a little nicer, maybe things would have been different now. Any chance we can talk this out? He asked. Silver tongue. Doubtful. But hey, it's still worth a shot. A light beam was the only answer he got, making him jump to the side. Since he was mentally spent, the water body was temporarily gone, meaning he could die with those beams now. All right, I deserve that, he said, dodging an even more powerful light beam. He was thanking the gods that he still had his physical strength left. It was buying him time to come up with a new fighting plan. Okay, I shouldn't have called you stupid. Having blonde hair doesn't automatically make you dumb. My friend is blonde too, and she's really smart. Most of the times. BOOM. Alright, I shouldn't have called your breasts small either. They're at least average size. Boom. Alright, better than average. Are you happy now? What's the use anyway? It's not like anyone will ever see them if you keep yourself holed up in this place. Boom. I mean seriously, are you really supporting the entity voluntarily? When you've been stuck here for years growing a tree. Don't you want to go out and touch some grass? I mean, see the outer world. Meeting other people. It seemed that he hit a nerve as the frequency of attacks decreased a bit. I stay here on my own free will. Said Zeta. Oh. But do you really? I mean, there is no one to talk to here, no one to observe, heck, there's not even any sunshine here. Do you even know what the sun, moon, and stars look like? Do you never want to go out and explore? And if you do, and you still don't, then, are you really not under the entity's control? Axel was really on his last leg here, resorting to talking in order to buy time. This is yet another one of deception tricks he had picked after on the streets for whenever he was cornered and outnumbered. Every person has things that when said by another person, can throw them into confusion or deep thought, thus distracting them from their original goal, which could be, for example, fucking Axel up. You just have to put yourself in the person's shoes and keep throwing out random topic until you hit those weak spots. Zeta has a similar interest as Daphne, that is nature. And Axel knows very well what these nature enthusiasts like. And it seemed that he had hit a nerve, as Zeta stopped attacking him to think over his words. I actually want to, she realized. Gotcha. Now, to reel it in. See. I told you. You're not under control of yourself. You're being manipulated by the entity, the same being who was supposedly so bad that your ancestors had to seal it up. Axel's mind was suddenly put under a lot of strain and the pressure on also increased, sinking him to his knees. It seems that the entity didn't agree with his views. You're the royalty of the ether world. You're supposed to rule a fucking empire. He yelled out despite the increased mental burden. And what are you doing here? Trap in a garden being a fucking gatekeeper of your enemy. Are the organization's goals really your goals? Do you really want to destroy everyone in Atlantis? Is this what you really want? So much so that you'd sacrifice your own freedom. Zeta clutched her head, seeming also feeling a headache now. Zeta was at a loss as something was preventing her from thinking along what Axel had said. Why had she never even tried to venture out of this place? Why has she not seen what the outer world looks like? And, why has she always been thinking for the organization instead of what she actually wants? Yes. Fight back. Don't let it control you. You're bloody Etherian royalty. Can you seriously let the entity control you when someone like me with an inferior bloodline can resist? Said Axel, continuing his gaslighting. For what it's worth, take this as well, he thought, gathering his magic and locking it down on Zeta. Unshackle. That seemed to do the trick as Zeta screamed, clutching her head, blue marking appearing over her body. Of course, as was the case with the trident, Axel couldn't fully remove the markings as he didn't have enough power to do so. But, he didn't need to. Zeta has the same bloodline as the dudes who sealed the motherfucking entity. She has to have a great amount of resistance against the entity's control. And besides, Unshackle is actually a light affinity spell. That clearly shows just how effective light affinity is against the entity's control. That's why he tried breaking her out in the first place. Light magic in the surroundings began to enter Zeta's mind as the world tree also regrew back from the ground to support her. Click. 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 Boom. Zeta's body shook repeated before the blue markings were burnt away, as she screamed out loud. That's it. There we go. Zeta was covered in light, suddenly free from the entity's influence. And Axel was also happy at unexpectedly succeeding through this tactic. Is this the legendary jutsu Akiko was talking about? It seems he had just pulled off the same jutsu as the 7th leader of magical Japan, who had the ability to win his fight just through talking. Power Stones. Next, reunion. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 235, Chapter 234, Reunion. Axel had managed to free Zeta from the seal, thus saving himself the trouble of finding a way to kill her with his limited power. And, he had made another enemy for the Kraken. A very powerful one. Axel considered this a great move. To defeat your opponent with your mere words. In magical Japan, this is considered to be the peak of magi jutsu. Axel seemed to have achieved it just now, making him feel like having won a lottery. This method is amazing. He thought. It's just that this method is extremely unreliable and there's no guarantee of success. That's why he usually doesn't go for it. Bomb. A light beam suddenly emerged from the shining halo that had been obscuring Zeta. Damn it. Hit head-on, Axel was thrown back 20 meters due to the sheer force of impact. The blast was so fast that Axel's body simply couldn't react fast enough to escape. The only thing he was able to move were his lightning-fast hands, which he has trained the most. His brain processed nothing. His hands simply reacted on instinct, activating magic hands and blocking the beam. Axel coughed, having gotten hit in the chest by his own hand that he was thrown back after blocked the spell. Cough cough. Excuse me, but what the fuck? He asked, getting up while looking at his glowing hands. Zeta emerged from her halo, glaring down at Axel. I'm grateful for the freedom. But you have to pay for what you've done. Hey. Wait. The vines re-emerged from the ground, and this time Axel had to pull out his knives to defend himself the old-fashioned way. Stop. Don't you think you're barking up the wrong tree with your pet tree here? The organization was the one trapped and manipulated you. As for what I did, well, you're still alive, right? It's no big deal. No big deal. No big deal. Zeta suddenly stopped, but her anger seemed nothing but gone. Do you think plant lives don't matter at all? Do you have any idea just how many lives you've ruined when you destroyed the forest and the world tree like that? I planted each of them personally. And for years, I saw them grow from saplings to giants. And then you barge in here, destroy everything, and then expect me to just let it go? She asked, firing another beam at him. Fuck. It was then that Axel realized he might have fucked up. She was one of those tree huggers who'd murder your entire bloodline for causing harm to the nature. He knew because he had seen Daphne. That girl hadn't talked to him for a day because she had seen him cut down the wild plants in the abandoned greenhouse to make room for training. Do you think they do not have lives? She had also asked the same question. And to this question, Axel only had one answer. I don't give a fuck. That's right. He didn't care. Heck, he didn't care if there were humans instead of those plants. As long as it's in his way, Axel's gonna cut. Of course, he had the common sense to not say it out loud at the time, just like right now. Hey. I'm really sorry for that. And I will take responsibility. But can we settle this after we've dealt with the organization? He asked, trying to look sincere. Zeta only seemed to grow more angry though. Do you think you'd wait after someone murders your entire family and smiles while looking at the scene? The world tree had regrown to a decent size by now and the light magic which had dispersed had also gathered again. Now I am in a hurry. And you are in the way, she said, her whole body turning golden. So, this is the end, evil destroyer of nature. Purify. A scorching wave was released, literally turning anything in its path into light. Axel tried teleportation but found that it was impossible. It was already impossible back in the space layer, and now he's in the deepest part of the trench. It wouldn't make sense if the organization members could teleport in and out here. Having no choice, he had to activate his defenses and brace himself for what seemed like the most powerful attack in Zeta's arsenal. Light armor. Arcane barrier. Light infusion. Axel cast light armor, covering himself with an armor of light, and then he cast arcane barrier, infusing it with light magic. And it was just in time as the intense light magic hit his barrier. But this magic was different, as it passed right through his defenses like they didn't exist. The light hit Axel and his whole being started to burn as he felt pure light magic passing right through his body. His body started to turn into light particles, starting from his skin. It was then that he realized it was similar to Aslet's water curse. He was able to escape the water curse through his high water affinity, but compared to his water affinity, his light affinity was negligible. All the light affinity he had was actually borrowed from his connection with his wand, which has extremely high affinity with light. But that was not enough right now. Seems like there's no other choice. After a long time, Axel finally reached out to his wand in order to draw more power. He had refrained from it until now because he had left it for ritual in case Daphne needed it. And he didn't know if the ritual would succeed if the wand didn't have enough magic. But now, it seems he had no choice but to draw its power. What? But, as soon as he accessed the connection, two things shocked him. First, the wand was considerably drained, making the connection weak as well. Being that drained only meant one thing, it had been used. And if it had been used, that meant only one thing. Daphne had to go through the ritual. And if Daphne, who had said she'd only go through with it when he comes back safely, has already gone through the ritual, that means only one thing, her curse returned. Damn it. The news was alarming but Axel had no time to think about it as he was currently literally being purified by light. With the wand drained, it couldn't help him much. But, the wand was considerably closer to him than it should be. That's right. That's the second thing that shocked him. How did it get here? Since the wand was so close, Axel tried activating the connection to summon it. The wand responded sluggishly, seemingly having woken up from a long slumber. But as soon as Axel sent out the light magic that was currently attacking him through the connection, it perked right up. More than it expected, in fact. It reacted so intensely that it began actively absorbing the magic through the connection. And even that wasn't enough. A whirlpool appeared in front of Axel, greedily absorbing the light magic that had been attacking him. What? What is that? Zeta was enjoying the view of Axel slowly but surely being purified. Just as she was fantasizing about using him to make seeds of next generation of trees, she saw a void appearing in front of Axel, all but nullifying her spell. How is that possible? I'll tell you as soon as I find out, said Axel curtly. Space fluctuations appeared in the space as the amount of magic began to increase. Seriously? Axel was surprised as the wand expressed an intense desire to come to his side. After it had been upgraded with the dual light and dark cores and world tree wood, the wand barely responded to him, sucking an atrocious amount of energy even for casting simple spells. The system had said it was too powerful and it would take time and effort for him to build a connection and prove himself worthy. That had seemed fucking bullshit to him, as he couldn't understand who could be more worthy than him. He thought even more so now, since even the Royal Trident had also immediately submitted to him. But still, Axel had been slowly increasing his connection with it, gradually proving himself worthy. But until now, the wand had never been as excited and proactive as it was right now. "How can you even come here?" he asked back through the connection. Even he couldn't use teleportation here. "How can the wand even get here?" The wand didn't respond. Instead, the space fluctuations in the void increased, along with the magic being sucked in. And then, bright light flashed as the wand actually appeared in front of him. "Fuck. You can even do that." And, as soon as it did, the world tree, or the imitation of the world tree suddenly bent backwards, seemingly withdrawing away from the wand. "What is happening?" exclaimed Zeta, but Axel was similarly confused, if not more. But as soon as Zeta sensed the wand's aura, her eyes widened in disbelief. The real world tree, how? Ah. It was only then that it clicked to him. So the original, fake, huh? He didn't know how the imitation had been made, but it doesn't seem it was as real as it seemed. On the other hand, the piece of wood that was used in Axel's wand was part of the real world tree straight from the ether world. "That wood, how did you even get that?" asked Zeta, looking at Axel's wand with an intense gaze. "It's so big, so beautiful," she whispered. With hungry eyes. She raised her hand forward, as if reaching out to it, but suddenly recoiled when the wand released powerful magic, clearly telling her to go fuck herself. Axel grinned as he finally grasped the wand, causing his raven hair to blow back wildly due to the intense burst of magic released upon the reunion. How? Zeta couldn't seem to understand the situation at all. She couldn't understand how Axel had that piece of wood, let alone how he managed to control it. Axel had no idea how the piece of wood ended up becoming the family heirloom of the Greengrass family, but he did have to make a lot of effort to strengthen his connection with the wand. Besides, it's not even completely light element oriented as it has a darkness core inside it. So, of course it wasn't going to listen to the royal bitch. "Now, what do we do?" he asked, grinning evilly. The wand seemed to be waiting for this moment as it immediately pointed a particular point at the ground. "What's there?" asked Axel, starting to walk in the direction. "Wait, no. You can't." For some reason, Zeta suddenly started to freak out as she fired more powerful attacks at Axel. But this time, whatever she fired was absorbed straight into the wand which had been continuously devouring the light magic ever since it had arrived. But seeing Zeta's reaction, Axel was now even more curious to uncover what she had been trying to hide. The direction the wand had been pointing at suddenly changed, meaning either its focus had shifted or what it wanted had started to move. "So it's like this, huh?" Axel started to run at top speed, following wherever the wand was pointing at. Tree roots grew out of the ground, trying to stop him. Annoying. Axel's knife flashed and everything in his path was cut down without mercy. He pointed the wand at Zeta and cast a dark curse at her using the darkness core, stunning her for a few seconds. In the meantime, even though the location was constantly changing, he quickly managed to catch up and appear right above the place. "Go." He channeled the magic N. Boom. The wand multiplied it by multiple times, creating a huge crater in the ground. But Axel still didn't see anything but soil and roots. Again. Go. Another huge explosion. And this time, light began shining out of the crater, causing the wand to also light up out of excitement. "What do we have here?" Axel squinted his eyes, looking down the source. It was a golden color root that was quickly moving, disappearing back into the ground. "Aha, no way you're running away," said Axel, quickly yoinked the root with magic hands. Suddenly, a colossal amount of magic was released from the root, making Axel instinctively drop it. But a tangible connection was formed between the root and wand as the root got bound by the wand, making it unable to leave. Trapped in the middle, Axel was being burned by the magical clash between the two, but he was just too intrigued to care. The root struggled like a captured snake, trying its best to run away. And when Axel activated Arcane Eyes, he was blinded by the light magic hidden inside the tiny root. More specifically, a small hole appeared in the golden root, and a bean-sized piece of wood was extracted from it, held in front of Axel by the golden tether. "I'll be damned," muttered Axel, looking at the tiny piece. "It was you all along. The one controlling the giant tree this whole time. An extremely small piece of the real-world tree. That's how the imitation had the properties of the real-world tree. Because the core component was a tiny piece of the original." But his surprise didn't end there. Despite its struggles, slowly, the piece was forcefully pulled towards the wand. When it reached a small depression at the side of the wand, it actually fit perfectly. Fuck. Now Axel understood why the wand was so excited. It had actually found its long-lost body part. He just had no idea how it ended up here. Now having full control over the core of the world tree, all the magic in the surroundings began to be indiscriminately devoured by Axel's wand, which was now no longer as drained as before. Well, it was a reunion of his wand. How sweet. Actually, even I forgot it wasn't about reunion with his friends but with wand. The title was so deceiving that I even fooled myself. I'm a victim as well. He'll make a dramatic entry in the battlefield in the Battle of Atlantis chapter. Power Stones. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Edit, I assure you that no trees were harmed in making these chapters, neither am I anti-nature. I love nature and believe we should all protect it. I only think it will be the last thing on Axel's mind. Chapter 236, Chapter 235, Soul Combat. With his work done, Axel fell to his knees, now only focusing on resisting the entity which seemed to have now deemed him as an actual threat now that he had unexpectedly won the fight. It felt as though an invisible force was trying to enter his body, and all that was stopping it was his rapidly draining mental power. On the other hand, as the wand forcefully reattached the world tree core, the small piece of wood let out a final struggle, using all the magic to attack Axel and the wand. But, too bad, all it could really use was light magic, in which, considering the size difference of the two woods, there was a huge gap between the two. If such a small chunk of the original can handle such a terrifying amount of power, then what about the large piece that it was previously a part of? Any magic that came its way was absorbed cleanly by the hungry wand. Axel looked at the wand in his hand. So, it was like that. He felt like he had wasted all of that mental strength for nothing. Because it was only now that he realized that the fake world tree was being controlled by this tree. And no matter how much damage he did to the rest of the body, as long as the core was not completely destroyed, with all the divine magic the tree had stored up over the years, it could regrow the trees again. Turns out, but attacking the huge imitation, he had been barking up the wrong tree this whole time. But still, you're actually fucking amazing, huh? He thought, looking at his glowing wand in a new light. This stick had single-wandedly destroyed the world tree he had been trying so hard to defeat. The core of the imitation was just a small chunk. And yet, it was able to grow such a terrifying imitation of the world tree, able to wield such a vast amount of power. And then, his wand was able to snuff it out so easily as if discipling a child. Until now, he had just thought it to be yet another wand. But, Axel was only now beginning to comprehend just how powerful this seemingly ordinary wand can be. Unfortunately, there was only slight acknowledgement from the wand, as it seemed too busy absorbing the abundant light energy in the area. Seriously. Axel was pissed off. When it wanted something, it was all excited and over-responsive, even letting him use it to hit Zeta. But now that it has achieved its purpose, is it going to stay like that again? He was only beginning to be happy about having another powerful weapon. While he was still cursing the wand, it suddenly started to shake, light magic beginning to be sputtered out of it. The absorption stopped, and wood on the wand began to shift on its own. From the link, Axel could feel that it was pretty uncomfortable right now. System, what's wrong? Axel, the wand has become unbalanced. Unbalanced? What does that even mean? Your wand is a dual elemental core wand, made from the light core of Cherub and dark core of a Demogorgon. But since the Demogorgon core was too powerful compared to the light core, it was made with the wood of the world tree, balancing it out and even making it more oriented towards light magic. But now, upon absorbing its lost part which has become so powerful in the past years and absorbing all that light magic, the wood of the world tree is becoming active again, regaining its dormant properties. The Demogorgon core is no longer enough to balance out the attributes of the wand, thus making it like this. Axel gritted his teeth. Great, just great. If this was the case, then he wouldn't have let the greedy wand get back its lost part at all. He'd have rather destroyed it himself. What do I do now? How do I get it to work again? You need to balance the wand again. For that, you need dark energy powerful enough to balance out the wood of the world tree. What the hell? Will I keep playing seesaw like this or ever even get to actually use this thing? Axel was annoyed. How is he supposed to find something that could possibly be as powerful as the wood of the world tree that had almost defeated him just now? The Demogorgon core was already the most powerful darkness core he could find, and that had actually come from the netherworld. What? At this moment, Axel heard a familiar voice through his mental link, making almost jump. Where am I? You. What did you do to me? The voice was coming through his mental link with the wand. And it actually belonged to none other than Zeta, the crazy woman he thought he had just gotten rid of. You're still alive? Asked Axel, putting up his guard again. He was getting scared at this point. He had killed this woman at least 5 times. And yet, here she is, alive again. Woman, can't you just let me kill you in peace? He asked in frustration. Zeta, on the other hand, seemed to have figured out her situation as she began to despair. You're the one who trapped me like this, and now you're saying you can't kill me. Believe me, I'd rather die than face such disgrace. Axel frowned. I trapped you. What do you mean? You don't even know. My whole life force and genetic sequence was stored in the core. And now that you've made it part of your wand, I'm also trapped in here. What? I didn't do it on purpose. Having you in my wand would be the last thing I would want. What could Axel possibly gain from having Zeta in his wand? If you really don't, then let me out this instant. She commanded. Let you out. Axel looked around. And as expected, it was a graveyard full of dead trees everywhere. And the small amounts that had grown back after the destruction were also rapidly dying with no core to control them. Yeah, not a chance, he said curtly. Is he crazy? If he ever released this woman, the first thing she'll try would be to kill him. I swear I will do you no harm. Anything is better than being disgraced like this, said Zeta. Do you think you'd wait after someone murders your entire family? He asked, repeating the exact same words she had said to him when he had asked for a truce. This woman couldn't even wait to kill him long enough to first deal with the entity. And now here she is, trying to convince him that she won't try to harm him. A 20-year-old has a better chance at assassinating a world leader than Axel freeing Zeta. You can give up hope of being free. Rather, I'm currently trying to figure out how to kill you, he admitted frankly. Kill me. Then do so. But remember. My life is fully connected to the world tree core. If you kill me, the core dies with me. Exclaimed Zeta. That's so. Axel pursed his lips, thinking. Even better. At least I won't have to balance this useless wand then. But at this moment, as if having heard his words, the wand would tighten around its new part, sending him the same message. If the new part goes, the wand goes with it. Fuck this shit. Frustrated, Axel put the wand in his storage space, or at least, he tried to. But then he remembered, he had no storage space left. How did you even get here in the first place? He asked the wand. Axel had a lot of questions. How did it get here after the ritual? Did it succeed? How is Daphne? Too bad, the wand was still unresponsive, already in a semi-sleep state. Sighing, he put it in the pocket of the conjured clothes he had been wearing. His previous Atlantean Black Ops body armor was pretty durable, but it couldn't survive the explosion, making him have to conjure these clothes after he had woken up naked. And these two were on their last leg, looking as if they were going to fall off any moment. First things first. Nerinthos, how do I reinforce the seal? He asked. The trident has helped the previous rulers reinforce the seal multiple times in the past. There's no one better to ask. My king, it's right there, replied the trident, pointing right at the place where the world tree used to be. Of course. Muttered Axel, rolling his eyes. Making a shovel out of water, he began digging. Right now, all the mental energy he had regained was being used to fight off the entity's pressure, making manual digging a better option. But, while digging, suddenly, Axel's knees buckled as the pressure suddenly increased to an unimaginable level. System, what the fuck? The sudden increase was so unnaturally high that Axel knew that something had to have changed. Otherwise, the entity would have done this before he destroyed its so-called guardian. The organization has decided to take action. The king has attacked the city with the self-defense system. The number of lives lost and the fear spreading among the Atlanteans is further weakening the seal. Seriously. Right now. Since he was already drained due to the fight and after resisting the full force of entity's control was so long, now that the entity's powers had suddenly increased, Axel found it way too difficult to resist. Slowly but surely, he could feel a foreign energy taking over. A series of compulsive thoughts began entering his mind, subtly trying to seduce him. At the same time, a searing pain spread over his skin. Axel looked down, only to see familiar blue markings spreading over his arms and legs. Starting from the skin, they were gradually making their way in, forcefully taking control. Not happening. Of course, Axel wasn't just going to sit back and enjoy the free tattoo session. Trying to take over me. Looks like you don't know me enough. A knife made out of ice appeared in his hand. Slash. The outer layer of his skin was peeled off, along with the markings before they could go deeper. But Axel knew that it wasn't a long-term solution. He didn't have infinite skin while the entity could do this all day. He had to think of something else. Think. 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 Axel's mind began working furiously, trying to think of a solution on how to resist the entity. In his mind, information on various options flashed. And suddenly, it clicked to him. He had completely forgotten about it. Axel closed his eyes. And when he opened them, an amber aura started to ooze out of the corner of his eyes. That's right. His new bloodline. Come on. He then let go of the resistance, letting the markings sink in. A searing pain shot up throughout his body, reaching deeper and deeper, until it reached his soul. That was the marking's ultimate goal, to connect with the soul. That's how the entity gives out power to the members of Kraken. By establishing a link with their soul so that they can draw its power. But, when entity tried to establish the connection, something unusual happened. Soul affinity. Zen focus. It could only come in contact with an extremely firm layer of the soul. The entity tried to dig deeper, but Axel wouldn't let it. Instead, with the reinforced part of his soul, he latched onto the blue tentacles that had reached him. The entity suddenly increased its power, attacking his soul. Axel frowned, a high amount of pain shooting throughout his body, the kind that is felt when your soul is damaged. But, Axel didn't let up. Freakish tenacity. His increased pain tolerance, which had caused him to almost lose his mental power due to not feeling pain, now came in handy as he endured the pain. He tried again, failed again. But, information entered his mind which he rapidly learned from. Enduring the pain, he tried again. Soon, soul affinity, 10%. His control increased, and tried once again, reinforcing his soul further with the new knowledge that popped in. Now he went for a safer approach, targeting individual links while defending against the rest. He succeeded in taking over one, and magic power flooded his soul, getting converted into his own. Soul affinity, 15. Meanwhile, his knowledge and control over soul increased. And the more he learnt, the more amazed he was. Soul can be quite a terrifying thing. Contrary to what one might expect, soul actually has multiple applications, each more shocking than the other. Axel began connecting with the rest of the tethers, but not the way the entity wanted. As he had learnt, there are different types of soul connections. What the entity wants is a two-way connection, with the entity being the dominant part. Meaning it could supply power whenever it wanted, however much it wanted, and if necessary, even take away his power if it wanted. Instead, what bond that Axel established was a one-way connection, with him being the dominant one. He could take as much power as he wanted from the entity, but not the other way around. What? He was a thief. What else to expect? But, how did Axel come with this crazy plan and actually expect it to work? Because, he remembered his father's portrait. That portrait had the blue markings, which, at that time he had thought were just fancy tattoos. But, since the portrait moves, he had seen those blue markings glowing, meaning Tristan Hunt was actually using the entity's power. And yet, he was not under the entity's control. So, Axel put two and two together and decided to take a leap. What choice did he have anyway? If that man can do, then so can Axel. And with the way things were going, the entity would have reached his soul sooner or later. He would also lost a few more layers of skins in addition to that. It's better to then proactively take offense then. Besides, he has been strengthening his soul through Zen focus, so he wasn't afraid of it getting seriously damaged from the very first try, after which, he would be able to learn more by increasing his proficiency. Basically, he was doing real-time training with his soul on the line, something which only he can attempt since anyone else would pass out with just one nick to their souls. Of course it's also because he gets information from the system too through which he can choose the right path. Thankfully, it was a bit painful at first, meaning a whole lot, but it paid off after a few attempts. Now that he had succeeded once, he quickly began establishing more connections. The entity soon found out that it was being scammed. Straining the seal, it sent out more tentacles, also sending out more power through them. But soul affinity, 20. You have learnt the skill, soul fortification. You have learnt the skill, soul combat. Axel had already started to fortify his soul, getting ready to take it head on. The entity is bound by the seal in a way that it can only exert a limited amount of power on an individual. And since that was the case, he was not afraid. Bring it. While he was fighting the entity through the soul, his mind was now no longer facing attacks, giving him time to recover his mental power. Meanwhile, an armor formed outside his soul, protecting it from the entity's influence. Of course, Axel couldn't afford to keep doing this for too long as the entity would probably never get tired, only stronger. Using his wand, he quickly dug through the soul, removing the dead roots in the way to reach the depths. Of course, the magic used for this was borrowed from the entity itself through the connection. Soon, he had uncovered a huge magic circle, the size of 2 tennis courts, looking extremely complicated. So, how do I reinforce it? He asked the trident in a hurry, since he was still continuously resisting the entity. You need to send about 4 million arcs of power through the center. It can be any type of power. Water energy, magic, flames, lightning, anything. The seal will automatically convert the power to reinforce itself. Okay, and how long would it take? He asked, not knowing exactly how much power that was. Basically, you should be done in a few days. Few days. Axel paused. Fuck you. No way he's going to take that long. Axel sighed. Hopefully, he'll reach there in time. Well, we're already number 1 this week. Give me power stones tomorrow, when the rankings reset. Next, Battle of Atlantis I, A Hero's Return. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Volume 3 is over on Patreon. I'm starting the Volume 4, Netherworld Chronicles. Come catch up. Chapter 237, Chapter 236, Battle of Atlantis L. Back in Atlantis, the whole kingdom was stunned as they digested the news they had just heard. King Atasis II has surrendered to the entity. It could be imagined just how big a blow this was to their morale. The king is the figurehead of a kingdom, leading everyone by example. It is a given that the citizens can depend on the king to make the right decisions for the kingdom and prevent it from any harm. But forget protecting the kingdom, the king instead joined the enemy. They were still trying to figure out how the Kraken got control over the royal throne, but this is how they got it. By taking over the king himself. I cannot believe this. The king. No way. This cannot be. King Atasis had always been a wise and benevolent ruler who has always opposed Kraken and served the kingdom with an unwavering devotion, to the point of even fighting and punishing his own brother for supporting the Kraken. So, they couldn't understand how such a ruler could possibly give in to the Kraken. Atasis, whose face was filled with wrinkles, sighed. Tila, my daughter. I know you're watching this. I have something to say to you, he said, his eyes looking into the camera. Princess, that's not your father, said the general as he made to close the screen. The blue markings state that the king has already been taken over. Whatever he is saying is right under the influence of Kraken. And the princess really, genuinely, has already suffered too much. She is not in a state to handle more. But like always, Antilla stopped the general. This might be important, she said, her face completely emotionless. She might get hurt again and again and again. But, she will never run away. As if knowing that Antilla was listening, the king continued speaking. I am really ashamed, my daughter. For giving in. But the pain was too much. Losing my wife and brother was painful enough, but my damaged soul was making every living moment a hell for me. I thought joining them would lessen the pain, and it did, temporarily. I was starting to feel much better. I was even recovering. But, the price was too steep. I lost control over the throne, I lost control over myself, I ended up killing my own daughter. Antilla suddenly looked up in confusion, wondering if she'd heard it right. She was still alive, right? But when the king continued, she got yet another shock. The king sighed. I had no control over my actions. I didn't even know how I ended up at the Kraken's base. Before I knew it, I was seeing my brother, who should have been dead, fighting Atlanta, and then, having no control over my actions, I actually helped him. I subdued the royal trident, long enough for her to be cornered and forced into a suicidal move. Antilla just stood there blankly, her head in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. Princess, it can't be true. They're just trying to confuse us, said the general, though, for the first, even he sounded uncertain. But Antilla shook her head, recalling the memories. And now that she added this new information to the past events that had always seemed strange to her, suddenly, everything was making perfect sense. Why her sister suddenly started to behave oddly around the royal father, why he had miraculously begun to recover, why he lost control over the throne, why sister left, and why even hid away the dangerous and mass-destructive weapons of the kingdom that could have been so handy in this war. It is true. It has to be. There is no other explanation for it. So, her uncle killed her mother and nephew, and her father killed her sister. So, this whole time. She murmured, her voice shaking. The king continued, not having heard Antilla. I was also responsible for poisoning you, thus making you incapable of bearing a child, and so was I responsible for the royal throne not acknowledging you as we had to start the corruption process, the king sighed. I am really sorry for that. I know how much you've blamed yourself for that, never even marrying anyone and also trying to be better to one day get the acknowledgement from the throne. It must have been really frustrating. King slammed the throne's armrest. But, you know what's more frustrating? It's the fact that right after I had fulfilled my usage, they locked away these memories and took back most of the powers given to me, only leaving enough for me to survive. Now that they've completely corrupted the throne, they've returned my powers and unlocked my memories again, like a seashell, said the king in frustration, but Antilla was no longer listening though, her hand resting on her belly. She didn't even realize, but she was once again having difficulty in breathing. So, this was the reason. Not because she was born with genetic defects or because she was incompetent. Antilla's brain had lost all function, so stunned was she after getting all the information. This was too much. This really was too much. She had been poisoned to be infertile, and the throne had been too corrupted to acknowledge her. So no matter what, she was supposed to fail anyway. This whole time, she was just a chess piece too useless to even get rid of. All those years of blame, self-hatred, self-pity, brutal training, hard work, it was all for nothing. Why? Because she was betrayed by her own father. A sense of hopelessness enveloped her. Royal father had been suffering for a while. And Antilla had sort of made peace with the eventuality of losing him. She had thought the worst that could happen would be her being left alone. But this she could have never imagined in her worst nightmare. Betrayal from the person she had been taking care of for the past 10 years. And such a huge betrayal. She now felt like her whole life was useless. Princess. Get yourself together. Distracting you is exactly what they want. Exclaimed the general, closing the screen. He really regretted not clearing it sooner. But, what could he do? He was too shocked to think about it. He had been childhood friend with King Atasis. And then his royal guard, before eventually rising to the rank of general. And he had never imagined that the king would actually do something like this. Now he was blaming his incompetence for not noticing it. So blinded by loyalty and friendship was he that he never saw all the glaring signs that something was wrong. Now he regretted it deeply. Had he been more cautious, none of this would have happened. The king's broadcast really did achieve its purpose. Everyone was currently in a deep state of shock, comprehending everything that had been said. And, as if waiting exactly for this moment, the Kraken army chose this exact moment to attack. A huge army began to swarm through the portal which had been left completely open now that it was under Kraken's control. Grotesque humanoid figures, giant creatures, airships with pseudo-relic wielding warriors and forced relic wielder, everything came in huge droves, showing that the Kraken had been conserving its strength for this moment. And if the size, the time, and the kingdom-wide control wasn't enough, each and every warrior was now supercharged with the entity's power, blue markings glowing brighter than ever before. At the same time, the artillery and laser cannons that had always been aimed towards the portal were now turned around to aim towards the kingdom. The general was the first one to react. Putting away everything going on in his mind, he went straight to do his first and foremost duty, protect the kingdom. Atlanteans. Prepare the defenses. He roared, raising his giant sword with one hand. Don't forget. This fight to protect our kingdom. Our home. And long as I am still standing, no one can take it away from us, be it the king himself. His battle cry was infused with magic, traveling throughout the kingdom and filling everyone up with strength and vigor. It was a skill that came along with his relic, the Proeliator. Suddenly, everyone snapped out of their negative thoughts, battle intent rising in their hearts. The war cry reminded them, even if they had lost the king, even if they had lost their defenses, and even if they had lost many warriors, there was still this giant on their side, who has always shown his overwhelming might on the battlefield. The defensive spellcasters invoked their magic together, and a huge shield appeared in the air, leading all the way to the army. There were no cowards or amateurs here. Everyone present had fought and survived numerous wars in the past 6 months, so when the general gave the orders, their training and instinct took over, replacing the fear and confusion. The cannons and artillery hit the shield, most of it managing to hold up. At the same time, the general rose up in the air. There was a flash of light, and 100 of the incoming Kraken creatures were split in two, including many Altantion cannons. The general's sword slash brought hope to everyone. He then pointed the sword at the enemy. Ranged attacks ready. Set. Fire. A huge volley of spells were released from Atlantis' side, as everyone who had the ranged spells and weapons attacked. But, a supercharged shield was erected on the Kraken's end too, protecting them from most of the damage. Cast the buffs. Each of the warriors was loaded with enhancing spells, making them temporarily stronger, faster, and tougher. All units. Icarian formation. He ordered, calling for a pre-planned formation which involves both attack and defense. Charge. Avenge the fallen. Charge. The general roared, leading the charge on his chariot. Avenge the fallen. All the riders with shooters on their back flew behind the general while the ground units were led by the commander-in-chief. The Kraken's army also charged, fearless of the incoming army. The two forces clashed in the middle, starting the battle for real. Lightning fell from the sky, taking down 4 to 5 giant creatures at once along with the Kraken warriors they were carrying as Ender entered the battle. The rest of the relic wielders followed as high-speed wind blades cut through the army like grass, a large number of enemies burst into flames, a huge creature was lifted up and thrown over the densest part of the army, etc. But at this moment, the forced relic wielders, who were comparatively larger in number, attacked the relic wielders at once, as if on command. Evade. Ender yelled out, sensing something amiss as he created a lightning force field to buy time. The rest of relic wielders quickly moved from the area just as the attack landed. Boom. A huge explosion shook the whole area where the relic wielders used to be, attracting the attention of the rest of the armies too. What was that? What kind of power is that? How? Sylvia's lips parted in shock. Such a huge increase. The seal is mainly sustained by taking slight amount of magic from each Atlantean. And since they had just lost a lot of soldiers and civilians in the surprise attack just now, they had definitely expected the entity to now be able to supply more energy to each individual. But, by such a large amount, it was out of their expectations. It wasn't only the power increase, said Ender, his mind working furiously. Those attacks were well coordinated, designed for each one of us. Had they opted for simple defense instead of extreme caution, they might have been in trouble right now. This is not good. They've come prepared this time. Similar results happened when the melee armies clashed. The power increase was something astounding. In most clashes, it was the Kraken army that was coming out on top. It seems that all the fights before this were simply sacrifices in which they didn't use the tactic they had been developing this whole, saving them for this day. If that wasn't enough, Kravix, the sixth overseer and the space relic wielder, who had been hiding this whole time, suddenly appeared in the space as if he owned the place, another one of the dimensional bombs in his hands. The space beside him opened and a huge biomaton appeared, which was being controlled by the fifth overseer Karlach, who had the biotech relic. This is going to be too easy, said Kravix as he dropped the bomb over the Atlantean army. You sure about that, Cervix? Though, before the bomb could reach down, it was swallowed up by darkness, and then released into the Kraken army. Did the party start without me? Darkness began spreading over the sky as Kirin appeared in the air. She had the same look on her face as the one when she went on the killing spree, only stopping after she had killed 3 overseers. Because she had just come back after witnessing the deaths of thousands of innocent civilians just now. Needless to say, she was not in the greatest of the moods. And the current atmosphere happened to be just right for her to vent. The warriors of the Kraken army began to get nervous. Not only because of Kirin though. But what comes with her. An aura death began spreading throughout the area. And then, she appeared. Black lightning radiating from her, and eyes having a strange pattern of pupils encircled by black circles. She was wearing a dark armor that emphasized mobility, and an aura of death and darkness of oozing of her, causing her surroundings to literally lose light and life. She appeared in the densest part of the battlefield, and the Kraken warriors fell down like waves, being claimed by death. Seeing Kirin and her protege, Kravix decided to flee, but Kirin expanded her domain, trapping him inside. But it was not big enough to trap Karlach's giant biomaton, which escaped and started to attack the Atlantean army. Akiko, don't go too deep. Martina said through her comms, as she flew over a huge aircraft flew over to the battlefield. In the past few months, Martina had also changed a lot, having experienced loss and war. Her hair had been cut short and her eyes contained more maturity and intelligence. She had discarded her pretty attires, instead choosing a full metal armor, and she had also put on some muscles. And surprisingly, her armor had 5 stars, signifying just how high she had risen in just 4 months. Looking at the giant biomaton which was attacking the Atlantean army, she was not surprised at all, having researched all about Karlach. This is Tech Mage. I've got the handle on Karlach, over, she said over the comms and she began adjusting the controls of the aircraft. I've been waiting to try this. Martina pulled on a lever and the whole aircraft suddenly vibrated, every part of its framing beginning to move. The wings folded, and the main body opened up as the aircraft started to fall. It made impact with the ground over the Kraken army, crushing many and causing an earthquake. When the dust cleared, a robotic giant was stood there with a railgun in hand and a blade in the other. Gundam transformation complete. Guardian Knight Axe, online, came the AI's voice. What's this abomination? It's not artistic at all. Karlach, who had been trying to crush a bunch of soldiers, stopped in the process, offended by the presence of another mechanical humanoid like his. Martina wasted no words, directly firing the railgun at him. With this, the final war had truly started in full swing, death and destruction spreading everywhere. From a high vantage point, a man with a head made out of metal looked at the battlefield with a slight smile on his face. Peculiar. He muttered, calculation running through his eyes. Start implementing Phase 2. Power Stones. Take me to the top for no delays. Next, Battle of Atlantis 2, A Hero's Return. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Edit, these chapters have been written a long time ago and I don't clearly remember which chapter will have what content, so I get confused. Next is definitely The Return. Chapter 238, Chapter 237, Vault of Atlantis 2, A Hero's Return. Currently, the might of the Kraken army was overwhelming. The sight of countless creatures ranging from humans to monsters, all with their blue markings glowing unprecedentedly high, was something to be scared of. And each one of them were able to enhance their powers multiple folds at once. Not only that, they were also fighting a new formation, which had been perfected for this exact situation, making it obvious that they had been preparing for this for a long time. Overall, the Kraken army had reached an extreme level that the kingdom's forces had quite a hard time matching. But, kingdom's forces weren't helpless either. For Atlantis. The general was fighting at the forefront, sending out sword beams towards every piece of the kingdom's artillery while also blocking any attack that came. No amount of forced relic wielders able to stop him. With every swing of his sword, a wave of energy would be released, empowering the kingdom's forces and filling them with courage and discipline. The warriors trained rigorously through the finest training facilities and resources weren't slouches. Each squad had an outstanding leader leading a team that had already faced situations like these in various simulation and also honed their skills in real battles. Furthermore, each of their armor and equipment was highly superior, having protecting them from the enhanced army's viscous attacks while also boosting their own strength and damage. Staying in formation, the ground soldiers methodically faced the monstrosities of the Kraken. The supercharged biomatons would first face the ranged attacks that would slow them down, after which they would be faced with shields. The large creatures were first bound and subdued through various means, and then damage dealers would aim for the weak spots. The ranged units would fly over with the rider, attacking from above. Red lights would flash wherever help is needed and the commanders would mobilize the soldiers according to need. Stick together. Attack where the lightning falls. Ender was leading the relic wielder division rightly. The forced relic wielders were set up to target each individuals of Kingdom's relic wielders, targeting their weaknesses. So the best counter would to stick together and protect each other while taking down the ones that posed the most danger. For Akiko, no living being were sent to confront her due to her Shinigami. Instead, she was faced with biomatons resistant to darkness and lightning. But, that didn't do much to stop her. The spiral pattern in her eyes revolved and the dead bodies piled up on the battlefield rose up from the ground. And whether the dead were from Kraken or the kingdom's side, both attacked her enemies. Furthermore, as the number of deaths on the battlefield increased, the aura of death around her thickened, empowering her. What kind of abomination is that? Asked Karlach, facing against Martina as his biomaton sent out acid jets at her. Reminds me awful lot of that stupid prince. The Guardian Knight axe raised its hand and an energy shield appeared in front of it, blocking the acidic liquid. Don't you dare mention him with your filthy mouth, said Martina. It was true that the Guardian Knight looked like Axel. It had been made in his memory after all. Two knives appeared in the hands of the mecha as it took a stance eerily similar to Axel. Guardian Knight, stealth mode. The Guardian Knight turned invisible, appearing behind Aslet's biomaton moments later. Programmed to fight like Axel, the knives flashed, cutting straight through the biomaton's arm and neck. You can't escape this time, Kravix. In her darkness domain, Kirin smirked at Kravix, the space relic wielder. Kravix sent out space blades at Kirin, but Kirin disappeared, reappearing behind him. Her darkness pierced through his space field, managing to injure him before he was able to evade. It had been a few minutes since they had started fighting and Kirin had now gained the upper hand, finally piercing through Kravix's defenses. Knowing Kirin's power, any Atlantean could easily tell. This fight was as good as over. But, Kravix didn't seem to think so. You know what? If it was a decade ago, I'd have agreed with you. But, that is no longer the case anymore, is it? Asked Kravix, looking confident despite his injuries. The smile on Kirin's face wavered imperceptibly. Say that after you're dead, she said, her darkness blade so black that it was sucking in the surrounding light. Kravix laughed. You know I'd already be dead if it were the old you, Kirin. You're not as strong as before, are you? He asked, the markings on his skin brightening with unprecedented brightness. In fact, you don't have much time left, do you? What nonsense are you talking about? Exclaimed Kirin, slashing at Kravix with her lightning blade. But, Kravix managed to avoid it this time, his space powers working despite being in Kirin's domain. Kravix smirked. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That last fight, when you fought 3 of our overseers and won. That came at a price, didn't it? You're slowly dying, he concluded, now managing to avoid Kirin's attacks much more easily. That's why you left the kingdom, living among the weaklings so that you don't have to use your powers. You even found a successor to pass on your Septi's arts and the relic too, right? Stop talking and fight me head on, you coward. Kirin shouted, attacking Kravix again. She didn't know how this bastard found out, but, what he was saying, it was actually true. In the fight for revenge a decade ago, she was alone and already exhausted and the other side had 3 overseers, about to desecrate her subordinates' bodies just to provoke her. Well, they failed at doing anything to the bodies, but definitely succeeded at getting a rise out of her. In blind rage, Kirin had invoked the forbidden darkness magic, taking down all 3 of them and spitting on their bodies before taking back Akiko's parents for funeral. But, as Kravix had said, it had come at a price. Her body could use a limited amount of darkness after which, she'll completely lose her ability. So she left the kingdom, deciding to live the remaining days in peace. But of course, she had to come when the kingdom was in danger and needed her help. At this moment, a voice echoed in the domain. Enough playing around. Kravix, start the second phase. Yes, sir. Said Kravix, huge amount of space power beginning to fill up the area. Sidious, you coward. Is that you? Kirin gritted her teeth, using even more power out of caution. Black VNs appeared on her skin, showing she had reached her limit. But, the space opened up and a tree appeared, filled with powerful light attribute. Kirin suddenly recoiled, her darkness weakening considerably. Holy shit, third. You were right, said Kravix as he laughed in disbelief. You've even transferred your bloodline to her, haven't you? He asked the now successfully bound Kirin with glee. Those with real tenebrous bloodline have a certain immunity towards light, which Kirin no longer has. I mean, that makes sense. How else would an outsider have such a powerful darkness affinity when it's not even in her parents? The space around her constricted to the extreme this time, temporarily making Kirin immobile, and the branches of tree quickly wrapped themselves around her. It worked. Clenching his fists in victory. My calculations were right, came the third overseer's voice. You've already spent the remained darkness in the past months, haven't you? Trying to make up for your blunder, no doubt. After all, at your peak, you could have easily saved your crown prince from the space whales. It's definitely your fault he died. You. Kirin struggled with all her might, Sidious's words hitting her sore points. It was true. Kirin's capacity had decreased dramatically after the overuse in the past few months, since she had almost spent the remaining darkness energy she could use before her body's complete breakdown. And it was because she, no doubt, blamed herself for what happened with Axel. Through and through. Forget recklessly getting them into the trench for training. Even if she had just gone all out the moment Axel was picked up, she could have saved him. But, she hesitated. And that brief moment of hesitation led to him being transported right into the whale's mouth, forcing him to use his teleportation to escape. She knows that no one really speaks about it, but deep in their hearts, everyone else blames her too. Including Aki. Though that girl blames herself more, and that only makes it much worse. How the mighty have fallen, said Kravix, looking at Kirin all bound up in light attribute tree branches. Never thought I'd see the day, let alone be the one to actually contribute the most, he bragged. But looking at the situation, he didn't actually do much. The whole observation, preparation, and planning were Third's idea, and the tree was the contribution of Second Overseer, having her fill it with a huge amount of light attribute magic and making it programmed to trap anyone with darkness affinity. So what if I lose, said Kirin, knowing the Third could hear her. I was already pretty much useless. Even if you do manage to win against me, it achieves nothing. We are still much stronger than you. There's no way you'd win. First of all, you're useless. I'd have to disagree on that, said Sidious. The darkness was cleared away, revealing Kirin who had been completely subdued. Those who saw the scene were shocked, including Estrus and Willis, who were fighting as buff caster and ranged spell caster. But of course, the most shocked was Akiko. Kravix, proceed with the plan. Yes, boss. Kravix was gleeful he worshipped the Third right now, let alone follow his order. Grabbing Kirin, he put a space blade over her throat. Figuring out their intentions, Kirin's eyes widened. Aki. Watch out. Kirin tried to warn Akiko, but with the ongoing war, her voice couldn't reach Akiko at all. And the moment Akiko got distracted, Kraken soldiers attacking her simply exploded, tree branches filled with light magic sprouting out of them. The tree branches covered her from head to toe, putting special emphasis on the eye area. And then, they released sharp thorns that were laced with venom that would prevent her from concentrating on her eyes. Akiko tried to resist with her darkness aura, making the tree cells die quickly, but more replaced them until the venom kicked in, making her immobile. At the same time, Kravix bound the space around Akiko and teleported her to his domain right alongside Kirin, for safe measure, thus completing the entrapment. See. Said Sidious. Capturing you wasn't useless at all. Thanks to you, we've got the legendary, Eyes of Death, in perfect state. You have no idea how much trouble they'd have given had she been given the chance to mature. These are going to be extremely helpful in our expeditions to other worlds, he said, a distinct excitement in his voice. Those eyes give Akiko scary reflexes. Had she not relieved her trauma at seeing Kirin about to be taken the same way as Axel, she would have definitely cut down the roots before they could reach her. MFF. MFFFFMFMF. Kirin increased her struggles, but to no avail. She had gotten too weak. And Akiko was in her late teens with no relic. The most powerful thing she had were her eyes, but they had been made useless now. Sidious let out a wheezy laugh. Oh, as for your delusion that your side is actually stronger, well, I have to disagree with that too. As if to match his time, the ground began to shake, causing instability to both sides. And then, the giant statue of Atlan, the first king of Atlantis moved, turning its head. What is that? The fight slowed down as both sides witnessed the movement of the biggest structure in Atlantis. The statue raised its foot, and then, it put it down in the direction of the war, crushing any building in its way and causing a huge earthquake. It was so large, that with 2 steps, it managed to arrive over the scene of war. The next time the foot rose, it descended over the kingdom's ranged forces. Oh no. Run. What kind of madness? The panicked ranged spellcasters had no idea how to stop that foot. Some started to flee, some casted spells in vain, while some just stood there in a daze, too stunned to move. At this moment, the general was the first one to head for the giant, but, at this moment, water appeared in his way, blocking his path. You've gotten slow, Tor. The generals had instinctively lowered upon hearing that voice, only to raise it back up with conflicted eyes. Water started to come down from the sky, gathering around in large quantities. Sure enough, there in front of him, wielding a trident and radiating power, was the king Atasis himself. And when he saw the blue markings on the king's skin, pain flashed in his eyes. My friend, how could you? That's what he wanted to ask. But with the giant foot descending, he didn't have the time. I need to pass, he said, raising his sword. He flew forward at an astonishing speed. The king raised the trident, which was also a relic, just not the royal relic. He disappeared from his place. Clang. Weapons clashed as the king appeared in the general's path. The foot had already decided at this point, and the army being densely packed, many hadn't yet managed to escape out of the range at this point. Other relic wielders tried to stop it but realized they were too late or were otherwise engaged by the Kraken warriors. Estrus's grey magic surrounded the foot and descent slowed down a little, but being that big, it wasn't powerful enough to slow it down by much. A huge magic shield appeared below the foot, cast by Willis, who was also among the ranged spellcasters and shooters. But still, it wasn't enough. At this moment, a huge body flew over, coming beneath the foot in time. It was Martina's mecha, which had arrived after decimating Karlach's giant biomaton. But, even though it was absolutely massive, its size only amounted to the equivalent to the size of the statue's foot. The magic batteries that Martina had designed went into overload as the giant tried its best to rise. Go. In the past 4 months, Martina's class, Technomage, and teachers at Atlantis had given her a lot of knowledge, increasing both her engineering and magical skills dramatically. That's why, when the foot had almost reached the ground, a miracle happened. A huge magical wave was released from thrusting the Guardian Knight upward while pushing all the remaining ground units. The foot's descent slowed further, just long enough that the tens of thousands of ranged units managed to escape from beneath. The Guardian Angel was completely crushed, but thousands of lives were saved, thus also preventing another massive increase in the Kraken's strength. But in the aircraft, overlooking the battlefield, Sidious just smirked at the desperate attempts by the kingdom. Congratulations. You've stopped one foot, he said, his deadpan voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Here, take another. The giant began raising another foot into the air. And this time, it descended with an even larger momentum. What? Again. How are we supposed to fight that? By the sea god. At this point, the kingdom's soldiers were filled with despair, looking up at the giant foot heading down. The king managed to trap the general with water who had been distracted with statue. It's finally the beginning of the end, he said, also looking up at the sky. Sitting on the ground, Antilla looked up at sky and realized that the kingdom was about to be destroyed, by her own father, no less. No. And thus, broken as she was, she stood up and raised her staff, pointing it at the sky. She knew she wasn't strong enough to stop it. And so did the rest of the Atlanteans, who could manage to spare a few moments from the fight. Everyone had lost hope at this point, but still, they tried. Because that's all they could do. But at this moment, the completely unexpected happened. The descent of the giant foot stopped. Along with most of the Kraken's army. Moments later, high in the air, space fluctuations occurred as a silhouette emerged. With one red and one blue eye, and a silver trident and wand in its hands. An. Sorry for the delay, I was planning the next volume. Also, I've enabled the new billing on Patreon. Now you can sub any time of month and get full 30 days. So basically every days is like a new month, the best time to subscribe. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 239, Chapter 238, King Axel Regius Arhantel. A few days. I don't have that much time. Axel exclaimed, standing over the seal. He had no idea what was going on at Atlantis, but he definitely knew that whatever it was, it would be over in a few days. Reinforcing the seal is not an easy task. And near impossible for a single individual. The seal has a self-repairing mechanism, which can only be triggered once it has stored enough power. And please do not forget that it is currently holding the entity that threatens the whole ether world, a place with a far larger power scale than Earth. Considering everything, you cannot expect the reinforcing the seal to be an easy task, the system explained. Damn it. Even though the system made sense, Axel did not like this. But, what choice did he have? Sighing, he closed his eyes and concentrated. When he opened them, they were burning in ember light. Through the markings, he used his soul connection to draw power from the entity. Suddenly, the blue markings on his skin lit up, becoming extremely bright. Power flooded through his soul, filling his whole being, making him feel a similar rush as the one he get upon using Limit Break. Limit Break, for free. Fuck those lucky bastards. Now feeling the power for real, Axel really envied those guys from Kraken. And more importantly, there were no harmful side effects of this power, like damaging his very soul. Too bad, he could only use a minor amount compared to what the other overseers were snorting. Why? Because it's simply not possible to use a large amount of power and not end up losing control over yourself to the entity. After all, the connection was coming from the soul itself. Axel raised his trident and channeled the formless energy through the seal, starting the process. All the while, he kept thinking of a way to accelerate the process. System, how much more? He asked after a few minutes. About 0.127%. Keep going. Fuck, this won't work. He muttered, giving up in frustration. Axel didn't know what to do. Limit Break wasn't an option. His soul is not some clay figure that can be broken and repaired whenever he wants. I can help. At this moment, he heard an unwilling sigh come from his wand. Who else could it be other than Zeta? You can. Axel raised eyebrows, looking suspiciously at the wand. How can you even do that? I can. You have no idea about the amount of magic I had stored up in the world tree. If I knew how to use it properly, I could have killed you multiple times. And now that you've absorbed the core, all that magic is now just dispersing into the surroundings with nothing to store or control it, replied Zeta. It was indeed true that Zeta had no idea how to use her light element properly. And it was also true that the amount of magic was Genocerocermus. But even if that's true, you're asking me for what? Letting you have control over it again. So that what? You can kill me for real this time. I've already thought of that, said Zeta in frustration. But that won't work. In actuality, I cannot be free from this through ordinary means. My life force is bound to the core, and the core has been completely bound by your wand. It's not going to release me even if you ask it to. So what? You're stuck with me for forever. Axel did not like this. He did not like this at all. He was actually hoping to eventually get rid of her, since he didn't want an enemy staying with him 24/7, but that does not seem possible anymore. I say I can help you and give you the reason why I can't betray you, and that's what you're focusing on. Asked Zeta. Young man, I've noticed this for a while, but you have issues. Axel clenched his molars, controlling his temper. You're very lucky that a friend of mine is also a nature lover. Or I'd have had a lot to say about your issues. Daphne also likes nature, but she claims there are other things she likes way more though, so she has never been too annoying in that field. The most she'd do would be to also try enlightening him to be a man of nature. So, respecting her passion, he is not using the great roasts he has on this woman's extreme love for nature. But I would say that you definitely had the small breasts issue. It's good that I destroyed your body. You. Anyways, why would you even want to help me? You clearly hate me more than anything in the world. To be honest, you're not the person I hate the most. It's actually my younger brother. Your brother? Axel narrowed in eyes in confusion. Wait, do you actually? Zeta was silent for a while. Yes. Not only are my thoughts no longer being influenced, but my memories are also returning. They have been since you helped me get rid of the entity's control, she said. My brother is the reason I lost my memories and ended up here. Why? Just because of inheritance. And, he has also become a vile person. So, I definitely hate him more than you. It's the brother again, thought Axel as he shook his head. Those with royal bloodline should just stop having siblings. He was curious about the life of an Etherian royalty and exactly how managed to arrive here from the ether world, but right now, the seal definitely took priority. Anyways, what I mean to say is that I can think rationally now. I'm really grateful to you for stopping my life of ignorance. And the trees and plants had to go anyway since they were slowly weakening the seal's power, so I can't blame you too much for that. And despite what you might think, I'm actually not a bad person. I do not want your kingdom to be destroyed. Zeta seemed to go on, but Axel stopped her. All right. I'll give you a chance, Axel decided at last. Did he even have a choice? He was in a hurry. Besides, this woman couldn't kill him when free, let alone now that she was under his control. With much convincing, he got the wand to enable Zeta and the core to wield their power. He was fully expecting an attack. But surprisingly, Zeta didn't. Rather, the huge amount of light magic in the surroundings began to gather around, before it started pouring into the seal. System, is it working? It is. Progress, 2%. 3%. 4%. Fuck. I can finally return. Axel couldn't believe it. Knowing his luck, he was 100% sure Zeta was going to pull something. But so far, she seems to be really doing exactly what she said. Is she waiting for me to drop my guard? Axel stayed vigilant, not willing to believe that for once, everything was going smoothly. He was curious just how Zeta was going to try and fuck him over. Though, when he was focused on the wand, ready to shut it down at the first sign of abnormality, he received a red alert from the system. Axel, you need to leave quickly. The first overseer is being awakened from his slumber. He will arrive here within 1 minute. Knew it. Fucking knew it. Axel cursed the bitch named Lady Luck 1,000 times in an instant. It's not that his luck had improved, it's just that he was expecting it to fucking him over the wrong way. The seal is currently being reinforced, of course the entity would try to prevent it. Zeta, hurry up. That's no way to speak, young man. I am already doing you a favor by volunteering to help, said Zeta, sounding annoyed since she had no idea about the conversation between Axel and the system. The first overseer is coming, damn it. That got her attention. What? That's not possible. He should be currently in the synchronization process. What synchronize, damn it, there's no time. We only have 1 minute. What, how would you even know that? I have my sources. Now hurry up. I'm not in the mood to fight the strongest overseer on the entity's turf. Now Zeta panicked too. If you're serious, then we can't fight at all, whichever turf. Run right now. Axel shook his head. No way. Complete the seal first. You are a madman. I don't care if you die, but I can't die yet. I have to stop my brother from destroying his family, if there's any left. Then you better hurry up, said Axel calmly. You're so annoying. The energy in the surrounding turned violent, starting to gather up at a fast pace. If I find out you're lying, I'm going to turn you into plant fertilizer, said Zeta, her voice straining. The huge amount of energy was gathering into a massive ball, which slowly began to descend. 10%, 15%, 20%. Faster, said Axel, checking the time and progress. Fuck you. You shouldn't. I'm 14. I really do hate you the most, screamed Zeta, pushing the energy down with each word. 60%. 70%. The pressure on the entity increased further, causing Axel to sink to the ground, his skin tearing up and mind in a mess. The whole place began to shake as the entity seemed to be trying its best to stop Axel. But pain was the last thing he was afraid of, and even if his mind took damage, his will was unshakable no matter how much the entity tried. But at this moment, an external force came and locked onto Axel, shaking his very soul. What the? Axel was caught off guard with the sudden power, finding it impossibly hard to contend against the power. 90%. 100%. But the seal was activated right then and a magic circle lit up, causing the force to be cut off. Axel gasped, sinking to his knees. What? What the hell was that? Go. He really is coming. Zeta screamed, completely horrified. Despite his drained mind, Axel forced himself to turn into water and use water travel. You're too slow. Suddenly, last bit of light Zeta had left surrounded Axel and then blasted him away at an incredibly high speed. Very soon, they were out of the area of restricted teleportation and Axel immediately activated Arcane Travel, his destination, the kingdom. On the other hand, back at the kingdom, as the blue light coming from the entity suddenly started to fade dramatically. Even though he couldn't comprehend exactly how it happened, the third overseer Sidious was the first person to realize exactly what was going on. Indivisible energy started to revolve around as a third eye opened in the center of his forehead. And then a wave of mental energy was released, affecting every member of the Kraken. And it contained only one instruction: kill through any means. Suddenly there was a dramatic rise in the power of the Kraken warriors as everyone was compelled into using every last bit of power they could gather on the kingdom's forces. Sidious had figured it out. Somehow, someone had managed to reset the seal. Which should have been impossible considering the fact that the second herself is guarding it. The woman might not be a fighter, but there's basically no way to defeat her. But Sidious had no time to think about the how of the matter. What matters is that the reset process has begun. And now they only have a window of a few seconds to minutes till the seal is completely reset, thus decreasing their power by a huge margin. This is why he gave the order to the soldiers to not conserve anything, and use up remaining power to its limits, before they're no longer able to use it. But it created chaos, with Atlanteans falling one after another. The kingdom's forces were confused as fuck. One moment, they thought the war was as good as lost with the giant foot about to cause a huge earthquake, then it stopped, and the glow of the blue markings started to diminish. And before they could figure out why or be happy, the Kraken forces suddenly seemed to go berserk, attacking them with reckless abandon. Another reason they started to lose was that the key figures who had fought at the forefront of the war were until now falling one after another in a matter of seconds, completely breaking the morale. Taking advantage of the momentary weakness, the general managed to free himself. Too late, my friend. But the king's veins suddenly started to emit blue light, a sign that he was burning his bloodline itself. The general's eyes widened. The water's strength increased by a huge margin, and while the general defended against that, the trident cleanly pierced through his armor, stabbing him in the chest. No. Antilla used water travel to appear in front of the general, but the king was too strong, and fighting her own father was too painful, causing her to be easily blown away after just a few attacks from the king. The slowly approached his daughter, raising his trident. You have suffered, Tilla. Let me end it for you. Not far away, Kravix also received the same orders. He grinned at Kirin. Looks like it's the end, he said, creating a space blade and taking it to her neck. But, as he swung the blade down, Kirin spat out black blood on his face at the last moment, causing him to miss. What the? Kravix backed away. You're asking for it. Wiping away the blood that had begun burning his skin, Kravix approached Akiko instead. I'm first going to kill her in front of you. Martina had just crawled out of the emergency ejection box, feeling extremely weak. Stopping the giant foot that even relic wielders couldn't stop had drained her completely. There you are. But, when she looked up, standing right in front of her was Karlach, grinning at her with malicious intent. You are a unique specimen, he said, picking her up with one of his bionic arms. Just like that boy. I'm going to have fun studying you. I'd sooner kill myself, said Martina, taking out her sword. Right now, she really didn't mind dying either. In the past few months, she had learnt a lot more about life than she ever had in her past life. She realized there's more to it than just being locked up in a room. That kind of life won't matter much even if you live a long life. Life should be lived, at max. By experiencing things, by constantly pushing yourself, by being scared of nothing, and by following your convictions. If you've lived that kind of life, only then, when you finally die, even if you don't live long, you'd regret nothing. Just like him. She thought, feeling bittersweet. If there's any regret, it's the sorrow of people we leave behind. So, even if it was not what she wanted, Martina faced the moment boldly. If there's another reincarnation, I want it to be where he is. She prayed, closing her eyes. But, at this moment, a blade plunged down at an unimaginable speed, piercing through Karlach's head cleanly. The same thing happened with Kravix and Atasis, saving Akiko and Antilla. Not too late to the party, I hope. Then, she heard a voice that made her feel like she was dreaming. An. Next, all hail, King Axel. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. I've applied new billing, meaning you can subscribe any time of the month and get full 30 days. Chapter 240, Chapter 239, All Hail, King Axel. Chapter 239. When the main warriors of Atlantis were being defeated, everyone thought it was over. It's not that there were none who had the power to prevent it. But, the Kraken had suddenly started to use an insane amount of power all at once. In this situation, it was difficult to even protect themselves and those around them, let alone rush over to help. Estrus and Willis still tried help Kirin and Akiko, but they were inside Kravix's space domain, something that couldn't be broken into instantaneously. Martina wasn't even lucky enough to be noticed. Everyone thought she was already dead when the giant foot landed, thus having no one to save her. Tilla. Ender already noticed it too late. By the time he saw that Antilla gone over to fight the king herself, she was already in trouble. Blasting away the forced relic wielders and leaving behind the relic wielders, he quickly rushed over, but a wall of water surrounded the king and Antilla, going through which completely dispersed his lightning, thus slowing his down. Every time Antilla thought she had reached rock bottom, things would happen that would make her past seem like heaven compared to her present. And currently, she was at a point where just falling. Not even able to see what's at the bottom. For the past 6 months, she spent every minute thinking she had already reached absolute low by lose Axel to Aslet. But now. Kingdom is falling, the general, who she calls uncle and has always been a rock for her, is currently lying on the ground, stabbed by her own father. And now, he is going to kill her too, his own daughter. Why? That's all she could ask as she struggled against the water bindings, feeling completely betrayed. Why, you ask? The king seemed angered by her question. Because of the pain. You won't understand how bad it really is until you experience it. Trust me, there is no one in the world who wouldn't give up everything, even their life, just to get rid of that pain. He said, raising the trident, ready to stab Antilla. Pain. Antilla looked at her father scornfully. Is that it? You're pathetic. Learn something from your grandson. Antilla yelled, struggling against the bindings, but the king was still far stronger than her, using every last bit of his power. Antilla wasn't at all moved by the king's explanation. Because of his cowardice, so many people had to die meaninglessly. If it really was so bad that he was ready to kill himself, then he might as well have. And yet, why did he choose to sacrifice everything else other than himself? Antilla couldn't believe that the father she had spent so many years and serving and loving would actually be so pathetic. And then there's Axel on the other hand, who didn't even have the royal relic to protect him from most of the damage, instead going through the full extent of the soul extinguisher, and still not giving up. The difference is so stark that it makes her wonder if they were related at all. Him. But hearing Antilla, the king stopped the trident which was about to stab her heart. Don't make me laugh. The one who needs to learn is not me, but him. That's why I am still alive, while he is dead without even leaving behind an intact corpse. He exclaimed, stabbing the trident down. Antilla looked at her father, and realized that she didn't recognize him at all. And that's when she realized, she really had no one left now. With the current situation, the kingdom was also pretty much gone too. As Trident's blade closed in on her, she closed her eyes, accepting her fate. She had regrets, a lot of them. If only she had found out earlier, if any she had seen the signs, if only she had remembered her sister's warning to look out for father, if only she was strong enough, and importantly, if only she had not gotten Axel involved. But there was no way left for her to make things right anymore. I give up, there's no hope. SHNNN. She heard a sound of metal being pierced. But it wasn't her armor like she was expecting. Antilla opened her eyes, only to see a shining silver blade piercing through her father's head. 3 blades pierced 3 heads at once, their speed, sharpness, and accuracy so high they were only noticed when they had already passed cleanly through. Not too late to the party, I hope. A familiar voice traveled through the battlefield, somehow managing to reach everyone's ears. Eyes wide in disbelief, Antilla slowly looked up, following the blades to land on the owner. There, high in the air stood a figure holding a silver trident in his hand. Under the glare of light, all they could see were glowing eyes, one amber, one blue. And blue markings shining on his body. Antilla just stood there, her mouth gaping open as she looked up at the figure, unable to even process the series of events, let alone separate them from reality. The figure slowly descended, and his image became clear in Antilla's eyes. And if not for the one glowing blue eye, she would have thought he was Tristan Hunt. He had grown even taller in the few months, making him look more mature, and he had kraken markings on his body, shining through his torn and disheveled clothes. Axel. For a moment, Antilla was extremely happy. Axel was still alive. She had dreamed about it multiple times. She was having a hard time believing it. And then, she realized what the markings meant. Antilla immediately thought of the worst. That Axel had also been taken under the control of the entity, just like her father. But at this moment, Axel turned his head in her direction, his eyes squinting in confusion upon being called by his real time. Sorry. I think you've got the wrong person, princess. I'm Chris Martin. Axel didn't know how the princess got his real name, and he didn't know how to explain the blue markings, or the bloodline, or the trident. And he didn't have the time to explain either. The blades wrapped around the bodies of the powerhouses and then retracted, bringing to their owner like mere fishes. I can explain everything later, but for now, just know that I'm your side, he said, Trident's blades casually crushing the 3 bodies as if to prove it. And trust me, you really want me on your side, he said as he waved his wand and Kirin and Akiko were instantly freed, an extremely unholy amount of holy energy being drawn out the trees that were suppressing them. Zeta, do me one more solid, and heal the injured with that light magic. I'll repay you later. You don't need to repay me for this. The energy that was extracted was spread over the kingdom's forces, healing all of their injuries. This was the purest light elemental magic, straight from someone with the Etherian royal bloodline. Just a small amount was enough to heal anyone. And the amount of magic extracted in those trees was huge, considering they were built to capture individuals like Kirin and Akiko. The battlefield seemed to come to a lull as gazes start turning upwards one after another. Kravix, Karlach, and King Atasis himself, all 3 are no ordinary individuals. And yet, all 3 were dangling in the air, bound by extremely sharp blades. Not only that, the person was also healing everyone from the kingdom's side. It took Antilla a few seconds to figure out that Axel had no idea his identity had long been exposed. He thinking that he was still the same stranger whom she had, graciously, granted citizen, instead of being the person who legitimately owns this place. But to Antilla, he had long become family, ever since she first saw him use the bloodline. No, even before that, when he was in it disguised, she knew that they had a special bond. And from that point, till now, she has found out everything about his life and seen his pictures and videos countless times, fantasizing about how great it would have been if only he was still with her. So, when he said, "I am on your side," tears started to blur her vision, her chest feeling stuffy. That single line brought her back from absolute despair to overwhelming hope and excitement. He really is back. If this was a dream, Antilla never wanted to wake up. Axel turned to look at Martina, who just laid there, tears streaming down her face. "The fuck are you doing here? Didn't I tell you it's dangerous? Someone like Martina in a war. Who even let her in here?" Even when being from a mafia household, Martina is just not suited for this kind of environment. She's just too kind. Martina shook her head, wiping her tears. "Why You're alive," she choked, as if she didn't care about anything else at all. Intense purple magic began to swirl around Martina, who moments ago, didn't even have enough to even try and defend herself. Her child of magic trait evolved during extreme moments, and this could definitely be considered one of the most extreme moments. One of extreme joy and giddiness. Martina was extremely giddy excitement right now. The way he spoke just now, no one else can talk that way. It really is the real and alive Axel. Down to every last detail. Axel titled his head. "That bad, huh? Of course I'm alive. Do you think I can actually let anything kill me?" He then turned to look at Akiko, who was just opening her eyes after being rid of the magic blocking her sight. "And the fuck happened to your eyes?" he asked when he saw the patterns. Akiko blinked, then rubbed her eyes, looking up at Axel again. For the last 6 months, Akiko hadn't thought of much at all. Except killing. She hadn't spoken a word, nor had she taken any rest. She just didn't deserve it. Because she was too weak to protect him. Nothing had changed within the past decade. All the training she had done was useless when it actually came down to it. Instead, after meeting him, she started taking it easy. Unknowingly, her goal of revenge had become less important. Instead, she had started to think about having fun and playing around with him. Whenever she was with him, it just felt like she can actually relax and let him handle everything. It never occurred to her that he might actually also need her to be there in return. That's why she was too weak and unprepared when he actually needed her help for the first time. She could still see his hand extending back when he was trapped by the space whales, as if to ask for help. But there was no one to grasp it. That hand still haunts her to this day, every time she closes her eyes. It reminds her that had she been alert or strong enough, she could have protected him. And it reminds her that she doesn't deserve rest and peace in her life until every last member of Kraken is dead. But then, after all this, imagine opening your eyes and seeing him in front of you, alive and well. It took her a few moments to confirm that this wasn't a hallucination. When she saw the figure holding the trident, the tension began to drain from her body for the first time in 6 months, as the fog of violence clouding her mind started to clear up. It really was him. There was no doubt. Through her eyes, she can see an aura that signifies a person's life force and their will to live, called the life aura. Those with low life aura are easy to kill, and vice versa. And Axel's aura was, she had never seen anything remotely similar. It was unstoppable, unshakable, inextinguishable. It seemed to extend all over the battlefield, even influencing others' life auras. It was so strong that the even energy of Lady Death inside her seemed to be suppressed in front of it, showing an aversion and dislike. And this was just so like him. This aura cannot be replicated. It cannot be passed down. And it cannot be taken away. It's unique to every person, showing exactly who they are. And that's why, seeing it, she knew it really was him. Because other than him, no one else can have that kind of aura, and with that kind of aura, it's not difficult to believe he actually managed to survive even the explosion. "You're back," she whispered, the first words she uttered in six months as a tear fell from her eye. She hadn't cried when she saw him die, just like she hadn't cried when she heard the news of her parents' death. But right now, she couldn't stop it. The battlefield started to come to a lull as gazes of disbelief started to focus on Axel one after another, whether they were from the Kraken or the kingdom. After his death, the clip of Axel's fight against Aslet inevitably circulated throughout the kingdom. Despite Antilla's request for secrecy, each and every leader strongly felt that it was a crime not to share such an epic fight. So, just a few months ago, the fight was leaked, and since then Axel has become a legend in the eyes of every warrior of Atlantis, and a sign of relief in the eyes of the Kraken members, for not having to face him. Axel looked at Akiko, and then at Martina, both of whom seemed 100% sure he was dead and in complete disbelief that he was actually alive, and began to think something was not right. "Of course I'm back. I didn't go through any trouble at all. It just took a bit of time after I got teleported far away," he said, lying smoothly. Imagine just how embarrassing it would be if they found out he was beaten until an inch to death and had screamed like a 5-year-old due to the pain he was put through. Imagine almost dying due to pain, how pathetic. Nah, it's better if no one knows about it. Aslet didn't live to tell the tale anyway. But noticing the abnormality, he looked around, and found that the fighting had stopped, everyone looking up at him. The general, who had partially healed, got up with difficulty, raising his sword in the air. Warriors of the kingdom, behold the miraculous return. To arms. For King Axel Regius Arhunt. Weapons began rising in the air, along with cheers of excitement, the morale soaring unprecedented high. For the king. For the king. For the king. For the king. Axel. Here's your update. Now give power stones and take me to the top. Come read ahead here till the end of this volume directly. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 241, Offer. Another chapter as soon as we're number 1 by a 2k power stone lead. That means the total stone count needs to reach 3.5k or more. Edit, yeah, that means extra chapter on Patreon too. Chapter 242, Chapter 240, The Third Overseer. Axel's legendary fight against Aslet had been seen by literally everyone in the kingdom. Furthermore, they got to know that 5 of the overseers had also been destroyed by him, their relics framed right in front of Axel's memorial, putting everyone in awe. Ever since then, every moment, the warriors had lamented how great it would have been if the prince was actually still alive. And now seeing him floating in the air with the royal trident in his hand, and the bodies of 3 powerhouses causing hanging around, their dream had come true. For the king. For the king. For the king. He's still alive. See. I told you he couldn't die. He even survived the royal curse and the soul extinguisher. Not only did he return, he even came back with the royal trident. Suddenly, the soldiers seemed to have gotten a huge power boost similar to the Kraken. Laughing even at the face of death, they began to face the soldiers with tears of joy streaming down their faces. Because, they clearly knew what his existence signified. He was a fighting force, which, if on your side, it would be a dream come true, but if on the opposite side, would be a devil who will haunt their dreams. But most importantly, his existence signified that the kingdom still had hope. Until now, the warriors were fighting a vain battle. With Antilla being the last royal, if they had won this battle, the royal bloodline would have still ended with Antilla, along with future of the kingdom. But with Axel, the kingdom can once again have a king, and a very powerful one at that. That's why, their excitement was currently on an unprecedented level. Because now they knew that even if they died in this battle, at least their future generations will thrive once again. Though, while everyone on Kingdom's side was happy, someone didn't share the same excitement. What the fuck? Axel looked at the soldiers fighting the Kraken army while fanatically shouting his name, question marks rising from his head. Seriously, he hadn't thought things through before coming here. So, he hadn't thought what kind of impression he'd make when he arrived with the royal trident in his hand and Kraken's markings on his body. And when he suddenly arrived and saw the princess, it was only then it occurred to him that, fuck, I might have fucked up. The last person to have Kraken markings and the royal trident had single-handedly thrashed the whole relic wielder division and also killed 2 relic wielders. And then Axel popped up with the same condition. But, he had also popped 3 people of Kraken's side and provided healing boost to everyone on Kingdom's side, so he was at least sure it wouldn't be instant hostility. But, he wasn't expecting this either. For the king. Things really weren't making sense anymore. Suppose a random person swoops in wielding your king's weapon, are you supposed to be sus or simply declare him the next king? What he did expect was to be asked how he got the trident when it was supposed to be with Aslet. To that, he would have answered. Yeah, I killed that guy 'cause he was annoying. No big deal. And then no one would believe, making it a scene similar to certain Chinese movies he had seen in the Muggle bars. But here, they simply declared him the king, no questions asked. Is this how things work here? And what's with the fanatic and worshipping look in everyone's eyes? It's like they saw their messiah or something, a big step up from the wretched looks he used to get when living on the streets, which was making him feel uncomfortable. Axel didn't have long to ponder the issue, though. The body of the king that he had cut up through the trident's blade turned into water, slowly climbing the blade without him noticing. Watch out. Antilla shouted, her voice rising over the chants of the crowd that was distracting Axel. Axel swung the trident with force, splashing away the water. Water body. Axel realized the king wasn't as weak as he had thought him to be. The men use water body without the royal trident, meaning in terms of water affinity, he is far ahead of him, and even Aslet. In front of him, the king appeared again, not at all damaged. The king didn't even look at Axel, instead looking at Antilla who had warned Axel. Should have killed you when I had the chance, he said, shaking his head. Antilla winced, as if the words physically hurt her. She knew that once you give in to the entity, the corruption will make you a completely different person. But still, it doesn't change the fact it was the father who had taught her everything, and the father she had spent so much time caring for after he was bedridden. But no worries, you'll join your sister soon. The king raised his trident toward Antilla. Try touching her. But, Axel appeared between the two, blocking the king's sight. Axel looked at Antilla, who was still crying. Don't worry. You might not believe me, but I can actually handle myself. Antilla looked at Axel, who standing with his back facing her, and suddenly wanted to cry for a whole different reason altogether. He can handle himself. He survived against Aslet and actually managed to retrieve the royal trident. Of course she believes he can handle himself. But just looking at him protecting her as if it was a matter of course gave her a nostalgic feeling that she had long forgotten. When she was young, her sister would always protect her in the same manner. Slowly, the images of Axel and Atlanta overlapped, and suddenly, she was no longer so devastated with her father's betrayal anymore. Fighting was still worth it. King Atasis, on the hand, was finally turned his attention to Axel, narrowing his eyes. So, you are the bastard my daughter had with that ingrate. I can't fathom how someone like you can be worthy of wielding the royal trident. Axel raised his eyebrow. And you must be the crybaby oldie who can't handle a bit of pain. Atasis shook his head, looking down at Axel with utter disapproval. No manners, no royal adequate, and no respect for your elders. You're a disgrace to the royal name. Axel rolled his eyes. And I care so much for your opinion. Whatever shall I do now? A random-ass senile old man under the entity's control doesn't approve of me. When it comes to pissing people off, few might be able to match Axel. Very well. I shall be disciplining you in place of your mother. The water under the control of King Atasis turned into sharp tentacles which whipped Axel with such force that they made crackling sounds loud enough to be heard over the sound of war. Whoa. You need to chill, old man. Axel's eyes glowed blue and the whips turned solid, getting frozen in place. Axel smirked. Are you seriously attacking a royal relic wielder with water? He asked. I think you've gotten rusty over the years. Axel had thought this would further provoke the king, but instead, the old man smiled. You have no idea what I've been doing for the past years, have you? SSSS. Steam started to rise from the frozen water, its temperature increasing rapidly. And then it was blown at Axel, its speed increased due to wind. Axel tried controlling the water again, but this time, found it extremely taxing. Giving up, he instead summoned his own water and formed a shield to block the incoming attack. Boom. But the water came in contact with his shield, it managed to smash through, forcing him to use water body. What was that? Axel was surprised. That attack just now didn't only have water. It was a lot more than that. Just how many bloodlines? The water, no, the thing he was hit by was scalding hot, was much heavier and toxic, like mercury, and had the wind force behind it, making it difficult to stop. Oh, you realized. Water is not the only element I have now. Atasis smiled superciliously. This is what happens when you have nothing but pain, regret, and hatred in your heart, laying on bed for years due to your weakness. The royal bloodline does not only have the water element. For millennia, it has been mixed with various bloodlines of other septuses. King Atasis had blamed his weakness for everything that happened in the past. And so, he had spent the past decade training in all elements. Now able to borrow the entity's power, the king was able to put those affinities to great use. Axel's body reformed, now having lost some HP due to the water. Well, you might have good control, I'll give you that. Axel turned invisible, attacking Aslet from a different angle. But that doesn't win you battles. Axel reappeared behind the king. The trident's blades, covered by lightning, slashed at Atasis. The old man, with his trident and agile water body, was able to block two of the blades, but the third one drilled straight through, giving him a shock, but, right after that. Magic hands. Lightning charge. Light infusion. A fist filled with blinding energy slammed into him, smashing him away. His hands were relic grade 2, and it showed as this time, despite the water body, the king was slammed straight in the ground on the Kraken side, creating a crater. Cheers erupted on the battlefield. The kingdom's forces were currently dominating, with the Kraken army being pushed back repeatedly. With the seal reinforcement now in process, every moment, the energy of the supercharged Kraken warriors was decreasing while the kingdom's forces seemed to have found a newfound power. The tides of the war completely turned with Axel's arrival. Looking down at the battlefield from his aircraft, Sidious' mouth was pressed in a thin line. Axel Hunt. He muttered, anger apparent in his tone. He didn't like it when things didn't go according to his plans. And it has been happening a lot ever since he got involved in the grand scheme of events. 1st, 7th, and 8th. The two had one task. To bring Gorski dead or alive, with an intact brain. He knew it could have been a trap, and that's why he directly sent 2 overseers, so that nothing can happen. But they found this guy instead. That was the beginning of the downfall. Until now, when they are at a stage where 6 out of 8 overseers have been taken out by this boy alone. At this point, Sidious is not even angry. He just wants to know, how. How did he become strong enough to take on overseers at that age? How did he survive the soul extinction? How did he take control over the trident? And how did he manage to reinforce the seal? His mind needed answers. Answers for where he went wrong and exactly why his plans didn't work. Never thought I'd have to personally step in, he muttered, finally getting up from his seat. Prepare my amour, he commanded. He is Sidious, the brain of the Kraken. Of course, for every situation, he always has a backup plan. Sidious ran his eyes over the armor, which opened and attached itself to his body. Customized specially for his use, it covered his body from head to toe, not even leaving room for his eyes. It only had one visor, that was on his forehead for his third eye. The armor was connected to hundreds of brains, stored at the back of the ship, which were also interconnected to make for a very bizarre scene. Thousands of tiny needles extended from the helmet of the armor, piercing into Sidious's skull. And then, his third eye opened. Vroom. Mental waves released through the eye, penetrating through every area and painting the whole picture in his head. You think it's over? And then, a voice sounded inside every mind in the battlefield. Suddenly, changes began to occur on the battlefield. First thing that was clearly noticeable was the fact that the Kraken army, which had by now scattered into a mess, was slowly coming back into formation. And then, a Kraken warrior, who was losing in a one-on-one battle with a kingdom's veteran, suddenly seemed to develop superhuman reflexes and skill, dodging every attack. And then... slash. Another Kraken soldier came in from the kingdom soldier's blind spot and stabbed through the gap in his armor with pinpoint precision. And, this was just the beginning. Similar scenes began happening throughout every point in the battlefield. This was the third overseer's main ability. Every person on the Kraken goes through a process that makes them completely susceptible to entities' control. And as the third overseer, he can access those controls whenever he wants. That's where his specialty comes in. He might not be a powerful fighter himself, but he has studied every type of combat art, every type of magic, every type of combat tactic and strategy in great detail. And, with his mental power and control over the Kraken's army, he can use their body to their maximum potential, irrespective of the damage it can cause to the bodies. And he can do this not with just one soldier at a time, but thousands. So, even if he wasn't strong enough to physically defeat the kingdom's huge army. But, with the entity's support, and with his mental power, he can make the Kraken's huge army invincible. In the kingdom's corner. While Axel was giving a beating to King Atasis, suddenly the kings jerked, before pulling an impossible maneuver to evade his next attack, appearing a few meters away. The king, whose gaze had completely changed, now tilted his head, looking at Axel with an expressionless face. Axel. Regius. Arhunt. We finally meet. The fuck? Axel narrowed his eyes, suddenly getting an odd feeling from the king. No, this wasn't the king. It was as if someone completely different was talking to him through the king's body. At the same time, he also noticed the sudden increase in the Kraken warrior's skills all over the battlefield. Axel's expression slowly grew serious, looking at the king in front of him with newfound vigilance. And who the hell are you? Here's the chapter as promised. Vote on refill and widen the gap. Come binge till the end of volume right now. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 243, Back, and Notification. Hey guys, I'm back, but read everything I have to say. Now, I know everyone must have forgotten most of the contents of the book, so I'm going to post a summary of all volumes in the next chapter. Also, I'm making all the chapters ahead on Patreon free for a short period of time, meaning you can read them right now by just becoming a free member, no strings attached. Why am I doing this? Because for the whole time I was absent, the patrons were still paying me. So, to make up for those patrons, I'll be posting the chapters on Patreon for free for a while, so that even those who subbed last month can read it for free. And during that time I can't post here. So, I'm temporarily making all advanced chapters on Patreon free. Those who really want to read more of this book will see this notification in time and head over to Patreon to join the free chapter ride. After that, I'll lock 242 to 255 again one by one. Those who see this notification too late, just wait for around a month, I'll start posting here regularly again. Or, they can just skip the chapters I've locked and read those that are still free. Link, patreon.com/snollygoster. In the meantime, I've written another book that is better than Arcane Thief. Its chapters are longer too. It's an original. The name is Realm of Reckoning, and it's free on Patreon, meaning you just have click become free member to be able to access it. You'll find all chapters in the collections section. Synopsis. Realm of Reckoning is a platform where the representatives of each race in the universe are sent to fight for glory, resources, and survival of the race. Only the best gather here. The strong are worshipped by countless spectators all over the universe while the weak are devoured. Zack, an experimental subject in research facility on Earth, somehow obtains a ticket to the Roar. He is now faced with two choices: continue staying in this hellish place and be tortured and experimented upon, or go to the Roar tutorial and pass countless trials in order to obtain the qualifications to be a representative. Here's the link again, patreon.com/snollygoster. Or just search Snollygoster Patreon. Also, Power Stones, T.O. Let everyone know I'm back Gemstone. Chapter 244, Summary so far, Vol 1-3. I understand that most of you have forgotten a lot of parts of Arcane Thief, but good news is, 4th volume is about to start in which he goes to Netherworld, meaning we start with a blank slate and all you really need to remember about the past is Axel's power level and his motivation for going to another world. Still, I'm gonna write a casual summary of the 3 volumes in order to jog everyone's memories, so that you can read the next volume without any troubles. You can read the summary of all 3 volumes or just the 3rd volume and head over to Patreon to read the latest chapters, which I've made free temporarily. Volume 1. Axel starts out as a petty thief, though an extremely talented one. The plot starts when Axel gets caught in the act by Cyrus Greengrass. Cyrus is a nutjob due to Greengrass family curse, so he likes to torture kids. He is pretty abusive to his family as well, especially his wife. So, Cyrus tortures Axel with Cruciatus, but Axel manages to endure and even kill Cyrus. Here, Axel's freakish endure and strong mind is revealed and he's chosen by the Akashic records. Axel survived, but he was permanently disabled, as his nerves have been damaged and even moving a little hurts. When he wakes up in the hospital, he meets Andromeda Tonks, who tries to be nice to him for no reason, even getting him to meet her family. Axel doesn't admit it, but he's a bit touched. But her sister Bellatrix confronts him head, demanding how he managed to survive, so that they could heal Andromeda's husband who was tortured to insanity. Bellatrix reads Axel's mind and finds out there's no trick and Axel is just that strong that he managed to endure the Cruciatus. Axel goes to Hogwarts while Andromeda is furious with her sister. At Hogwarts, Axel slowly trains his thief skills, trains his body, and changes his diet to magical ingredients recommended by the system. He also practices magic non-stop, even though it caused him a lot of pain and even though the healer said it was impossible for him to learn magic or do physical activites. Generally, it should have been the case, but Axel increases his pain threshold to point that he can move, and he increases his concentration to the point he can do normal activities despite his uncoordinated body and cast magic despite the damaged nerves. In short, what he lacked, he made up by maximizing his other qualities. Meanwhile, he slowly develops an acquaintance with Daphne. Daphne has just been set free after some unknown hero killed her father, so she is enjoying her freedom while Axel is always cynical and closed off. Daphne discovers that Axel seems to have more and more secrets and finds him more and more entertaining once you can get him talking. When she talks to other kids her age, and when she talks to Axel, Daphne, who has already matured early after seeing her mother getting abused and with thoughts of wanting to kill her father, finds that Axel really is much more interesting than the rest of the students. No matter how dark and unethical her thoughts were, when revealed to Axel, he would only find them cute at best. She found that when it comes to being crooked, Axel had a mastery. As someone who was allowed to have no free will and no fun until now, every time she learned something from him, she would feel more free and more thrilled. Axel also found it interesting to slowly taint the sheltered and pure girl and teach her how the world actually works. It was also convenient that she would do Axel's homework for him, so he was happy to hang out with her. As they spent time together, Daphne tried to find out more about Axel, like why his hands are so shaky, but Axel always said it was a casual injury. Daphne seemed to really like Quidditch, as Axel discovered when they went to watch the match. But during the match, all he could think so while looking at the flying teams was, what's so special about it? If I was not crippled, I could have done it better. Daphne suddenly left mid-game. Axel followed her and found her crying in the Forbidden Forest. After much persuasion, she reveals that her younger sister has blood malediction and her mother just told her the last hope was lost. Axel calls bullshit on it as he finally decides to reveal that his injuries are unhealable and extremely painful, and he was supposed to not have been able to do magic, which he proved wrong by being above average in magic casting in the class despite the injuries. Daphne realizes the suffering Axel has had to go through this whole time, the things he overcame, and felt that she could indeed not lose hope. After this, the two became closer and Daphne began to fall for Axel. I can't really explain it in a summary, but Axel has that savage riz that just leaves Daphne no choice. Meanwhile, a lot of other things happened. Axel met Martina during the troll attack and Martina ended up tripping with her skirt riding up, and this happened the second time, making her realize that the Valentino Mafia genius princess was just a clumsy girl. The volume ends when Axel saves Daphne and Rose from Umbridge and steals the Philosopher's Stones. With it, he manages to heal his injuries and heal Astoria's blood malediction. I could write more, but it would be too much time taking for me to write and for you to read. I've tried to include most of the important things. The next volume summary will be even shorter. Volume 2. In Volume 2, Delegation Mahuto Kuro School from Japan comes to Hogwarts for a cultural exchange. The two schools competed in the duel the first day, in which Akiko Matsushima, Japan's best student and the principal's granddaughter, reveals her lightning ninjutsu, something that is extremely rare in power. The next day, in the ninjutsu class, Axel discovers that he also has lightning affinity, along with a very powerful water affinity. The teacher of the stealth class, Kurai aka Kirin Tenebris, discovers his stealth skills and is surprised. Kirin is actually from Atlantis, but even by the kingdom's standards, Axel is extremely talented in terms of stealth, so she offers his personal training, but Axel rejects. The next day, when going for training, Axel discovers Akiko training her other affinity, the darkness affinity, something that is frowned upon to have. They ended up fighting and Axel wins and makes her sign a seal stating she would teach him everything she knows. From then on, Akiko and Axel trained every day, gradually becoming friends. During Halloween, Lockhart, who was sent by Voldemort, summons a Demogorgon, a dark creature of Netherworld and an evolution of Demogorgon. Axel asks help from Akiko and Martina, and the three of them struggle but find the creature to be too powerful. Martina has magic and talent but no attack power. Akiko had enough of both, but her dark magic was ineffective against Demogorgon. And Axel has low magic power and thus low attack power. Axel activated Limit Break and used a special lightning spell that enables him to charge a wand with lightning, infused it with light magic, and fired, managing to kill the creature, but breaks his wand. After that, the matter dies down and everyone focuses on other things. This year, on Daphne's insistence, Axel entered the Quidditch team, and as expected, he was great. In fact, he was too good since he broke all records by a huge margin. Christmas arrives and Axel goes to Martina's home for Christmas to get his wand repaired upgraded. For the new version, he uses a wood that was Daphne's heirloom, which contains immense light magic, and the Demogorgon Hearthstone as the core to be used. There, during the Christmas party, in order to reject their rival Mafia's proposal for marriage, Martina's parents use Axel as a shield and announce that she is engaged to Axel. The Mikhailovs try to kidnap Martina, but Axel saves her and kills the kidnappers. Touched, Martina shares her secret that she is actually a person who remembers her past life, meaning she's a reincarnated person. When Daphne, who had fallen deeply in love with Axel, saw the news, she was heartbroken, which caused her family curse to activate. It manifests in a way that takes away what the host cherishes the most, so Daphne forgot all of her memories of Axel. When Axel returns and found out about this, he was shocked, and even more shocked by the indisputable fact that Daphne actually cherished him the most in the world. Having faced all kinds of hatred, disgusts, and betrayals from all kinds of people, Axel, who had stopped trusting in people, felt a new feeling when he found that there was someone in this world who loved someone like him so deeply. Decides to bring her memories back at all costs. Returning to Hogwarts, Axel plays better Quidditch to impress Daphne and also slowly starts the process of becoming friends again, only this time, he is the proactive one. He also finds a way to cure Daphne. It's a way to lift off her curse completely, but the materials are scarce. He cuts a deal with the principals to play Quidditch against the Mahutokoro school team in exchange for the ingredients. After he wins, only one ingredient is left. But at this time, Rose Potter is kidnapped by Lockhart, who uses her to open a portal to the Netherworld and summons 3 Demogorgons. Martina, who has upgrade now, manages to stop the Demogorgons with her new spell along with Akiko, and Axel fight Lockhart, whose body was being controlled by Voldemort through the Horcrux. Axel manages to win and rescue Rose, but just when the portal is closing, Voldemort unleashes a full-powered attack. Some of it manages to make it through the portal. Axel could have run away, but didn't since Martina and Akiko were in danger. Axel used Limit Break along with his best shield to block the attack. Even though he survived, he had no combat power left. At this time, 2 overseers from Kraken attack Axel. Kraken is an organization from Atlantis and they were after him because they wanted the key around his neck that his dad stole from Kraken. Axel tries to resist but ended up getting his fist cut off, getting kidnapped. The 2 overseers interrogate him by torturing him, but Axel reveals nothing. Instead, with his body immobile and with no magical energy left, he bides his time awakening his water affinity under pressure. Over the years, Axel has discovered that when under great emotional and physical pain, Axel can sometimes get energy out of nowhere. This energy actually comes from his bloodline. Every time he suffers, Axel inadvertently awakens his Atlantean bloodline, which is said to be impossible to awaken without the help of proper training and resources. He used the Painifera venom, much worse than Cruciatus, and anger he felt when they also threatened Daphne when they find out that he cared for her through his Magi Mirror. With these factors, he manages to awaken his water affinity to a high degree, upgrading his skill to Water Monarch, and unlocks the ability to control water with just his thought, requiring no hand seals or a magical conduit-like wand. But he didn't know was that Daphne had heard the process of him getting tortured through the butt dial on his Magi Mirror. Daphne, who had memories of Axel, found that when Axel was getting tortured, it felt like they were torturing her. She felt such anger and desperation at the thought of Axel suffering that her bloodline curse retreats and her memories return, reminding her exactly why she cared so much. With his water bloodline, Axel takes the overseers by surprise and reunites with Daphne. The volume ends with Axel healing his soul, which was damaged due to Limit Break, with Daphne's help, and then leaving for Atlantis to deal with the rest of the Kraken, who now know that he has the key. About the entity and the Altina Trench. The entity is an anomaly created by greedy Etherians by mistake when they were trying to create a being who won't have much awareness but would be able to store and generate immense power, which the Etherians would be able to harness by bonding with it. Basically they wanted a substitute for the World Tree, an overpowerful entity that only serves the royal family of Etherworld. But like the plot of every sci-fi horror movie, they failed and accidentally unleashed a monstrosity into the world. This monstrosity was named the Entity. It was impossible to kill and could adapt, evolve, and grow infinitely. And it had its own will. It wanted to take over every living being and absorb them into its own consciousness, thus becoming the all-controlling existence in the world. After a lot of death and destruction, the Atlantean royalty, which had nothing to do with the incident, had to do the most heavy lifting. Using up a whole lot of power of the World Tree, they managed to temporarily contain the entity. But it wasn't a permanent solution since the entity could once again gain power as long as there was mana in the environment. So, they began to explore other worlds. They discovered the Netherworld and Earth. Netherworld also had a lot of magic but Earth had no magic of its own. So, they decided to permanently seal the entity on Earth. Now the problem was how to keep the seal reinforced and how to protect it. Earth has no magic power, so the Etherians cannot replenish their powers if they stay to guard the seal. So, in order to guard and power the seal, they modified Etherians and in a way that allowed their souls to have a connection with the Etherworld or Netherworld, allowing them to draw powers from it. These Etherian with modified souls were the first of the wizards on Earth. The Etherians sealed the entity in a space at the deepest trench of the ocean. This space is now known as Altina Trench. They created a kingdom in the sea to guard this space, Atlantis. The whole kingdom has an array that continuously takes a little bit of magical power from its citizens to maintain the seal. In this way, the entity remained sealed for thousands of years, but it could still influence people, creating a lot of chaos. It also managed to expand the space in Altina Trench, connecting it with various parts of the world in order to draw people from the outer world in the trench. The followers of the entity called their organization the Kraken, reference the tales of the giant sea monster among the outer worlders. Volume 3. In the next volume, Axel enters Atlantis disguised as a teenager who knew the previous crown princess, his mother, and the princess takes him in. He doesn't reveal that he is supposed to be the crown prince yet since he doesn't know the situation and can't trust the princess. For all he knows, he might be attacked and taken down by those who have plans for the throne, like it happens in the stories. Axel finds that Atlantis is currently under war against Kraken, the same enemy organization he came to take down, and decides that joining Atlantean army is the way to go. Axel is taken to the academy to enroll where has to pass a trial. Axel performs so well that he breaks the previous records in this as well and gets offers from various divisions. Unfortunately, his trial has to end when Kraken bombards the capital city using bombs that can actually blow up despite the restrictions of ancient Atlantean wards. But after watching the video continuously, Kieran manages to see through Axel's disguise and forces him to join her unit, which is Dark Ops. There, he also finds Akiko who had come with Kieran. After joining, Axel and Akiko spend a day outside to get familiar with the city, and Akiko has fun and relaxing for the first time in her life. But they are interrupted when the biopark, a place containing numerous magical animals, suddenly faces a Kraken attack. The creatures suddenly become a lot more powerful and aggressive due to the entity's influence and attack the tourists. Axel steps up and single-handedly subdues the large beast tide, by controlling the dragon by simultaneously controlling hundreds of thousands of mana threads. The video once again goes viral and now Axel is famous in Atlantis. He is supposed to be rewarded for his bravery soon. Kieran takes them to train in the Altina Trench for a day, stating they'll be back for Axel's commendation ceremony. In the trench, they were supposed to only train in the shallow layers, where there is no danger, but Axel's key causes a space fluctuation and they end up in the deeper part, a place where the relic wielders of Kingdom are fighting the overseers of Kraken to reach to seal and reinforce it. Here, they first meet the fifth overseer Karlach, who is chasing a poisoned Sylphia. Karlach has a relic that lets him manipulate machines and biological matter, using which he modifies humans and animals into grotesque creatures which he can control. Sylphia tells them how the relic wielder division by single-handedly trashed by one person, and he was wielding the royal trident, the relic wielded by the Atlantean rulers. Axel gets a main quest, Part 1, to take down the royal trident wielder and retrieve the royal relic. And Part 2, reinforce the seal. Axel detoxifies Sylphia's poison using his poison mastery skill, and after a lot of struggle, they defeat Kraken's fifth overseer. But during the fight, Karlach doesn't fail to notice that Kieran, the legendary warrior who has single-handedly defeated 3 overseers at once, is either no using her full power or has gotten a lot weaker. Before they can relax, Axel ends up being transported further deep into the abyss due to an accident. In this layer, the gravitation is extremely high enough to suffocate normal people. He witnessed a fight between his mother's brother Ender and the 4th overseer. 4th can control all kinds of energy fields, including gravity. He also almost as strong as Ender, Kingdom's one of the strongest warriors, but Ender's lightning can be countered by 4th's control over electromagnetic fields, and the terrain of gravitation is also in 4th's favor. Also, due to the loosening of the seal, the fourth can borrow a lot of power from the entity. So, Ender loses. After dealing with Ender, the fourth fights Axel, but Axel manages to hold on by protecting him with his extreme water control and completely exhausting the fourth. Though when fourth goes all and creates an explosion of energy fields, Axel has to protect himself by forcefully stuff his body into Theron's armor through the neck portion by dislocating his bones. After that, Axel got out of the armor and reattached his bones and killed the fourth, taking his relic. By now, Axel is exhausted. But just after a small break, he has to get up and run because the wielder of Royal Trident is after him. Axel wouldn't have minded if his conditions were better, but now he's exhausted. He tries to run, but Royal Relic wielder is too fast. Axel finds that the Royal Relic wielder is actually Aslet, the traitor who launched a mutiny and crippled the previous king. Unable to run away, Axel fights Aslet, but he immediately finds that this is almost an impossible fight. Aslet's is much better than Axel, being at close combat skills, magic power, affinity control, or attack power. But Aslet is also impressed by Axel's insane achievements at his age, especially about his high bloodline awakening, prompting him to not kill Axel. Axel starts to bait Aslet. He fights while revealing very little of his actual power and skills, making Aslet think he could win easily. In this way, the fight just keeps stretching. Every time Aslet feels like he would win, Axel just barely survives, making frustrated but also scared he might kill him and lose all the secrets if he used too much power. And during this whole time, Axel is constantly getting stronger. The reason he was weak until now was because he barely had any real fight with a real opponent. But now that he had the opportunity, with his highly strong mind, he was able to continuously comprehend the system knowledge, create new skills, and unlock new knowledge. His proficiency in controlling water also increased as he learned from the best. In this way, Axel became a real thief and awakened, stealing Aslet's skills and making them his own. Aslet had long stopped trying to subdue Axel and was now actively trying to kill him, but now, the problem was, he could no longer do so. Axel had already upskilled to the point that he could survive Aslet. He even managed to survive the water curse, due to his high water comprehension, and Aslet lost a lot of control over the trident in order to cast it. Aslet finally uses the spell he used to take down the previous king, the Soul Extinguisher. It is a soul affinity magic that directly targets the soul, and the only one to have survived it is the previous king, or Axel's grandfather, and he only survived it due to the protection of the royal trident. He was only hit by a very small portion of the spell, and the pain was so much that the king never recovered. The reason Aslet can use this spell is because Aslet is able to use this spell is because the royal family has been mixed with the bloodlines of all septics, which includes the soul septies. And the entity helped him awaken the soul bloodline or Arhunt bloodline, which is extremely difficult to awaken even for direct descendants. So, Axel suffered the Soul Extinguisher at full power. As expected, he almost dies. But, Axel has discovered a trick by now. When under great pain, if he manages to get his mind to focus at that moment, he can always do crazy things. But the problem was, this pain was just too much, even more him. Just when he was about to die, he thought of Daphne, and that helped him focus and calm his soul. The reason is that Daphne is a person he can be completely relaxed with. As soon as Axel managed to focus, he awakened the Arhunt bloodline, a bloodline that went extinct because very few descendants were actually able to awaken it even with the proper procedures. It is even more difficult to awaken than the royal bloodline. His father was actually from the soul septies, meaning he is a direct descendant, and he awakened it without any training or procedure, simply with pure will to survive. When Axel even manages to survive this, Aslet goes mad and creates a suicidal explosion, thinking that he would survive using the royal trident. In order to start the chain reaction, he used dimensional bombs. But Axel throws the royal trident into the blast and uses the energy to free the royal trident by using Unshackle. The explosion takes place and both Aslet and Axel disappear. During this time, the princess, Martina, General, Sylphia, and Black Ops were trying to find Axel, knowing that Aslet might sense his bloodline and go after him. Just when they're about to reach him, the explosion occurs. Estrus uses her time ability and they see the previous legendary fight between Axel and Aslet, and they realize that Axel is dead. No one knew that Axel used Unshackled at the last moment, so they think he has no chance, and they can't even find his body. Seeing the fight, blood starts dripping from Akiko's eyes and she awakens Shinigami, the Eyes of Death. They show the video to the rest of the higher-ups and everyone realizes that Axel was actually the crown prince. Every regret and lament the death of who could have been the most powerful ruler and launch an all-out attack at Kraken for retaliation. During this time, Martina hacks into the Atlantean database and finds the video. She watches it with Daphne, Astoria, and Rose. Seeing the end, Daphne's bloodline curse recurs. She uses the bloodline awakening ritual that Axel has set up before leaving for exactly a situation like this to stop her memories of Axel from disappearing again. But no one knew that Daphne's bloodline had a hidden mechanism of transporting her to Ether World after awakening it. It was written in her family motto that when they awaken the bloodline, they shall ascend, but no one took it literally. After being unable to find Daphne, Martina leaves her family to the task and goes to Atlantis to take revenge. 6 months pass and the fight enters the final stage. And Axel also waves up during this time. He wanted to go back and see Daphne, but when he found out he was very close to the seal, he decided to reinforce it first. But he finds that it was being guarded by the second overseer called Zeta. She was a beautiful woman who reminded Axel awfully of Daphne because of her aura and her looks. Axel fights Zeta and realizes that she has the royal bloodline of the ether world. Combined with the power of huge imitation of the world tree behind her, she was a formidable opponent. Only, she had very little knowledge on how to actually use her bloodline, letting Axel have the upper hand. But the problem was, Zeta seemed to be immortal. Even after destroying her several times, Axel fails. At this moment, Axel summons his wand, which was with Martina, and the wand begins to absorb the power of the world tree. Then it is revealed that the world tree was made out of a real world tree branch, and that branch had turned into Axel's wand, so the imitation world tree was basically Axel's bitch now, and since Zeta had bonded to the imitation, so was she. Atlantis was winning, but it turned out that Kraken had been hiding an ace with their sleeve. Then out of nowhere, all the Atlantean defense systems opened fire at friendly forces. It was only that it was revealed that the Bedridden King was actually Kraken's sleeping cell this whole time. After getting hit by a tiny fraction of the soul extinguisher, the king, who didn't have Axel's pain tolerance, wasn't able to bear the pain and gave in to the entity in order to lessen the pain. The Kraken used the king and Aslet to fight against Axel's parents, forcing them to destroy the key and disappear into the dimensional storm. Then the organization used the king to poison Antilla in a way that destroyed her fertility, thus ensuring there would be no rulers in the kingdom anymore. After that, they erased the king's memory, and again made him disabled and left him to wallow in pain. Now that the entity once again has the power, it once again awakened its dormant control over the king, giving the kingdom a huge blow. Kirin fights the sixth, but it is revealed that she is actually dying and has very little power left, the after effects of overexerting herself when taking the revenge for Akiko's parents' deaths. So, she is unable to save Akiko when she is in danger due to an attack of sixth. Martina also loses the fight against the fifth, while the princess was about to be killed by her own father. At this moment, Axel returns, and 3 blades pierce 3 people, saving 3 women at the same time. Axel fights the king and almost wins, but then Sidious, the third overseer, takes control, controlling every person on the battlefield at the same time, including. Sidious can maximize the abilities of the people he controls, so he is able to have the upper hand against Axel and the kingdom's forces. At this moment, it is revealed that Sidious actually has the most powerful relic, and he can only use it to some extent after using extra brains in a huge tank in his ship. But even then, his powers are extremely formidable. It is revealed that he is the mastermind for everything that has happened until now, and if not for Axel, he would have brought down this ancient kingdom that had never fully fallen. If you have only read web novel chapters, the summary ahead is spoiler, so it's better to just read the chapters. I've made them free for at least now. Basically, Sidious can always anticipate Axel's every move, and Axel's mental power is also gone due to reinforcing the seal and fighting Zeta, so is about to lose, but Axel surprises Sidious by using Arhunt bloodline and kills the king. But Sidious fights him himself. Axel lets Sidious into his mind, and traps him in the part of his mind that contains the memories of all of his pain and suffering, including the soul extinguisher. This place is so sturdy and even Sidious can't break out immediately, and Axel forces him to experience his painful memories. While Sidious is in shock, Axel destroys his body. After this, Axel knows that the first overseer is coming. So he prepares well, shoving down potions and stabbing syringes that can boost him for a while and help him recover his physical, mental, and magical energy. Then the first overseer finally arrives. Axel was not surprised when it turned out to be his grandfather, the father of Tristan Arhunt. He has an extremely high proficiency in soul magic. In soul magic, you have to follow a path. A path is something that describes you, your nature, and what you like to do. The path the first follows is destruction. After this, just read from 246 or 247 to the latest chapter. They're temporarily free. Would only take a few minutes and it will be more fun. Chapter 245, Chapter 241, The Mind's Eye. Those who have forgotten due to the break, read the summary of Volume 3 in the previous chapter to catch up. No, the question is, how many are you? Axel was really confused right now. He had thought that the fight was pretty much decided with the way things were going. But then, suddenly, every person in the Kraken army suddenly seemed to turn pro, turning the tides yet again. And it had something to do with this guy. He just couldn't figure out how. First of all, I am only one. Whether you believe me or not. As if to prove his point, suddenly, each and every soldier and creature on the Kraken's side suddenly waved in Axel's direction mid-combat. But seriously, who am I? Atasis, or who should now be his controller, suddenly began laughing, seemingly finding his question funny. What is this guy snorting? Axel was weirded out. The king finally stopped laughing, shaking his head. No, I'm not under the influence of drugs. And I am finding it funny, he said, as if having read Axel's mind. You see, I have spent the better half of the past 7 months thinking about you, even eventually regarding you as my greatest enemy. And it's funny that I got beaten again and again, by a guy who didn't even know about my existence, let alone my powers. Let me introduce myself, Prince Axel. I am Sidious Marcellus, the third overseer and chief strategist of the Kraken and the wielder of what is, in my personal opinion, the strongest relic, the Mind's Eye. And I am here to satisfy my curiosity. The strategist. Oh, so you are aware of my existence, said Sidious, seemingly satisfied. Now Axel was looking at the guy with positive hostility. Since when? That's all Axel asked. And Sidious understood exactly what he was referring to, as he smiled proudly. Since the beginning. From the very first instigation. Axel gritted his teeth. So, it was you, he muttered. Atlantis is not a kingdom that can fall easily. In fact, it is almost infallible. There are numerous fail-safes designed for every situation in order to keep the entity in check. The king, only when judged by the throne and trying to be worthy, wields most of the power. And the development. Prosperity, security, and control in the kingdom is enough to make sure that the citizens do not have any dissatisfaction living in Atlantis and never want to leave. Even the army and septices are managed in a way that no one goes beyond the line. In such a situation, a revolt happened that eliminated most of members of septices, and result in the death of the king and the queen. Soon after, the king was taken under the Kraken's control and he eliminated one princess and make other one infertile, before being put on standby, to be used in the future. Within just a few years, the strength of Kraken has grown and kingdom's strength has decreased, to the point that today Kraken is able to directly take on the kingdom's forces head-on. All these things didn't happen on their own. There has always been a mastermind, pulling the strings behind the scenes. And it was the third overseer from start to end. Well then, it's a good thing you haven't come out, he muttered, taking a stance. Oh, I don't need to, replied Sidious, using the king's body to take a stance. It happened very quickly. One moment, they were both more than 10 meters apart, and in the next, their weapons clashes in the middle, clearing a shockwave. Axel was surprised. Not only had the king's fighting style had completely changed, the new style was several times better too. Their weapons clashed several times, but Axel wasn't able to gain an advantage in terms of pure combat skills. Both of them weren't going max yet. As if by tacit understanding, they were currently throwing out the beginning moves, testing each other, studying the other's tactics, evaluating their skills, looking for weakness. Axel raised it up a notch, the trident's blades extending and attacking from different angles at the same time. But instead of getting overwhelmed like the last time, blades made out of a combination of elements manifested in front of the king. The first few times, the trident's blades managed to cut through, damaging the king's water body, but the structure and composition of the elemental blades changes with each both, becoming more and more firm. Your bloodline is really amazing, muttered Sidious in appreciation. Suddenly, number of blades under his control increased, overwhelming Axel, who only had 2. What the? Now outnumbered in terms of blades, Axel added fluid movement into his moves, going on the defensive. Parts of his water body would extended from his body, absorbing the momentum of the elemental blades and slowing them down. You have a unique combat style. Sidious's fighting style changed, now getting customized for focusing on the weakness of Axel's movements. But the weaknesses couldn't be exploited for long, as the holes were filled with new, perfected moves. Axel's fists glows and they were also added to the mix, block and attacking, and then boom boom boom. 3 fists land in 3 different parts, causing Sidious to retreat. Axel reformed from his water body, his eyes narrowed while looking at Sidious. He's like me. Axel realized. When he looked at his hands which he had used to block the blade, he found deep wounds on them which had managed to penetrate through his protective covering and actually damage his hands, which were extremely hard. Those blades that he was using. They were made with the magic of all elements. There was a reason why the king didn't use them earlier. Because even if he did have the affinity, he didn't have the mental power to use so many at once, let alone so perfectly. And Sidious was using them for the first time. That means first he studied the king's mind to know all about the technique, and then he executed them. And with each trial, he was able to perfect them mid-battle. So, they were indeed similar. They both had high mental power and high combat comprehension and application. Axel just didn't think there would be another like him. Just like Axel, Sidious was also making his own observations. That legendary talent. I always wanted to see it in person, he muttered, looking amazed. You seem to get better every moment of the battle. It's almost as if you have someone in your head, teaching you new things. Fuck. Axel did not like this. That hit too close to home. He would unlock new knowledge the more he practices and comprehends his move. So, it is indeed similar to have an instructor in his head, constantly giving him hints. Sidious tilted his head. Seems like that is the case. I knew it. Talent alone does explain how good you are at your age. Axel didn't let the guy talk more, attacking him again. You have too many secrets. I can see it. And they're making me really curious. But Sidious was ready this time. The number of blades under his control kept increasing, while his control on each one remained flawless. And Axel couldn't match it with his limited mental capacity. Not only this, but he also began to evade Axel's attacks even before they were executed, as predicting his moves or reading his mind. Just what the hell? Axel never thought he would see the day, but he was actually losing a fight in terms of mental capacity right now. Granted that he had already exhausted most of his mental energy back when he had created the giant sword to fight Zeta and hadn't recovered yet, but it has to be noted that while fighting Axel, Sidious also currently fighting against the whole Kraken army by controlling thousands of Kraken warriors at once. And Axel had to accept, that was a notch above what he did with Giant Avatar and the sword. This time, it was Axel who pulled away after getting overwhelmed, taking distance. Axel looked around at the battlefield and saw similar scenes being played everywhere else as well, with the Sidiouses dominating every battle. How I'm doing this, you asked? Sidious laughed. You don't even know about the strongest relic of your own kingdom. Strongest relic? Axel was even more puzzled. Wasn't the strongest relic supposed to be the royal relic? Royal relic is the strongest relic that can be wielded without the wielder dying. My relic, Mind's Eye on the other hand, didn't have a single master until it acknowledged me. Simply because of the fact that no one's mind could ever handle the pressure of its powers, said Sidious proudly. Mind is a person's most powerful weapon. And the Etherians knew that. So, investing a huge amount of resources and using the best minds, they began preparing the strongest relic in history, a relic that could remove the limits of mind. But, they failed. Not because they couldn't make the relic powerful enough, but because they made it too powerful. It refused to acknowledge anyone. The first king of Atlantis had a huge obsession with the relic, so he decided to bring it with him. Until it was eventually stolen by the Kraken. That's why Sidious took pride in being able to wield it. No one other than him could wield the Mind's Eye. And even he needed external support of so many brains to actually bring out its actual powers. Ever since knowing about his deeds, the kingdom's higher-ups have lived in regret and lament for not giving him the recognition he deserved. So, the relic was indeed related to the mind, thought Axel, suddenly feeling a little better. His mind had always been his biggest asset, even more than his bloodline and other abilities. And suddenly this guy shows and absolutely smashes him in that field. That really made him question whether he was actually still too weak. Well, now he at least knew that Sidious is an extremely unique case. And the main reason could be attributed to his relic, the Mind's Eye. But, if this guy's mind really was so strong, there was another thing Axel didn't understand. Why? Why are you doing this? You can easily resist the entity's control, he decided to ask. Axel really couldn't understand. Since even he could resist the entity, then this guy, having such a huge amount of mental capacity, should also be able to do. But to that, Sidious simply shook his head. You won't understand. Not with your impressive physique and natural talent. Axel raised his eyebrows. So, that's it. You're butthurt because you didn't have talent. It's not that I didn't have the talent, said Sidious, appearing in front of Axel. But I never got the chance to show it. A multiple elemental blast was released from his hand which blew Axel backward. Sidious followed, blades forming behind him. Back when I was an academy student, I had wanted nothing more than to be relic wielder. But, let alone becoming one, I found out I would never even be qualified to try. Being a relic wielder has extremely high requirements, the first one being physical and magical ability, then the morality criteria. If you don't pass the requirements, you'd never even be allowed to have a chance to try bonding with a relic, let alone wield them. I always knew I was special. But the kingdom didn't think so. With just a simple test, I had been unworthy of ever wielding a weapon. My dream was shattered, just like that. He said, slashing at Axel with hundreds of blades, big and small. That's when I decided. I needed to let everyone know what I've always felt. That I don't need their validation. The markings on the king's body shined brightly, and different elemental energies combined together, creating an ominous energy above his head. The energy was released in high-intensity laser beam, and it was released at an angle which it had Antilla in the line of motion, in case Axel decided to dodge. No. The fight was so intense that others could barely follow it, let alone intervene. By the time Sidious attacked, it was already too late to save Axel. Axel was hit head-on, the energy burying him straight into the ground. Sidious wasn't satisfied though, launching another elemental beam in the wreckage, just to be sure. Talent means nothing in terms of absolute mental power. But, around the same time, a similar energy beam hit from behind, burying him in the same place Axel was blasted into. Axel appeared behind Sidus, multiple elements revolving around him. Skill steal. Nice. He muttered, adjusting the energy to be more stable. Thanks for taking the time to teach me. But, he wasn't satisfied with just this. He currently couldn't use the royal relic or his powers to their fullest extent. Because he lacked the mental power. And the solution was right in front of him. The mind's eye. The thief inside him was getting excited. I'm not fully back yet, since I still have to release a lot more chapters on Patreon, but I'll still release weekly here. Also, I've released Arcane Thief on Royal Road. And it's an edited version. You can check it out if you want. Give it a follow if you want to help me out. Chapter 246, Chapter 242, King Slayer. Posted the wrong chapter by mistake. I've fixed it. You have unlocked the ground affinity. Ground affinity increased happy face carrot. Fire affinity increased happy face carrot. Wind affinity increased happy face carrot. Darkness affinity increased happy face carrot. You have learnt the skill, elemental combination. Axel's wind and fire affinity increased, and he got a new affinity, the ground affinity. He had heard that the ground septies had been destroyed years ago, but it seems that the king had learned it, and through him, so had Axel now. There it is, that annoying talent, muttered Sidious in annoyance. In just a few minutes, Axel had somehow learnt the things that took the king decades to master. As someone who had been rejected due to his lack of talent, Sidious absolutely hated Axel's cheat-like. Your mind and actions didn't show your intentions at all, he said. Of course, by now he had realized that Axel was only talking to him because he was secretly learning the elemental skills of the king. But he was able to somehow hide it from Sidious's mind. Sidious had been able to predict Axel's moves based on his surface thought and his micro-expressions and gestures, along with his mental thoughts. And through those, he had found no indication of the fact that Axel had been secretly learning the skill while engaging him in small talk. Axel shrugged. If you can perceive, why can't I deceive? He asked, still experimenting with the skill. Well, I applaud you for this one, Sidious sighed. But I need to know. How did you even do it? Master so many affinities at once. It can't be just talent. Of course I can tell you. While at it, shall I also share my penis length and bank account password as well? Yeah. Like hell he was going to tell him. Sidious was actually right. It wasn't just talent. Any skill needs a considerable amount of practice and comprehension to be mastered. But all that is registered in the Akashic records. Skill steal allows him to directly come in contact with those records, thus making it much easier to copy the skills. It's like directly getting the answer key without having to solve the question. It wasn't easy though, the skills in question must be something he has the potential to learn, and he still can't be instantly perfect. The degree of completion depends on his compatibility with the skill. Not an issue. I'll find out eventually, said Sidious with a shrug. And besides, you might have learnt the king's skills. But you can't really afford to use them right now, can you? He asked with a knowing look. Oh really? There was no change in Axel's expression or tone, but it was not fooling Sidious. Really? While I do admire you for defeating the second and reinforcing the seal. But, it came at a price. Didn't it? He asked. Your mental power. You had the highest mental power I have seen at that age. I struggle to think how you even spent it to burn through such a huge amount. Axel cursed in his mind. What he did really was pretty damn taxing. Creating the giant avatar was and controlling such a huge amount of water was still fine. But the real energy was spent on manipulating the water molecules like they were his private property on such a large scale. That was a level above what his current water affinity could afford. But, he went ahead and did it anyway with the help of the royal trident, not knowing the troubles it was going to cause him. I don't need mental energy to beat you. Sidious laughed. So confident. Have you still not noticed? Look around you, he said, spreading his arms. As if in response, the marking on the bodies of the Kraken warriors glowed. Do you see the difference? Despite your efforts of reinforcing the seal, the warriors still haven't lost their strength. Axel looked around, and sure enough the energy that was almost gone was now slowly coming back in the Kraken's forces. What the? Axel couldn't understand what was going on here. This didn't make sense. With more than enough energy, he had successfully activated the reinforcement process. The system itself had confirmed that. Then how the hell is it reverting back again? It's the first, Sidious answered without him having to ask. You forced him to awaken much earlier than we had planned, but you've also sealed your fate with that, the seal reinforced or not. The first. Axel couldn't believe it. Come to think of it, the first did arrive right when he had initiated the seal reinforcement process. But, how the hell did he interrupt it? Axel had little knowledge about seals, but even he could tell the seal was untouchable, unless. Whether you believe it or not, he managed to do it. That's why we call him the first. And, I've got another piece of news for you. Sidious raised the king's hands. The royal throne is back under our control, he said, bringing it down. The giant statue, which had stopped working after the sealing had been initiated, started to work once again. Sidious laughed. Now, Prince Axel. What will you do? I'll do what I have to. Axel had had enough playing around. He borrowed more of the entities, combining it with his own, causing blue energy to revolve around him. The Atlantean were already in a tough spot, to begin with, having to fight super skilled and impeccably coordinated Kraken forces. They were only holding on because of the long-range division that was bombarding fire and providing buffs, protection and heals to the front line. But now the rear forces were once again targeted, further worsening the situation. At this moment, they saw a blue streak headed straight for the giant foot at high speed. The water around Axel kept increasing, half going upward while half going down. The upper half headed for the foot of the statue while the lower half extended downward. The water above formed into the shape of hands, holding up the statue's foot while the water below displaced the soldiers before turning into giant footholds. The giant avatar had made against Zeta once again reformed, making the soldiers look up in awe. The hands, made out of water, collided with the incoming foot, and the water instantly deformed, being pushed back. Come on. Axel gave it his all. The hands reformed and the water started to flow upwards, giving an upthrust force against the foot. Support also came from all the long-range users, including Martina, Estrus and Willis. The avatar kept being pushed down, having to go down on one knee. But the giant foot finally slowed down, until it stopped. Crystallize. Axel solidified his avatar, fixing the foot in place as well, which was wrapped up with water. Not yet. Arcane travel. Soul control. Using arcane travel, he appeared behind Atasis, stabbing him with the trident. You need to go. Axel knew that stopping the statue would not achieve much. With the control over the royal throne, the statue is not the only thing under the Kraken's control. That's why, in order to win this battle, they first need to eliminate this pawn of a king, which has been giving Kraken directly access to Atlantis itself. You can't damage water body, said Sidious, the water body already nullifying most of the damage. True. But it's not the body I'm after, replied Axel. The blades gleamed with amber magic before piercing into the water body. Suddenly, the existence of Sidious seemed to vanish out of the king's body as he howled in agony. The blades ran all through the water body, as if to cut it in pieces. But it wasn't the end. Unshackle. The king's screaming became worse and the blue markings seemed to fade out of the king's body, along the connection with the entity. That's it! Exclaimed Axel, seeing his plan working. After forming a connection with the entity himself and unlocking the soul affinity, Axel knew a bit more about how the entity's control bond works. So, he was able to sever the king's connection with the entity, also damaging his soul in the process. Axel knew that it would take a lot of effort to defeat the king who has the entity's power and Sidious's control, since Sidious was always one step ahead of him, having calculated everything. But not the soul affinity, which he had only gotten recently and never used. So he knew this might be his best shot. And it seemed to have worked, as the giant statue stopped pressuring his avatar. Father. Seeing the blue markings vanishing, relief flooded Antilla, no longer having to see her father destroying his own kingdom. It's over. Axel retracted his blades and the king's water body deactivated, reverting back into his weak old body. The king opened slowly his eyes, now coming back to his senses. Reality dawned on his mind as he realized what he had done. Gods of the sea. Oh, gods of the sea, what have I done? He whispered, his eyes shaking. Shoo, it's all right, said Axel, patting the old man's chest. Just close your eyes, and die, he muttered, as his hand pierced the king's chest and ripped his heart out. Antilla, who was on her way over, stopped in her tracks, her eyes widened and jaw hitting the floor. What? What did you do? Antilla whispered, watching the life fade out the king's eyes. Father is dead. Axel looked at her with a can't-you-see look. I offed the guy. Simple as that, he shrugged. But he was. He was what? Not a traitor. Are you telling me you wanted him to live after all the things he did? So that he could fuck us over again? Asked Axel, not seeing the problem. Lady, I don't know how you managed to keep the kingdom running for all these years. I don't know about you, but I don't plan on having him giving into Kraken again just because he couldn't handle some pain. Antilla blinked, slowly coming back to her senses. That's right. She was going to say he was family, but was he really? And does being family mean anything after all that he did? Any king with a little respect would have killed himself anyway after what he did. It might not matter for an ordinary person to get another chance. But that man. He has the power to decide the fate of the whole kingdom. A random slip-up can cause millions of deaths. Antilla was thinking that Axel's method and decision was too impulsive and crude, but the more she thought about it, the more she realized how right he was. If it's an enemy, kill before they kill you. No complications, no hesitation, no regret, no partiality. This is not something that he has been taught like how she was, but this is what he learned through experience. The king was dead, but it didn't mean that Axel could have a break yet. That was brilliant. Sidious's voice echoed all over the battlefield, now using the Kraken's soldiers to communicate. So, you've also mastered the Arhunt bloodline to that extent. It seems there was a mistake in my calculations. I thought you could only learn what you've already seen. Though, I can at least confirm that there is definitely something mysterious inside your head, Sidious said, his voice echoed through every Kraken soldier. But, do you think it's over just because you managed to take the king? This is not a game. Suddenly, Axel's mind was attacked from all sides, causing him to clutch his head. Brain waves were being emitted from every Kraken warrior, targeting Axel. Axel's mind was even more exhausted with the move, and Sidious knew that. That's why he used this move on him, targeting his momentary weakness. Usually, with Axel's strong mental defense, it wouldn't have worked, but it did this time, causing him to lose focus. Axel fell to the ground as he lost his water body skill. Now, let's see what you can do without those bloodlines of yours, said Sidious, as more than half of the Kraken army that had been destroying the kingdom's army locked onto him, all being controlled personally by Sidious. Damn. Axel picked himself up as he looked at the massive army heading his way. He cracked his muscles, getting ready for the incoming onslaught. You might not know this. But for me, it was never the bloody bloodlines. The handle of the trident wrapped around his body and two of the blades wrapped around his arms, extending out like knives. It has always been about achieving my goals. Even if I have to drag myself through them. An. Excerpt. It's quite long and thick. I've never seen one like this, said Daphne, holding onto the base. What next? Asked Axel. Daphne seems to know a lot. Next, I'm going to shake it. When it leaks the sap, I'm going to collect it. Do it gently. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's coming. This juice is actually quite delicious. I love it. After curfew, in the abandoned greenhouse, Axel and Daphne were on the ground, collecting the ingredients that Axel needed for his diet. While picking up the magical herbs, Daphne also highlighted a few features about them as well as the correct ways to harvest them, which would help Axel find them in the future. This is from the version I'm posting on Royal Road, CH24. While keeping the plot same, I'm adding a few more Daphne/Axel and other scenes which I couldn't before, fixing some holes and error, removing redundant things, and making it overall better. So, in case you want to reread someday, go follow it. https://www.royalroad.com/fiction/99323/the-arcane-thief-harry-potter-lit-rpg. Or just search Arcane Thief on Royal Road. I've posted 24 chapters so far. In order to continue, I need more follow there. Around 50 more will do. So, please go follow. Power Stone's backhand index pointing down. Chapter 247, Chapter 243, A Mind-Blowing End. The battlefield seemed completely under Sidious's control. Axel wasn't the only person suffering from his machinations. Each and every soldier under the Kraken army was his chess piece. And while not as powerful as the king, but still, by utilizing their abilities to the max, he was able to even put stronger opponents into trouble. The forced relic wielders, now having the entity's powers back, and also actually being able to utilize it under Sidious's control, were now able to display might almost as comparable to the actual relic wielders. And Sidious used them effectively against the stronger opponents who could be a threat, like the relic wielder division, the general, and even Akiko and Martina. This was effectively blocking them from helping out the soldiers who were unable to contend against the Kraken mobs which had suddenly gotten skills compared to top fighters and along with perfect coordination. The whole Kraken army was now working like a well-oiled machine, and each and every individual was fighting like an experienced and highly skilled veteran. With his hive mind, Sidious was able to know exactly which Kraken soldier needed help and when. The big monsters, which had been running rampant earlier and being handled easily by the kingdom's army, were now being used at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the kingdom's forces' assault, and targeting the right spot to disrupt the kingdom's army. The enhanced bio soldiers were right behind, using the monsters as shield and fighting perfect skills and perfect coordination. The ranged unit were suddenly perfect at aiming and also perfect in their timing, knowing exactly when and where to fire. So, suffice it to say, the Kraken army was currently absolutely obliterating the kingdom's forces. That's why when even half the army went on to attack Axel, their new prince who had miraculously returned and the kingdom's last hope, there was nothing anyone could do about it but watch while trying to survive themselves. In this situation, the calmest person from the kingdom's side was Axel himself, who was currently also under a mental attack that was disabling him even using his water affinity at a high enough level to sustain water body. The trident, which wasn't his style to begin with, was now transformed. The handle was partially wrapped around his torso, protect his heart and neck. To protect the head, there was one loop over the forehead, with spikes jutting out, inadvertently making it look like a crown. Two of the blades were wrapped around his hands and palms, before extending out like knives. With his head still ringing due to the brain waves, Axel began walking towards the incoming army. His steps, which were still unsteady, quickened until he broke into a sprint. One guy, about to fight against an entire army. The ridiculous scenario was being witnessed by all the kingdom's forces. And it overlapped with the video of Axel's trial, which had basically been seen by everyone in the kingdom. Axel was about to face against the Kraken army in that simulation as well, but it was interrupted due to the emergency situation, making everyone regret not being able to see what would have happened next and demanding a redo. But now, the scenario was being reenacted in real life, and against a Kraken army that was significantly stronger. Sidious. Do you have any honor? Roared the general, who was currently being held up by 4 forced relic wielders, getting injured in the process of trying rush over towards Axel. Everyone in the Kraken army echoed the general's words. Sidious was really being quite shameless for using an entire army just to deal with Axel. And even using a mind attack on him on top of that. Sidious just laughed. One versus all. I know it's unfair. But winners write history and there's nothing you can do about it. A volley of ranged attacks arrived, containing destructive magic high-speed projectiles, and even toxic and acidic substances. Axel sped up his pace, zigzagging through the attacks while accurately cutting off the remaining. You're talking about unfair? I'll show what unfair actually means. Sidious was trying to play dirty against Axel himself, the person is the master of the game. Suddenly, Axel disappeared, causing the ranged units to momentarily pause, unable to locate him. And then, silently, heads began to fall at the front of the Kraken army at a rapid pace. The big creatures would be stabbed through their weakest points, and those with no weaknesses would have cuts appear all over their body, before falling to pieces. The trident's blades, now invisible, would extend, twist, retract along with Axel's movements cutting through the army without leaving any trace. Just what kind of dash? Sidious tried use the usual methods to counter stealth and invisibility. True sight spells, magical sensors, thermal vision or heat sensors, enchanted dust, everything. But somehow, nothing seemed to work at all. Axel's stealth seemed like a complete cheat, achievable only through a relic. Within just a few seconds, hundreds of Kraken units were dead, and Axel was still at work, methodically slaughtering the army one-sidedly. Axel was a complete ghost, his existence only being validated from the numerous kills he was racking in. Now, this is what you call unfair, muttered Axel. You can't hide from me. Sidious could track Axel's mind, just being able to tell his location. But, even if he knew the general area, how do you fight someone you can't see? Unable to even see his moves, the warriors only swing their weapon in his direction, unaware of his counter. Die. Sidious directly bombarded Axel's general location, not caring about the friendly fire. But Axel appeared in a different moment in the next second, continuing his killing spree. From then on, Axel would randomly appear in different locations and wipe out the whole area before disappearing again. The kingdom's forces just looked at the army that was giving them so much trouble, now being wiped out like weeds. Their necks felt a chill, finding no way to counter this themselves either. Sidious realized that he really didn't have any tactic against Axel. Fine. Then I'll also not be holding back, said Sidious, as the pressure on Axel's mind suddenly decreased. I accept you have a great mental resistance to fight even under that condition. But, they can't. Suddenly, Martina, Akiko and Antilla clutched their heads, as they felt the same mental attack that was used against Axel. Only, while it was only annoying for Axel even when he was low on mental power due to his tolerance, it was downright nightmarish for the three of them, completely incapacitating them. At the same time, the Kraken forces they had been fighting the three started to use more power, intent on finishing them. Sidious decided to give up on neutralizing the strange entity that was Axel. He will shift the target to the weaker people. From what he has seen of Axel so far, even if he might deny it, he will still not let them die. And he was right, as Axel, now having a bit more leeway on his mind, forced out more of his water affinity. Shields of water were erected in front of the three women. At the same time, the water started to strangle every Kraken soldier in their proximity. He. Let's see how long you can keep this up, said Sidious victorious, knowing he had grabbed a nerve. Now, all he had to do was to put more pressure. The long-range units which Axel had been able to render useless by easily avoiding them now began targeting the three as well, making the job of protecting them that much more difficult. As someone with a superior mental prowess, I expected more from you, Axel Regius Arhunt. But as expected, you are weak, just like everyone else, Sidious said, continuing to exploiting the weakness. Since he couldn't be at 3 places at once, Axel struggled to keep the water affinity going, blocking the attacks and sweeping off the incoming tide of Kraken warriors. At the same time, the condition of Akiko, Martina, and the princess grew worse. Unlike Axel, they did not have minds strong enough to contend against the mental attack of Sidious, the third overseer with speciality in mental power. Sidious can induce emotions like fear, anxiety, panic, even brainwashing along with the mental pain, thus making for an extremely dangerous opponent. It was only because it was completely ineffective against Axel, who simply doesn't give a damn about emotions, that Sidious seemed weak in front of him. This won't do, Axel thought, his mind straining. His mind hasn't had a chance to recover yet, as things kept popping up one after another. His mind was tired like never before. It was a feeling similar to not having slept for days, and still having to write a whole chapter at a rapid pace and in best quality. Thus, he can't keep this up. Same for Akiko, Martina, and the princess, who were struggling to keep their sanity right now. Axel has to end it once and for all. And that can only happen by eliminating the root of the problem, i.e., Sidious, the mastermind behind the scenes. But where the hell is he? Is he even on the battlefield? He thought. Since Sidious can control the minds of the Kraken forces, there's no need to be physically present here. Looking at things from his perspective, he should to stay inside the safety of the Kraken base while remotely controlling the battlefield. But if that was the case, then why did he hold off until the end? Sidious had this amazing ability to one-sidedly end the battle quickly. But he didn't use it until Axel killed 2 more of its overseers, disabled the power of the entity and the control over the royal throne, and started to get the upper hand against the king. Why? There can only be 2 reasons. 1, it's extremely taxing to him, to the point of permanent sacrifice. This could be a reason why he wouldn't use it and try to end the battle the easy way. But this doesn't seem likely, as Sidious seems to be in no hurry to end the battle right now, even having the time to leisurely taunt Axel and use half the army just to eliminate him rather than eliminating the kingdom's forces. And even now, his ability doesn't seem to have decreased the slightest. So, the second reason. He's actually here. This could be the only reason. Because he was afraid of exposing himself. Should have realized sooner. Axel cursed. All this while, he was taking it as a given that Sidious wouldn't be present here since he hasn't shown himself and can remotely control the battlefield. Why would he even need to be here? But Axel made the mistake of thinking Sidious to be a perfectly logical being. So, you aren't perfect either, huh? Due to his sense of superiority and his vanity, Sidious wanted to personally witness the downfall of the kingdom that he had orchestrated from beginning. While staying invisible himself and still protecting the women through water, Axel went over to the place where the dismembered bodies of Karlach and Kravix were lying. Got it. When he searched through their storage spaces, he quickly found what he was looking for. Dimensional bombs, 5 of them, probably the last of the batch. The fuckers were most likely saving these for emergencies. Too bad, they got killed before they could even see the emergence of the emergency. Now, where are you? All that was left was to find out where Sidious is hiding. Axel tried using arcane eyes, but found nothing. He needed to be able to concentrate in order to increase its intensity, which he couldn't do right now. Axel couldn't track him using the mental power either for the same reason, as Sidious was being really cautious. At this moment, black lightning shot out from the ground, seemingly in a random direction in the sky. But it was stopped by something in the air, causing fluctuations. Looking back, while struggling against the mental attack, Akiko was glaring daggers at one place in particular, the pattern in her eyes revolving. Is it really? Axel's eyes widened. He had no idea what about the change in Akiko's eyes. But he knew her, and he knew the look she had right now. It was the one she makes whenever the subject of Kraken is brought up, the one that screams absolute murder. It's all or nothing. Placing his bet on Akiko, he teleported, appearing right where the lightning had stopped and activated all the dimensional bomb. As soon as they were active, he teleported back to the ground, creating a water shield above the kingdom's forces. Both the sides were confused at the sudden manifestation of the water layer above them. But, before they even had the chance to think about it. Boom. A huge explosion occurred in the air, ripping open the shield. The shockwave reached the ground, along with debris of a giant ship. Did it work? Axel quickly looked at the girls, only to see them no longer in pain. But, was it just because Sidious was surprised with his random move, or was he really hit? Squish. At this moment, a gooey and spongy substance fell near his feet, the same thing falling on the rest of the battlefield as well. Axel looked at it closely and found it to be. Is that a fucking brain? As someone who has killed many and seen many killed, Axel could confirm that it was definitely brain matter. The problem was that it was a huge chunk, much bigger than any human brain. And it was falling everywhere on the battlefield, meaning there was a lot of it on the ship. Seems like I hit the mark. Axel was beginning to realize where all that processing capacity was coming from. Power Stones. Chapter 248, Chapter 244, shouldn't have gone for the head. The explosion was so strong that both the Axel's shield was torn open. And the shockwave even reached the ground, shaking both the armies. Brain matter rained everywhere, along with the wreckage of the aircraft that had been hidden perfectly this whole time high in the air. The Kraken's army, that seemed to have been fighting like a single elite unified unit, suddenly turned disorderly, as they began looking around in confusion, seemingly no longer even knowing what to do. And the kingdom's army seemed to feel like a load had been taken off their minds, along with their emotions no longer being influenced. The targeted mental attacks on Akiko, Martina, and Antilla also stopped, making them slump in relief. Everyone, now suddenly having the room to breathe, turned to look up at the site of the explosion, now beginning to understand what had happened. Did he really? He killed the third. The third is dead. A wave of cheers spread throughout the battlefield. The third overseer, Sidious Marcellus, had turned the battle completely one-sided with his involvement. No one had imagined that aside from being extremely cunning and devious, Sidious could also be this powerful, to the point that they wondered how was he only the third overseer. A person who can control every Kraken member on the battlefield and make them fight like that, and then also have the leisure to read the opposite force's moves and influence their state of minds. Just how much mental capacity would that need? Sidious had quickly become an object of terror in the minds of the kingdom's forces, making them wonder if they'd lose after all. But, now that they saw the charred remains of brain matter falling to the ground, and it felt like they were seeing pies dropping from the sky. The unexpected gain made them cheer in jubilation, feeling like they had been saved from what seemed to be a certified disaster. But, at this moment, as the distortions of the explosion cleared up, they saw a faint light coming through the explosion cloud. The intensity of the light increased and all the smoke was cleared up, revealing an armor-clad figure. And on the forehead of the armored figure, an eye with a crystal iris glowed, changing colors and patterns intermittently. "Of course you're still alive," muttered Axel in annoyance, now seeing Sidious for the first time. The blast was quite powerful. Powerful enough to make him think that perhaps he had easily managed to kill the third overseer without even having to put any effort into it. But, looks like that mental power isn't only for controlling other. With his single eye, glared directly down at Axel. Do you have any idea what you have done? A concentrated wave of mental power fell on Axel, burying him into the ground. Those brains had been developed and interconnected over decades. Sidious was genuinely angry now. The mind's eye was the most powerful relic. But only when the wielder can actually bear its load. It had taken a substantial effort for him and a whole team of researchers to develop those brains to the point that they could help him handle the processing capacity of the relic. But Axel just casually blew them up, using the dimensional bombs he had developed himself, no less. And the person who knew the key technology behind it had already fled, living under the alias of Jacob Gorski. Of course, Sidious was now mad, trying his best to make Axel cry out in pain. Cry about it. Despite being sunk in the ground, Axel laughed, blood coming out of his nose. Don't think you had an insurance for that, did you? That didn't help the situation. Sidious descended to the ground, increasing the pressure on Axel with the decreasing distance. First your parents, and now you. You. Always. Ruin. Everything. He said, burying Axel further down with each word. Stop. Antilla, Martina, and Akiko were already barely holding their on to consciousness. But General, who hadn't been able to heal from the fatal wound he got from the king, hurled himself at Sidious, launching an aggressive onslaught. Not now. But, Sidious wasn't in the mood to be interrupted right now, activating his domain. The mind's eye shined, and a mental force field appeared around him, blocking everything from coming within 10 meters of him. Prince. Not him. No way. Along with the general, the rest of the kingdom's forces also tried to pierce the barrier, including Ender and the relic wielders, but to no avail. No one can save you from me today, he said, finally reaching Axel. He couldn't keep this domain up for long due to the strain it was putting on his mind. But then again, he didn't need to, with first having awakened early. He was trying to finish things up here to make things less troublesome for the first, but since everything is already messed up right now, he can no longer cares. And who will save you from me? Asked Axel, launching himself at Sidious with the trident blades wrapped around his hands. With Sidious's mental pressure, he couldn't concentrate enough to use magic attacks, but he still pushed himself to break through the telekinetic pressure. Nice try. But, the crystal eye glowed, and another wave of mental power fell on Axel. As it turned out, his physical body's power was simply not enough to break through Sidious's telekinetic powers as they pinned him down, while the pressure on his mind also increased further. You have no chance against the mind's eye right now, said Sidious, pressing him down to the point that his bones began making crackling sounds. Without the capacity of those numerous artificial brains, the mind's eye was pretty taxing on Sidious's mind. But still, even if not for long, he could come up with power far stronger than any relic, even the royal trident. That's why, he was invincible for at least a few minutes now, even without the artificial brains. Now, the moment of truth has arrived. Tell me your secrets. With Axel finally pinned down, even if temporarily, Sidious forced him to make eye contact. The mind's eye let out a radiant light as Sidious's mental consciousness went into Axel's mind, breaking through his shields. Shit. Axel was able to take on all the mental attacks Sidious threw at him, but this one he found trouble dealing with. With a huge force, Sidious attacked Axel's mental shields. Now, with someone with as good occlumency as Axel, it would normally be pretty much impossible to break his occlumency barriers. But, right now, all of his mental energy was pretty much drained. And the person who was trying to breach his mind was Sidious, was the person with the relic called the Mind's Eye. This thing could help him control so many people at once, it could let him use highly taxing skills like elemental combinations with ease, and even help him defend against physical attacks like that explosion and the general's assault with just using his mental power. So, this time Axel found it really difficult to keep up his defenses against Sidious's legitimacy. It was like an overpowered tsunami that he had no way of resisting with his small boat. Very soon, cracks formed on his shields, before getting entirely broken through as Sidious got access to Axel's mind. Didn't I tell you? I would find out one way or another. Sidious laughed triumphantly, looking down at Axel. You should have told me your secrets when I asked you civilly. But you just had to be a smartass and insult me with your taunts. Sidious quickly began scouring through Axel's mind, in search for the secrets to his strength and his other secrets, like how he managed to ensure the soul extinguisher. Axel's mind was built like a train, with different memories arranged in different compartments. Sidious began looking through them all one by one. The first few compartments had memories of his childhood, which were basically gloomy and dark. Truly amazes me just how bad your luck is, Sidious couldn't help but comment. Then the further compartments contained his memories of Hogwarts. These compartments were noticeably brighter. There Sidious even found one compartment dedicated to his training. But, he still didn't find what he was looking for. He didn't find how Axel was getting all that knowledge. Neither did he find out how Axel had managed to survive against things like soul extinction. Then, he came across the next compartment. This was a luxury compartment, installed with the finest door and interior. Yes, this must be it. But, contrary to his expectations, this compartment only contained happy memories, almost all of which only came after he had entered Hogwarts. Many of them contained Martina and Akiko, but most of the others contained a blonde girl Sidious had next seen. Ah, your girlfriend, perhaps? Asked Sidious. Don't worry. I'll kill her the first thing after I'm done with this kingdom, just like I'll kill Akiko Matsushima and Martina Valentino. Oh, and no need to thank me. You deserve that much after all the troubles you've caused us, said Sidious. But, he realized he shouldn't have said that. The whole train began shaking, and at that moment, despite having the strongest mental relic on his side, Sidious felt a hint of danger in Axel's mind. But, the danger was gone as soon as it came, as if it was never there. Must be hallucinating, thought Sidious to himself dismissively. After all, there was no way Axel could do anything to him with just the mental power. But, he didn't dare to taunt Axel anymore, nor did he look at more memories of this compartment. Moving on to the next one, he found himself in front of a completely different compartment. It was bigger than any other compartment, and it was emitting an ominous aura. Moreover, it had an additional layer of security, locked down with multiple chains. This must be it, huh? Asked Sidious. Of course, the additional defense was useless in front of him as he was able to break through easily. But, when he went inside, he found nothing but darkness. Going further in, he began to see the memories stored in this place. They were, actually, the memories of all the pain Axel had endured. Huh. Bang. Suddenly, the compartment door was sealed shut, and the familiar feeling of danger returned in full force, this time not going away at all. What? Sidious was alarmed. He tried to open the door with his mental power, but found to his utter disbelief that it wouldn't budge. Surprised. At this moment, Axel's apparition appeared in front of him, startling him. It was not because of his presence, but because of his appearance. This Axel was not like his well-built and healthy-looking outer appearance. This was an Axel who was injured throughout every part of body, making for a terrifying appearance. How? Still trying to force the door open, Sidious failed to process the situation. This was a mental plane, meaning it was under Sidious's domain. It should be impossible for Axel to be able to hold against his will. Axel smirked, showing his bloody teeth. This place is able to hold all of my pain, including the experience of my soul itself being torn to shreds. You think it can't hold a nerd like you? It can't. Exclaimed Sidious, releasing his mental power. But, it seemed to have no impact on Axel, or the place. You wanted to know how I managed to survive the soul extinction, right? Well, you can now see for it yourself, said Axel, showing him the memory of himself being hit with by the soul extinguisher. Along with it, other memories also began playing around Sidious. But Sidious wasn't affected. So what if you've trapped me here? That can't stop me from killing you. Sidious had had enough. Despite his mental avatar being trapped here, he still increased the pressure on Axel's physical body, intent on killing him right now. Actually, I can, said Axel, as suddenly, Sidious felt a burning pain on his cheek. Sidious suddenly found himself lying on the ground, held down by many men, as a man with numerous scars on his face slowly ran a knife through his cheek. You. How can you? Sidious tried to speak, but couldn't with his face being cut apart right now with a knife dipped in acidic poison. How I can hurt you despite you clearly having superior mental power? Axel asked his question for him. Well, I once read in a children's book. If you look into the abyss stares back at you. Pretty funny, but it's actually true in this situation, said Axel, overlapping another memory on top of the ongoing memory. And now, Sidious found himself put under the cruciatus for the first time in his life, making him scream in agony. Axel spreading his arms, looking down at Sidious writhing on the ground. This is a place where I hold in pain that you can't even imagine. This is a place that contains the power of my will. This is the part of me that never gives up. So, in this place at least, I alone am the superior one. The memory of the Painifera memory floated into Axel's hands. Despite all your genius, you are a flawed being too, Sidious. You couldn't focus on simply killing me without showing off your superiority and learning all my secrets. You still had a chance when you hadn't entered this place. But, by walking in without even me having to invite you, you sealed your own fate, he said, as the Painifera memory also overlapped with the ongoing pain, making Sidious almost mad due to the pain even with his high mental power. You clearly had the upper hand. You could have gone for my neck, my heart, my lung, my limbs. But. He paused, finally taking the soul extinction memory into his hand. You shouldn't have gone for the head, he muttered as he pushed the memory down as well. This time, Sidious's pain knew no bounds as he lost all the control he had managed to hold on for so long. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Axel's physical body leapt up. His hand glowed before plunging straight into Sidious's forehead, pulling apart the mind's eye. Sidious screamed, this time in real life. Still not wanting to take any chances, the trident's blades flashed, cutting Sidious into 1,000 pieces within the blink of an eye. Now bathed in Sidious's blood, Axel wiped the blood his brows. And this is how you make sure to kill the enemy when you get the chance. Utterly exhausted, Axel slumped to the ground, looking up at the sky. His mind was shutting down. He really needed a break. Meanwhile, the kingdom's forces blankly looked the scene, still processing the situation. This time for sure, the third was dead. 6 overseers in a year, all killed by the same person. One time could be called luck. The second time could be a coincidence. But 6 times. The general knelt down on one knee, laying down his sword. All hail King Axel, the strongest king in history. Turning towards Axel, every soldier on the battlefield slowly started to kneel in awe, acknowledging Axel's sovereignty. Those still fighting the remaining forces of Kraken knelt right after finishing off the enemy in front of them. Axel's, who still had his eyes closed, was hugged from front and back by Martina and Akiko, who were crying right now, making him almost lash out in reflex. But when he saw it was them, he just sighed. Long time, huh? You aren't going anywhere alone again, said Martina firmly, which was quite unlike her usual pushover self. I don't need revenge. Let's just go back now, said Akiko. But Axel didn't have the time to respond to them. Because the alert came from the system again. Emergency mission, take back the royal throne right now. The first is coming. I'm back now, would be posting regularly. Give me power stones every day. Chapter 249, Chapter 245, The First Overseer. Martina hugged Axel tightly, as if to thoroughly confirm he was still alive. She didn't care that he was covered in blood, sweat, and water. Firmly holding him, it finally registered to her that he was indeed alive, and it just made her extremely feel happy and annoyed at the same time. The past few months had been a torture. Due to her introverted nature, she had always been a loner at Hogwarts, and even in her previous life. It was only after meeting Axel and the series of coincidences that led up to them becoming friends that she realized just how having close friends feels like. It was only because of him that Daphne and Akiko also became friends with her. And then she saw the video. It was the first time she lost someone so close to her, and it completely devastated her. What hurt more was how helpless he was at the time of his death. And whose fault was that? When she, being a transmigrator and being so gifted, just wasted her time simply playing around with her gifts, he instead invested every second of his time into getting stronger. That's why, when he actually needed help, she was too weak to be of any help even if she had been there. She spent the last few months trying to be better for Axel's sake, hoping beyond hope that he'd still be alive. But, after seeing his return, she was still not strong enough. That's why she was both happy and frustrated right now. Akiko, on the other hand, could finally feel relaxed. Like Martina, she was also blaming herself. But she felt it more because she was there. If only she had stopped him from getting into the Black Ops, if only she convinced Kirin-sensei to not go into the trench, if only she had stopped the space whales, if only she had put a tracking seal on him so that they could reach him in time. There were so if-onlys that she hadn't taken a rest, hadn't spoken a word, and hadn't even eaten properly for the past few months, with killing and revenge the only thing in her mind. But, now that Axel was actually alive and safe, she felt like the weight that had killing her has been lifted and she could finally breathe again. She no longer wanted him to get involved with Kraken and get into more danger. All she wanted was to go back to the days when they would peacefully train in the quiet of the Forbidden Forest. But, at this moment, both Akiko and Martina felt Axel tensing up. He looked into the space, seemingly having read something. "What is it?" asked Martina, not liking his expression. It was the same one right before he told them about the attacks on Hogwarts. And sure enough, Axel did not have good news. "It's the first overseer. He's about to come." Both Martina and Akiko were shocked. The first overseer. The third alone had given them so much trouble. What would happen if the first came here now? "Let's leave," said Akiko decisively. Revenge. She didn't care about it anymore. The past 6 months had made her thoroughly realize that some things were much, much more important than revenge. And, Axel had already killed 6 overseers. Is that not enough? While Martina didn't feel comfortable with it, she still agreed with Akiko. "You've done enough. Let them handle the rest." So what if he was the royal descendant? What has Atlantis ever done for him? Nothing. He has had to go through such a tough childhood while no one came looking for him. Why should he now fight the first overseer? Axel was only 14, for God's sake. And he had already done so much. He endured torture of the 7th and 8th before killing them, and then there was that brutal battle against Aslet, recalling which still brings tears to her eyes. And just now he practically won them a losing war. Therefore, he has definitely done more than enough. But Axel shook his head. "You don't understand. I have to do this," he said, getting up. "We'll talk later," he said, before disappearing in a flash. If he stayed any longer, he might have really agreed to leave just then. But he knew that the situation was not that simple. The first wasn't that simple. Sidious is not the kind of person who'd acknowledge just anyone. And, Axel can still remember how confident the man was about the kingdom's defeat despite the loss of the Kraken's army. And, he also mentioned something about the synchronization and him now being to defeat them no matter what. Even the system has warned him he has no chance without the royal throne. If the first has really somehow managed to become that powerful, there's a realistic chance that he can defeat the entire Kraken army alone. If that happens, pretty soon the Kraken would be revived again and he'd have to do it all over again. Axel appeared above the royal castle. Visiting this place the second time, now he could understand what the odd sensation was. It was the royal throne. It had been trying to call onto him, asking for help, just like the royal trident. But it was too weak, since Axel never reached close enough. Water travel. This time, he reached directly about the inner part of the palace. As he descended, he felt a sensation of his body being scanned as the wards recognized his bloodline, granting him entry. Axel followed the calling, passing through the lavish hallways, passing through multiple gardens until he finally reached the place from where he had been getting those calls. The throne room. Axel stood in front of the large door that led to the throne room. He pressed his hand on the door and the sigils on it lit up, accepting his royal bloodline. Going inside, he found himself in the dimly lit large dome-shaped room. The curved walls showed footage of different parts of Atlantis. 2 rows of seats led up to the high platform, sat atop which was an ornate throne that radiated majesty. The throne pulsated with power, and visible energy lines could be seen coming from all directions to connect with the altar. But currently, throne was covered with the blue markings of the Kraken, which were restraining it. The ringing increased as Axel finally appeared in front of the throne, causing energy fluctuations around it, as if to show him the marking. "Chill, I know what to do." Practically a pro at this point, Axel put his hand on the throne and sensed the entity's connection. Soul affinity. Unshackle. The skill, Unshackle, was actually related to soul as well. But since he hadn't unlocked the Arhunt bloodline before, it always used to extremely taxing to use. Now that he knew more about the entity subjugation process and had more knowledge about his new affinity, his Unshackle proficiency, which had been stagnant for this whole time, had increased considerably. So this time, the process would have been much easier, had his mind wasn't in such a poor condition. Thankfully, the corruption process of the royal throne was way less and its resistance was strong too, thus making it possible. The Kraken's markings glowed extremely bright, and then an energy wave emerged from the throne as a center, passing throughout the kingdom as the markings finally disintegrated. Suddenly, the numerous energy grids around the throne room lit up, brightening up the room to the point Axel had to close his eyes. The royal throne, now free, released its energy as it eagerly called for Axel to claim it, to be the new king. System, are you sure this is the only way? Axel really didn't want to be the next king, even if for the emergency situation. Because he didn't like the responsibilities that came with it. You have no chance against the first without it. Fuck, that powerful, huh? Unwillingly, Axel turned around and casually threw himself into the seat. Suddenly, the royal throne changed its shape to accommodate him, and then, a sharp sensation prickled through his head, traveling down his spine. Immediately, the whole city lit up in celebratory lights and a huge pattern of a trident appeared high above the sky, showing that they had gained a new king. Meanwhile, inside the throne room, Axel's eyes widened as the throne got connected with him. An unprecedented feeling of power and control enveloped him, as he felt connected with the whole Atlantis. It was similar to the feeling when he had first entered Atlantis. The feeling of being more powerful after entering the kingdom. Only this time, it was magnified multiple folds. Energy surged through him as his deep mental fatigue began to clear up and his body started to recover. What in the? Axel was surprised, not having expected this apple to fall in his lap. Now he understood why the system insisted he take the throne. New information entered his mind, explaining everything about the functions of the royal throne. And the more he learned, the more surprised he began. The royal throne is a different type of relic. It doesn't grant the user its own powers, but the power of whole Atlantis. So, it's actually a host that wields the relic called the Kingdom of Atlantis, making it a relic on a completely different league compared to other relics. And it doesn't let the king wield all of its powers. Unlike the trident, the royal throne has been made with even stricter set of fail-safes, making near impossible for a ruler to wield its full power unless they're fully worthy. That's why there have been bloody wars in the kingdom in the past even though the king could have easily solved them with one swipe of the throne's power. It's simply because those kings were not worthy. And due to this exact mechanism, the Kraken couldn't obtain its full powers despite trying to corrupt it for years. So, turns out, what the previous king had managed to use in the previous now was the lowest level access. What Axel was currently worthy of wielding, despite having just sat on the throne, was far more than what the previous king ever had. Guess that's just the royal throne's way of thanking him for freeing it. First things first. Not wasting any time, Axel immediately got to work. The first thing Axel did, as the king of Atlantis, was to shut down the portal and re-establish all the protection wards, including the teleportation restriction. This should buy me some time. With this, the first overseer shouldn't be able to come into the kingdom. Axel needed as much time to recover as possible before another fight. With the trouble he had against second and third, he could only imagine what would happen against the first. Now, let's check this out, Axel muttered, deciding to test out the royal throne's functions while he was recovering. It seems that every part of Atlantis is under surveillance. To test that out, he gave out a mental command. Bring up the battlefield. Since the throne did have a conscience of its own, it seemed to know which battlefield Axel was talking about as the footage of the battlefield appeared on the screen, showing the kingdom's forces currently cheering while clearing up the remaining Kraken forces. Let's speed up the process. Options popped up in Axel's mind and he selected one. And in response, above the giant wall that defended Atlantis, large panels opened up, through which high-ranged giant energy turrets popped up, aiming at the battlefield. These needed a higher clearance level than what the Kraken had managed to hack, and thus hadn't been used yet. Many kingdoms' warriors, who were still celebrating the arrival of the new king, saw the turrets and got PTSD, recalling the time when their own weapons had fired on them at the start of this battle. But, that didn't happen this time. Energy began charging up the turrets before they blazed to life, firing away at hyperspeed precision shooting which pulverized the enemy lines. A chorus of elated cries erupted from the kingdom's ranks, feeling great to be on the side that dishing out this time. Now, that's what I'm talking about. But Axel didn't stop there. Nope, he was having too much fun to stop with just that. The giant foot that was held up with the crystallized water avatar was raised up again. And this time, its movements were much faster and smoother compared to when the king was controlling it, its fast movements creating giant air vacuums. Then, the foot was dropped right in the middle of the Kraken army's now messy formation, crushing down many like ant. Then, a giant bent low and raked its humongous hand through the Kraken formation, completely decimating everything in its path, which mostly included giant monsters that had been giving the army a tough time. And then, it did it again, and again, as if to thoroughly crush the Kraken army. The kingdom's army could only stare in shock as their formidable enemies were mangled down in a matter of seconds, any form of resistance being useless. Chills ran down their spines as they realized just how lucky they were to have survived that and how strong those on their side were who managed to stop it in time. After making a piece of work of the Kraken army, the giant rose back. Raising the same hand, it put 3 bloody fingers over its chest, the standard kingdom salute. Axel only did it to let the Atlanteans know the giant was still on their side, but he didn't know how moved the kingdom's forces were when they saw the gesture, tears breaking out the eyes of most. Today, they had lost too many of their comrades to these squids, having to fight an uphill battle right from the start. Their own king betrayed them and they even had to defend against their own kingdom's defenses. How low was their morale, how sad were they? But, the sight of the giant statue utterly pulverizing the Kraken forces and then saluting with a trident sign, it just made them feel many emotions. It was as if it was paying tribute to those who died and those who have fought. How long had it been since they had going on without a king? Most of them had only heard stories and seen past videos, where kings had single-handedly won wars, hearing from the old people how great it is to have a king. But only did they finally understood the true meaning of having a one. This is a true king. If this person can rule Atlantis, then their efforts have not been in vain. Right now, everyone in Atlantis was rejoicing as even Axel was pretty happy, feeling how quickly he was receiving and discovering new features of the every second. But, their joy couldn't last long. Because at this moment, the wards of the kingdom started to become visible, causing a disturbance in space throughout the battlefield. Axel was also confused as red lights began blaring in the throne system. What's happening? It's the first overseer. He's trying to break the wards and force his entry. What? But that's not possible, right? Now that he was sitting on the royal throne and had been hit with a whole lot of information about the kingdom, Axel knew just how powerful those wards were. They were set up by the best of the Etherians thousands of years ago and have still worked fine till today, despite there having been multiple civil wars. Even if someone can borrow the entity's powers, there's no way they can break through the wards that easily. That should usually be the case. But the first overseer has attempted to combine his soul with the entity, practically becoming a host. Although the process was not completed, the power he's able to wield has drastically increased. The entity's host. Axel's jaw dropped. Fuck me, reverse cowgirl. Suddenly, the third's confidence made a lot more sense. Take me to number 1 and I'll post another chapter. Chapter 250, Chapter 246, Axel versus the First Overseer. Chapter 246. Hosting the entity. That's the wildest shit ever. The entity is something that even the Etherians, who actually built those relics and this powerful city couldn't kill, having to seal it on Earth, where magic is scarce. The only reason it has been sealed for all these years is because it hasn't been allowed to use its actual powers. And now, it has actually found a host. Motherfuck, why is this becoming a trend? Axel exclaimed in frustration. Voldemort had also used Lockhart as a host. And Axel had experienced firsthand just how bad that was, to make someone as useless as Lockhart into a deathly warrior. And now, the first has done the same. Only, he was already at a level where he had realistic chances of defeating Axel even without the entity's powers, and the entity itself was definitely above Voldemort's level. Considering that the entity can even use a fraction of its actually powers through the first, it would mean that Axel is fucked. Axel stopped cursing and put his still recovering mind to use, thinking up hundreds of countersteps a second. So here's the situation, he is about to face an astronomically powerful opponent now, much worse than Aslet, King, and all the other overseers. And that is saying something. In response, he is still not in the best of condition, but he has indeed recovered a bit and has also gained control over the royal throne. The first is about to arrive any second, meaning he has to rush over immediately. Straining his mind, he quickly accessed all the information he had gotten through the throne, deciding on his next step of actions. That's it. Having thought things through, Axel clicked his fingers. The space in front of him flickered and a cabinet full of syringes, potion vials appeared. On a side note, he could now control the space inside Atlantis, another one of the perks of being a king. Axel picked up 5 of a particular kind of syringe, and stabbed them into his brain, emptying them in one go. While staggering, he picked up multiple different kinds of syringes and stabbed them into his body. Then, he gathered different types of potions, opened them, and poured them all in his mouth simultaneously. Suddenly, Axel's whole body began shaking, veins popping all over. But Axel grinned, feeling his mind and body now working not only at full potential, but even reaching beyond it. The problem of fatigue and physical and magical drain is not only a problem for Axel. So, Atlantis, with its advanced magi-tech knowledge, has developed quite a few solutions over the past. The ones he just consumed give instantaneous but temporary effects in different fields, particularly useful for wartime. Of course, no one would be crazy enough to take on as much dosage as their whole body would become dysfunctional due to pain and side effects, but Axel could bear it, having already experienced worse, and he could sort out any complications with the control he had obtained through poison immunity. While his body tried to adapt, Axel took out a bloody eyeball from his pocket. It was the mind's eye, the relic he had extracted from Sidious. He tried bonding with it, but as expected, it didn't work out. Pity. If only he could have had the relic under his control, it would have been amazing. But as expected, his luck just wouldn't allow it. But there were other things Axel could do. A series of weapons, armaments, and equipment appeared all around the room. Some of them were relics while some were sub-relics. Aslet's explosion had destroyed everything Axel owned, including his storage ring and all the weapons he had stored. So he was fighting only with ordinary conjured clothes and the royal relic. But now, with the whole royal armory at his disposal, Axel can finally restock. The first thing he picked was a blue armor that was made for the kings. With the king's importance, of course they'd have a special defensive armor. This armor could be turned into water along with his water body, and it's made from the best metal, with best defensive enchantments providing physical, magical, and soul protection. The only reason it's not a relic is because relics just don't bond with everybody. So, it would be troublesome if it didn't acknowledge the king. That's why this armor is made to be a sub-relic of the highest category with only the purpose to defend the king. The real king, with actual access to the royal throne. That's why Atasis wasn't able to wear it in the previous fight. He would have survived the soul extinction too, but this armor is something kings wear on daily basis. The next thing he put on was a crown that boosts mental power and mental defenses. This is like Nerio's glasses, only, much, much better. After donning the armor, Axel picked up a storage space and stuffed anything else he found important inside. Now ready for war, Axel teleported right over to the battlefield, just as a huge explosion occurred, sending out space waves everywhere. Axel raised his hands, and the space contracted, keeping the space waves from reaching the army. When the ripples faded away, a figure had appeared in the air, having forced his entry despite the wards clearly blocking it. Or rather, instead of calling it a person, it would be more appropriate to call it a thing. Emitting a blinding light and covered in countless tentacles of magic which were moving about, the thing that appeared looked absolutely gross. The light of the tentacles dimmed and the front portion was absorbed back to reveal a human figure. Long white hair and white beard cascaded most of his face. But two amber eyes were clearly visible, gleaming through the hair. Those eyes locked onto Axel immediately, completely disregarding everyone else on the battlefield. A hint of surprise flickered in them as he examined Axel. You really are astonishing, child. You've not inherited your father's talent, but far surpassed it. The voice was definitely that of an old man, but it sounded as if 2 or 3 people were speaking at the same time, giving off an eerie vibe. Too bad, you've also inherited his stubbornness. Axel rolled his eyes. So, another person who hates my dad, huh? No surprises there. But the first actually shook his head. He was my son. Despite his rebellious actions, I never really hated him. Just like I don't hate you. Son. Axel froze for a moment. But when he saw the familiar eyes and the familiar soul energy radiating off the man, he knew it was true. So, you are another family member? He asked in exasperation. Great, the first overseer was his father's father. Why was he not surprised? Seriously, with the troubles he has had to go through because of his family, he really was better off without one. The first nodded. Of course I am. And I was immensely delighted when I learnt about your existence. You would have been a perfect host for the entity and you could have ruled all 3 worlds. And yet, you just had to throw it all away, just like your father. Axel raised his eyebrows. Wait, let me process that. So your idea of inviting your grandkid to your place is by kidnapping him through any and all means possible. Not a word of explanation. Yeah, you know, I'm not surprised your son ran away from you. For a moment, the first's eyes glowed, and Axel felt chills down to his soul. But then, the old man just shook his head. You are not really wrong. Axel reinforced his defenses, involuntarily taking some more distance. Seriously, he has to stop trolling extremely powerful entities every chance he gets. Previously, it used to be a part of a strategy, but now, it is mostly because it's too damn fun. I admit we have gotten off on the wrong foot, said the first. But, it's not too late. The people you killed were just pawns anyway, replaceable. All of them combined aren't worth a single you. Join me, and we will rule all 3 worlds. With your potential and the entity's power, within just a few decades, the Etherians and Netherians will have no chance against us. Axel sighed. Look, if you seriously think that I would even entertain the idea of becoming a tentacled freak like you, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I'm not into that perverted shit. Axel had had enough time to make the preparations. Boom. Without a warning, the first overseer was crushed in between 2 humongous hands that came out of nowhere. How's that for an answer, huh? Axel never runs out of ways of using his stealth. Just now, using the control he had over the environment and space of Atlantis, he managed to clap the heck out of the first with the hands of the giant statue. Of course he wasn't just going to wait for the first to attack him first. Axel didn't stop at that, as he covered the statue's hands with water, further compressed them, then changed the water molecules to crystallize them to the point of unbreakability. Now. Stay like that, muttered Axel, brushing off his hands. The kingdom's forces hollered out loud their approval at the first being thoroughly crushed by their king. Even they hadn't noticed the hands moving until they had already closed up. But, it didn't seem to work very well. Immediately, cracks began spreading throughout the statue and the water crystal, making Axel widen his eyes. And then, a blast of pure energy occurred, blowing apart the huge hands like they were nothing. Axel didn't stop to wonder how that was possible. Using more water, surrounded the first once again. Son, I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation here, said the first, now fully covered in tentacles once again. A wide beam of destructive magic was released that blew away the water hit the giant statue. And the millennia-old statue, whose size would even dwarf the tallest skyscrapers of Atlantis, was blown right through, its huge pieces falling on the army below. Even as Axel used the throne's control to rapidly shift away the army, his eyes were blank with shock, which was only increasing every second the more he comprehended the sheer power difference they had. That statue, it was so big that Axel's water avatar couldn't even reach its knees. Just stopping it had been so difficult for him. So, it can be imagined just how much force that palm collision had contained. It was so powerful that Axel literally had to control the space, so that the army wouldn't get blown away by the shockwave. And just now, First managed to simply tear it apart without even trying. And let's not even mention the solid covering he had made through his water crystals. Damn it, isn't this way too broken? For the first time in his life, Axel felt that the situation might be too out of control. Even when facing Aslet and Zeta, he still never thought he'd actually lose. But right now, it was almost hopeless. Even still, he has to fight. What's the alternative? To give in and become the entity's slave? That's not possible. Axel wouldn't for a moment think that the entity would give a damn about him or anyone other than itself for that matter. There's a detailed history about its deeds in the kingdom's archives. And that's enough to know that for the entity, everyone and everything other than itself is just something to use and destroy. Giving in right now would result in him getting his soul bound by the entity, which will only delay his death. Using him to massacre the whole kingdom would be a plus point. Maybe it might throw in the outer world too, to sweeten the deal. Yeah, death right now seems much better. Having made up his mind, Axel went into action. The space between him and the kingdom's forces was expanded, causing the land to shake. And now, with everyone far, far away from the place of the fight, a barrier appeared in front of them, so as to protect them from what was going to happen at the battlefield from now on. At the same time, a huge volume of water began to be summoned from the trident, filling up the whole surroundings. But the first still remained unimpressed. You'd need a lot more than that to put up a fight, he said leisurely. I know. The space opened up and massive amounts of water burst out. And if that wasn't enough, the dome-covered Atlantis also disappeared from the area above them, causing the water to gush in with huge force due to the pressure. With the doping he had done before this fight, Axel had near inexhaustible mental power for the next few hours. So now, he no longer has to hold back anymore. The more the water, the more the power. Surrounded with so much water, a blue aura began to revolve around Axel, growing larger and larger. Now, let's try this again. Keep giving POWERSTONES. Chapter 251, Chapter 247, The Most Powerful Overseer. Chapter 247. The whole area had turned into a miniature sea and water magic was coalescing around Axel from all around. With Axel's power levels skyrocketing, the first was no longer so relaxed. Seeing that thing would get troublesome if Axel was allowed to continue, he was forced to take action. I've tried to convince you. Seemingly having had enough, he raised his hand again. But, if it violence you choose, then it is violence you shall have. Dazzling white light engulfed the area as the same destructive magic was unleashed at Axel. But this time, Axel was ready to match it. The water responded to his call, transforming at his command in order to block the powerful incoming force. A shield manifested in front of Axel, made out of compressed water, and its properties altered to point of making it more durable than metal and extremely absorbent. The attack that had destroyed the statue hit the shield, causing a huge explosion. The first few layers were directly destroyed, but the rest held. Damn. Axel was blown away, the rest of his shield disappearing very fast. The more the water, the more powerful his bloodline. Magic from all the water bodies flowed towards Axel and the shield's properties changed, turning more durable, until the first energy beam finally dissipated. You've got to be kidding me. But even though Axel has survived, the shock he received was something difficult to recover from. That magic, there was something weird about it. It took far, far more power to stop that than he had expected. Even being in close proximity of it gave Axel a bad feeling. So, you were able to defend that? Asked the first, letting out a sigh. It just makes me proud and frustrated at the same time. You should have just agreed to join me. Well, let me ask you, why would you choose the entity? Axel decided to ask. Why are you on the entity side in the first place? Don't tell me you don't know that it will only lead you to destruction. And don't tell me you can't resist it. Axel was genuinely curious about this. He knew that the first was definitely completely lucid, just like Skyus. He could clearly see the difference between these two and the other Kraken overseers, who were clearly brainwashed. And the reason behind it is, both can resist the entity, one with his mental power and one with his soul power. Sidious was doing it just because he wanted to show off to the kingdom that had rejected him. But, Axel couldn't understand the first's motivation. But the first shook his head. Well, there are 2 reasons. But to know them, you'd have to survive first, he said, refusing to elaborate. Soul Sword. A sword made out of a translucent substance appeared in his hand, which was radiating the same dangerous energy that destroyed the statue. The blade looked ethereal, as if anything would simply pass through it. The old man slowly started to float towards Axel, but in the second he was already in front of him, swinging his sword. Having the trident blades wrapped around his arms in order to use them as short swords, Axel parried the attack with one blade, ready to follow up with the next one. But, as soon as the blade touched the trident, Axel noticed 2 things. First, despite his old age, the old man was still fit as a fiddle, as evidenced by the sheer amount of power behind that swing. Aslet and Atasis were only strong because of the skill, water body, which basically gives them as much strength as the amount of water they can handle. But the first didn't have that skill. And yet, the power behind that blow actually made Axel turn on the water body, on instinct, feeling the ominous energy. And while he was blown away by the force, the second thing was the loud exclamation of the trident. It hurts. The trident's blade which had made contact with the ethereal weapon was twitching in protest. What the hell? Axel was baffled. The royal trident is a century-old relic, with literally no scratch on it so far. How the heck was the first able to damage it? He has gotten a lot more annoying than before. Exclaimed the royal trident. It should not be possible. Surprised. Asked the first, swing his sword, causing ripples in space. This is one of the reasons I am on the other side. Because I pursue destruction. Of course, you wouldn't know what that means. Actually, Axel understood what he meant. For soul is not trained like the body or mind. To pursue soul magic, there is a path or a concept that you have to pursue. And that concept defines who you are. Fuck, so the destructive power that's enough to even hurt the royal trident. Axel got it now. The reason the first achieved this level of damage dealing is because he is pursuing destruction as his sole concept. Destroying the 3 worlds will only make him stronger. It was also now that Axel confirmed that the person he was fighting was a certified psychopath, certified destructophile. Bang 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 bang. Not giving Axel the time to adjust, the first charged at Axel again, slashing his sword again and again. Each time Axel parried, the blades of the trident would vibrate in protest. Not wanting to get his newly obtained relic destroyed, Axel upped his mental concentration. A layer of water formed on the trident's blade, trying to protect it. The water was getting disintegrated instantly, but more would replace them, absorbing the damage from the soul sword. The first sword-wielding skills were phenomenal. But, having honed himself against the likes of Aslet and now having the water body and 3 blades of trident combined with the close-quarters combat skills that he already had, Axel was able to create a stalemate despite the disadvantage he had due to the first's soul blade. Don't think it'll be that easy. But the first wasn't going to let this continue. Suddenly, the soul sword passed right through Axel's blade, taking him by surprise. Axel dodged on instinct, but he was still nicked by a fraction of the blade. And that wasn't enough to cut through his armor, missing his water body by hair's breadth. He felt the energy up close on his skin and saw simply disintegrating anything touched. Alarm bells rang inside Axel's head as he realized what would have happened if he was a little late. That would have been bad. Because despite the armor's remarkable defense, the soul blade managed to pierce through. The first continued pressed on, trying to capitalize on his gain. But Axel was even more careful now, keeping a fair distance from the soul blade, by increasing the length of his blades. After reading the first moves, Axel finally had the room to counter. The water molecules compressed together and started to resonate, creating a miniature version of the giant blade that had drained Axel's mental energy the last time. Only this time, it was easier as it was on a much smaller scale. The trident's blades were a strong base, saving him the trouble of making one on own, and his water affinity had increased further after that fight. Strange magic waves started to radiate from the 3 blades of the trident, causing Aslet to frown. Now, it wasn't the trident that was getting the blade, but the soul blade instead. The first narrowed his eyes at his blades, separating for a brief moment. Have you actually bonded to the mind's eye? Water is not supposed to be any match against his soul energy that has been developed over decades and is lethal enough to give damage to the royal relic itself. The only reason Axel can do this is by manipulating water at a molecular level, an extremely taxing ability, and that too, to the highest level. And he's doing it to 3 blades at once, while controlling the movements of those blades, and fight against him with perfect skills. How is that possible to do without the mind's eye? That's what made him suspect that Axel was using the mind's eye. But to that, Axel just scoffed. Trust me, if I ever managed to bond to that relic, it'd be a lot more apparent. Axel's mental power was already at a level that was difficult to wrap one's head around. If he ever managed to bond with the mind's eye, it would be a complete disaster for his enemies. But then, the first tilted his head, seemingly listening to something. Oh, it says you can do a lot more than that. Now it makes a bit more sense why Sidious is dead. Looks like I can't take it easy anymore. The first's body lit up with the same energy as his blade. And then, boom. Axel was already keeping his distance now, but despite everything, he still couldn't completely defend himself against this one. The power was too much. He did manage to stick his trident in the way in the last instant, but he was blown away by the resultant blade, the soul blade managing to slice through a small portion of his body. He had water body on, so technically, it shouldn't have hurt. But this energy had this destructiveness to it that targeted the very essence of his being, giving him unimaginable pain. Axel doubled down in pure agony, cursing out loud. But he was also someone who had survived soul extinction and awakened freakish tenacity. Amber magic revolved around him, fighting back the little bit of first soul energy that had managed to go through his defenses. Axel slowly straightened, looking back at the first with gritted teeth. That one was clearly out of syllabus. Axel didn't know that the first would be crazy enough to be able to use that destructive energy to power his own body. It raised his physical combat to a that Axel couldn't quite match through any means right now. But while Axel was complaining about the first's overpowered attack, the first was even more frustrated Axel how nonchalantly Axel was able to shrug off his soul energy that should have been enough to kill anyone else. The first stretched out his body, moving his joints. You're lucky. If only I was not so old, I'd have killed you with a follow-up. He could have done more. Axel thanked the lucky stars that the first was old. A beam of similar energy was shot at Axel, this time being much more concentrated. But Axel was already anticipating this, considering that this was enough to break through his defenses. The space was still being extended, filling up with water. And now, Axel was no longer passive. A huge crystal barrel formed in front of his shield, and a water jet similar to the one he had used against Zeta was shot out, precisely meeting the first beam halfway. This time, the resultant force of the collision was so destructive that the space itself cracked, and the shockwave created a huge crater in a 1-kilometer radius around them. What the? Axel's superpressured supercompressed water jet was still not strong enough as it started to get pushed back by the first's energy beam. A destructive force started to travel against the stream, dismantling the flow of the water and reaching closer to Axel. Can't believe I'm doing this, muttered Axel, the veins of his forehead burst out. As a result 3 more water hyperjets formed, targeting the first from different directions. But his hard work brought results. The first was caught off guard, suddenly having to block 3 of the same jets at once. The space was locked by Axel as well, making it impossible for him to escape in time. But just when it seemed the first was out of options, a layer of translucent plasma emerged from his body, covering him. When the water jet hit the layer, they seemed to vanish into, unable to go past. Ripples spread through the layer as the water jet began to continue to bombard the third while he was locked down in the place through space control. Just as the barrier seemed like it could no longer hold on, the first shook his head before the tentacles on his body lit up brightly. Instantly, a massive amount of energy was released in 3 different directions, blowing away Axel's water arc cannons. The first now stood with the tentacles and the marking emitting blinding light. You actually forced me to use the entity's powers. Excuse me. Use the entity's power? Now. Then, what about until now? Color drained from Axel's face as the realization hit him. So, the insane power he has been fighting against so far with all his strength was all just the first's personal power. He hasn't even used the entity's power yet. A.N. Power Stones. Come read 23 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 252, Chapter 248, True Power of the Entity. Currently, the whole Atlantis was on the edge, witnessing a fight of legendary proportions. The Atlantean forces were locked behind the barrier, unable to interfere. But, the more they watched the fight, the more they realized they had no place in it. As they saw just how powerful their new king was, they started to cheer for him, many of them broadcasting the fight to the whole kingdom. And that is how the whole kingdom began to watch the fight that was going to decide their fate. When Axel actually started to win, his water cannons breaking through the first's defense, they began to cheer. But then, they realized that the first hadn't used entity's power yet, blowing their minds. The battlefield was already at a level where both sides seemed to be gods deciding the fate of the mortals. And yet, it was just a fraction of the real power. Back on the battlefield, Axel also couldn't wrap his head around it. If the first had really used his own powers so far, then he's someone really powerful. The guy destroyed the colossal statue with just one attack. How much magic was that supposed to take? But the first did it, and not by borrowing most of the power from water like he did, but with his own magic. And then he bloody well almost killed Axel while Axel was on full-powered mode. Axel was currently using the royal bloodline to its full potential, along with the royal trident and his mental powers. And the first was able to give him so much trouble despite all that without even having to use the entity's powers. Isn't this a bit too absurd? Axel had anticipated there to be a certain power difference between the first and the other overseers, but he didn't expect it to be so fucking gigantic. The entity gives a huge boost to the overseers. That's why they were at a level where they couldn't stand a chance against a system user like Axel. And the increment the first should get is expected to be significantly higher than anyone else, considering that he had fused with the entity. The first looked at Axel as if he knew what was going on Axel's mind. You can't understand how I'm so powerful, can you? The soul is the origin of magic. And after years of hard work, I've managed to strengthen my soul to the point that it can handle any amount of magic. That's why I can do magic others can't even hope to match through relics, he explained proudly. This is the actual power of our bloodline. With this kind of potential, the Arhunts were never meant to serve Atlantis. At one point, we were strong enough to even threaten the Etherian royal family. In fact, we were the ones who created the entity in the first place, he said, causing Axel to widen his eyes. Wait, what did you say? Axel completely lost the old man there. He knew very little about the Arhunts, as it was a secret of Septies with a low number of members. Beyond that, he didn't know much about the Septies' past in the kingdom, let alone the ether world. As for the entity, he never thought about how it came into existence. He just knew that its origin was ether world and no one in that world could kill it, having to resort to sealing it here, where there is low magic. Wait, you don't know anything yet, do you? The first broke his combat stance. Then this fight is meaningless. You've been putting your line for one side without even knowing the complete truth. You should know all the facts before you make your decision. Maybe you'd change your mind, said the first. Like hell I will, thought Axel, but he didn't stop the first. He needed some time to catch his breath anyway after the intense clash he just had. Back before this kingdom was even established, the Arhunts used to rule the dominion of souls, a subject so deep that you'd never reach its depths. We were considered to be one of the strongest forces of Atlantis. But then, why create the entity? Axel still couldn't understand it. No matter how you put it, it just seems like the most suicidal and idiotic thing to do. It was created out of necessity. Aside from further exploring the mysteries of soul, we didn't have any interest in the outer affairs like ruling the world. But the royal family feared us, demanding that we stop our research. We fought back, of course, but the existence of the world tree made it all useless. How unfair it is that a supreme entity like that favors only one bloodline. This is what ultimately led us to join hands with various other magic experts to create an entity like the world tree of our own. It's like how the Muggles like to create, what do they call it? Yes, the nuclear bombs of their own in the mundane world. And it went tits up, didn't it? Asked Axel, unsurprised. It did indeed. And due to that, most of the Arhunt bloodline was wiped out. The remaining had most of their bloodline potential sealed and sent to Atlantis to guard the entity as penance, finished the first, letting out a breath of frustration. A bloodline with so much potential, suppressed to the point of that it was difficult to even awaken it, let alone strengthen it. And the stupid ancestors, who simply accepted this fate without resistance, thinking it to be penance for all the death and destruction the entity caused in ether, and continues to cause here. But not me. Why do we have to be apologetic for creating the most powerful being in the world? Why did we have to seal it here, completely useless while it has so much potential? Because it killed some meaningless lives. What do those petty lives matter in the long river of time? And so, I decided I was going to change things. With my friend Aslet, I recreated Kraken, used all the resources at my disposal and the entity's help to unlock my bloodline restriction. And here we are today. I didn't use a relic, nor the entity's power, and despite using all of the royal means at your disposal, you failed to defeat me. Clearly, the Arhunt bloodline is superior. So, what do you think about it? He asked, extending his hand. Join me, and awaken the Arhunt bloodline. His pierced gaze seemed to see right through Axel. I know you have a monstrous hunger for power. I can see it in your soul. It also hides deep pain. There's little in the name of moral boundaries. And the anger. There's so much anger. I can't understand why you'd want to protect this kingdom. You don't like rules. You don't like restrictions. And, you still want peace. Do you think you'll always have peace when there are beings out there who like to dictate who you should live? Or will it be when you have all three worlds under your control? Axel was silent for a moment. You know, you're not wrong, he admitted. I really don't give a fuck about the rules. I don't like restrictions. And I do want peace. But, whatever, gave you the impression that I'd ever team up with the entity to obtain it? You are standing with a rabid dog trying to convince me to break its chains, saying it doesn't bite. Do you think I'm an idiot or are you just a bad sales pitcher? All Axel had understood from this was the fact that his ancestors were the absolute idiots who created the entity. Let's create a superpowerful being that can contend against the world tree. What could go wrong? How moronic is that? It's not some great creation, it's just speedrunning to your own demise. As for joining the first, there was no chance. The man's a psycho. In soul magic, the path one chooses is the path one is most interested in, the path that best represents the person. And the first has chosen destruction. So, of course freeing the entity and destroying all three worlds would only be orgasm-inducing to him. But for Axel, who ultimately wants peace and quiet, how is he supposed to get it with this psycho and the entity roaming free? Besides, there was clearly something fishy about his proposal. Axel likes to think he can read people's emotions. But this old man, he's too calm, almost emotionless. He didn't care at all that almost all of Kraken was destroyed. He didn't care at all that he was meeting his grandson for the first time, and that Axel had had a hard time growing up. He doesn't seem to care about anything other than himself. Then the question comes, why would he put so much effort into getting Axel to join? Especially since Axel would be far stronger than him if he actually awakened the Arhant bloodline. He should instead be putting more effort into killing him. So be it, muttered the first, sighing. You have your father's penchant for never agreeing with anything I say just for the sake of disagreeing. Suddenly, a familiar pressure descended upon the whole battlefield, even reaching to all the residents of the city. It was the same oppressive feeling one gets as they go deeper into the trench, closer to the entity's seal. Only now that the entity could actually exert its powers, it was much, much worse. The tentacles lit up, radiating blinding energy. The first glanced at Axel. Then behold. The real power of the entity. Boom. Axel's world tilted, his shock failing to capture the magnitude of the situation. Imagine being hit by a bike, and you somehow survived with much difficulty. Now imagine being hit by a bullet train. That was the difference between the first without the entity's powers, and with the entity's power. The previous offense was already too strong for Axel. But now. It was simply off the charts. Axel saw the energy blast coming. He even put up a shield to guard himself from it. But, he was flung away like a rag-like doll, shields completely broken. Axel teleported away, but was hit again, the destructive energy breaking through his water protection repeatedly. He was buried into the ground, his whole being trying to fight against the first's concept of destruction. Axel. Antilla, Akiko, Martina, Ender and the rest of the powerhouses tried to rush to help Axel, but there was a barrier between them, which Axel himself had created. And also, the current fight was multiple levels higher than Axel's fight against Aslet. What could they do even if they did cross the barrier? They might just die from a straight attack of the two. So, they could do nothing but watch as Axel fought a hopeless battle. The tentacles stopped emitting power and the first lowered his hand, stopping his attack on Axel. Still not enough. The first said, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. If only you hadn't forced me to stop the synchronization midway, I would have actually stood a chance against the powerhouses of the other worlds. This is not enough. If Axel had ever thought he was strong enough, that delusion had been completely broken now. This level of power is beyond anything anyone in this world can achieve. It can easily destroy cities like nothing, with no one able to resist it. Axel can't tell how long it would take for him to reach this level. And yet, apparently, even this is not enough to face the monsters of the other worlds. It really puts into perspective the changes the presence of magic in the world can bring to its natives. I tried to warn you. With the world we are in, it is realistically impossible to match my power without external help. Your soul simply cannot generate enough magic. Axel really was badly injured. The destructive soul energy had hit him full on, and his water body had dropped due to the damage he suffered to his very existence, not only his physical body. Skill steal. Concept of destruction, 2%-4%. But, Axel hadn't lost yet. From the beginning, he had been using skill steal on first. It was progressing very slowly, but now he could understand it somewhat after being repeatedly hit by it. Freakish tenacity. With the brief respite he was given, Axel first handled the pain he was in. I told you not to fight him. His wand glowed as Zeta tried her best to heal him with the limited power she had. The first began to slowly descend towards his mangled body, which laid on the ground, completely unresponsive. Now, I will give you one last chance. Surrender yourself willingly, and your talents will be used to their fullest. The first arrived right in front of Axel as he extended his hand. The tentacles slowly reached out, about to touch Axel. No way. So disgusted he was that Axel willed his mind to clear up once again, even when his whole being was being eroded with destructive energy. I've had enough. Deciding not to fight, Axel disappeared from the place. He usually doesn't quit under any circumstance. Not even when he was fighting against people like Aslet or Sidious. But right now, he really thought of quitting the fight. System, how am I supposed to fight something like that? He demanded. There's a way, replied the system, as information entered his mind. Are you seriously going to run away? But apparently, the first was not going to let him off that easily. Well, you can run. But, they can't. He said, pointing his hand straight at the place where Martina and Akiko were standing. Having no choice, Axel stopped himself from running, recalling that he really didn't have a choice. Sneaking up to the first, Axel extended the trident's blade and swung it without causing any disturbance. But the tentacles seemed to have motion and mana sensors of their own, as at the last moment, they moved sharply, catching the blade of the trident that were just about to lop off the first's head. You can't get away now. What Axel didn't know was that the first was just as much surprised at Axel's stealth, which seemed to have become even more powerful than he had imagined. Fuck. With his assassination failed, Axel tried to escape, but the tentacles wouldn't let the trident's blade go, quickly climbing up to reach Axel. Damn it. Axel's best option was to trade the trident for his life. But knowing that he'd be cooked without the trident, Axel summoned hundreds of weapons from the inventory, firing them all at the first. A huge explosion occurred, shaking up the place. Useless. But the tentacles blocked everything as they continued to climb up to reach Axel. While extending the blade and backing away, Axel ran his mind to think of solutions. Then, take this. Cornered, injured, and running out of options, Axel did something unexpected. Suddenly, the space opened up. And a large amount of liquid-containing solid substances fell on the first, containing an incredibly disgusting odor. Special skill, sewage bombardment. That's right. Axel just teleported the smelliest waste from all over the city and dumped it right on the first. So surprised and caught off guard was the old man that he let go of the blade, focusing more on annihilating the cursed water from that had started to fall right above him. Axel appeared far, with a hand on his nose, looking at the area of destruction. Too powerful, he muttered while coughing. He probably shouldn't have locked that space right after teleporting. That was too evil. But, it was far from over. And he can't go on like this. There is only one way he would be able to match that level of strength. And it's difficult. But, it's my only shot. There cannot be any mistakes. And it has to end as soon as possible. Give POWERSTONES and take me top 3 and I'll post another chapter. Chapter 253, Chapter 249, tearing through another grandmotherfucker. Is he actually comprehending the concept of destruction mid-battle? This was the thought flowing through the first's mind while he tightly held onto the trident's blades, having finally caught him. There should be no other way he could have survived his full-powered blast's head-on while was using the entity's powers. But, even if he did survive, he is currently severely injured, and weakened, as evidenced by his lackluster offense. This is exactly why it was important to deal with him right now. It's over, he thought, as the tentacle sensed Axel's location while climbing up the trident. Now, all he needed was just one another beam. But, just before the tentacles reached Axel, a horrific stench filled the first's nose, as the space just a millimeter above his head opened up, releasing extremely toxic substances. So surprised and off guard he was the old man that he let go of the blade, focusing more on annihilating the cursed filth that had started to fall right above him, even letting go of Axel in the heat of the moment. As soon as he got free, the first thing Axel did was to completely disappear once again while noting down northwest more close-quarters attacks. That was incredibly infuriating. Even though the first had protected himself from the filth, the smell still managed to get to him. And so, for the first time, Axel saw anger on the face of the first. I'm going to end this quickly now. The first was now genuinely irritated. It was crazy enough that Axel could still remain conscious after getting hit by his concept of destruction. Imagine the most destructive spell in the world. His soul energy is supposed to be 10 times more destructive. Just a nick is enough to finish anyone. But Axel managed to survive. The first looked around the tentacles spreading through the air, searching for Axel. Well, you survived one of the most destructive offensive magic on your own. I commend you for that. But... He paused. They can't, he said, pointing his hand at the Atlantean forces. The first changed his approach. From what he can see, Axel should have run away by now. This is a lost battle and Axel is not an idiot. He realized, the only reason he didn't, could be due to the people present here. Without a warning, he flung out an extremely destructive soul energy beam straight at the barrier. Shit. A large number of barriers appeared in its paths, all of which were broken through one after another. But in that time, Axel appeared in front of the beam with a huge amount of water. Arcane barrier. Magic was extracted from the water, and in front of Axel a barrier appeared, using the extracted magic. The first's eyebrows went up, looking at the unique magic barrier that had managed to put some resistance against his attack. The first sighed. So much talent, so much potential. And yet, you waste it for these insignificant bugs. Pathetic. Continuing to release the energy, the first shook his head, seemingly disappointed. Of course, this also spelled Axel's doom, as he was in no condition to handle another full-powered attack from him. He increased the power output further, pushing Axel further and further until he hit the barrier protecting the Atlantean forces. The whole kingdom turned silent. Everyone watched as Axel's shield started to disintegrate, and his body started to get crushed between the shield and the barrier. Stop it. Antilla wasn't going to let Axel continue this madness. All his life, he has been suffering. She really couldn't bear to see him suffer more. Axel. Leave us. Run away. She screamed desperately. It's true that she was too powerless to help. It's true that she couldn't fulfill her duty as his aunt. It's true that the kingdom was going to be destroyed because of her. But, she'll be damned if she let Axel go down with her. Axel deserved peace and happiness. He shouldn't go down with this kingdom that has done nothing for him. Now, there's only one thing she can do. Convince Axel to leave. His stealth skills have increased to the point that he can hide from the first detection. And he has space control, meaning he can definitely leave. Axel. You've done enough. Said Martina. Let's leave. It's not worth it. Added Akiko. Everyone in Atlantis heard the princess. Did they feel hurt? They did. But really, could they blame him for leaving them? What would they do if they were in Axel's place? Most wouldn't even bother doing 10% of what he had already done for the kingdom, let alone the fact that none of them even ever have 10% of Axel's capabilities. Shut it. At this moment, Axel's voice rang out throughout the battlefield, silencing everyone. My days of running are over. And also, who said I'm going to lose? Who said there's no hope? Who said anything is impossible for me? The shield broke down, but Axel still didn't give up, holding onto the beam with bare hands. This is my kingdom. And I'm not going anywhere. No one from all over the kingdom could move their eyes away from that figure, who was the last hope of this kingdom. Everyone knew how old Axel was. Everyone knew that he had grown up in the outer world, without access to the training and resources that the Atlantean children get from birth. And yet, here he was, putting his life on the line and shouldering the fate of the whole kingdom. From his first trial, to the biopark incident, to his fight against Aslet, and the battles he had against the traitor king and the third overseer. He has accomplished miracles that are impossible to even think about, let alone achieve. And yet, instead of getting the reward and rest he deserves, here he is, fighting the most difficult battle of his life. This just makes them feel an emotion rise from the very depths of their hearts. You can do it. At this moment, one of the soldiers yelled out stubbornly, tears and snot running down his face. Yes. I believe in you. Another one yelled. You are the strongest. You can't lose. We're all here for you. Suddenly, voices began to be heard from all around as people began to shout out encouraging words for Axel. We're ready to fight for you. Someone yelled. Yes. We're ready to bleed for you. We're ready to even die for you. We're ready to fight for you. We're ready to bleed for you. We're ready to die for you. We're ready to fight for you. We're ready to bleed for you. We're ready to die for you. The voices started from the battlefield. But soon it could be heard throughout the whole kingdom. It expressed the citizens' gratitude to Axel, their king, their eagerness to get a chance to fight for him, and their helplessness at not being strong enough to contribute. A bunch of ants. As if they could actually do anything here. Seeing it all, the first scoffed. Their hopes are about to be crushed right in front of them, he said with amusement, further pressing Axel. Axel's body started to disintegrate as the rate of his healing and the amount of protection was being overshadowed by the destructive energy. You can't last long. Surrender to me now. Yelled the first, as cracks appeared on the barrier behind him. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. The chanting only grew louder, now being accompanied by a dull rumbling as the soldier slammed the ground with each shout. On the other hand, while Axel remained pressed up against the barrier. No matter how much more the first pressed, the beam couldn't break past his hands. The old man frowned, sensing the abnormality. This was not how it was supposed to go. The Axel's hand should have broken down by now. The wind picked up and small lines of magic became visible, entering Axel's broken body, filling him with power. And that's how, a small barrier was forming in his from of his hands, preventing him from dying. What? The first's eye widened looking at the magic lines that were hoping in on Axel. Slowly his shield got re-erected in front of Axel. The muscles on his body bulged out through his broken armor as for the first time, he pushed back. How? How are you creating this phenomenon? Axel raised his head, power started to enter his body. How? Because I'm the motherfucking king of Atlantis. Ethereal runes appeared on the ground beneath them. And small energy lines became visible, extending out of the bodies of the Atlantean forces and being absorbed into the runes. The runes then transferred those energy lines to Axel, empowering him. Very soon, the runes appeared all over the city, causing it to light up. A huge amount of energy started to gather, with Axel as the focal point. Cheers arose throughout the city as they saw Axel creating a miracle yet again. And within their hearts, their belief in Axel was only solidified. The barrier behind him that was protecting city thickened as Axel slowly rose from his posture, now becoming stronger every second. Seeing the runes, the first finally got an inkling of what was going on. This can't be. The ultimate acknowledgement. I thought it was nothing more than a myth. Well, apparently, it's not, said Axel, now surrounded with so much energy that his body appeared to be a dark silhouette in the dazzling light. There's a legend in Atlantis. That the whole kingdom is actually a power cell for the king. That when in need, the king can actually access the power of Atlantis itself. But, it has been widely termed as just a myth. There have been highly powerful kings, popular kings, and well-respected kings in history who have tried their best. But, so far, none have been able to obtain this power, or maybe they did but never bothered to reveal it. That's why this information was termed nothing more than a myth by the people of Atlantis. But today, the myth was proven true by Axel, as he very clearly managed to get the power. How did you do it? Asked the first curiously. Axel looked back the millions of people cheering for him throughout the city. The secret is, faith. The primary emotion that Axel awakened in the depths of hearts of everyone in the kingdom was not just the fear and awe that comes from seeing a powerful king. It was also not just the adoration that the popular kings have. Nor was it just the respect that the wise and commanding rulers have. It was straight up, pure, unadulterated, blind worship. Axel's impression on Atlanteans was short, but highly impactful. When someone achieves things as unbelievable as Axel did, and when someone does for them as much as Axel did, people can no longer relate to that person. Instead, they are put on a higher pedestal. If he can do even that, then surely, he can do this as well. He has never let us down. He won't this time again. He is special. If anyone can do it, it's him. He can never lose. This is how they begin to think of them. So, when he was cornered and looked to be about an inch away from dying a dog's death, with, this time, really no way of turning things around, he made everyone remember who he was. He was Axel fucking Hunt. Despite being odds stacked up ocean deep against him. Not once has he failed. Not once has he lost. Not once has he cowered. Not once has he given up. And not once has he let them down. Why would this time be any different? So, after thinking they were going to die, and after almost accepting their fate, a new hope was ignited and a faith was established. That as long as that guy is standing in front of them, nothing can happen to them. And with that faith, came the complete fanatical willingness to help him from the depths of their hearts. And this was the condition. To make every Atlantean see you as their indisputable king and make them willing to do anything for you, thus activating the magic siphoning. To test out his power, Axel casually flicked his finger, destroying the ground beneath. You see, since borrowing external power is the trend now, I thought I'd join in. The first was silent for a moment. Seemingly lost in thought. Well. This complicates things, said the first, not much impressed. But, no matter how much power you can borrow, you cannot change the outcome. We'll see. Axel was currently feeling indescribable. An unprecedented feeling of complete power was surrounding him, making him feeling invincible. Boom. A shockwave was released, right after which an explosion happened. When the light cleared up, Axel stood right where the first used to be. The space in between his previous position and current position was glitching, unable to contain the load of his speed. The same happened to the space of the first trajectory, so fast he was launched into the ground. Hot damn! Muttered Axel, surprised by his own power. White lights emerged from the ground before it was blown up, as the first reappeared in the air. Tentacles unwrapped from around him, having once again protected him from damage. Assessing Axel's new power, he cracked his neck. Looks like I won't have to hold back anymore. Those tentacles are annoying. Muttered Axel, inserting a huge amount of magic in the trident to strengthen it. In the next second, both Axel and the first disappeared from their positions as collisions happened all over the place. Now that he was using the entity's powers, the first had become extremely dangerous. His soul energy had gotten significantly more destructive. And the numerous tentacles all over his body were extremely durable and highly conductive to the destructive energy, making them perfect for offense and defense. So, it was extremely lucky that Axel had managed power up. With the newfound energy, Axel could make his water body faster by releasing mana in powerful bursts, stronger by concentrating more explosive mana in his body, and more durable by coating it in layers of defenses. Now equally matched in power, within a few seconds, the two of them had exchanged thousands of blows, creating space rifts everywhere. And from those rifts, ocean water started to flood in massive quantity. But, Axel still couldn't break through the first's defense as those tentacles were extremely durable, making the first's defense impenetrable. Enough. Having gotten used to the newfound power, Axel proceeded to end things quickly. The power he was currently wielding, he was not cut out for it. It's like drinking 10 bottles of alcohol when you have the capacity of drinking 1. You can't handle it. You have to slowly build tolerance for it over the years. Similarly, there are no shortcuts to power. You have to slowly increase your capacity. Or, you give away your soul to a superpowerful entity in exchange for letting it bear the burden for you like the first did. So, in preparation of ending things once and for all, magic began gathering around Axel's hands. It was not only the city's magic, but also the magic from the massive water body that had formed in the place. The gathered magic began to coalesce around his fists, forming a dangerous aura. "What are you doing?" asked the first, increasing his offense through the tentacles. The first didn't know what Axel was doing, but he knew whatever it was not going to be good. Thus, he decided to stop playing around. Thousands of tentacles attacked Axel at the same time. "I'm creating a custom octopus meat grinder." But, Axel's hands blurred, and the tentacles were cut down, not one of them being able to pass through. The first was flabbergasted. It should have been impossible for Axel's mind to process the defense for each tentacle in such a short period of time. The only way he could have done it was to move his hands so fast that they were able to be at every point around his body at the same time. And not only that. They could now actually cut through the entity's tentacles, something that is supposed to be impossible. But the first realized the danger too late. Chop chop, you freak. Magic hands, overload. Light erupted from his hands, before they broke through space due to their sheer speed. And then burst. Blood burst out everywhere as his hand literally tore through every inch of the first's body, tentacles and all. The light was so intense that it made everyone temporarily blind. When the glare faded, they saw Axel breathing deeply, with blood mist all around him. Silence spread over the battlefield as everyone looked at the scene in shock. He did it. Power Stones. In case you want to read 23 plus chapters ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 254, Chapter 250, Soulbind. He did it. We're saved. The king never disappoints. Exclamations of disbelief and unexpected happiness began to be heard from all around the city. Everywhere in the sky, the Atlanteans began firing up magic in celebration, as Axel finally won the fight. Really? But, at this moment, a voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Energy gathered around before forming into the shape of a grotesque humanoid figure with tentacles. What in the Japanese hentai? Axel was half in denial, half questioning the reality. Usually, if your physical body is destroyed, you're done. Even in his case, he can dramatically increase his physical defense by activating water body, but if anything like that happened to his body, when the water body is not activated, he's dead. Then, how did this grandmother fucker manage to survive? Do you seriously have so little knowledge of souls? Asked the first as his body reformed around his soul avatar. Even those in the mundane world know that the secret to longevity is strengthening of the soul. And we practically have a bloodline for it. So, would it not be a complete insult to our bloodline when an awakened Arhant dies so easily? Asked the first, now looking the same as before. Axel cursed. After preparing thoroughly for the examination, in the last moment he discovered that he had only studies for half the portion. The first didn't let Axel the opportunity to gather himself. He launched himself at Axel once again. And this time, he was significantly stronger. Bomb. What? Thought Axel in shock as he actually got hit by one of the tentacles, being launched into the ground. Also, you might already know, but it is no longer just me that you are fighting, but also the entity that made the whole ether world landed on its knees. And one of its main abilities is constant evolution. It experiences, it learns, it evolves. You might be a better warrior than me. But the entity is constantly experiencing your techniques, learning from them, and evolving accordingly. Great. As if it was not bad enough. Axel had hoped that all the first had gotten after fusing with the entity was the huge amount of power that is higher than all overseers combined, along with bearing the burden for that power. But apparently, that was not the case. He's also going to get stronger the more he fights. The first clashed with Axel again, this time Axel having to use skills he hadn't used the last time in order to not get hit by those destructive tentacles. Getting an opportunity, he once again used the magic hands to rip through the tentacles, but shit. His hand failed to pierce through this time. Did I not tell you? The entity evolves constantly. You can no longer use the same trick on it. And did I not tell you? You still stink of the garbage I threw at you, said Axel as he took distance while putting his mind to work once again. Axel was now in some deep shit. He had limited time within which he could wield this power, and he had no way of killing the first. All he knows is that soul is also just a form of energy. It might have survived a physical attack. But, when attacked with enough energy, it should be destroyed. Then, let's get enough energy, thought Axel. During their fight, the space around them had expanded to the point that the only way the soldiers were able to see the fight was through sight enhancers and high-ranged recorders. All that space was now filled with water. Now, all that water began to gather. But in the meantime, the first had already come at him, the tentacles powered with destructive energy extending out. Fine invisible mana threads were generated at Axel's fingertips as he boosted off the meet the first midway. A shockwave was released, throwing Axel back. But he teleported, attacking the first from the rear. He was blown away again, but reappeared at the side, once again extending out the blades. It's useless no matter how much you attack, said the first leisurely, not even bothering to fight himself anymore as he let the entity's tentacles deal with Axel. Even if you have so much power, there's no way you can defeat the entity. And the moment you get tired of bearing the load of that power, will be the moment this fight ends. But Axel did not stop. His speed increased to the point that he began to appear at multiple places at once. But the entity still didn't have any problems deflecting at all, having numerous tentacles in all directions. Have you gotten worse at fighting? The first couldn't understand what Axel was playing at. He was now not even trying to seriously attack the first, only letting his trident's blades move around and clash with the tentacles. And right after, he was teleporting away and attacking from a different direction. This was not achieving any real results and only making him more prone to the tentacles' attacks, increasing his injuries. Axel finally stopped, having used teleportation for at least a few thousand times in just the span of a few seconds. He appeared some distance away, disoriented due to the rapid movements. Tired. I fail to understand what you were trying to accomplish there, asked the first, not at all fazed. Well, then I'm glad you're not Sidious, said Axel, clenching his fists. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of threads lit up as they tightened around the first from all directions. What in the cursed souls? The first tried burning the thread with destructive energy, but the fine mana threads now became thick, densely packed and reinforced with the massive amount of magic that Axel had gotten from the people of Atlantis. That is what I've been trying to accomplish. Knowing that he didn't have much time, Axel moved on to the next phase. He spread his arms, and a huge amount of magic lines started to arrive from all over the city, making up for a crazy amount. His mana level soared, creating a thick aura around him that reached up high into the sky. And then, all the water that was in the area started to move up, surrounding the first. Axel's muscles bulged as veins popped up all over his body. You better not survive this one, he said, bringing his hands together. Still bound by the threads, the first was immediately drowned in water from all sides. The first tried to escape, but realized that the threads were actually woven through the very space around him, all 360 degrees, and the more he pulled, the more the space compressed, trapping him further. Axel pressed his hands tighter, compressing the water. With the first still trapped inside, the huge amount of water kept being compressed more and more until it reached its limits. Now, in order to break those limits, Axel pointed his palms towards the compressed water sphere. Boom. On his direction, the astronomical amount of pure magical power that was revolving around him was poured rapidly the water sphere. Axel used this huge amount of external energy to forcefully compress the water sphere more than its capacity. A chaotic energy began to be generated inside the water sphere as thing law of nature was forcefully twisted, causing a backlash. But Axel wasn't done yet. Elemental combination. Multiple forms of energies began forming in the water sphere, making it even more chaotic. Light, dark, wind, fire, ground, lightning, and water all were there. To combine all these elements is an extremely difficult feat that can lead to dangerous consequences, if done wrongly. But, Axel only looking for the wrong consequences, since he was aiming to blow that sphere up. And the more unstable it is, the better. Yes, Axel was recreating the same explosion that Aslet had created in order to kill him. Only, while Aslet had only used a small amount of water, Axel, on the other hand, was using an entire sea of water, along with all the elements. So, the amount of destruction is also going to be 1,000,000 times the previous explosion. When the first realized the sheer depths of the shit he was in, he pulled down all stops, releasing a massive amount of destructive energy, but that energy only helped Axel further speed up the process of destabilization. From this point on, the amount of burden it was putting on Axel to hold it together and push it further was unbearable. He was using the mana to strengthen his mind and soul, but even that had a limit, thus giving him an incredible amount of fatigue. Soon, the huge sphere, which previously contained more volume of water than the volume of 10 giant statues combined, had shrunk to the point that it was only a few tens of meters long. It began to glow with a perilous dark energy that was getting more and more unstable. The bomb was now ready to go off. The only problem now was the fact that once it goes off, there's chance that the kingdom would be destroyed along with it. Axel can't even teleport it out of the kingdom since the first is the bound through the space here. And also, the slightest bit of instability will lead to the bomb being set off prematurely. So, when the energy finally reached the verge of explosion, Axel mass teleported everyone on the battlefield further back into the kingdom, on the last defense line, and erected a new barrier. And then, while making sure not to disturb the sphere the slightest bit, he expanded the space all around the sphere to the point that the empty area around it was bigger than the size of the rest of the kingdom. By now, the sphere had shrunk further. And the energy about to be released was causing the whole kingdom to quake. "If you don't die from this, then I'm officially giving up," said Axel, releasing the explosion. Light spread everywhere, before it intensified to the point that it hurt even with eyes closed. The anti-explosion wards were reactivated and barriers appeared all around the area, trying to contain the explosion, but they were extirpated as soon as the released energy reached them. Axel appeared along the last line of defense and erected a 100-meter thick barrier that extended from ground to the sky, spreading out throughout the defense line. He put every bit of energy he could into the barrier, bracing for the impact. When the blast arrived, the whole city shook, as if having a massive earthquake. The first few layers of the barrier were directly eradicated. But what was more dangerous was the scintillating momentum which pushed the barrier back hundreds of meters. No. At this rate, the barrier itself would crush the Atlantean forces, and then the city. Mana burst out from every part of the shield, giving it the opposite force in order to stop it from being pushed. Cracks started to appear in it as Axel desperately tried to hold it together. Axel yelled out as he pumped more mana, his water body disappearing and flesh started to melt off due to the exertion. It took more mana to contain the explosion than it took in creating the chain reaction. From that it could be seen just how damaging it was. When it was over, Axel fell to the ground. Everyone else also suddenly felt exhausted, having given a bit too much of their magic to Axel. When the light finally faded, they found that everything beyond the barrier had disappeared. The ground, the remains of the giant statue, the defenses, the Great Wall, even the portal. Nothing existed between the position of the barrier, all over to the circular boundary that marked the end of Atlantis. Even the space was broken into numerous fragments, glitching as it tried to reform. Everyone looked at the scene in abject fear, their bodies frozen in shock. Axel fell to the ground, his body contracting due to the exhaustion. "That was peak," he panted. That explosion could have easily vaporized Theron's coral armor. He would even go as far as saying it could have destroyed the whole Earth. The instability he had created through forcefully combining all elements in chaotic order and then compressing them to the breaking point was a lot more powerful than he had expected. The only reason the explosion was contained was due to the anti-explosion wards of Atlantis. It's safe to say that that was the most offensive he could have ever used, going above and beyond what he considered enough to wipe out the soul of the first. It should even be enough to wipe his soul multiple times over. The barrier finally disappeared completely as Axel looked up at the sky. "It's over," he breathed, his eyes closing up. But suddenly, his whole body went rigid as he was bound with strong tentacles. The breath escaped his lungs as the tentacles tightened, spreading destructive energy throughout his body. "Did you think you won?" A voice whispered in his ears that chilled him to his very soul. The predominant emotions running through Axel's mind were that of confusion and disbelief. This just doesn't make sense. There are some things and laws that are not meant to be opposed. Otherwise, things just don't make sense anymore. But he wasn't given the chance to gather his composure as he was rapidly dragged back into the explosion area and suspended in midair. In front of him, the soul of the first appeared as just a small ball, from which the tentacles were extending out. But the soul regrew rapidly, until it regained its original form. The first sighed. "You know, you did kill me. Believe me, I never thought you could, but you did. The problem is, the third trait I've achieved through fusion with the entity is immortality. Third trait too. Fuck this shit." Axel was utterly steamed as he understood the implications. The first has fused his soul with the entity, which gives him its traits as well. The first is, of course, immense power and the capacity to wield it. The second is the entity's tentacles, that constantly learn and evolve. And finally, the third, is true immortality. He had immortality all along. Axel couldn't understand how he was supposed to win when his opponent was fucking immortal. This is just unreasonable, right? But you have to understand, son. This is not a fairy tale in which the good side wins by combining the power of love and friendship. It is not only me you're fighting, but also the most unreasonable existence throughout the long history of Etherworld. What you did was definitely enough to kill me, no matter how strong my soul is. But, even more powerful means than that have been tried on the entity by the most powerful Etherians. And yet, they all failed. Water body. Axel tried to escape by activating the water body, but at that time, a soul energy was released through the tentacles, and unlike before, this time, it directly targeted his soul. Soul freeze. Axel was surprised, the thick mana coating he had around his body being completely unable to prevent the soul attack as he found himself unable to move. Did you think I can only use my soul energy for destruction? I haven't even used the true soul magic skills yet. Axel's eyes slowly widened. Fucker, you baited me. Axel realized that he had gotten played. First, he was led to believe that his fucker's body was mortal, from the way he was trying to protect it. And then he led him to believe he would only die when his soul is destroyed. When, in reality, the fucker is immortal this whole time. Finally, he can also use soul energy to bypass his defenses, which would have made Axel run long ago had he known before. The first extended his hand, gripping Axel. Of course, I had to give you hope so that you could spend all your energy. You see, the soul binding only works when the subject is either willing or completely incapable of resisting. And with your mental power, your Arhant bloodline, and the stupid stubbornness, I knew it was going to be impossible to make it work on you as long as you even had a tiny bit of energy left. Soul binding. Axel gritted his teeth, understanding everything. Soul binding is what the entity does to the people of Kraken. It makes them completely loyal to the entity, making them think for the entity while still retaining their original personality. The thing with it is, Axel has been able to resist it so far because his mind and soul are really strong. So, that's what you wanted when you asked me to join you, didn't you? Asked Axel, not at all surprised. The first has been trying to get him to join his side from the start, talking about helping him take over all 3 worlds. But it seems that the condition for that is to have him completely under the entity's control. Of course. The Arhant bloodline, and the royal bloodline, with all affinities. This will make it so much easier to face those monsters from other worlds. That's why I didn't kill you on sight, and instead focused on generating the right opportunity. And now that everything is perfectly set up, without further ado. Let's start, shall we? Soulbind. Vote with Power Stones and take me top 3 and I'll post another chapter instantly. In case you want to read 20+ chapters ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster